in an unremarkable ravine somewhere in Xinyo inside a demon stockade Qin Tian. 3 meters tall with the head of a tiger and the body of a man clad in a dashing suit of armor, sat on a stone chair staring blankly at his own furry tiger claws. What is going on? How did I become like this? Wasn't I sleeping in the dormitory? He muttered. What is with these soft squishy pads? And these claws? How long has it been since they were trimmed? I only casually said I didn't want to be human anymore. You didn't have to take it seriously, Qin Tian grumbled. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the sound of hasty footsteps echoed from outside the cavern. My king, something terrible has happened. The demons on the neighboring mountain have invaded our territory again. Not only did they seize our prey, they even injured and killed several of our brothers. A panicked voice shouted from outside. As the voice drew nearer, a figure with the head of a wolf stepped into Qin Tian's line of sight. Like Qin Tian, this wolf-head being was covered in fur from head to toe, and also wore armor, though his was noticeably less impressive than Qin Tian's. Once inside the cave, the wolf-head demon dropped to one knee before Qin Tian. Seeing that Qin Tian remained silent, he hurriedly added another line. My king, those demons from the neighboring mountain have already bullied us to this extent. Give the word and I'll immediately rally the brothers and level their mountain, he declared fervently. At that moment, Qin Tian finally snapped back to his senses. Looking at the wolf-head demon kneeling respectfully before him, he could not help but ask, What did you just call me? The wolf demon froze for a moment at these words, then a flicker of panic flashed in his eyes. I was wrong, he stammered. I shouldn't have called you my king. I should address you as the great sage who supports the heavens, Qingtian Dasheng. Great sage who supports the heavens. What the hell is that? Qin Tian muttered. Even as confusion clouded his features, a completely unfamiliar set of memories suddenly surfaced in his mind out of nowhere. When that mass of memories fully merged into his mind, his expression instantly twisted into one of utter shock. Those memories told him that he was no longer in his original world, but had crossed over into another realm inhabited by immortals and demons. In this world there was the heavenly court, the Buddhist order, the sacred realm of Lingshan, and the netherworld of the underworld. Over 400 years ago, a peerless great demon named Sun Wukong had wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace only to be suppressed beneath the Five Fingers Mountain. This information could not have been more familiar to Qin Tian. Besides learning about this world structure, he also came to understand certain details about his current identity. Just as he could see for himself, he had become a demon, a tiger spirit who had accidentally attained the Tao. He had no noble bloodline, no powerful backing, not even a proper name. Having merely heard some tales about the demon king Sun Wukong, he had out of admiration given himself the nickname Great Sage, who supports the heavens, Qingtian Dasheng. Fortunately, he was only an obscure little demon. Otherwise, daring to adopt such a title would have gotten him killed by some great demon long before the heavenly court even needed to intervene. Like most ambitious demons, once he gained a certain level of strength, he gathered a band of minor demons, claimed an unwanted mountain peak, raised a banner, and established a demon stronghold. From time to time, they would rob nearby villages and passing travelers living a relatively carefree life. It was not until a group of demons also came to the neighboring mountain to stake their claim that his peaceful days were shattered. After a fierce battle with the leader of the neighboring mountain's demons, the great sage, who supports the heavens, was careless for a single move, and had his soul wounded by one of the opponent's magic treasures. Forcing his battered body back to Langlang Mountain, he had barely held on for long before his soul scattered into nothingness. After sorting through all this information, Qin Tian was completely dumbfounded. Sun Wukong, havoc in heaven, Xinyo, where have I ended up? Inside the world of Journey to the West, he exclaimed. Having grown up watching Journey to the West, he was all too familiar with these details in his memories. He admired Sun Wukong greatly and had even fantasized about becoming him, but that did not mean he liked the world of Journey to the West. In that world, demons and monsters lurked everywhere. An ordinary person transmigrating there would hardly survive a single day. Though he now held the position of a mountain lord in the broader demonic hierarchy of the Journey to the West world, he was nothing more than a bottom-tier demon. If Sun Wukong so much as shouted, Qin Tian's soul would scatter on the spot. Even running into a minor demon like Little Whirlwind from Lion Camel Ridge would be a life-and-death ordeal for him. Otherwise, how could he have been killed by some nameless demon wielding a mere ordinary magic tool? Of all the beings I could have transmigrated into, it had to be some nameless, faceless little demon. I probably won't even qualify to meet Sun Wukong. And if I do, it'll just be one of the small fry swept aside and slaughtered, he lamented. Judging from the route taken by Tang Sanzang and his disciples, Langlang Mountain should be on their inevitable path westward, he mused. Qin Tian was so certain because less than 100 li west of Langlang Mountain lay a peak named Hafeng Mountain home to the Black Wind King, who on the westward journey stole Tang Sanzang's Kasaya. A main road leading to Hafeng Mountain ran right beneath Langlang Mountain. If any short-sighted little demon along that road dared to disturb Tang Sanzang, and his disciple Sun Wukong would swing his golden hooped staff and wipe Langlang Mountain from the map. For Sun Wukong, this would be a trivial task. The more Qin Tian thought about it, the more distressed he became. Fine, he'll just leave Langlang Mountain, find some remote place to hide away, and cultivate slowly. He'll come out again after the pilgrimage to the west is over. That should work, he muttered to himself. Just as he was thinking along those lines, another burst of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the cavern, and before long a bull demon with a simple, honest face appeared before Qin Tian. My king, it's bad. Something big has happened. The Poison Fang King from the neighboring mountain has just sent a battle challenge. In 7 days, they will attack Langlang Mountain. They also said that if you do not surrender, they'll cut off your head and use it as a chamber pot. The bull demon blurted. As he spoke, the bull demon also knelt before Qin Tian and presented a wooden plaque with both hands. Crooked characters were scrawled all over its surface. Though the handwriting was ugly, Qin Tian could still roughly make out the contents, which matched almost exactly what the bull demon had said. The Poison Fang King he mentioned was the very demon leader who had earlier struck the great sage who supports the heaven soul into oblivion. The Poison Fang King not only possessed greater strength than the great sage who supports the heavens, he also commanded more demons than those under Langlang Mountain. If the two mountains truly went to war, Langlang Mountain would have no chance of victory. As the demon leader of Langlang Mountain, the current Qin Tian, formerly the great sage who supports the heavens, there was only one outcome awaiting him: death. The lesser demons of Langlang Mountain might still have a chance to survive, but the Poison Fang King would never tolerate the continued existence of the mountain's former demon leader. I just transmigrated and already so many problems. Am I not allowed to live? Qin Tian cursed. At this rate, I might not even have the chance to run. Looking at the wolf and bull demons kneeling before him with hopeful eyes, Qin Tian could only feel a wave of helplessness. Just as he was at his wits' end, a notification chime suddenly rang out within his mind. Ding! Host detected transmigrating to another world. Fourth natural disaster system successfully bound. As the transmigrator of this world, you may summon players from other worlds to assist you in conquering this world and plundering its world origin, the mechanical voice intoned. The threads of fate have been obscured. Datafication module loading. World gamification loading. Summoning channel under construction. Official game website under construction. Game forum under construction. Shop module under construction. Skill system under construction. Achievement system under construction. Equipment system under construction. Quest module under construction. For specific system functions, the host may explore on his own or pose questions to the AI assistant, the voice concluded. Listening to the prompts echoing in his mind, Qin Tian's tiger eyes suddenly lit up. It's here. My golden cheat is here, he exclaimed. As an avid reader with 8,678 hours of reading on fanxia novels, Qin Tian was exceedingly familiar with the prompt sounds resonating in his mind. This was clearly the indispensable system for a time traveler of the new era. The only surprise lay in its name, the fourth Calamity System. What on earth? Summoning players? What nonsense is this again? To uncover the true nature of his system, Qin Tian immediately turned his gaze toward the wolf demon and ox demon kneeling before him. General White Wolf, Valiant Ox Vanguard, I, as your great lord, shall decide on this matter. You two see to your rest first. Moreover, I am about to enter seclusion for cultivation. Send someone to guard the entrance of my cave dwelling. No one is allowed to enter. A resounding yes, my lord followed, and the wolf demon and ox demon kneeling before him immediately turned and departed. Once they departed, Qin Tian found himself alone in the cave dwelling, finally afforded the time to thoroughly scrutinize his golden finger. After some searching, he discovered the so-called system interface. With a mere thought, a luminous screen, visible only to him, materialized before his eyes. Resembling a typical mobile game interface, it showcased an array of functional modules. At the top stood the information module. With a gentle tap from Qin Tian's finger, a subpanel emerged above the system interface. Name: Qin Tian, Qingtian Dasheng, Langlangshan de Wang, race demon, clan tiger, demon bloodline, none, special age 180 years, cultivation level, refinement of essence to Qi, tier 3, equipment, brass armor, high-grade mortal artifact, thick-backed broadsword, high-grade mortal artifact, cultivation technique, basic breath regulation, tier 3, world fundamental essence 100 points, which can be utilized to derive techniques, refine magical treasures and pills, enhance cultivation or summon players. Each point can summon one player. Gazing upon the panel's information, a hint of understanding and a trace of disappointment appeared on Qin Tian's face. In the Shiyu world, the mortal cultivation stages are divided into 4 main realms: refinement of essence to Qi, refinement of Qi to spirit, refinement of spirit to void, and the unification of void with the Tao. Each realm is subdivided into 10 layers, and he was currently at the 3rd layer of refinement of essence to Qi, a pitiably weak state. Not to mention demons, but even ordinary warriors of the mortal world could slay him. What disappointed him further was the complete absence of any special bloodline within him. Just a plain, ordinary tiger, arguably akin to the tiger encountered by Tang Sanzang on the 5 Elements Mountain. Moreover, not only did he lack a special bloodline, but he also had no proper cultivation technique. The basic breath regulation he practiced was merely a haphazard acquisition from a deceased human Qi cultivator with an extremely low ceiling, only sufficient to be refined up to the 10th layer of refinement of essence to Qi at best. By the way, it states here that world fundamental essence can be used to enhance one's cultivation. Let's see just how this enhancement works. Could it possibly be as simple as these little plus signs? With an attitude of experimentation, Qin Tian promptly tapped the plus sign next to his cultivation level. In the following second, a prompt popped up. Would you like to expend world fundamental essence to enhance your cultivation level? Yes, no. Without the slightest hesitation, Qin Tian tapped yes. Please enter the amount of world fundamental essence to expend. Considering that acquiring world fundamental essence might not be easy, Qin Tian hesitated momentarily before committing only 1 point. As that single point of world fundamental essence was invested, he immediately felt a surge of the pure brilliance of the sun and moon essence infiltrate his body. In an instant, his cultivation began to surge rapidly. Once the sun-moon essence was fully expended, Qin Tian was utterly astonished. Although his cultivation level remained at the 3rd tier of refinement of essence to Qi, the advancement was substantial, comparable to what would normally take him half a month of training. Good heavens, the efficacy of world fundamental essence is remarkably potent with such visibly pronounced cultivation enhancements and no side effects. No need for manual conversion. If all of these 100 points of world fundamental essence were converted into cultivation, it would likely elevate me to the 5th tier of refinement of essence to Qi. In his astonishment, he couldn't help but query the system, are you there? Could you perhaps explain how one might acquire this world fundamental essence? No sooner had his words faded than the system's voice resounded. World fundamental essence can be obtained through several means. First, when the host or his affiliated players vanquish living beings within this world, a certain amount of world fundamental essence is generated. The stronger the foe and the more intertwined with the storyline, the greater the yield. Second, certain pivotal items connected to the storyline also harbor abundant world fundamental essence, which the host can collect simply by touching them. Third, altering or engaging with the current world storyline can yield substantial world fundamental essence. These are the 3 primary methods. Additional methods await the host's own exploration. After listening to the system's explanation, Qin Tian let out a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness. So many ways to obtain world fundamental essence. With this, there's no need to worry about running short in the future. However, given the current circumstances, if I wish to acquire world fundamental essence, I can only resort to the first method. Slaying monsters for this world is teeming with all kinds of demons. I believe I have finally figured out the proper way to unlock the 4th calamity. His personal strength was inherently limited, as by day's end, even with a worn-out blade, he could barely dispatch a few demons. Yet the situation would change if he could summon players to aid him. Players revel in slaying monsters. If one cannot overcome them alone, they team up, and if groups fail, they initiate full-scale raids. With even a modest reward, they swarm like leeches drawn by the scent of blood. Armed with these critical insights, he promptly resumed exploring the other functions on the system interface. First among them was the task module, through which he could assign various tasks to players and bestow corresponding rewards. Next was the equipment module, where he could utilize world fundamental essence to fabricate all kinds of gear. At present, aside from some basic ordinary weapons, only the 2 pieces of equipment he was currently wearing could be reproduced. In the future, if he acquired other weaponry or magical treasures, the system would similarly analyze and display them here. Theoretically, if he could obtain Sun Wukong's Rui Jingu Bang and possess sufficient world fundamental essence, he could even mass-produce the legendary staff. The skills module was akin to the equipment module. Here he could transform all the cultivation techniques he had acquired, including divine abilities, into game skills for players to learn and further utilize world fundamental essence to derive and upgrade these techniques. Following that was the shop module, divided into 2 sections, one being the system store, where Qin Tian could list the equipment, skills, pills, and talismans he had crafted for players to purchase. The other section was the auction house, where players could list their items for bidding. As for the circulating currency, it was a form known as Lingyun. Each point of world fundamental essence could be exchanged for 100 Lingyun. When players vanquished beings, half of the world fundamental essence obtained would automatically be absorbed by Qin Tian, while the other half would transmute into Lingyun, akin to the coins found in conventional online games. Players could likewise use Lingyun to enhance their cultivation, upgrade equipment, and refine their skills. Once Qin Tian had perused all the modules, he fully comprehended the system's functionalities. Now only one step remained to summon players from Blue Star into this world, making them work for him. With that thought, Qin Tian immediately located a separate function on the system interface, the player summoning. Observing this feature, Qin Tian couldn't help but feel a tinge of doubt. In what form will Blue Star players manifest themselves in the world of Shiyu? Driven by such curiosity, he immediately activated the summoning. Considering the need to reserve some world fundamental essence, he refrained from investing it all into the player summoning, opting to commit only 50 points, in effect summoning 50 players this time. Once these 50 players started generating revenue for him, he would summon more. The moment he pressed the button, the system's prompt sound resounded. Host, the summoning has been initiated. To better integrate the players into the current world, the world has been gamified. Please name the game, after which the system will automatically generate features, such as the official website and forum, and commence promotion on Blue Star. As the prompt sound ended, a text box appeared before Qin Tian. Staring at the blank box, after some thought, he entered 3 characters. Haitian Ya Black Myth. The moment he finished typing the game's name, a game website and its related video content quietly emerged on the Blue Star internet in another dimension. Inside a cybercafe in Modu City on the planet launching, a young man in his early 30s, wearing glasses and wearing an expression of utter bewilderment, sat motionless before a computer screen. His name was Lu Jijie, an ordinary office worker, 32 years old, unmarried and childless. Once gaming had been his greatest passion. He would grind relentlessly for months to obtain a single piece of equipment, undeterred even by the clunky, aging laptop he owned. But after entering the workforce, his time for gaming dwindled steadily. Not because games had lost their charm, but because reality itself had become his dungeon, his leveling arena. Life had worn down his edges, and with them his fervor for virtual worlds. Today he had come to the cybercafe, hoping to revisit the games he'd played as a student, seeking to mend a lingering regret from his youth. Yet within 10 minutes the game felt hollow, lifeless. So much so that he simply stared blankly at the screen, adrift in thought. After several minutes of silence, a sudden recollection jolted him awake. He hastily grabbed his phone and sent a message into a group chat. "Hey guys, free to squat up?" And hardly had the message appeared when one reply flashed back. "No time. I'm home babysitting. On a business trip. I've already visited several cities this week. At my wife's prenatal checkup. Next month I'll be a father." And scrolling through the replies, Lu Jijie couldn't help but wear a wry, resigned smile. "Ah, forget it. I'll just go home and play Do Di Ju on my phone." And he reached to log off, when abruptly a pop-up advertisement erupted in the lower right corner of his screen. The banner blazed with bold text, "Black Myth, the first fully immersive virtual game on launching, 98 sensory fidelity. Step into a realm of demons and deities. Experience combat so real it breathes. Click to claim your access license." Lu Jijie frowned, puzzled. Black Myth? What on earth is that? A game? Never heard of the developer. And he moved to close the window, but when his cursor clicked in its top right corner, the pop-up didn't vanish. Instead it expanded, swallowing the entire screen. Just as suspicion flared. Had his machine been infected? The screen ignited with a cinematic sequence. First an endless azure sky unfolded. Then a golden eagle soared, wings outstretched, riding the wind. In an instant the eagle plunged downward, slicing through veils of cloud, until it descended upon a mist-shrouded, breathtaking valley. The camera pivoted sharply, a colossal ancient warship loomed into view, suspended high above the earth. Unbelievably, the vessel, vast as an aircraft carrier, floated effortlessly in the heavens, its deck bristling with armored soldiers brandishing blades and spears. As the lens advanced, 2 titanic figures emerged on the deck, towering, indomitable. They vanished in a flicker, and the frame widened, revealing the full majesty of the warship. Simultaneously, the sky bloomed with over 100 identical vessels, each as immense, each carving through the clouds. They cleaved the heavens like celestial arrows, overwhelming, awe-inspiring. Lu Jijie froze his hand, hovering midair, no longer intent on closing the video. The CG quality rivals Hollywood blockbusters. And could this be from a major studio? Even as doubts stirred in his mind, the cinematic deepened, unfolding new layers of spectacle. The eagle circled once, then alighted gracefully atop the warship's main mast, the perspective shifting seamlessly to its keen avian gaze. Below, a stern-faced, middle-aged man sat beneath a command banner holding a resplendent pagoda. Before him, over a dozen soldiers strained against iron chains, dragging a grotesque, snarling demon beast. Ferocious beyond measure, the beast thrashed violently, hurling its captors aside. One soldier crashed directly at the feet of the pagoda-wielding man. Without hesitation, the man kicked the soldier away, then shot a sharp glance toward a nearby giant wielding a massive battle-axe. The giant strode forward, heavy-footed and implacable. With a single thunderous swing, he severed the demon beast's enormous head. It dropped with a sickening thud onto the warship's deck. The eagle observed it all. Then, with a beat of its wings, ascended once more, soaring toward distant jagged mountain ranges. As it entered a secluded ravine, the eagle dissolved, reforming instantly as a humanoid demon with the fierce, sharp features of an eagle. It landed before another sword-wielding demon, and dropped to one knee in solemn obeisance. The camera panned behind the sword-wielding demon, revealing a vast horde of Yao Beardman's wolf demons, Monkeyman's boar demons, each uniquely monstrous, each roaring with savage, unified fury. At the demon's command, the army surged forward like a tidal wave, rushing headlong into the valley ahead, and thus a cataclysmic war erupted. Their foes, the very warriors aboard the warships. Both sides unleashed mighty arts and divine artifacts, spells, blazing weapons, singing heavens trembling. Lu Jijie sat utterly transfixed, breath caught in his throat. Incredible, unbelievable, the effects, the choreography, it's flawless. Is this really just a game trailer? It feels alive. And the budget must be astronomical. 1 second of this footage probably costs hundreds of thousands. Even as he marveled, the battle neared its climax. Though the demon hordes fought with terrifying might, their celestial adversaries proved overwhelmingly superior, and the tide turned swiftly against them. The sword-wielding demon commander himself fell, defeated in brutal combat by a divine general. Then, without warning, a black silhouette plummeted from the highest peak like a falling star, striking the flagship's deck with apocalyptic force. Smoke and shockwaves exploded outward, hurling heavenly soldiers skyward like scattered leaves. As dust settled, a rousing heroic score swelled, triumphant, defiant. From the inferno rose a figure wreathed in crimson flame, proud, untamable, radiating raw, unbroken will. The video ended, abruptly, without resolution. Enlu Jijie blinked, snapping back to reality. Ha! That's it. And what happens next? Who was that final figure? He's no mere supporting character, that's certain. And curiosity burned fiercely within him now, for this enigmatic title black myth. If a game's cinematic prologue could achieve such artistry, he'd try it. Even if the gameplay itself proved abysmal. Just then, a line of text shimmered onto the screen. Click here to claim your game headset. And a headset? Real? Or just another gimmick? Though launching's gaming industry was highly advanced, true full-immersion virtual reality remained science fiction. No such headset existed, nor had any been prototyped. Few believed such technology would materialize within the next century. Yet curiosity won, and he clicked. Instantly a new prompt appeared. Your game headset will arrive within 24 hours. Please prepare for delivery. And wait, how? I never entered an address. How could it possibly reach me? Forget it. This game probably doesn't even exist. And with that, he logged off and walked home. Scarcely had he stepped inside when a knock echoed at his door. Opening it, he found a large cardboard box resting on his threshold, boldly emblazoned with 3 characters, Black Myth. Staring at those words, Lu Jijie murmured, half disbelieving, "No way. Could this actually be the headset?" After a moment's hesitation, he fetched scissors and slit open the box, revealing nestled within a sleek metallic semi-enclosed headset pulsing with unmistakable futurism. Looking at the technologically advanced helmet before him, Lu Jijie fell into deep thought. He clearly remembered that he had not provided his home address. Not only did he not leave a home address, but he hadn't even given a phone number. No matter how hard he tried to think, he couldn't understand how the other party knew where he was and managed to deliver the gaming helmet to him in such a short time. After pondering for a long time without finding a reason, he ultimately made a decision. Why not give it a try? What if it's real? I'm already this poor, surely no one would want to harm me. Let's try. Having successfully convinced himself, he followed the instructions in the helmet's manual to put it on, then found a comfortable position to lie on his bed, finally pressing the button on the left side of the helmet gently. The moment he pressed the button, his consciousness began to blur. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a peculiar space. In front of him stood a row of bizarre monsters. There were monsters with pig heads, chicken heads, wolf heads, rat heads, and even those resembling tree people and stone people. These monsters varied in appearance and size, with some standing just over a meter tall, while others towered 2 to 3 meters high. Some were fierce while others were cunning. Just as Lu Jijie was unsure of what to do, next a notification sound suddenly rang out. Please choose your initial character. Different characters have different growth attributes and racial talents. Once selected, it cannot be changed, so choose wisely. Hearing this notification, Lu Jijie suddenly realized, so these are selectable characters, but why are there only monsters and no humans? Despite his confusion, he began to select seriously. After a long time, he chose a leopard monster as his game character. The moment he made his choice, the other monster characters vanished, leaving only a leopard monster, with a leopard head dressed in tattered cloth. Then he felt as if his consciousness was forcibly inserted into the body of the leopard monster, and his perspective automatically shifted to that of the leopard. When he raised his hand to look at his furry paws, he couldn't help but marvel. This game is incredibly realistic. It feels like I've truly transformed into a monster. As soon as he finished speaking, the system notification sounded again. Please set your nickname. Nickname, I'll just call myself One Night Leopard Rich. Nickname confirmed. Please set the game harmony level. A low harmony level may cause discomfort. Please set the pain sensitivity. A high pain sensitivity may affect the game experience. If you fear pain, you may disable it. Following the system's prompts, Lu Jijie completed the game setting step by step. When he finished the last setting, a new notification sound rang out. Player has completed character creation. The game is about to begin. Just as the notification finished, a light gate appeared before Lu Jijie. Looking at the light gate in front of him, an excited Lu Jijie stepped through. In the next moment, he found himself in a picturesque valley filled with lush trees and fragrant flowers. As he instinctively took a breath, a mixture of earthy and botanical scents filled the air. Is this the game world of black myth? It's so realistic. It's indistinguishable from the real world. These mountains, these trees, and these flowers are just too real. As he spoke, he crouched down to pick a small flower from the ground and smelled it, revealing an expression of utter shock on his face. Wow, it even has a scent. What kind of black technology is this? However, this remark did not come from him, but from nearby. When he turned to look, he saw a pig-headed person in ragged clothes gnawing on an unknown wild fruit. The moment he recognized the pig-headed person, Lu Jijie was so frightened that he stumbled back. Holy shit, a monster! As soon as he shouted, the pig-headed person also noticed him and couldn't help but exclaim, "What the hell? A leopard has become sentient." After the initial shock, both the pig and the leopard realized something and hurriedly looked at each other's heads. Upon seeing the text above the other's head, they both sighed in relief. So you're a player too. As soon as Lu Jijie finished speaking, a cow monster appeared out of thin air beneath a nearby tree. Shortly after the cow monster appeared a wolf monster, followed then a toad monster, a centipede monster, and a scorpion monster. Within a minute or two, dozens of monsters had spawned in this unnamed valley. Without exception, each of them had a string of names above their heads. After appearing, they began to explore their surroundings, occasionally exclaiming in surprise, "Awesome, this game is incredibly realistic. Wow, is this really a game world?" 666. What kind of level of game can be created by Blue Star? This is no different from traveling through time. Black technology. Undeniably black technology. Which company has such strength to create a virtual online game from a web novel? Smell, touch, sight, taste are all exactly like the real world, and I can even feel pain. It's absurd. The freedom of this game is excessively high. Without a doubt, all the players appearing in this valley were from Blue Star. As they curiously examined everything around them, Qin Tian was secretly observing them from the cliff above their heads. So these are the players from Blue Star. The system directly generated a monster body for them. Is the system really that capable? From their appearance, they have completely taken this world for a game and are utterly convinced. Now I can rest assured. By the way, system, what happens if these players die in this world? Can they be resurrected? Shortly after Qin Tian's question, the system AI assistant provided an answer. The host need not worry. Players' consciousness has merely descended into this world, while their physical bodies are constructed by the world's essence. Upon death, the body will automatically revert to the world essence and be reclaimed by the system, which will then reconstruct the body. This process will consume a portion of the world's essence. It is recommended that the host set a death penalty to avoid excessive deaths of players. After reconstructing the body, players can resurrect at the resurrection point. Would you like to set a resurrection point? The first resurrection point can be set for free. The second resurrection point requires consuming world essence to generate. The more resurrection points opened later, the more world essence will be consumed. Please choose wisely, host. After hearing the system's explanation, Qin Tian's eyes lit up. The reason the fourth calamity is called the fourth calamity is not only because of its large numbers, but also because they can resurrect infinitely. A group of players who cannot be killed and are always full of energy is even more terrifying than a swarm. After the excitement, Qin Tian pondered, indeed some death penalties must be set for these players or else they will undoubtedly cause chaos in the game. Moreover, it won't be beneficial for them to improve their game skills. After all, this is the world of Journey to the West. Even if they can resurrect infinitely, it won't matter much against real powerhouses as they can be instantly killed. Having made up his mind, Qin Tian set the valley where the players were born as their initial resurrection point while also establishing a death penalty for them in the system's back end. Players can revive directly after their first death. For the second death, they will need to wait 5 minutes, for the third death 10 minutes, and so on. The more deaths they have, the longer the waiting time. Of course, they can also choose to spend spiritual essence to revive. This way, the players will become much more cautious. After setting all this up, Qin Tian prepared to reveal himself to the players. In the next moment, he transformed into a striped tiger over 5 meters long and more than 3 meters tall. Roar! With a tiger's roar, the entire mountain forest trembled, and a gust of fierce wind swept through. The group of players who were new to this world were startled by this sudden scene. Before they could react, the tiger that Qin Tian had transformed into leaped down from the cliff and landed steadily before the players. When the players saw Qin Tian's form, their expressions changed dramatically, and their eyes filled with terror. Just a second ago, the players were filled with excitement at the sight before them, but the next moment, a gigantic tiger exuding a fierce aura appeared right in front of them. In an instant, they even forgot that they were merely in a game world as an overwhelming wave of fear surged uncontrollably from the depths of their hearts. Amidst their terrified gazes, the tiger transformed by Qin Tian paced around them, occasionally letting out low growls from its throat, its fangs glinting with a chilling light. They had no doubt that this giant tiger could easily bite off their heads. Just as some timid players were about to succumb to the psychological pressure, Qin Tian's form began to shift. In the blink of an eye, he stood upright, transforming from the giant tiger into a tiger-headed humanoid, clad in armor, wielding a large cleaver on his back. This sudden scene left the 50 players present once again stunned. Following this, a golden name slowly emerged above Qin Tian's head: Qingtian Dasheng. Besides the golden name, there was also a large golden exclamation mark hovering above his head. Upon seeing this, they immediately reacted. Is he an NPC? Phew, he scared me. So he's just an NPC. Damn, even though it's just a game, I feel like I might wet my pants. By the way, can you even pee in this game? I thought he was going to eat me just now. It's not good if the game feels too real. Since there's an exclamation mark above his head, he must have a quest, right? Should we go ask him? I don't dare, he looks too scary. No way, I think he's quite cool. By the way, why isn't there a tiger demon in the initial characters? If there were, I would definitely choose the tiger demon. As the players gradually relaxed, the tiger demon form of Qin Tian approached them with heavy steps. After surveying them with his amber tiger eyes, he coldly declared, "You are the destined ones from another world. Why are you so weak and feeble? Well, since you are here, come along with this king to my demon stronghold. From now on, you will be my demon soldiers of Langlang Mountain." As soon as Qin Tian finished speaking, a prompt appeared in front of all the players. Congratulations on successfully joining Langlang Mountain. Please follow Qingtian Dasheng to the demon stronghold. After arriving, new gameplay will be unlocked. Looking at the prompt before them, the players couldn't help but feel excited about the upcoming journey in the game. Under Qin Tian's guidance, the 50 players quickly exited the vast valley and arrived at the Langlang Mountain demon stronghold. Though it was called a demon stronghold, it was merely an area enclosed by wood and stone with only a few structures that could be considered buildings. Apart from Qin Tian, the king who resided in his exclusive cave, other minor demons and leaders either slept on the ground or haphazardly built small huts with wood. The entire demon stronghold resembled a refugee camp. When Qin Tian and the players appeared at the entrance, the little demons inside were immediately startled. The second-in-command of the demon stronghold, General Bai Lang, approached with a curious expression. "My king, where did you find this group of little demons? Why is their demonic power so weak?" In response to General Bai Lang's question, Qin Tian offered little explanation, casually dismissing it. "They have all heard of this king's name and specifically came to join us at Langlang Mountain. From now on, they will be my brothers of Langlang Mountain. By the way, do we have any spare weapons or anything in our stronghold?" "Yes, we do, my king." General Bai Lang nodded repeatedly. "That's good. Go find some for me. I have use for them." "Understood, my king." After replying, General Bai Lang turned to leave. Meanwhile, Qin Tian began to wander around the demon's stronghold with the group of players. He was not wandering aimlessly. He was looking for tasks for the players. Tasks were commands for the players, and combined with rewards, they could make players do anything. To make this world resemble a game, tasks were naturally indispensable, and they were also a crucial means of taming the players. Looking at the shabby demon stronghold, Qin Tian quickly came up with an idea. He had long wanted to improve the living conditions of Langlang Mountain. The next moment he turned to the group of curious players. Our Langlang Mountain demon stronghold is newly established and needs a lot of work. As my demon soldiers, you should contribute to Langlang Mountain. As he spoke, he opened the task interface in the system and released a series of tasks to all the players. The players quickly received system prompts. Ding! Qingtian Dasheng has issued a construction task for the demon stronghold. Players can open the task panel to accept tasks on their own. Upon completion of the tasks, players will receive various rewards such as Demon Stronghold Reputation, Qingtian Dasheng's Favorability Special Achievements, and Beginner Weapons. When the players heard this prompt, their eyes immediately lit up. A task is here. I wonder what kind of task it is. This game doesn't have any guidance. It seems this NPC named Qingtian Dasheng is our new guide for beginners. Let's see what the task is. As they spoke, each player opened the system task panel. Soon the tasks appeared before them. Task 1: Chop wood. Please go to the back mountain of the demon stronghold to cut down trees of a certain age for the construction of the demon stronghold. You can hand over the felled trees to General Bai Lang for a chance to receive additional rewards. Related items can be obtained from General Bai Lang. Basic reward for task completion: 100 points of Langlang Mountain Reputation, 1 point of Qingtian Dasheng's Favorability. This task can be repeated. Would you like to accept it? Yes, no. Task 2: Hunt. Please go to the back mountain of the demon stronghold to hunt wild beasts for the stronghold's food. You can hand over the hunted prey to the bull vanguard for a chance to receive additional rewards. Related items can be obtained from the bull vanguard. Basic reward for task completion: 100 points of Langlang Mountain Reputation, 1 point of Qingtian Dasheng's Favorability. This task can be repeated. Would you like to accept it? Yes, no. Task 3. The tasks were all very basic. It was either cutting trees or hunting or building houses. The task rewards were quite ordinary, and Qin Tian did not need to expend any of the world's essence. He was initially worried that the players would find these tasks uninteresting. However, he soon realized that he had underestimated the players' desire to explore this world. These beginner tasks seem a bit simple. What do you expect from beginner tasks? Said a player with the ID dog head man who sported the 4 characters wind rising on his head after glancing at the task panel. Exactly. I think these tasks are quite good. In other games you just kill monsters with no experience at all. This game actually lets you build houses and chop trees. How interesting. But aren't the rewards a bit underwhelming? Just reputation and favorability. You don't understand. Reputation must have great uses, and favorability is even more important. What are you blabbering about? I'm off to do the tasks. This game is amazing and will definitely explode globally. We must seize this early advantage. Choppers form a group. Hunters follow me. I majored in civil engineering and didn't expect to find work in the real world, but I can still be useful in the game. Before long, this first batch of 50 players enthusiastically joined in the construction project of Langlang Mountain. After receiving the relevant items from General White Wolf and the Bull Vanguard, the 50 players split into several teams. Some headed straight for the back mountains with axes for chopping trees, while others searched within the monster camp for suitable spots to build houses. Chun Jijia, with an ID of One Night Leopard Rich, was currently heading towards the back mountains of Langlang Mountain, with 7 other players holding bone spears. They accepted a hunting quest, but they did not take it too seriously. To them, hunting quests were nothing more than killing a few small rabbits or chasing wild chickens, something that could be done casually. This game is really amazing. Look at this grass and these trees. What's the difference from the real world? A player with a fox head casually picked a mushroom off the ground as he walked. Wow, this mushroom smells so good. He then took a bite out of the mushroom in his hand. As soon as it entered his mouth, he collapsed to the ground, convulsing and foaming at the mouth. After struggling for just a couple of seconds, he relaxed his hands and kicked his legs. Seeing this, Chun Jijia and the other 7 players were dumbfounded. Holy crap, did he just die? Wow, is it really that realistic? If that's the case, this game is truly indistinguishable from reality, just like eating a poisonous mushroom and lying flat. He was poisoned by a poisonous mushroom. Impressive. It seems we can't compare this game to those before. It really is no different from reality. When this brother's corpse comes back, I have to ask him what it feels like to be poisoned by a poisonous mushroom. I'm dying of laughter. This is the first time I've seen someone die from eating a poisonous mushroom in a game. The level of openness in this game is insane. Hey, what's that over there? A pig-headed player pointed to a nearby bush. Something seemed to be moving inside the bush, making rustling sounds. Before they could figure it out, a dark shadow leapt out from the bush. As they focused their eyes, they discovered it was actually a large black wild boar. Upon seeing the wild boar, several players were initially stunned, but then they were overjoyed. It's a wild boar. We're so lucky to encounter prey this quickly. No one steal it from me, this wild boar is mine. I saw it first. Don't steal my kill, watch how I take it down. Everyone be a little careful. Careful about what? The monsters in the newbie village are all free to kill. As he spoke, a player with the ID wind chasing in the wind charged at the black wild boar with his bone spear. He thought he could easily take down this newbie village monster. However, he quickly realized that the combat power of the black wild boar was somewhat over the top. Before he could reach the boar, it charged at him and sent him flying several meters away. Immediately afterward, it seemed to go berserk, attacking the other players. The players who were once confident were now flustered in the face of the boar, which resembled a small tank. Besides two brave players who attempted to stab the boar with their bone spears, the others turned and ran away. The final result was that the black wild boar chased after the 7 players. When this scene fell into Qin Tian's eyes, he couldn't help but shake his head repeatedly. Can these players really help me? They are just too weak. Just as he was about to secretly step in to take down the wild boar, one night Leopard Rich suddenly ran towards a large rock. Just as the boar was about to catch up to him, he made a sudden leap off the rock, turning back midair. The boar, unable to stop, crashed into the large rock that was over a person's height. Bang! After a dull sound, the wild boar fell to the ground, unable to get back up for a long time. As soon as the wild boar fell one night, Leopard Rich immediately called out to the other players present, "Stop running and come help." The players who had originally been running in all directions from fear hurriedly came over with their bone spears. "You guys hold it down, I'll finish it off." "Alright, you hold the front, I'll hold the back. Hurry up or it will recover soon. This wild boar is really strong. I didn't expect to experience pressing a pig in a game. Quick stab its neck, stab its neck." While the other players held the wild boar down, one night Leopard Rich found the right angle and thrust his spear directly into the boar's neck. Instantly, bright red blood gushed out from the boar's neck. After struggling for a while, the boar finally breathed its last. By this time, the players were already drenched in sweat. Despite this, their faces were filled with an indescribable excitement. "We finally took down this guy. That was not easy. It chased me down pretty badly just now. Who says that monsters in the newbie village are this hard to kill? It feels like we just defeated a small boss. Now this is interesting. Look at this blood, it looks completely real. It's been a long time since a game has been able to excite me this much. I can experience killing pigs in the game, this is fun. Who said the newbie tasks are easy?" Meanwhile, all the players who participated in hunting this wild boar received a notification. "You have successfully hunted a normal beast and gained 20 points of spiritual essence." Hey, did you guys receive notifications? The system rewarded me with 20 points of spiritual essence. I got it too, but I only have 15 points. It should be experience points. I have more than you, I have 25 points. What use is this thing? Forget about that for now. Let's figure out how to carry this wild boar back to turn in the quest. This game surprisingly doesn't have a backpack. What do you know? This is what's called realism. As they spoke, the players found tools to carry the over 300-pound wild boar back to the monster camp. Watching the players carry the wild boar towards the monster camp, Qin Tian suddenly revealed himself from behind a large rock. I underestimated them. Although their strength is weak, their intelligence is far superior to those newly transformed monsters in the monster camp. After saying this, he opened the system panel. Just as the players killed the large wild boar, he too received a notification. A large wild boar provided him with a full 2 points of world essence, which genuinely surprised him. I need to find a way to enhance these players' strength. Only when they become stronger can I extract the world essence more quickly. By the way, I remember the original body had a treasure vault. There might be some means to make them stronger inside. After saying this, Qin Tian disappeared in a flash. When he reappeared, he had arrived at the cave where the great sage of heaven resided. The cave was originally a natural occurrence, but it had been transformed into a dwelling with several chambers through the great sage's excavation. One of the caves was used by the great sage as a storage room containing various items he had collected from other places, as well as some spoils of war. This included weapons looted from mortal warriors and their martial arts manuals. The great sage himself naturally looked down upon these mortal martial arts, but they were just right for the players who knew nothing. After a bit of searching, Qin Tian found a few books. The martial arts manuals that Qin Tian collected were all plundered from passing warriors. There are a total of 3, namely the Guiyuan Gong, the Quangfing Dao Fa, and the Pancher Gong. Among them, the Guiyuan Gong is an internal skill, the Quangfing Dao Fa is a technique, and the Pancher Gong is an external skill. Originally there were a few more, but they were too rudimentary, such as the crazy dog fist and the heavy hammer skill, which not only lacked utility but also had unpleasant names. He roughly skimmed through them, and if he could cultivate these 3 martial arts to the highest level, he would at least reach the 5th level of refining essence into chi, more than enough to deal with ordinary monsters. Why don't I learn them myself? After looking through the 3 techniques, Qin Tian suddenly had the thought. Apart from a basic breathing technique for refining chi, the original body was left with nothing but brute strength. Even the large knife in his hand was generally just waved around randomly, lacking any form or technique. Although mortal martial arts have limited power, they are better than having none. Thinking of this, Qin Tian immediately opened the Guiyuan Gong, learning as he read. To his surprise, not long after he followed the methods in the Guiyuan Gong, he began to feel the chi sensation described in the techniques within his body. At the same time, a new skill appeared in his skill bar. Guiyuan Gong first layer. Is it really this easy? Could it be that I'm a martial arts genius? Qin Tian scratched his head, looking at the Guiyuan Gong in the skill bar. After a while, his attention shifted to the plus sign behind the skill. It seems like I can invest points into it. Let's see what happens after adding some points. Saying this, he tentatively invested 1 point of world origin into the Guiyuan Gong. In an instant, the first layer of Guiyuan Gong broke through to the second layer, and his inner strength increased significantly. He could even concentrate his inner strength in his fists and feet to enhance their power, increasing his combat effectiveness by at least 10% compared to before. Feeling this change in his strength, Qin Tian's eyes lit up. He then invested another point of world origin into the Guiyuan Gong. Whoosh! The Guiyuan Gong directly broke through to the third layer, and the total amount of inner strength multiplied several times from before. After continuously investing 4 times, the Guiyuan Gong was directly upgraded from entry level to the highest 5th layer. His dantian and even his entire body were filled with vigorous inner strength. If he fully utilized his inner strength, his power would be at least 3 times greater than before learning the Guiyuan Gong. I never expected this mortal martial art to have such miraculous uses. That fool from the original body looked down on it. If he had practiced this skill earlier, he wouldn't have been so easily killed by that Poison Tooth King. While lamenting, Qin Tian suddenly noticed that there was an additional button behind the fully upgraded Guiyuan Gong. Derive, invest 5 points of world origin to evolve the skill into Advanced Martial Arts. Advanced Martial Arts. Is it at the level of Cultivation Martial Arts? This is interesting, but for now it's better to conserve some world origin. After saying this, he turned his gaze to the other 2 martial arts. Similar to how he learned the Guiyuan Gong, he quickly mastered the Quangfeng Dao Fa and Pancher Gong, and cultivated these 2 ordinary mortal martial arts to their highest level in the same manner. The Quangfeng Dao Fa not only improved his swordsmanship, but also enabled him to master the Dao Gang, a special technique that enhances attack power. The Pancher Gong significantly increased his strength while greatly enhancing his physical defense. With 3 top-level mortal martial arts at his disposal, his overall combat power had increased at least tenfold, even though he was still at the 3rd level of refining essence into chi. However, this time, he did not come to enhance his own strength, so after mastering the 3 martial arts, he opened the skill module and converted them into system skills. At the same time, 3 unlockable skills appeared in the player's previously empty skill interface. To motivate them further, Qin Tian added prerequisites for the 3 skills. To learn these 3 skills, one needs 500 points of Langlang Mountain reputation and consumes 50 points of spiritual essence. Subsequent skill upgrades also require reaching a certain reputation and consuming more spiritual essence. After setting all this up, Qin Tian issued a system announcement to all players in the identity of the system. Ding! The great sage of Qingtian seems to have something to discuss with you. Please return to the monster village promptly. As soon as the system announcement was released, players who were engaged in various tasks immediately stopped what they were doing. Huh? I just received a system notification. Did you all get it? A pig demon player who was chopping trees suddenly spoke up mid-swing. A bird demon next to him, also chopping trees, hurriedly replied, I got it too. What's going on? Is there a new quest? Shall we go take a look? Another player chopping trees asked. Of course. It's the early stage of the game. We can't miss any opportunity. Let's hurry and check it out. Then what about this tree? We've chopped it halfway. Can a tree run away? Let's go. As they spoke, the group of players with axes headed toward the monster village. Not far away, a group of players hunting wild boars with bone spears also abandoned their ongoing hunt. Soon 50 players returned to the Langlang Mountain monster village together. At this point, 2 hours had passed since they entered the journey to the West World. During these 2 hours, they had already fallen in love with the game, even though there was currently no clear leveling system, and even though they still weren't particularly familiar with the game, and even though they had only engaged in low-level tasks like stone-moving, tree chopping, and wild boar hunting. However, the game's openness and freedom were simply too high. They could do whatever they wanted, and even just walking through the forest felt fresh and exciting. Swinging the axe to chop trees allowed them to forget all worries of the real world, releasing the pressures of the day. Hunting wild boars with bone spears gave them a sense of traveling back to prehistoric civilization. One player who was fishing even took the time to fish in a small river next to the monster village. To his surprise, he caught fish continuously in this river, something he couldn't do in the real world. In their own words, compared to this game, all games on the market in Blue Star are trash. Because of this, when they gathered in the plaza of the monster village, they were still discussing some of their new discoveries. I found out that I can set traps in this game. I just took down 2 wild boars using traps. What does that count for? I discovered a poisonous plant that when smeared on wild fruit will kill wild boars shortly after they eat it. It's much more effective than your traps. How did you find out that the plant was poisonous? Were you studying botany in real life? Not at all. I was bored, pulled one out and put it in my mouth, and then I found out. Brothers, I discovered a saltpeter mine in the back mountain. I was wondering if I could make some explosives. If I can make explosives, it would make both mining and hunting much easier. Is anyone interested in coming with me to get some saltpeter? I'll quietly tell you that fish also count as prey. I just found an excellent fishing spot over there with incredibly rich resources, but 2 large black bears are guarding it. I'm planning to find a way to kill them. Once we occupy that prime fishing spot, we can continuously refresh hunting tasks. You can't treat this game as just a game. All its rules are the same as in the real world, and there are so many places worth exploring. What we're playing is reality. Just as the players were excitedly discussing their gaming experiences, Qin Tian, clad in armor and wielding a thick heavy sword, strode in with a commanding presence, leading a group of small leaders from the monster village, appearing before the players. As soon as he appeared, all the players' gazes were fixed on him. As the players looked at Qin Tian with curiosity, his gaze also turned towards them. Although the players appeared like refugees at the moment, their expressions and eyes were filled with excitement. At this moment, General Bai Lang, who stood beside Qin Tian, spoke up. "My king, where did you find this group of little monsters? They truly are quite peculiar." "Oh, what is peculiar about them? They seem tireless, relentlessly chopping trees, hunting and building houses, and they often come to me asking for tasks. Do not mind them. They are like this. If they come to you for tasks in the future, just casually assign them something to do. Don't worry about tiring them out, and then reward them with something as well. Is that really okay, my king? They won't run away from exhaustion, will they?" General Bai Lang had a worried look on his face. "No, the more you let them work, the more excited they become." Qin Tian replied with a smile. After speaking, he drove the heavy broadsword he held into the ground, shattering a large slate beneath it. The next moment he spoke in a deep voice. "Little ones, the Wild Dog Ridge monster lair has frequently invaded our Langlang Mountain. Today their Poisonous Fang King has issued a challenge to me, demanding that Langlang Mountain submit to them. Can you agree to this matter?" As soon as Qin Tian finished speaking, the little monsters in the lair erupted in righteous indignation, shouting, "We will not agree. We will not agree." The newly arrived players noticed Qin Tian's words, and then looked at the excited Langlang Mountain monsters, instantly realizing what was happening. "It looks like a fight is about to break out. I understand. This is definitely a triggered regional event. Is there a battle mission so soon? I still don't know what the battle system of this game is like. When can we learn skills? We can't even handle the wild monsters in the novice village right now. Exactly, if we hadn't been lucky, we would have been wiped out by a wild monster just now. I've never played a game with such high difficulty before." "Very well. It seems everyone is quite spirited, but having spirit alone isn't enough. One must also have strength and capability." Qin Tian paced back and forth, holding the broadsword. "Since there is nothing else to do today, I will teach you some skills. General Bai Lang, Manbull Vanguard, step forward." As soon as Qin Tian finished speaking, General Bai Lang and Manbull Vanguard, the small leaders of Langlang Mountain's monster lair, stepped out from behind him. Both of them had reached the second layer of refining chi, and while they were not strong, they were significantly stronger than the average little monsters. "My king." The two stood respectfully in front of Qin Tian. "You two will practice with me. Do not hold back, use your full strength." "Yes, my king." After responding, they each took out their weapons. General Bai Lang wielded a pair of curved swords, while Manbull Vanguard held a massive axe. "Let's begin." The next moment, General Bai Lang initiated the attack, springing into the air over 10 meters high, slashing at Qin Tian with 2 cold beams of light from his dual swords. On the other side, Manbull Vanguard charged towards Qin Tian, lowering his head while holding the massive axe. The two encircled him from left and right. In the face of their attacks, Qin Tian did not even move. He punched towards General Bai Lang's dual swords, while raising the broadsword horizontally in front of his chest. Clang! With a loud sound, Manbull Vanguard's sharp horns collided with Qin Tian's broadsword. Ding! General Bai Lang's dual swords also struck Qin Tian's fist, but their sharpness could not even scratch his skin. In the moment of blocking their attacks, Qin Tian suddenly let out a tiger's roar, and instantly a surge of inner energy, mixed with demonic power, erupted from within his body. In an instant, Manbull Vanguard and General Bai Lang were sent flying over 10 meters away. As they landed, Qin Tian shook his head and said, "You are simply too weak. General Bai Lang, your speed is quick, but your attacks lack rhythm. As for Manbull, your strength is great, yet you only rely on brute force. How can such strength help grow Langlang Mountain?" Upon hearing Qin Tian's words, General Bai Lang and Manbull Vanguard, who had just managed to get back up, showed expressions of shame. "Very well, let me show you how this king fights." As he spoke, Qin Tian's eyes turned sharp, and the heavy broadsword which had been planted on the ground was now resting on his shoulder. The next moment he moved, wielding the heavy broadsword, which weighed over 100 pounds, transforming it into a dazzling arc of light. He demonstrated the Gale Blade technique at the peak stage in front of all the monster soldiers and players present. With a slash, the gale swept through, and the 3-meter-long blade aura split a large slate in half. With a movement, he shifted several meters as if teleporting. Once he finished showcasing a complete set of the Gale Blade technique, the area, within a radius of 20 meters around him, was filled with terrifying blade marks. Faced with this situation, not only the monsters of Langlang Mountain but the players also could not contain themselves. Their expressions ranged from excitement to exhilaration. After a significant while, they finally reacted, and the 50 players on site erupted in excitement. "Wow! That was so damn cool! The battle movements are incredibly fluid. This is the strength of the Great Sage of Heaven. If an NPC from the Novice Village is this powerful, then the combat power level in this world is quite high. Now that's what I call action design. What about the action design in other games? Just the set of combat movements that the Great Sage of Heaven just used is enough for other game companies in Blue Star to learn from for 100 years. Indeed, the so-called real-time combat games currently are still too rigid, with most still stuck in the stationary damage-dealing stage. This is just for us to watch. What he used just now was definitely a high-level skill. Isn't that how most games work? I suddenly realized this game is a completely realistic simulation virtual game, and the combat system is definitely not like traditional online games that rely on standing still to cast skills. How one fights depends entirely on the player. When can we learn skills? As the players excitedly discussed, Qin Tian's voice sounded again. "What I just demonstrated was my unique skill, the Gale Blade technique. Next I will slowly demonstrate it several times. How much you can learn will depend on yourselves." Having said this, Qin Tian began to demonstrate the Gale Blade technique once more for the monster soldiers and generals present, this time at a much slower pace than before. Seeing this, the players instinctively began to learn as well, and as they practiced, all players received a system notification. "You are observing the Great Sage of Heaven's demonstration of martial arts. The skill system is officially unlocked. Do you wish to proceed to learn?" Upon receiving this notification, the players could not help but rejoice. Without a second thought, they opened the just unlocked skill interface. The first thing that caught their eyes were the Gale Blade technique in a locked state alongside the Guiyuan Gong and Panshir Gong. Upon seeing the Gale Blade technique, all the players became excited. Just moments ago, the players were admiring the Wind Blade technique, demonstrated by Qin Tian, and now they could learn the skill themselves, which left them utterly thrilled. Isn't this a bit too hardcore for a beginner skill? Isn't this the technique just used by the Great Sage of the Sky? Aren't beginner skills usually just basic slashes or heavy strikes? Why does this game start off with such an impressive skill? We're not learning a watered-down version, are we? Well, find out once we try it. Learning skills also requires reputation. Thankfully, I just completed several quests, so my reputation is barely enough. But what is this Ling Yun? Does anyone know? You don't know. You can earn Ling Yun by killing monsters. Any creature will do, be it wild boars, rabbits, or even fish from the water. Just kill them to get Ling Yun. Not just that, I even got Ling Yun for stepping on a bug. Damn. My reputation is sufficient, but I lack Ling Yun. I really want to learn the Wind Blade technique. Me too. Should we team up to farm for Ling Yun? Let's go. At this moment, the players were already quite impatient. As soon as Qin Tian announced the disbandment, they eagerly rushed out of the monster lair and into the surrounding forests. After all, most players only had a few Ling Yun on hand, and those players chopping wood and building houses hadn't even acquired any Ling Yun yet. Once they entered the forest, they each found a spot to start farming for Ling Yun. Some players were quite aggressive, immediately searching for large animals in the woods. Others were more cautious, specifically looking for small beasts and insects, with some even boiling water and pouring it into ant nests. Once a kettle of boiling water was poured in, a flurry of notifications immediately popped up. You have gained 0. 1 Ling Yun. You have gained 0. 1 Ling Yun. Some players found a field mouse burrow blocked all entrances, and then placed smoke in the remaining opening. After a short while of exposure to the smoke, fat field mice started to emerge from the burrow, and one by one they were taken down. When Qin Tian witnessed this scene, he couldn't help but shake his head. These players are truly terrifying. Each one is a living reaper. No wonder they're called disasters. Right now they lack strength, but once they gain it, they'll likely find a way to eliminate anything they see for Ling Yun. After saying this, he concealed his presence. Just as he left, a player struck down a field mouse with a bat. Haha, took another one down. 5 Ling Yun credited. This game is just too fun. As soon as the player finished speaking, another player beside him excitedly nodded in agreement. Absolutely. Other games can't compare. I could spend the whole night catching field mice. These field mice are so plump and big. They should taste great once roasted. Can we eat them? Can we eat food in this game? Of course. I've tried it already. We have taste, and if we eat too much we even get full. This game is simply amazing. That's incredible. Should we roast one to try? Let's not try just yet. I think I've saved enough Ling Yun. I have enough too. Let's not think about eating field mice for now. Let's see what this skill in the game is all about. I still need a bit more. Hurry up and learn the skill. Once you're done, show us what the wind blade technique is like. Alright. After saying this, a player with the ID of Big Cousin hurriedly opened the skill panel, choosing to learn the wind blade technique without hesitation. To his surprise, after learning the wind blade technique, a wealth of memories instantly flooded into his mind, all related to the wind blade technique. Once this bundle of memories merged with his own, his eyes widened in astonishment. His teammate noticed his expression and quickly asked, "So did you learn it? Quickly demonstrate it for us." Yes, show us." Hearing his teammate's Big Cousin finally snapped back to reality. The skills in this game seem to be quite different from what we imagined. How are they different? The curiosity among the group grew. It's very different. I feel like I have some extra knowledge in my head. Forget it, I can't explain it. I'll just show you. With that, Big Cousin picked up a random twig nearby and demonstrated the wind blade technique in front of his teammates. As he flawlessly performed the complete wind blade technique, all his teammates stared wide-eyed. Wow, you can do that too. Bro, what do you do in the real world? Are you a martial artist? No way, isn't this just the technique previously used by the great sage of the sky? Although it's much weaker, could it be that you are a martial arts prodigy? Seeing Big Cousin finish the technique panting heavily, he shook his head repeatedly. Do you believe me when I say I just learned this? Right after I learned the wind blade technique, I felt like I had truly practiced it before. It was as if someone forcefully implanted this technique into my mind. It's a feeling that's hard to describe. You'll understand once you learn it yourself. After hearing his words, the nearby players exchanged glances. Is that real? I have to try it too. I just need a bit more Ling Yun. I'll go kill a few more field mice. To verify whether what Big Cousin said was true, the nearby players hurriedly began to give it a try. Once they also learned the wind blade technique like Big Cousin, their jaws nearly dropped in disbelief. I can't believe it, I really have a technique in my head. Oh my god, what kind of black technology is this that can directly deliver knowledge into my mind? Incredible. This game is phenomenal. This technique doesn't seem fake at all. Surely the game developers didn't hire martial arts masters to design these moves, did they? I just want to know one thing, can the memories related to this technique be brought back to the real world? If they can, then I could also use this technique in reality. If that's the case, this game is just insane. As they were astonished by the wind blade technique flooding their minds, other players gradually accumulated enough Ling Yun and reputation to learn the technique as well. Soon they discovered the same issue. The entire player community erupted. Within moments, 50 players spontaneously gathered to hold a meeting among themselves. In a valley behind Langlang Mountain, 50 players had assembled in neat ranks, debating the nature of certain skills. A wolf demon player whose ID read Qingtian Dasheng spoke first. I train in martial arts in the real world, he began with measured confidence. I can tell you without hesitation that the Qingfeng blade technique is no invention. It is a meticulously crafted martial art. Every move and posture is ingeniously designed, and it is supremely effective in actual combat. So you mean the Qingfeng blade technique is a genuine martial manual? Another player asked in bewilderment. Exactly, Qingtian Dasheng nodded. He went on, in the real world this Quangfing blade technique would be considered a divine art, the sort of thing even a state might forbid. That impressed everyone greatly. Then what about the other two skills? Are they comparable? Has anyone learned Guiyuan Gong or Pancher Gong? Players glanced at one another, curious and expectant. At that moment a player whose ID was Wadijiaga Zedongbei raised his hand. I learned Pancher Gong, he stammered. The words stopped the group and all eyes turned toward him. Brother, why did you choose that skill? Do you mean Pancher Gong is stronger than the Quangfing blade technique? He chuckled awkwardly. Not really, he admitted. I clicked the wrong option. Clicked it by mistake. Wadijiaga Zedongbei scratched his head sheepishly. Still, you must admit Pancher Gong does have something to it. How so? Quangkan Yidiaji asked, intrigued. After learning Pancher Gong my strength increased markedly, and my defense seems much sturdier than before, he explained. To prove his point, Wadijiaga Zedongbei casually lifted a slab of rock weighing 400 or 500 jin, and with effortless strength hurled it more than 10 meters away. The assembled players clicked their tongues in astonishment at the sight. Although their bodies were those of the demonkin in the game, their strength had not been much greater than ordinary humans. Otherwise they would not earlier have been put to flight by a wild boar. Now the strength Wadijiaga Zedongbei displayed exceeded theirs by far. It seemed each of the three skills had its own emphasis. The Quangfing blade technique leaned toward offense, Pancher Gong toward defense, and Guiyuan Gong must have its own special utility. This game skill system is truly unlike traditional games, Quangkan Yidiaji murmured deep in thought. I boldly suspect there are no rigid classes or job changes in this world. I agree, another player said. In battle you cannot simply stand still and spam skills like in old online games. Combat here must be dynamic. Suddenly one player vanished from his spot, as if snatched by the air, and the others frowned in puzzlement. Where did he go? Someone asked. How did he just disappear? Could he have logged off? No sooner had the words fallen than the missing player reappeared in the same place. When he returned, an unaccountable excitement lit his face. Brothers, I made a major discovery, he announced. What discovery? The others hurried around him, eager. I logged off for a moment and returned to the real world, he said, and I actually brought the memory of the Quangfing blade technique back with me. I can use it in the real world as well. A ripple of astonishment swept the group like thunder. No way. Skills from the game can be used in the real world. It is true, he assured them. More real than real gold. If you don't believe me, log off and try it yourself. Absolutely genuine. Then I'll log off and try, several voices said in rapid succession. Almost every player chose to log off at once. Meanwhile, in Yu province of the Longhua on the Blue Star, in a martial hall named Xinbang Wuguan, a burly young man suddenly opened his eyes. The first thing he did was remove the game helmet clinging to his head, then he dashed with all speed to the training room. He took up a practice saber, his body a blur of movement. With a single swift sequence, he unleashed a razor-sharp blade technique as if ripped from the wind itself. In an instant, the training room shimmered with flashing steel. When he finished, the entire form and exhilaration he had never known before spread across his face. It's real, he breathed. The skills from the game can truly be performed in the real world. If the Quangfing blade technique can be brought back, then Guiyuan Gong and Pancher Gong surely can as well. What kind of game is this? The young man's name was Chan Zhua. He came from a martial family whose ancestors had served as masters for generations. From childhood, he loved the martial arts, and after university, he followed his father's footsteps to teach at the family hall Xinbang Wuguan. Alas, traditional martial arts had fallen into decline and hardly anyone came to Xinbang anymore. The hall's roster numbered only 20 or 30 students. If things continued this way, the school would likely have to close its doors. Now Chan Zhua glimpsed a thread of hope. If he could bring the martial arts from Haishanhua into the real world, recruiting students would no longer be a problem. Perhaps he could even revive Longguo's martial tradition. No, I must hurry back into the game, he told himself. I need to grind more Lingyun and raise my reputation and learn Guiyuan Gong and Pancher Gong as soon as possible. With that, he strode back to his room and donned the Haishanhua helmet again at top speed. When his eyes opened again, he found himself back in the world of Haishanhua. Without a word, he ran toward the Langlang Mountain Yao stronghold to pursue quests. At the same time, in a mansion in Modu of Longhua, a blonde youth in his early 20s slowly removed his helmet. After taking off the helmet, he picked up a custom-made blade. He had spent a fortune on the weapon called Shuangji Aishang, and began to execute from memory the Quangfing blade technique. To his surprise, despite a childhood of frailty and little exercise, he managed to perform the entire set of motions for the Quangfing blade technique. Although he collapsed afterward, utterly exhausted, an unprecedented smile lit his face. It is true, these blade forms can be brought back into the real world. Does that mean, he wondered aloud, that if I find a life-extending art in the game, I could bring it back and practice it here, perhaps escaping death itself? He propped himself back on the bed, wiped the sweat from his face, and pulled the helmet over his head once more. Back in Haishanhua, he, like Chunjua, immediately returned to questing to increase his reputation. Almost all the other players behaved likewise. A game that can affect the real world. Any fool could see what that might mean. If one could seize the opportunity, one might well take off in the real world. Not every player rushed back into the Haishanhua world. One exceptional player chose to remain in the real world. In a rented room in Jiangxing, a young woman sat in a wheelchair, her legs gone, editing video on her computer. To her right sat a Haishanhua game helmet. At that moment she was connecting the helmet to her computer with a data cable. If one looked closely, the video she was editing turned out to be footage she had recorded in the game. Her name was Li Ningning. At 8 she lost both legs in a car accident, and had been confined to a wheelchair ever since. Through her own efforts she finished university and became a game streamer. Without a distinctive personality, her streams had always been lukewarm. A few hours earlier she had received a Haishanhua helmet, and thought at first it was a prank. Stepping into the game, she soon realized she had been wrong. In the real world she could not stand, yet in the game she could run and jump. For that reason she enjoyed Haishanhua more than the other 14 players. During gameplay she had discovered the option to record, so upon logging off she tried to connect the helmet to her computer. After some attempts she had actually found a way to link them. In that moment a daring thought took root in her mind. After extensive research, Li Ningning discovered that the game helmet of Black Myth was not merely a device for logging into a game. It allowed direct access to the official game website, game forums, and even the internet to watch videos. It was akin to a headset computer that had traveled from the future. Immediately a question sprang to her mind. Can I live stream Black Myth? Filled with curiosity and anticipation, she began to experiment, and the result was affirmative. After donning the game helmet and logging into Douyin, she found she could indeed livestream the real-time gameplay of Black Myth. This discovery brought her immense joy. It was easy to imagine the traffic and attention she would garner if she could livestream this virtual game that was so close to reality. At that time she might just soar to great heights, becoming a top-tier streamer. She was extremely confident in this, as there were no competitors in this arena, and similarly Black Myth had no rivals. Even if she played casually, countless viewers would tune in. Originally she had planned to start streaming immediately, but after some thought she changed her mind. I should warm up first, share some game videos, and then announce a live stream preview. Determined, she found the previous teaser from the official Black Myth website, added a title to it, and directly posted it on her Douyin account. The title read, "The era of virtual games has arrived. Are you still playing traditional online games? Come and check out this game that is nearly realistic." After posting this video she quickly exported and edited the gameplay footage she had recorded in the game. Once edited, she similarly posted it on her Douyin account. The title of this video was Black Myth New Player Gameplay. Can you believe this is a game? After publishing, she did not pay any more attention to it, as she had more important matters to attend to. Grabbing the game helmet beside her, Li Ningning eagerly put it on. Not only because the game was fun, but also because she had gained a new lease on life in this game. When she returned to the world of Journey to the West at the demonic village of Langlang Mountain, the village was bustling with activity. Almost all the players were busy frantically completing the construction tasks of the village. The area to the left of the village was nearly filled with trees that players had chopped down from the back mountain. To the right, there was a mountain of prey, wild boars, rabbits, wild chickens, and baskets full of fish. Faced with such a situation, General Bai Lang and Vanguard Man Yo were somewhat bewildered. In the past, those little demons in the village would act as if their lives were on the line when asked to chop a few trees or gather some firewood. They would either slack off or sleep when they ventured into the mountains, ultimately bringing back just a couple of rotten logs. As for hunting, with their dull minds, they could hardly catch anything. It was common to go hungry for 3 days. They had never witnessed such diligent little demons. Why not tell the king to let these little demons take a break? The village has enough wood now. We also have enough food. Don't exhaust these little demons. If they tire out, who will work for the village? However, when they reported the situation to Qin Tian, he merely replied with 3 words, "Let them work." General Bai Lang and Vanguard Man Yo were momentarily stunned. "My king, it's not that we don't want them to work. It's that there's no work left for them in the village. Yes, the prey they brought back is enough for us to eat for half a month." Is there that much? No worries, if there's enough wood, let them go quarrying for stones. If there's enough meat, let them go farming. Once the houses are built, let them go fortifying the walls. If there's really nothing to do, you can let them forge weapons and create armor, shields and bows. Don't let them idle around. This. Hearing Qin Tian's words, General Bai Lang and Vanguard Man Yo exchanged glances. In the end, they followed Qin Tian's orders to assign new tasks to the players. The two were initially worried that adding so many tasks would upset the players, but soon realized that they had overthought it. After they posted the quarrying, farming, forging, and crafting tasks, the players were not only willing but were even more excited than before. New tasks are here, brothers. Wow, there's even a farming task. I love farming. I won't go chopping trees anymore. You fool, you can farm while chopping trees. It won't hold you back at all. Exactly, the game time syncs with reality. You don't think it's like other games where you can farm for a few minutes and be done. You can fish while farming, and during your downtime you can chop a couple of trees. You won't have to worry about being idle all day. Wow, there's forging, which means I can finally work the iron in the game. I've watched so many blacksmith competitions, and now I have a chance to use those skills. I want to forge a weapon for myself. Are we saying these tasks might relate to future side professions? Very likely. Let's take on the new tasks. 50 players like perpetual motion machines tirelessly engaged in various tasks within the village. Any work that appeared tedious and exhausting to General Bai Lang and Vanguard Man Yo was a brand new experience for the players and brought them great enjoyment. Not to mention that they could gain prestige while completing these tasks. After observing the players' diligence, Qin Tian also conceived an idea. How about adding some rewards for them? He then accessed the system's backend and located the leaderboard feature in the player module. After some editing, he added a prestige leaderboard for the players. Those at the top of the leaderboard could not only earn exclusive titles, but also gain unique appearances. The title for the first rank was Supreme Whirlwind of Langlang Mountain, while ranks 2 to 5 were Little Whirlwinds of Langlang Mountain. Titles could be displayed above players' heads. The Supreme Whirlwind had a golden font, while the Little Whirlwinds had a red font. Neither the Supreme Whirlwind nor the Little Whirlwinds conferred any attribute bonuses. In addition, the first-ranked player would receive a set of non-attribute clothing, which was essentially armor that Qin Tian had randomly found from the treasury. Once the prestige leaderboard was set up, he opened the achievement module within the player template. He added over 100 achievements such as Wild Boar Slayer, Lumberjack Expert, and Fishing Master. Players could activate these achievements by completing a certain number of tasks. Achievements also did not confer attributes, but each achievement could grant a certain number of achievement points. These points could be exchanged for various items in the achievement shop. Qin Tian directly tossed all the junk from the treasury into the achievement shop. Meanwhile, all online players received a system notification. Ding! Game update complete. This update adds leaderboard functionality, opens the prestige ranking, introduces an achievement system, and opens the achievement shop. Please check the specific update details on your own. Upon hearing this system notification, the players were clearly taken aback. Is that it for the update? Wasn't there supposed to be maintenance? Black Myth is awesome. Players already brimming with enthusiasm grew even more exhilarated upon reading the latest update. Yet most players fixed their attention on the prestige leaderboard, its rewards proving just as alluring as those tied to achievements. Leaving aside everything else, the radiant title Chief Wind Sifter alone was irresistible. A player named AAA Construction Wang Zong immediately sought out fellow players to secure the top rank. Brothers and sisters, I've claimed the one prestige title and its exclusive attire. How about this? I'll buy your quest materials at premium prices. Fish you've caught, timber you've felled, stone you've quarried. I'll purchase it all at top dollar. If you trust me, add my contact. I'll create a private group. Once you sell your items, I'll transfer payment instantly. Inkhat. Prices are negotiable. And this isn't limited to today's quest materials. I'll buy any rare loot you acquire in-game, always at generous rates. As Construction Wang Zong spoke, the surrounding players exchanged bewildered glances. Some hesitated, or others felt their pulses quicken. A few began envisioning ways to monetize the game itself. Right? Once publicly launched, Black Myth will stand unrivaled worldwide. Effectively a second reality. Big investors will flood in. I'm seriously considering quitting my job to become a full-time in-game gold farmer. Absolutely. With Black Myth's unparalleled quality and its status as the world's sole fully immersive virtual experience, global stardom is inevitable. Forget gold farming, seize early dominance, then guide legions of newcomers. You'll amass wealth beyond measure. I was just about to log off for work. Now I think I'll resign instead. What are you thinking? Work? Securing a Black Myth neural helmet is already a celestial blessing. Holding down a job would be sheer folly. No more talk. I'm logging off now to call my boss and quit. Done. You've inspired me. I'm quitting too. Full-time Black Myth life starts today. I'll go speak with my academic advisor about a leave of absence. Sunrise must have broken. Time for breakfast and a shower, then back to grinding. Suggestions: stock up on ready-to-eat meals. Minimize time spent in the physical world. Wait. Has anyone noticed we feel utterly refreshed after logging out? Not the slightest fatigue. Like we've just awakened from deep restorative slumber. I noticed that too. Could it be that our bodies and minds enter profound rest the moment we enter the game? If so, we'd only need to log out for essentials. Meals, restroom breaks, nothing more. No more chatter. I'm off for breakfast. Even as they spoke, waves of players logged out. Some directly contacting Construction Wangzong to sell gathered quest materials and join his newly formed chat group. The real world had advanced to day 2. As players predicted, despite an entire night immersed in black myth, neither their bodies nor minds bore any trace of exhaustion. Only heightened vitality. Some rushed to attend to mundane needs, meals, hygiene errands, while others submitted resignations or applied for academic leaves. One thought consumed them all: resolve earthly affairs swiftly, then return without delay to the world of black myth. My lord, disaster, the minor demons you recruited, they've vanished. A voice rang out from outside the cave residence. White Wolf General bursting in as Qin Tian reviewed his system interface. Qin Tian turned sharply to see White Wolf General Dasheng and flustered and breathless. What's the emergency? Has Poison Fang King attacked again? No, my lord. It's the minor demons. In the blink of an eye they disappeared. Did they flee? Hearing this, Qin Tian froze. Then instantly understood. Calm yourself. They haven't fled. They've merely logged out. They'll return shortly. Logged out. White Wolf General blinked, perplexed by the unfamiliar term. Yes, logged out. Think of it as their brief departure to another realm. This will happen often. No cause for alarm. I see. White Wolf General nodded slowly, half comprehending. Very well. Dismissed. This sovereign has matters to attend to. Understood, my lord. White Wolf General bowed and departed. The moment he left, Qin Tian rose from his stone throne. Mass logouts, so it's day 2 now. Likely they've returned to jobs or studies. Ah. If only I could return to Blue Star. Ah, I can access Blue Star's network. Let's see what the wider world is saying. With that, he reopened his system interface. He discovered this capability by accident. Originally intending only to edit content on the official game website and forums, he found he could navigate freely across Blue Star's web ecosystem. He could even enter the web version of Douyin, the sole detail that brought him quiet solace. Though this Blue Star wasn't the one he'd left behind, its essence remained strikingly familiar. Qin Tian assumed Black Myth's global rollout, less than a day old, would have stirred little reaction. Yet typing Black Myth into the search bar left him stunned. The top video already boasted hundreds of thousands of likes. Closer inspection revealed it was none other than the official cinematic trailer, generated by the system itself. Posted by user Black Myth Ning Ning at 2 a.m. It was now 8 a.m. Blue Star time. Just 6 hours elapsed since upload. 6 hours, 380000 likes. Undeniably viral. This must be a player upload. How did it explode so fast? Curiosity piqued. Qin Tian clicked into the uploader's profile and immediately grasped the truth, a knowing smile spreading across his face. So, he's a game streamer. No wonder the first 50 players include such diverse talents. Excellent. Let him promote Black Myth freely. More players means more hands to labor in the journey to the West Realm. Now, let's see how the world responds. He tapped open the video's comments section. The video garnered a total of 86000 comments, and the comment section was quite lively, all praising this video. The top pinned comment was posted by the uploader themselves. This is not a movie clip. This is a game CG. The game's name is Black Myth. Those curious about this game can check out the streamer's other videos. The following comments were made by viewers. Does anyone know which movie this shot is from? It's truly breathtaking. Same here. God knows how excited I was when I saw this video in the middle of the night. When did our domestic special effects reach this level? This completely crushes those Hollywood blockbusters. If you didn't say it was special effects, I would have thought it was real filming. This fighting, these details, how much money did it take to create this? Are you all blind? The streamer already said this is not a movie scene, this is game CG. Does no one have corneas? What? This is game CG. When did our Dragon Country release such an amazing game? Maybe it was made by a foreign team. Black Myth. I've never heard of it. If the in-game effects are as good as the CG, then this game is definitely top tier. Streamer, where can I download this game? Can it be played on mobile? I want to play. I couldn't find this game in the app market. It can't be non-existent, right? Let's not talk about how this game is. Just this CG is already amazing. I got goosebumps while watching. It would suffice to be shown in theaters. How is this game played? Is it a PC game or a console game? What kind of configuration is needed? Streamer show a small controller. Virtual game, is it real? Without a doubt, this high-quality promotional video attracted a large number of netizens, sparking immense interest in Black Myth, a game they had never heard of. Many netizens were inquiring about where they could play this game. After watching this video, Qin Tian casually opened the second pinned video by the uploader. Although this video wasn't as popular as the first one, it still garnered nearly 300,000 likes. To his surprise, this video turned out to be recorded from within the game, and he even saw himself in it. Does the game helmet have a built-in recording function? That's great. After being surprised, he began to watch seriously. The video features a rabbit demon player from a first-person perspective documenting her quest in the game. It was also accompanied by an AI voiceover. When you guys see this video, you must be shocked. Not to mention you, even the main creator is quite surprised. Let me reiterate, this is not a movie clip. It is a recording from inside the Black Myth game. That's right, although hard to believe, Black Myth is indeed a fully immersive virtual MMORPG that is neither a mobile game nor a PC game, but rather one that requires a game helmet to log in. When I first entered the game, I even doubted I had crossed over. Alright everyone, this video ends here. There are still a few more videos I recorded in the game. This game is truly a miracle in gaming history. I absolutely love Black Myth. If the comment section of the previous video was lively, then this video's comment section was beyond description. The netizens in the comment section exploded. What the hell? A virtual game? Like those games in early internet novels where you wear a helmet? Has our country really developed such black technology? When I saw the streamer's previous video, I thought she was joking, but now you tell me this game is indeed a virtual game. This couldn't have been filmed in some deep mountain, right? At the current technological level of Blue Star, it would take at least 100 years to produce something like a virtual game. It doesn't seem fake. You can tell from the other players nearby. If it were fake, the cost would be astronomical. Their suits alone must cost tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands each. I don't think it looks fake either. I know this streamer is just a small streamer and doesn't have the capability to create such things. Suits cost money, sets cost money, actors cost money. If it were fake, the cost would be at least over 10 million. If this is indeed a real recording from within the Black Myth game, then this game is truly amazing. What difference does it have from the real world? Could it be that such black technology already exists in this world? This game looks so interesting. The freedom is so high. You can do whatever you want. What's the difference from crossing over? Only a fool would believe this. How could such a game exist in this world? If it were real, I would directly eat it. Streamer, give me a game link so I can check it out. I want a game helmet. In the comment section, some were shocked, some were skeptical, some were curious, and some were hopeful. Of course, more were asking for game access. No one would be uninterested in a legendary virtual game. Just the hype of being a virtual game would attract countless people, even if the game content turned out to be terrible. Moreover, from the game videos released by this streamer, Black Myth not only boasts exceptionally high realism, but also offers immense freedom and a rich variety of gameplay. Each of these aspects is enough to draw in a large crowd of gaming enthusiasts. The subsequent videos released by the uploader further showcased the various gameplay elements of Black Myth. Chopping trees, fishing, hunting, farming, and the game features NPCs that look indistinguishable from real people along with cool combat skills. These video contents not only further confirmed that Black Myth is a genuinely existing virtual game, but also showcased its rich and engaging gameplay to those netizens. Under each video, a large number of netizens gathered, eagerly urging for more content, while inquiring about how to obtain the game helmet. As a result, the uploader had to inform them about the existence of the Black Myth official website and forum. In addition, she also announced a live broadcast preview in a recently updated video. The main creator has seen all your requests for more content and has noted some of your questions. Today at noon, the main creator will host a live broadcast to answer your questions and also showcase the game's content live. At that time, everyone will be able to better understand the Black Myth game. You are all welcome to visit the main creator's live stream. As soon as the live broadcast preview was released, it immediately sparked intense anticipation among many netizens interested in Black Myth. When Qin Tian saw this live broadcast preview, he couldn't help but have some thoughts. This is a great opportunity for external promotion. I must utilize it well. To Qin Tian, there could never be too many players. Those 50 players had already contributed over 200 points of world origin in half a day. Given a full day, that number would easily swell to 500. If an average player supplies 10 points of world origin per day, 500 players yield 5,000 points and 5,000 players yield 50,000. Once the player base grew, his strength would climb steadily even if he lay sleeping inside the Yaozhai, rising almost by itself. To expand the player base, he had to both nurture the existing veterans and continuously attract newcomers. Videos about He Shenhua on Douyin had already stirred massive curiosity among netizens. If they served up a bit more sensational material, people would be all the more eager to experience this epical virtual game. At that thought, Qin Tian's gaze unconsciously drifted toward the direction of Yi Goling. Since that was the case, launch a defense of the Yaozhai, let the monsters of Yi Goling assault Langlang Mountain, and have that streamer livestream the entire defense. It will be utterly thrilling. It would also give players a taste of true combat. With that, he shouted outside the cave dwelling for General White Wolf. No sooner had he finished than General White Wolf came scampering in. "My lord!" Qin Tian ordered, "Go to the nearby Yi Goling, slay a few of their demon soldiers at random, and toss the bodies into their Yaozhai." Hearing Qin Tian's words, the general instantly brightened. "My lord, have you finally decided to strike back at Yi Goling? Shall I bring more brothers and assault their Yaozhai directly?" "No." Qin Tian shook his head. "You need only do precisely as I command." Although puzzled, General White Wolf nodded and set off toward Yi Goling. No sooner had he left than Qin Tian opened the game's official site and began composing an announcement. Shortly he finished drafting a notice: limited time instance defense of Langlang Mountain is imminent. The merit system is officially open. Slay the invading demon soldiers besieging Langlang Mountain to earn vast merits redeemable for mysterious rewards. After the defense of Langlang Mountain concludes, the first raid instance Yi Goling will unlock. Clearing it grants abundant Lingyun spiritual resonance, Yaozhai reputation, powerful equipment, special skills, and exclusive costume titles. Defeating the final boss, Duya Duang Poison Fang King, may drop high-value items, such as game helmet redemption codes and guild founding tokens. Information about the Yi Goling raid can be found in the official website's data section. Having finished the announcement, he posted it on the He Shenhua official website and forum. After thinking it over, he registered an official He Shenhua Douyin account and synchronized the announcement there. Players should notice soon. When they log in again, he would give them a grand surprise. As he spoke, Qin Tian split his cavernous maw into a grin bearing rows of fangs. Meanwhile, far away at Xinbang Wuguan in the Blue Star Long Kingdom, player Chunjua was demonstrating to the students the Quangfing blade technique he had just learned in the game. When he executed the entire set of the Quangfing blade technique, the students' eyes widened, and one by one they began to clap and cheer. Not only were the students astonished, an elderly white-haired man standing at the hall's entrance likewise wore an expression of disbelief. The old man was Chan Hinyen. Chanju's grandfather, and a renowned martial artist of the Long Kingdom. He had begun training at 3, and was 89 this year, a celebrated grandmaster in the nation's martial arts circles. As a martial grandmaster, he could immediately discern that Chanjua had displayed an exceptionally superior blade art. Its subtlety surpassed every martial method he had ever seen, and its practical effectiveness utterly dominated. After sending the students off to train, Chen Hinyen walked straight up to Chanjua. "Grandfather, what brings you here?" Chanjua asked in surprise. Since taking up the hall's teaching duties, Chen Hinyen had retired to the background and seldom appeared. "Don't concern yourself with why I'm here," he said. "First tell me where you learned that blade set." Chan Hinyen looked at Chanjua with eyes like lightning. "You saw it just now. Even if you hadn't asked, I intended to tell you." Chanjua casually returned the long blade to the rack, then led Chan Hinyen over to the resting area. Once Chan Hinyen was seated, Chanjua spoke calmly. "You may not believe it, but I learned this blade set inside a game." The words left Chan Hinyen momentarily stunned. "A game?" "Yes, a game. This blade art is a skill within the game called Quangfing blade technique. After I learned it in the game, memories of the technique appeared in my mind." Chanjua spoke earnestly, but Chan Hinyen remained incredulous. "How could that be? How could a skill from a game be transferred into the real world? Are you trying to deceive me?" "How could I, grandfather? I would never lie to you. This truly came out of the game." Seeing Chan Hinyen unconvinced, Chanjua hurriedly recounted how he had obtained a He Shenhua game helmet and entered the game's interior. The more Chan Hinyen listened, the more bewildered he became. "You mean the game is like the real world? Inside it you can do whatever you wish? Has our Long Kingdom's technology truly advanced to such a degree?" I didn't believe it at first either until I actually entered the game. I began to suspect this game wasn't developed by Blue Star Corporation at all, but was some alien black technology. If you don't believe me, there are videos. With that, Chanjua found the He Shenhua videos Li Ningning had posted on Douyin. After watching them, the murky old eyes of Chan Qin suddenly shone with keen interest. So such a game truly exists. Xiao Zhuo, go buy your grandfather a game helmet at once. I want to try it, I'm bored to death. Chen Zhuo forced a wry smile. Grandfather, it's not that I don't want to buy one. I simply don't know where to obtain a He Shenhua game helmet. Didn't you see all the comments under those videos pleading for game helmets? I think the game officials will release more access later. Then perhaps they will be available for purchase. I see. Chen Hinyan sounded disappointed. Just then Chen Zhuo's phone buzzed. Picking up the phone, he found a message in the game's chat group, a circle of over 30 He Shenhua players. When he read the message, his eyes lit up. Grandfather, I know how to get a game helmet. I can't talk now, I have to go online. I'll leave these students to you. With that, he dashed to his room at top speed. Not just Chen Zhuo, all players of Black Myth wore an impatient expression at this moment. The reason, of course, was the update announcement released by Qin Tian on the official website. In a certain office building in Demon City, Qingjia was sitting in front of his computer staring blankly at the screen. At this moment, his mind was filled with one thought: should he resign? He had been in this job for 5 years now. If nothing unexpected happened, he would be promoted next month, and his salary would at least double from the current base. He felt a bit reluctant to resign, but if he didn't, he would only be able to play Black Myth after finishing work at 10 o'clock in the evening, which would put him a whole day behind other players. Just as he was caught in this dilemma, a middle-aged man in a suit with an oily face suddenly walked up to him. Chun Jijia, what are you doing? I've been watching you for a while. You've been daydreaming. Have you finished the proposal I assigned to you? Upon hearing this, Chun Jijia immediately prepared to explain. Supervisor. However, before he could complete his sentence, the oily middle-aged man with a serious expression said, Your work attitude has been problematic lately. Don't work on this project for now. Xiao Zhang, you take over Chun Jijia's project. As soon as the oily man finished speaking, a young man from a nearby workstation stood up with a surprised expression. Thank you, uncle. Thank you, supervisor. Don't worry, I will definitely work hard on this project. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Qin Jijia was momentarily stunned, and after realizing what was happening, he stood up from his workstation. What do you mean? This project is already in the final stages. I've completed everything that needs to be done, and now you're letting an intern take over. Chun Jijia, how are you speaking to your superior? What's wrong with an intern? The company values ability over seniority. Besides, you will have plenty of opportunities in the future. Young people shouldn't be so utilitarian. Damn it. I see you just want to hand my achievements over to your nephew. You think no one in the company knows about your relationship. I'm quitting. After saying this with anger, Qin Jijia began to pack his things from his workstation. Meanwhile, the middle-aged oily man looked proud and said, If you don't want to work, there are plenty of people who do. You can easily replace him with a freshly graduated college student. Oh really? Then I'd like to see that. After finishing packing his things, Chun Jijia casually put the computer from his workstation into his bag. Seeing this, the oily man hurriedly shouted, Chun Jijia, what are you doing with the computer? If I'm quitting, I obviously need to take the computer back. You don't forget that the company's office computers are bought by the employees themselves. Do you? After saying this with a sneer, Chun Jijia turned and walked out of the company. At this moment, he was completely determined. He would no longer be a workhorse and would play Black Myth full-time. When he boarded the bus home, he received a group message on his phone. Brothers, big news, Black Myth is about to update again, and it's a major update. Everyone, hurry and check the official website. Forget it, I'll screenshot it for you guys, and you can log in quickly after looking at it. Upon seeing this message, Chun Jijia quickly clicked on the image sent by the other person. The image contained the update announcement. After reading the specific content of the update announcement, his expression was identical to that of Chun Zhuo. At this moment, the group chat named Black Myth Player Internal Communication Group also became lively. So soon they are updating new content again. Raid Dungeon. I'm going, the Novice Village isn't even out yet, and they're already releasing raid dungeons. Is the pace of this game really that fast? Yeah, usually games release such large-scale team dungeons only in the later stages. Why is Black Myth releasing them in the Novice Village stage? Does this mean we can form teams as soon as we log in? That's so exciting. You can tell just by thinking that this time's team dungeon will definitely have a lot of good stuff. Wait, look at this sentence. The dungeon boss will drop game helmet exchange codes. If one pops out, wouldn't we get rich? There are so many people online asking for game helmets right now. Indeed, I've seen several videos related to Black Myth on Douyin today, and 2 of them even made it to trending topics. I'm sure there are rich second-generation kids willing to pay a high price for Black Myth game helmets. It could be tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. Don't underestimate those wealthy people. Black Myth is not an ordinary game but a new mode of virtual game. Without the official sale of game helmets, a game helmet can definitely sell for a sky-high price. Forget about the game helmets. The value of that guild establishment order will also not be low. It may not sell for a high price now, but once the number of players increases, its value will definitely surpass that of the game helmets. Currently, there are only 50 of us internal testers in the entire game. We must seize this opportunity. Log in, hurry up and log in. Once this village is missed, we won't have this store anymore. But I still have a blind date later. What kind of blind date? A huge opportunity is right in front of you, and you actually want to go on a blind date. If you can gain an advantage in Black Myth, you can date from the south to the north in the future. This game will definitely explode globally, I'm telling you. At this moment, the players in the game group were extremely excited. Half an hour later, those players who had just logged off returned one by one to the journey to the West World. As soon as the players logged in, they received a system notification. Ding! The Wild Dog Ridge Demon Village is about to launch an attack on the Langlang Mountain Demon Village. A temporary mission has been issued. Mission name: Langlang Mountain Defense Battle. Mission content: ensure that the Langlang Mountain Demon Village is not breached by the Wild Dog Ridge within the specified time. Mission completion conditions: repel the invading demon soldiers from Wild Dog Ridge. Mission completion rewards 500 points of Langlang Mountain Demon Village reputation. Each ordinary demon soldier from Wild Dog Ridge killed grants 10 battle achievements, while killing a Wild Dog Ridge demon general grants 50 battle achievements. Players ranked in the top 10 in battle achievements can receive the special title of Langlang Mountain Elite, and the player ranked first in battle achievements can receive the special title of Langlang Mountain Guardian, along with a custom weapon awarded by the Great Sage himself. After the mission ends, the battle achievement shop and the raid dungeon Wild Dog Ridge will open for a limited time. The moment all players heard this notification sound, they immediately became energized. It's coming, the dungeon is finally here. Are we finally going to fight? While excited, suddenly a player realized a problem. Wait, it seems like we don't have weapons yet. How are we going to fight? Until now, most players were still empty-handed, with only the axes given to them by General White Wolf for chopping trees, and some farming tools that could be considered weapons. These items certainly couldn't be used for fighting. The players without weapons immediately became worried. Why is there no shop in this game for us to buy equipment? Now that you mention it, I realize this game doesn't even have a basic shop. Doesn't that mean we can't even spend money to buy anything? What a conscience! Surely we have to fight for our own equipment. Why not ask an NPC? Let's go! Saying this, the players without weapons hurried towards the Barbarian Bull Vanguard, who was polishing his weapons. Upon finding the Barbarian Bull Vanguard, they expressed their needs. Leader Barbarian Bull, the people from Wild Dog Ridge are about to attack and we don't have any weapons. Could you provide us with some? Yes, leader, we are empty-handed, unlike you who possesses extraordinary martial skills. Your horns are really cool, leader, and your armor fits your strong physique perfectly. Flattered by the players' compliments, the Barbarian Bull Vanguard became a bit elated and chuckled before saying, "Wait here. I will fetch you some weapons." As he walked away, the players couldn't help but sigh. The NPCs in this game are just like real people. I didn't expect them to also fall for flattery. I noticed this a long time ago. Not to mention these named NPCs, even those ordinary monster soldiers have some intelligence. What kind of weapons do you think he will bring us? It must be just basic gear. What else could it be? Just as the players speculated, the weapons brought by the Barbarian Bull Vanguard were all the most common ones, classified by the system as inferior mundane items. The key was that the quality of these weapons was quite poor. Some were broken, some were rusty, and some were full of dents. Upon seeing these weapons, the players couldn't help but frown. Goodness, these weapons come with a curse. One swing is sure to give tetanus. One player holding a rusty long knife couldn't help but complain. "At least yours is whole, mine is just half a sword," said another player with a broken sword looking helpless. "What about mine? Is it a spear or a stick? It doesn't even have a tip. Can it even pierce anyone? Don't say that none of them are any good." Hearing the players' discussions, the Barbarian Bull Vanguard felt quite embarrassed. "There's nothing I can do. The conditions in the monster village are limited. Just make do with it. Or I can ask the king if he has any solutions." Not long after the Barbarian Bull Vanguard appeared in Qin Tian's cave. "King, the group of little monsters you just recruited came to me asking for weapons, but the current weapons in the monster village are really too poor. If they go into battle with such weapons, they probably won't stand a chance against the Wild Dog Ridge monster soldiers. I wonder if the king has any weapons here." Hearing the Barbarian Bull Vanguard's words, Qin Tian was taken aback. "How poor are the weapons?" "Very poor. As he spoke, the barbarian bull vanguard took out a rusty long knife and handed it to Qin Tian. Upon receiving the long knife, Qin Tian casually shook it, and it broke into several pieces. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but feel speechless. However, he quickly remembered the reason. Langlang Mountain is located outside the Great Tang, and while there are iron mines nearby, the monsters in the village do not forge iron. The only one who can forge is the barbarian bull vanguard, but he only knows a little bit, so the weapons produced in the Langlang Mountain monster village are of extremely poor quality. Moreover, the weapons they currently use are mostly snatched from passers-by down the mountain, and even the big knife in Qin Tian's hand is no exception. This is indeed a problem. We can't just let the players fight barehanded, can we? You can go now. Let me think of a solution. Yes, King. After the barbarian bull vanguard left the cave, Qin Tian began to ponder how to provide weapons for the players. In other games, weapons and equipment are either dropped from monsters or purchased from shops. But in the world of Journey to the West, there is simply no way to drop equipment from monsters except for some humanoid monsters carrying weapons and gear. A shop could be set up, but there is another problem. With the current small number of players, it's manageable. But when the number of players increases, I can't possibly keep creating equipment for them 24 hours a day to stock the shop. It seems I have to let the players make their own equipment. With this in mind, he immediately opened the equipment interface in the system backend, and after a round of editing, he created an equipment manufacturing module specifically for the players. In the equipment manufacturing module, players can craft various weapons and equipment on their own. They only need to spend a certain amount of reputation points to unlock equipment blueprints and gather certain materials plus spiritual essence to forge all kinds of weapons and equipment without needing to master forging skills. Of course, players can also choose to learn forging skills themselves to craft weapons and equipment, which is considered advanced gameplay. After editing the equipment manufacturing module, Qin Tian directly published an update announcement. Before long, all online players received this announcement. Ding! The equipment manufacturing module is now open. Through this module, players can manufacture their own weapons and equipment. Go and forge your exclusive gear. Powerful weapons are at your fingertips. Hearing the notification, the players who were worried about their equipment couldn't help but be overjoyed. This is just perfect timing. I was wondering why we didn't receive starter equipment like in other games at the beginning. It turns out we really have to craft our own in this game. The gameplay of this game actually updates bit by bit. New gameplay is unlocked when certain events occur, which is quite interesting. Quick, let's see what equipment we can craft. As they spoke, the players eagerly opened the equipment manufacturing module. The first thing that caught their eyes was more than a dozen pieces of equipment. Each of these pieces had a lock on them. Langlang Mountain Standard Long Spear unlocking requires 100 points of Langlang Mountain Reputation. Langlang Mountain Standard Long Knife unlocking requires 100 points of Langlang Mountain Reputation. Langlang Mountain Standard Shield unlocking requires 100 points of Langlang Mountain Reputation. Langlang Mountain Standard Armor unlocking requires 500 points of Langlang Mountain Reputation. Special Regional Equipment. Qin Tian Great Sage Armor unlocking requires 50000 points of Langlang Mountain Reputation. Qin Tian Great Sage Helmet unlocking requires 50000 points of Langlang Mountain Reputation. Qin Tian Great Sage Bracers unlocking requires 50000 points of Langlang Mountain Reputation. Qin Tian Great Sage Boots unlocking requires 50000 points of Langlang Mountain Reputation. Qin Tian Great Sage Tiger Might Great Knife unlocking requires 10000 points of Langlang Mountain Reputation. Upon seeing these weapons and equipment, the players couldn't help but light up. These pieces of equipment do seem to be stronger than those previous ones. Fortunately, I saved up quite a bit of reputation, otherwise I wouldn't be able to unlock anything. Wow, look at those few pieces at the back. They're even golden. Could it be that these are the same set of equipment worn by the Qin Tian Great Sage? I've always thought that set looked cool. I didn't expect it could be crafted too. I can't imagine how cool I would look in that set of equipment. Wake up! Each piece costs 50000 points of Langlang Mountain Reputation. It would take ages to unlock the whole set by doing quests. We can probably just admire them from afar. No way. I absolutely have to craft that set of equipment. After the excitement, the players immediately began unlocking the weapons they wanted. Some chose spears, some chose long knives, some chose bows and arrows, and some chose shields. After spending reputation points to unlock them, they quickly began searching for the materials needed to forge their weapons. Fortunately, these materials were not too hard to find, and soon they had gathered everything. In an instant, the players exchanged their old weapons for new ones, each holding the weapons they had forged. I never expected that even a novice weapon in this game could look so impressive. Inside the demon stronghold, Quangkan Itiao Street looked at the fine steel long sword in his hand with delight, and its attributes appeared before him. Standard long sword of Langlang Mountain. Grade low-grade common weapon. Attack power 5 points. Forged by Quangkan Itiao Street. Exclusive weapon for the demon soldiers of Langlang Mountain, no special additional effects. After reading the attributes, he found a piece of wood as thick as a bowl and struck it down, instantly splitting it in two. What a good sword. If this were in the real world, it would definitely be at the level of a divine weapon. I wish I could bring it back to reality. As soon as he finished speaking, a nearby player immediately responded, "What are you thinking? How could such a real item be brought into the real world? Maybe in the future it will be possible. I have a feeling this game is extraordinary." Just as the two were talking, a player named Triple, a building material king, suddenly stood on a large rock and shouted loudly, "The raid is on. Are there any brothers who want to join? A single person's strength is limited. Teaming up is the right choice. Also, buying finishing blows at a high price, $100 for a finishing blow. Buying iron or at $10 each. There aren't many opportunities. First come, first serve." Hearing the call from building material king Quangkan Itiao Street, couldn't help but exclaim, "Who said this game can't be paid to win?" Finishing blows yield a lot of spirit resonance. The battle achievements count, as is allowing him to farm both spirit resonance and battle achievements. $100 for a monster. Getting tempted. However, he didn't expect that not many players would choose to join Building Material King's team, and even fewer were willing to sell him finishing blows. Clearly, most players understood that some resources in the early game could not be measured in monetary value. If they gave up these resources for some small immediate benefits, they would completely lose their advantage as internal testers. In order to kill more demon soldiers from the Wild Dog Ridge, in the upcoming defense of Langlang Mountain, players quickly began to form teams. Meanwhile, a rabbit demon player named Li Ningning, whose ID was Spicy Rabbit Head, began her first live stream in the game Black Myth. Because her previous videos had gone viral on Douyin, as soon as she started streaming, tens of thousands of viewers flooded into her live room. Seeing so many people for the first time, Li Ningning couldn't help but feel excited. "Good afternoon, everyone. I am Ningning and I am currently in the internal game of Black Myth. My current location is the novice village of Langlang Mountain's demon stronghold. Next, I will take you all to explore the stronghold and experience the various gameplay of this game." As Li Ningning passionately explained, the viewers in her live room were equally filled with curiosity about the scenes before them. "Is this the scene in the game Black Myth? It's so realistic. Wow, if you didn't say it was a game, I would have thought it was some scenic spot. Are you sure this isn't a movie? What's the difference from the real world? So many monsters. By the way, are there no human characters in this game? When will Blue Star develop virtual games? What technology is being used here? EAR. This can't be real. No matter how advanced the technology is, it can't look just like the real world. If it's fake, then tell me what those names and health bars above the heads of the monsters next to me are. As everyone knows, a live stream can't be edited, so all of this is real. I haven't played before, so it must be fake. Streamer, don't just look at the scenery. Go and kill some monsters. If this is real, I can't imagine how fun the game would be." As time passed, the number of viewers in Li Ningning's live room continued to increase, including some skeptical voices. However, Li Ningning did not provide an explanation, as she knew actions spoke louder than words. She also didn't have the time to explain because the defense of Langlang Mountain was about to begin. "My lord, the people from Wild Dog Ridge are coming. They will reach Langlang Mountain in about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense." Inside the cave, General White Wolf reported to Qin Tian. "Very well. You did a great job with this." Qin Tian nodded in satisfaction. "By the way, how many demon soldiers have they brought? Has the Poison Tooth King arrived?" "Reporting to my lord, they have brought about 200 people, led by the Centipede General and the Golden Tooth General under Poison Tooth King." General White Wolf reported truthfully. "My lord, the Wild Dog Ridge is coming on strong. Should I lead the brothers to set up an ambush on the mountain road?" "No need." Qin Tian raised his right hand. "Let them come. You and the Barbarian Bull figure out a way to entangle the Centipede General and the Golden Tooth General. The rest of the Wild Dog Ridge demon soldiers can be left to the new little demons who just joined the stronghold." Leave it to them. They just joined the demon stronghold and don't even have demon power. How can they withstand 200 demon soldiers from Wild Dog Ridge? General White Wolf looked incredulous. "Don't worry, they aren't as weak as you think. Now do as this king commands." "Yes, my lord." Immediately, General White Wolf accepted the order and exited the cave. The first thing he did after leaving the cave was to gather all the demon soldiers of Langlang Mountain, which naturally included 50 players. "Brothers, the Wild Dog Ridge monsters have been too arrogant, repeatedly invading our Langlang Mountain, and today they are coming in force. The Lord has issued an order. We must teach them a lesson today, so they know whose territory this is within 50 miles. The demon soldiers of Wild Dog Ridge are about to arrive. You all must guard the gate of the demon stronghold well. Kill one if they come, kill two if they come. With that, General White Wolf swiftly drew his twin blades, and was the first to arrive at the entrance of the stronghold. The demon soldiers of Langlang Mountain followed closely behind. The players were also filled with excitement. They're finally coming. Is the battle about to begin? Finally we can have a proper fight. I wonder if the little soldiers from Wild Dog Ridge are difficult to kill. It shouldn't be that hard, right? I'm getting a bit nervous. Nervous for what? If you die you can respawn anyway. Let those NPCs see that we players are not cowards. Charge. We can't let the NPCs steal the monsters. All the monsters are ours. Yes, we must be at the front. If we let the NPCs kill all the monsters, our losses will be huge. I want the top position on the battle achievement list. Today I have to vent all the grievances I've suffered in reality in the game. Orcs will never be slaves. Avenger, you've entered the wrong channel, bro. Upon learning that a major battle was imminent, the players eagerly ran to the front, pushing the demon soldiers of Langlang Mountain to the back. Seeing this scene, General White Wolf couldn't help but feel moved. These little demons are all brave, none of them fear death. Whatever happens later, I must protect them. With that, he set his wolf-like gaze toward the front. At that moment, a large group of menacing monsters wielding various weapons was rushing toward the Langlang Mountain demon stronghold. Although there were only a little over 200 of them, they exuded an imposing aura like an army of thousands. This scene was also captured by Li Ningning's camera and presented to the viewers in the Blue Star live room. Compared to the rabble of Langlang Mountain, the demon soldiers of the Wild Dog Ridge were clearly much stronger, with many of them not only wielding weapons but also wearing armor. The composition primarily consisted of powerful monsters, such as wolf demons, dog demons, pig demons, and bull demons. Leading them was a centipede spirit standing upright wielding 4 steel blades. This centipede spirit was none other than the little leader of Wild Dog Ridge, General 100 Feet. Beside General 100 Feet was a beaver spirit no taller than 1 meter brandishing a steel fork. Though the beaver spirit was short, its aura was no less powerful than that of General 100 Feet, with a pair of glaring golden teeth that stood out. It was also a little leader of Wild Dog Ridge known as General Golden Tooth. As this tall and short duo of demon generals led over 200 assorted demon soldiers charging towards the Langlang Mountain demon stronghold, the tens of thousands of viewers in the live stream couldn't hold back any longer. What's going on? Are the monsters attacking the city? Goodness, they come right in with such a grand spectacle. What the heck? What is that thing in front? Has a centipede turned into a spirit? What kind of creature is that little short one? Can someone enlighten me? It looks like it should be a groundhog spirit. What groundhog? That should be a water otter or a beaver. I used to think the streamer was faking this, but it really seems like a game. You can't find actors in the real world to portray a centipede spirit and a beaver spirit like this. Indeed, there are several hundred monsters on both sides. Hiring actors for that would be quite costly. Is the modeling this exquisite even for minor monsters in this game? A game comparable to reality. I never thought I would see this in my lifetime. If Black Myth officially launches, I don't know what game in this world could rival it. I'm so anxious at home. Where can I play this game? At this moment, the barrage of comments in the live stream flew out like snowflakes, but Li Ningning had no energy to pay attention to the chat, as all her focus was on the swarm of demons from Wild Dog Ridge. Not just her, but other players felt the same. Despite their previous bravado, when they faced those imposing and fierce monsters up close, they couldn't help but feel a bit nervous and fearful. In other games, battles occur through screens, but in Black Myth it's face-to-face. While the players were still tense, General White Wolf had already raised his curved blade. Archers, shoot them down. As soon as he finished speaking, several archers on the lookout tower at the entrance of Langlang Mountain Demon Stronghold began to draw their bows and shoot arrows. Whoosh whoosh. Several sharp arrows shot into the crowd of Wild Dog Ridge demon soldiers, and 2 unfortunate monsters were immediately struck down by the arrows. Thus the battle officially began. Kill! Without any frills, the demon soldiers of Langlang Mountain, led by General White Wolf and Vanguard Bull, grabbed their weapons and charged towards the army of Wild Dog Ridge. The protective measures and geographical advantages of the demon stronghold seemed like mere decorations. As the players watched General White Wolf and his allies charge past, they finally snapped back to reality. What are we afraid of? They are monsters and we are monsters too. Exactly, and it's just a game. If we die, we can respawn. Remember to turn off pain sensitivity. If you're a masochist, just ignore what I said. Those with faint hearts should remember to increase the visual harmony. That way you won't see blood and guts, and the system will automatically give you a big version. There's even that feature. How considerate. Then what are we waiting for? Charge. If I die, my nearby brothers better help me pick up my gear. Thank you. In the midst of the conversation, the first wolf demon player dashed towards the Wild Dog Ridge demon soldiers at lightning speed. With him leading the charge, the other players were equally unafraid. Soon the players joined the battle, and after landing their first strike, adrenaline surged through their bodies. In the real world, Chen Zhua, who practiced martial arts, unleashed the Gale Blade technique, fiercely hacking at a nearby dog demon. Swish! With a flash of blade light, the dog demon's head was severed and warm blood sprayed all over him. Gazing at the severed head of the dog and the warm blood on his body, he first felt a moment of daze followed by overwhelming excitement. He had always known that martial arts could be lethal, but killing in the real world was against the law. The inability to kill made martial arts seem half as effective, but now in the game world of Black Myth, there were no legal constraints and he could strike without any reservations. This is the place where we martial artists should be. How exhilarating! He exclaimed, drawing his long knife again and charging towards a nearby Wild Dog Ridge demon soldier. Relying on the combat awareness developed from years of martial arts practice, even if his physical prowess was inferior to those demon soldiers of Wild Dog Ridge, he could still gain the upper hand in battle. Before long, 3 demon soldiers fell at his hands. Monsters are just like that. Just as he felt proud, a dark beam shot towards him, and before he could react, the dark light pierced through his chest. His health bar was instantly emptied. With a thud, his body fell to the ground, transforming into a white light and disappearing along with the weapon in his hand. The dark light revealed its true form, which was a steel fork. In the next second, General Golden Tooth, who stood less than 1 meter tall, approached with a puzzled expression. "Ha! This little demon was clearly killed by me, why can't I see the corpse?" As he spoke, several players nearby also noticed him. "It's a little boss. If we kill it, we'll definitely get a lot of spiritual essence and battle merits. Let's take it down, brothers." As they spoke, 6 bold players surrounded General Golden Tooth. Faced with the encirclement of the players, the short General Golden Tooth let out a cold snort. Seeking death. Before the players could react, he swiftly thrust his steel fork. Swish, swish, swish. With 6 flashes of cold light, the 6 players preparing to attack him had their health bars instantly emptied, their bodies transforming into white light and disappearing. This scene left the other players dumbfounded. Holy crap, are the little bosses in this game's newbie village that fierce? How did he just take them out in an instant? Let's not provoke this little boss for now. Let's clear the small fries first, and after we finish them, we'll think of a way to take him down. Exactly, this guy is so powerful. If we can kill him, there will definitely be plenty of rewards. General Golden Tooth had no idea that despite his impressive performance, the players were still keeping an eye on him. Just as he was preparing to continue slaughtering the ordinary demon soldiers of Langlang Mountain, General White Wolf, wielding dual blades, charged right up to him. "Your opponent is me." Thus commenced the battle between the 2 little leaders. At that moment, the Langlang Mountain demon stronghold transformed into a battlefield with demon soldiers clashing against demon soldiers, and demon generals against demon generals. The players who had previously felt some trepidation were now becoming increasingly immersed in the fight. The audience in the live stream had never witnessed such a genuine and intense battle. Especially without Li Ningning activating the harmony feature, it was truly a case of white blades entering and red blades exiting. From time to time, demon soldiers were eviscerated, their heads severed. What was most critical was that the fighting from both sides was real and tangible, unlike the fictitious moves often seen in movies and TV shows. This is the real deal. Isn't this game supposed to be this thrilling? Those who said it was staged should come and see heads are actually being chopped off. How can you say this is acting? We've never seen such ferocity in our town's brawls before. Can this even be broadcasted? I feel nauseous just watching. That little demon's brain matter was splattered everywhere. Does this game really need to be this realistic? Where did this come from? Are we sure this is in-game footage? It's exhilarating. This is the kind of game a real man should play. I am so tired of the censored visuals in domestic games. Even blood can turn into green bean soup. This game is too thrilling. Are you telling me this is the beginner village's battle? Has it really become this intense? I didn't expect a female streamer to be so ruthless in combat. Streamer, don't just play by yourself, oh hurry, and tell me where I can play this game. I want to join in and chop people too. While the viewers in the livestream were thoroughly enjoying themselves, they confirmed one thing: the game Black Myth truly existed and was not a fabrication. The scenes they witnessed during the livestream were real, not staged, because no matter how good the acting, it could not recreate what they were currently seeing. In an instant, the livestream's popularity surged. Meanwhile, the streamer Li Ningning had become completely lost in the frenzy of battle, even forgetting that she was live streaming. Spotting a demon soldier from Wild Dog Ridge, she charged forward. As the weapon in the enemy's hand swung toward her, she thrust her long sword deep into their heart. The end result was that she was immediately drained of health, but the enemy also perished. Clearly she opted for a one-for-one trade. This was a choice many players made. After all, reviving only cost 50 points of spiritual resonance, while defeating a Wild Dog Ridge demon soldier could yield around 200 points. In other words, as long as one could take down a Wild Dog Ridge demon soldier, it was pure profit. Upon realizing this, the players fought even more fiercely. A player who had previously discovered sulfur rushed towards a group of Wild Dog Ridge demon soldiers carrying a smoking ceramic jar. As soon as he charged into the crowd, he was pierced through by several long spears. However, just before his death, he laughed maniacally. "Ha ha, I completed my task." As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a white light and vanished along with the explosive jar in his hands. Boom! The rusty iron pieces inside the jar scattered around like petals in the wind. 3 nearby Wild Dog Ridge demon soldiers were instantly taken out while the others were also injured by the explosion. Seeing this scene, other players were furious. Damn it, this bastard had such good stuff and kept it hidden from us. Damn, he just took out 3 at once. That's a huge profit. Why didn't I think of that method? I should have made bombs too. This game can really create explosives. Stop dreaming. I reckon explosives can only deal with these beginner village demons. I wonder if they can kill stronger ones. Why are you talking so much? There are still a few alive over there. Let's hurry and grab their weapons. As they spoke, the remaining players rushed forward. The fearless demeanor of the players left the small demons from Wild Dog Ridge in a state of confusion. They couldn't comprehend what benefits the Wild Wave Mountain had provided them that warranted such dedication. They were willing to risk their lives to bring down the players. As they watched their companions fall one after another, the remaining Wild Dog Ridge demon soldiers finally panicked. A dog demon that had just killed a player shouted to the fighting centipede general, "Leader, we should retreat. The little demons from Wild Wave Mountain are acting crazily. If we keep fighting, our brothers will all perish here." Just as he finished speaking, a player lunged directly at him. Although he ultimately killed the player, his abdomen was also brutally stabbed by the player. Turning around, he saw 7 or 8 players looking at him with gleaming eyes. "Brothers, this dog-headed man is low on health. Let's all charge together. His weapon looks good, it might drop something. Charge!" As the dog demon watched the increasingly frenzied players rush at him recklessly, he could no longer hold his ground. "Madmen, they're all madmen. The demons from Wild Wave Mountain are insane. If you want leave, I will." With that, he turned and fled down Wild Wave Mountain. As he ran, the other Wild Dog Ridge demon soldiers, already terrified, also dared not linger and turned to flee. Soon the Wild Dog Ridge demon soldiers were completely defeated. Seeing their subordinates fleeing, the Centipede General and the Golden Tooth General realized their mission had failed, and continuing the fight would be meaningless. After pushing back the White Wolf General with a single strike, the Centipede General snorted coldly, "I'll let you go this time. When our king emerges from seclusion, it will be the day Wild Wave Mountain meets its demise. Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, he revealed his centipede form and burrowed into the ground. Following this, the Golden Tooth General transformed into a gust of wind and sped downhill. Soon all the demon soldiers and generals from Wild Dog Ridge had retreated, leaving behind a field of corpses. The players initially prepared to pursue, but found they couldn't catch up to the swiftly fleeing Wild Dog Ridge demon soldiers, so they had to give up. Thus, the defense battle of Wild Wave Mountain officially came to a close. Over 120 demon soldiers from Wild Dog Ridge were killed or injured, while the casualties from Wild Wave Mountain were fewer than 20, as players had been at the forefront during the battle. Sometimes players even helped the demon soldiers from Wild Wave Mountain block attacks, although it seemed they were blocking for the sake of the demons. In reality, they were worried about losing the kills. As they watched the demon soldiers from Wild Dog Ridge disappear without a trace, the players erupted into cheers. "We won! We won! Feels awesome. This is a million times better than being a beast of burden in the real world. I feel like all the pressure I've had recently has been released. This is the true stress relief game. The next step should be tackling the Wild Dog Ridge dungeon, right? I just took down 3, that's 600 spiritual resonance in the bank. I need to burn a lot of ant nests. I'll craft the beginner's gear right after this." "What beginner's gear? We should level up our skills first. Damn, I only took down 1, I lost big time. Let's go, let's loot the corpses. Maybe we can find some good stuff. Oh right, I almost forgot about that." As they spoke, the players swarmed over the bodies of the Wild Dog Ridge demon soldiers, searching through everything from weapons and armor to any little trinkets they had on them. They even stripped the clothes off the bodies. When this scene fell into the eyes of the White Wolf General and the Bull Demon Vanguard, they exchanged glances, bewildered. Where on earth did the king find such a fearless and fierce bunch of little demons? They truly did not disappoint me. On the watchtower of the demon stronghold, Qin Tian's large tiger-like eyes fixed intently on the group of players who were busy looting. He had been watching the battle closely, and he was even ready to step in personally with a dramatic twist if the players failed to fend off the attack from the Wild Dog Ridge. However, the players' performance exceeded his expectations. He did not anticipate their fighting spirit would be so high. Even the female players mustered the courage to engage in battle with the demon soldiers. He was even more surprised that the players were willing to risk everything for the spiritual essence and battle achievements, exchanging blows with the demon soldiers of the Wild Dog Ridge 1-for-1. 50 players managed to exhibit the combat power of 200 demon soldiers. Of course, he understood that this was because the players always treated everything as a game, with pain perception turned off and harmony activated. Killing monsters felt no different than chopping cabbage. Moreover, during the killing process they could also reap rewards in spiritual essence and battle achievements, and after the battle they could enjoy the fun of looting and treasure hunting. These rewards were tangible. Qin Tian suddenly recalled a saying, "As long as one shows their health bar, the gods will allow you to slay," which perfectly described the players. It's time to prepare rewards for them, so they will put in even more effort next time. After saying this, he turned and returned to his cave. The first thing he did upon returning to his cave was to open the system backend and send a system notification to all players. Ding! The attack from Wild Dog Ridge has been successfully repelled. Quest defense of Langlang Mountain completed. Rewards are being calculated. You have gained 500 points of Langlang Mountain reputation. Due to your outstanding performance in the defense of Langlang Mountain, you receive an additional 100 points of battle achievements in addition to your kills. The battle achievement store will open in 5 minutes. You can use battle achievements to exchange for various items. The battle achievement leaderboard is officially open. Players ranked high in battle achievements can claim exclusive titles from the leaderboard, and the player ranked first can receive an exclusive weapon gift box. After sending the system notifications, Qin Tian began preparing rewards for the players. First, he needed to prepare the redeemable rewards in the battle achievement store. These rewards could not be too good or too poor. If they were too good, the cost would be too high, and if too poor, the players would not be interested. After some thought, Qin Tian added 5 items to the battle achievement store. The first redeemable reward was the Destiny token, which was a game helmet redemption code. After purchase, players could exchange it for a game helmet and binding qualification for the game Black Myth, priced at 100,000 battle achievements. This redeemable reward was not for players to exchange for themselves, but rather to entice them. With this reward available, players would surely work harder for Langlang Mountain to earn battle achievements. The second redeemable reward was the basic breathing technique he cultivated. Unlike the 3 skills available to players, this was a genuine cultivation method. Although it was the most basic level, it would significantly enhance the player's strength, priced at 1000 battle achievements, which players could easily gather. The third redeemable reward was an equipment enhancement voucher similar to his weapons. Players' equipment could also be enhanced through spiritual essence, the world source, and using the voucher would allow a free enhancement. Of course, while it was free for the players, Qin Tian would still have to deduct a certain amount of the world source. Fortunately, the player's equipment was relatively poor. Even with enhancements, it did not require a lot of the world source, and the exchange only required 200 battle achievements. The fourth redeemable reward was a name change card, which, as the name suggests, was used to allow players to change their names. Many players initially did not take the game seriously, so they chose very abstract names. This reward was definitely something many players needed, costing only 100 battle achievements to redeem. The fifth redeemable reward was a costume package containing 3 costumes. Players could choose one, including a tiger head hat, a tiger head cloak, and a tiger head mask. These 3 items were found by Qin Tian in the treasury, likely brought back by the original owner from outside. The styles were quite nice, and Qin Tian directly included them in the equipment manufacturing directory, allowing for manufacturing with just 10 points of spiritual essence, while the exchange required 50 battle achievements. He believed that the warm-hearted players would appreciate them. After finalizing the redeemable rewards in the battle achievement store, he randomly pulled out a weapon he had previously stolen from a human warrior as a reward for the first place in battle achievements. This weapon's quality barely reached the mid-grade ordinary weapon level, significantly stronger than the weapons crafted by players, and more importantly, its appearance was quite decent. At the same time that Qin Tian was preparing rewards for the players, those players who were cleaning the battlefield and looting the spoils also received system notifications. In an instant, all the players stopped their actions. The rewards have arrived. Wow! An additional 100 battle achievements. This is amazing. I wonder what the battle achievement store will have, whether there are any weapons or equipment to exchange for. Quick, open the battle achievement leaderboard to see who is ranked first this time. I think it should be Mr. Wong. After all, he has several people helping him. I saw him finish off several enemies with the last hit. He just went on a rampage. I suspect he is a mercenary in real life. He is incredibly swift when killing monsters. As they spoke, the players quickly found the battle achievement leaderboard, checking their ranks while looking toward the first position on the leaderboard. When they saw the ID of the player ranked first, they instantly showed expressions of confusion. The player ranked first was not the expected Mr. Wong but someone else. His ID was called National Server Number 1 Shin Mengshi. At that moment, a cat demon player who was less than 1.5 meters tall suddenly exclaimed with excitement, "Haha, I am number 1 on the battle achievement leaderboard as expected. Art is explosive." Hearing his shout, everyone immediately turned to look at him, noticing that his nickname was indeed National Server Number 1 Shin Mengshi. Upon seeing his appearance, the players suddenly realized. So it was him. He was the one who detonated the bomb and perished along with those demon soldiers just now. I remember he seemed to have thrown several homemade bombs. No wonder this guy made it to the top of the battle achievement leaderboard. What does he do in real life? Typically, even if someone has the materials, they wouldn't know how to make bombs. After logging out, I will also study how to make bombs. I feel it will definitely come in handy the next time we tackle the Wild Dog Ridge dungeon. Now the title and weapon are his. In the envious gazes of the players, National Server Number 1 Shin Mengshi claimed his reward from the leaderboard. Before long, a shining golden title appeared above his head, flanked by 2 banners, General of Langlang Mountain. This title made the surrounding players incredibly envious. However, even more alluring than this title was the sword he held in his hand. Without needing to say, everyone knew that this sword was definitely the weapon rewarded for being first on the battle achievement leaderboard. When the top player Shin Mengshi of the national server took out the sword in front of everyone, all the players immediately gathered around him. This is the weapon of the first place on the battle achievements leaderboard. It looks cooler than the weapons we have. Let us see its attributes. Let's see the attributes. Hearing the crowds urging, Shin Mengshi immediately displayed the attributes of the weapon in his hand. Qing Feng Sword. Grade medium quality common weapon. Attack power 10 points. Manufacturer unknown artisan. Special effect sharp. Can be enhanced through enhancement vouchers up to high quality common weapon. After looking at the attributes of this equipment, the players were even more envious. The standard weapons in their hands only had an attack power of 5 points, while this piece of equipment had doubled attack power. It meant they had to hit twice just to match someone else's single strike. More importantly, this thing looks cool. Bro, is this weapon for sale? I'll take it. How much do you want? At this moment, the Total Construction King AAA suddenly stood up, excitedly looking at the Qing Feng sword in Shin Mengshi's hand. Hearing this, Shin Mengshi showed a hesitant expression on his face. After some hesitation, he extended 5 fingers. 50000, right? Alright, log off now and he'll transfer the money to you immediately. The Construction King agreed without a second thought. But at that moment, another person jumped out from the side. I'll offer 100,000. This time it was a fox demon with the ID Ling Hachong. Hearing Ling Hachong's bid of 100,000, the players present immediately lost their composure. 100,000. Is he crazy? Is a beginner village weapon worth that much? Exactly, weapons like this should be obsolete pretty quickly. You don't understand the thoughts of the wealthy. If they think it's worth it, then it's worth it. Damn it, if I had known, I would have figured out a way to farm more battle achievements. Selling a weapon for 100,000 means I could skip work for a year. Just wait, after the game opens fully, there will be plenty of opportunities like this. 100,000. Do you think the Construction King won't bid against him? Just as this player said, after Ling Hachong's bid of 100,000, the Construction King unhesitatingly raised the price to 150,000 and Ling Hachong quickly raised it to 200,000. The two of them exchanged bids, and ultimately the Construction King chose to give up, while Ling Hachong obtained the trading rights for the battle achievement weapon at the price of 300,000. He and Shin Mengshi quickly logged off, and when they logged back in, Shin Mengshi happily handed the Qing Feng sword to Ling Hachong. Brother, if there are any good opportunities like this in the future, come to me. Ling Hachong nodded in response. Do you want to join my team? I'll pay you a salary with a base salary of 5,000 a month. You'll get bonuses for obtaining good items. My team needs talents like you. The moment these words were spoken, Shin Mengshi's eyes lit up. Really, brother? Of course it's true. I'm willing, brother, I'm willing. Shin Mengshi said excitedly. A monthly salary of 5,000 is already beyond what most people earn in the entire Dragon Country. On the other side, seeing this, the Construction King hurriedly began to recruit players on the spot. Anyone who is willing to come under me, I'll also pay 5,000 a month plus various benefits like random draws, team dinners, foot massages, karaoke, and travel. The requirement is a minimum online duration of 12 hours a day. In an instant, the scene transformed into a large-scale recruitment event with both wealthy bosses starting to attract personnel. All the players had become hot commodities even if they knew nothing. At this moment Li Ningning's livestream hadn't ended, and this scene was also presented before the viewers in the livestream. The viewers who were already envious were now drooling with envy. What? You can earn money in this game. Wait, a piece of equipment for 300,000. Is this game insane? Damn, earning 5,000 a month from playing games is way better than laboring every day. I can't understand why someone would be willing to spend 300,000 to buy a piece of equipment. You don't understand. Even in a childish turn-based game, there are equipment worth millions, and some players are willing to pay that. 300,000 is nothing. Exactly, selling a levelless weapon for 300,000 is easy. This game's potential is clearly much stronger than certain 4-character games. Let me say this, if Black Myth fully launches, this game will definitely become humanity's second world, and all other games will have to shut down. This 300,000 isn't just for the equipment, it's for an early advantage. Even a small advantage in the early game could snowball into a massive one later. Seeing them profit, I'm really anxious and stamping my feet. This game is bound to be a hit, I'm telling you. While Qin Tian busied himself recruiting players for the second wave, the first cohort of 50 players finally received what they had been eagerly awaiting. The merit shop had officially launched. Upon seeing its 5 available items, the players instantly burst into exclamations of astonishment. Blimey, this first item is a VR headset? And no way, it can actually be redeemed with merit points. But we already have headsets. What possible use could this serve? A player asked, utterly bewildered. Why is everyone so thrilled? You wouldn't know. This headset can be resold. Right now countless people outside the game are desperate to buy one. Name your price, a high-tier players will gladly pay. True, 10,000 yuan. I'd say even that would spark a bidding war. And 10,000, think bigger, 100,000. At that price buyers will beg you to sell. This isn't just any VR headset. It's a gateway to an entirely new world. Paralyzed individuals can live fully and freely within it. Those with limb impairments can reclaim wholeness. Does 100,000 truly seem excessive? Now that you mention it, I suddenly realize how absurdly lucky I am to have received one free of charge. And lucky? It's as if ancestral graves exhaled auspicious green smoke. Grind enough merit points by a headset, sell it to a real-world tycoon, and your life thereafter is secured. And 10,000 points may sound daunting, but persistence will inevitably yield success. When do we storm Wild Dog Ridge? I'm already champing at the bit. A single celestial mandate token ignited every player's fervor. Subsequent items in the shop likewise astonished them. Though most were unaffordable, all recognized their exceptional value. Affordable options included equipment enhancement coupons, name change cards, and fashion pack bundles. Most players, upon seeing these 3 items, instinctively purchased at least one. Players burdened with awkward usernames rushed to acquire name change cards immediately. Even those with passable names bought extra cards, hoarding them strategically. They had realized usernames themselves held monetary value. As Black Myth's player base expanded, desirable names would vanish overnight. Eventually they could auction off premium IDs to elite players. Veteran players renowned across other games viewed their usernames as personal trademarks, and would readily pay exorbitant sums to reclaim them. Meanwhile, Ling Huchong, who had earlier spent 300,000 yuan acquiring the Azure Peak Sword, announced loudly before anyone could activate their enhancement coupons, I'll buy each coupon for 1,000 yuan. Cash first, then trade. Sellers approach me directly. His words shattered restraint. Players poised to enhance beginner weapons hesitated. Forget it. Why bother enhancing starter gear? We'll soon acquire far superior weapons anyway. Exactly, better to sell the coupon. And my merit points cover 2 coupons, 2,000 yuan straight into my pocket. This game truly enables real-world earnings. In moments, players flocked to Ling Huchong to complete transactions. He promptly applied every acquired coupon to his newly obtained Azure Peak Sword. Before long, he elevated the blade from mid-grade mundane weapon to high-grade mundane weapon, its offensive power doubling instantly. As he gazed upon the enhanced weapons attributes, a subtle smile flickered across Ling Huchong's face. With this weapon, I'll accumulate spiritual resonance more swiftly. Perhaps even discover martial techniques capable of healing my physical body in the real world. Pity merit points cannot be traded. Otherwise, I'd immediately purchase the fundamental breathing art to test its efficacy. Yet my current reservoir of spiritual resonance appears sufficient to unlock the return to origin art. Let me first assess its effects. Having spoken, he slung the long sword across his back with a cord, suddenly embodying the very essence of a fox spirit swordsman. Opening the skill interface, he unlocked the first tier of the return to origin art without hesitation. Instantly torrents of knowledge related to the art flooded his consciousness, and a delicate thread of inner force stirred within his meridians. His actions were unsurprising. Every participant in the Langlang Mountain defense campaign had harvested some measure of spiritual resonance. Some accrued 1 or 200 units, while others amassed 3 or 400. Combined with reputation earned from quests, this was ample to unlock either the second tier of an existing skill, or an entirely new skill. Most players opted for a second skill. Only a minority invested resonance into deepening their current abilities. Chen Zhuo followed suit. Ever since witnessing the overwhelming potency of the whirlwind saber art, he had yearned to explore the remaining 2 skills. Now, having accumulated sufficient resonance, he resolved to uncover their profound mysteries. After careful deliberation, he selected the Return to Origin art. At the instant he expended spiritual resonance and Langlang Mountain reputation to unlock the art. Its foundational knowledge materialized within his mind. He effortlessly mastered its first tier. As a seasoned martial artist, his perception proved markedly sharper than Ling Huchang's. The moment he sensed the shift within his body, astonishment flared across his features. And this is inner force. The Return to Origin art cultivates genuine inner force. The whirlwind saber art manifests in reality. Could it be that practicing the Return to Origin art in the real world would likewise generate inner force? No time to waste. I must log out and test this immediately. And without hesitation he disconnected from the game. He was far from alone. Barely had he logged out when numerous others followed suit. Those who remained either resumed questing or began independently exploring gameplay mechanics. Meanwhile, viewers in Li Ningning's livestream watched players abruptly logging out and voiced widespread confusion. Host, why did everyone just log out? And yeah, this game is incredibly immersive. Why leave? And having concluded combat, Li Ningning finally had time to address her chatroom's questions. Likely to experiment with in-game skills. And, what do you mean, why log out to try skills? Because skills from Black Myth function in the real world. Alright, I won't linger. I need to test this myself. Tune in later. We'll explore more of Black Myth's wonders together. By the way, I'll publish a new player's guide to Black Myth shortly. Those interested should check it out. And see you soon. With those words, Li Ningning terminated her stream and exited the game in haste, unaware that her revelation had sent seismic shockwaves through her audience. Within a luxurious mansion in the Demon City, a young man with yellow hair slowly removed his gaming helmet from his head. The first thing he did after taking off the helmet was to sit cross-legged and begin to cultivate according to the methods of the returning origin technique from the game. After an unknown amount of time, he opened his eyes in surprise. I can actually cultivate the returning origin technique in the real world. My guesses were indeed correct. The young man's name was Lin Xiaoyan, known by the gaming ID Ling Huchong, the same player who had recently spent 300,000 to purchase the Qingfeng sword. At this moment he was more excited than anyone else, for just moments ago he had successfully birthed a thread of internal energy within himself through practicing the returning origin technique. Though this thread of internal energy was finer than a hair, he could distinctly feel its presence. If I can cultivate more internal energy in my body or elevate the returning origin technique to a higher level in the real world, could I possibly cure my illness? Even if it doesn't cure me, it could help me live a bit longer. Just as he was lost in excited fantasies about the future, a sudden knock at the door interrupted him. Xiaoyan, why did you close the door? You haven't left your room for a whole day and night. Dr. Zhou has advised you to get out more. Today your dad and I happen to have time. Would you like to go out for a walk and clear your mind? Hearing his mother's voice outside the door, Lin Xiaotian contemplated for a moment before getting up to open it. As he opened the door, an elegant middle-aged woman appeared. Mom, I have important matters to attend to these days. Please don't call me unless it's meal time. Important matters. What could be more important than your life? At this moment, a middle-aged man who bore a 7th resemblance to Lin Xiaotian approached with a serious expression. Are you playing games again? Didn't I tell you that playing games is a complete waste of time? Don't you know your own situation? Lin Ziyuan, how can you speak to our son like that? So what if he enjoys gaming? If you keep talking to him like this, we have a problem. The middle-aged woman glared fiercely at the middle-aged man before turning back to Lin Xiaotian with a smile. Xiaoyan, your dad is a bit upset. Just ignore what he said. If you want to play games, go ahead, a mom supports you. But don't play too long. Remember to get out and move around every day. Upon hearing his mother's words, Lin Xiaotian turned his gaze to the middle-aged man beside him, his biological father Lin Ziyuan. Dad, what's wrong? Is there another problem at the company? You don't need to worry about company matters. I will find a way to solve them. Right now, the most important thing for our family is your health. Lin Ziyuan waved his hand impatiently. At that moment Lin Xiaotian suddenly thought of something. Dad, I know the company has not been doing well lately. This information is all available online, so you don't need to hide it from me. I also know I can't help much, but I have a suggestion. I don't know if you'd be willing to listen. As soon as Lin Xiaotian said this, a hint of curiosity appeared on Lin Ziyuan's face. What suggestion? Shouldn't we try investing in other fields like gaming, for example? Invest in gaming? Lin Ziyuan frowned slightly. I don't understand the gaming industry, and I've heard that it's not doing well right now. The competition is fierce. I'm not suggesting you switch careers to gaming. I mean, I want you to play games with me. Just wait a moment. I'll get something to show you. After saying this, Lin Xiaotian turned back to his room, and when he returned he was holding the gaming helmet from Black Myth. When Lin Ziyuan saw the helmet in Lin Xiaoshan's hand, his expression turned puzzled. What is this? It's a gaming helmet from Black Myth. I'm not sure if you've heard of this game, Dad. It sounds somewhat familiar, but I can't recall. Lin Ziyuan shook his head. You can search it on your phone to find out more. Looking at Lin Xiaoyan, who was serious, Lin Ziyuan finally took out his phone to search for Black Myth. As soon as he typed Black Myth into Douyin, a plethora of videos and news articles immediately popped up. Each headline was extremely eye-catching. The world's first virtual game is born and may become humanity's second home. Is it alien black technology or a new type of scam? The dark horse of the gaming industry is born. A game that rivals reality. Can you believe it? Web literature comes to life. The era of virtual games has arrived. Game skills can actually be used in reality. An ordinary homebody turns into a martial arts master. As he continued reading, Lin Ziyuan's expression turned serious, especially when he saw a clip of a live stream from Li Ningning. His eyes revealed a hint of disbelief. After looking for a long time, he turned his gaze back to Lin Xiaoyan, or rather to the gaming helmet in Lin Xiaoshan's hand. Xiaoyan is what they say online true. If I wear the helmet you have, can I enter a game world that is exactly like reality? Of course it's true. Otherwise, what do you think I was doing last night and today? I was in the game world of Black Myth the entire time, and what's said online is not exaggerated at all. The game world of Black Myth is no different from reality. Whatever can be done in reality can also be done in the game world. Lin Xiaotian explained excitedly. The most amazing part of this game is that the skills within it can be used and cultivated in the real world. He then demonstrated a small display of the wind blade technique in front of his parents. Watching their son, who had never been fond of going out, demonstrate a seemingly complex sword technique in front of them, Lin Ziyuan and his wife exchanged glances, both seeing shock reflected in each other's eyes. Besides this sword technique, I also brought back a skill from the game that allows me to cultivate internal energy. I suspect that if I can master this technique to a high level, it might extend my life. As he spoke these words, Lin Ziyuan and his wife's eyes lit up. While they might not care about other matters, they certainly couldn't ignore their son's life. Son, you must take this game seriously. Mom won't disturb you anymore. From now on, I'll regularly bring meals to your room. You can eat whenever you want. Hearing his mother's words, Lin Xiaotian felt both moved and amused. Mom, of course I'll play well. This game is so much fun that I could stay in it for 24 hours straight. Not only will I play for myself, but I also want Dad to invest in this game and treat it as an industry to manage. Ha! Xiaoyan, what do you mean by that? Lin Ziyuan asked, looking puzzled. I have a premonition that Black Myth will soon open up more gaming slots and release a second batch of gaming helmets. When that happens, if possible, Dad, you must do everything you can to grab more helmets, even if they cost 1 million each or 2 million each. Lin Xiaoshan's words left Lin Ziyuan increasingly confused. Is it really worth spending millions to grab a gaming helmet? Absolutely. It's definitely worth it. Dad, if you trust me, just do as I say. As long as we establish a foothold in the world of Black Myth, it will definitely earn more than running a company. At the same time, in the Jinbang Martial Arts School, Chen Zhua, who had just logged off, stood in the middle of the training area wielding a fine steel long sword as he once again demonstrated the Gale Blade technique. Not far away, a crowd of Chen family members had gathered, including his grandfather Chen Henian, his second uncle Chen Henning, and his third uncle Chen Henyu. Along with his father and several uncles, as well as some cousins of the same generation, there were at least 20 to 30 people. These individuals were all notified by his grandfather Chen Henian. At this moment, whether it was the elders of the Chen family or those of Chen Zhua's generation, their eyes were filled with shock. As a family deeply rooted in martial arts, they could immediately tell that Chen Zhua was demonstrating a top-tier martial art far superior to the techniques they had learned. Once Chen Zhua finished the entire set of the Gale Blade technique, his uncles and the elders began to surround him. Zhua, what blade technique were you just using? Why was it so fierce? Yeah, where did you learn this? This technique is filled with lethal moves. Brother, this blade technique looks impressive. You must have practiced it for several years, right? Listening to the inquiries from his relatives, Chen Zhua immediately began to explain. This blade technique is one I brought from a game. It is called the Gale Blade technique. A game. Can something from a game be brought into the real world? Stop lying. Exactly, isn't everything from games fake? I know you don't believe me, but this Gale Blade technique is indeed a skill from the game. Aside from this blade technique, I also brought back an inner cultivation method called the Return to Origin technique. I just tried practicing it and it's real. I even cultivated a strand of inner strength. As he spoke, he placed his hand on his second uncle's wrist. The next moment, a look of horror appeared on his second uncle's face as he felt as though his wrist had been pricked by a needle. This was clearly a symptom of achieving initial inner strength as recorded in ancient texts. You really cultivated inner strength. Indeed, if I lie even a bit, the ancestors of the Chen family will not spare me. Chen Zhua said earnestly. If you don't believe me, you can search online. The game Black Myth should already be trending. Upon hearing this, the Chen family members immediately began searching. Just like Lin Ziyuan, when they saw the news and videos related to Black Myth on their phones, the shock on their faces reached an unprecedented level. Is there really such a game in this world? Of course. The charm of this game lies in its high level of realism and freedom. Within the game, I can fully exert the martial arts I have learned and refine my techniques while practicing against the monsters in the game. Playing in the game for half a day feels equivalent to months of hard work in the real world. Martial arts is about killing techniques. One must kill to advance their skills, which is impossible in reality, but can be done in Black Myth. The more he spoke, the more excited Chen Zhua became. As traditional martial arts decline, the real world no longer has the soil for its growth and development. Traditional martial arts also lack a place to be applied. While playing the game, I came up with an idea. Since reality lacks the soil for traditional martial arts development, why not develop within the world of Black Myth? We practitioners have an advantage over ordinary people in the world of Black Myth. Xiao Zhua, do you mean? Chun Henian asked, somewhat confused. What I mean is that everyone should pay more attention to the updates of Black Myth. If it opens a second round of testing, everyone must do everything possible to secure a spot to play the game. As he spoke, Chen Zhua conveyed some of his thoughts to the Chen family. His idea was simple: to utilize the Chen family's advantage in martial arts to make a name for themselves in the world of Black Myth, and then use the game to give back to reality, transforming the Chen family into a true aristocratic family. Of course, all of this hinged on whether the Black Myth official would indeed open subsequent tests or a public beta. The Chen family members would also need to secure game helmets. After the family meeting concluded, he returned to the world of Black Myth, while the other Chen family members began monitoring the official website and forums of Black Myth, keeping a close eye on the official updates. At this moment, it wasn't just the Lin and Chen families paying attention to the updates. Those who had watched Li Ningning's livestream were also eagerly awaiting news. Additionally, those who had stumbled upon videos related to Black Myth online and developed a strong interest in this legendary virtual game were all hoping for the official release of the second wave of game helmets. Some netizens even tried to find out which company developed Black Myth, but in the end it was all in vain. Black Myth seemed to have appeared out of thin air with no traces of it anywhere on the internet. As the clock struck 6 in the Dragon Kingdom, the Black Myth official website, which had been silent, finally revealed some new content. As soon as this new content was updated, it was immediately spotted by the netizens who had been vigilantly monitoring the official site. In a certain internet cafe in Jiangxing, a man staring at a computer screen couldn't help but exclaim, "The Black Myth official website has been updated. Hurry, come take a look." Upon hearing this, several men playing a certain MOBA game beside him immediately put down their game and crowded around his computer screen. Wow, it really has a lot more content than before. There was only a little bit before. Look, Black Myth is about to start the second round of internal testing. As he spoke, several pairs of eyes were fixated on a line of large characters in the middle of the website. The second round of internal testing for Black Myth is about to begin. Click here to reserve your spot for the game. A simple line of text sent the group of people in front of the computer screen into a frenzy. They quickly returned to their respective computers, abandoning their games, and immediately opened the Black Myth official website to find the reservation interface for the second round of internal testing. They filled out the reservation information as quickly as possible, fearing that if they were slow, others would snatch away their qualification. Once they completed and submitted their reservation, a message popped up. "Congratulations, your reservation was successful. You will be notified of the reservation results at midnight tonight. If you obtain game qualifications, you will be issued a game helmet immediately. If you do not obtain game qualifications, please look forward to the next test." Upon seeing this message, the group in the internet cafe couldn't help but be stunned. What does this mean? Isn't reserving supposed to guarantee game qualifications? Does this mean they will randomly select from the reservations? How many people will be selected? Wait, it seems to say the number of players for the second internal test. Let me see. What? Only 100 people. Damn. Only 100 qualifications available. Can we even grab one? At the same time, the news of Black Myth opening its second round of internal testing spread rapidly across the internet in the Dragon Kingdom, causing a tremendous uproar. After a day of simmering, the virtual online game He Shenhua, seemingly sprung from nowhere, erupted into full-blown popularity across Longwa. On platforms like Douyin, related videos and reports proliferated, even storming the trending lists, while its ranking on the game's popularity charts climbed relentlessly. There was no mystery to it, the label virtual game carried enormous worth. And those promoting He Shenhua were not limited to Li Ningning. Among the other 14 players, many immediately saw ways to monetize the game's content. That afternoon, several players began live streaming and uploaded their own gameplay videos. Even though none of them had run short-form channels before, none had experience with streaming, and their editing was a shambles, their videos and streams nevertheless drew considerable traffic. Gameplay footage was scarce. Only those 50 people could enter the game. So even a casual clip of in-game content riveted netizens. Even those who did not usually play games wanted to try it. When word spread that He Shenhua would open a second round of internal testing, netizens could not remain indifferent. Li Ningning even released a special video to discuss the matter. In the clip, she announced that the developers had issued a major notice. The second round of internal testing was imminent, and a new batch of game helmets would be distributed. She went on to explain the game for those unfamiliar with it. He Shenhua is a virtual MMORPG that approaches the realism of the waking world. It requires no keyboard and mouse, no gamepad. Anyone can play regardless of hardware. Merely don the helmet, and you are transported into another fantastical realm to live a different life. Furthermore, the game had no store, no top-up buttons, no flashy first-time bonuses. Equipment relied entirely on one's own effort. Within the game, you could do as you pleased. Fish hunt, build houses, admire scenery, even craft explosives. There was little that could not be done. This was a game made in good conscience. The video had been posted less than half an hour, and was already taking off like surged, while comments refreshed by the hundreds and thousands. Her clip, barely 30 minutes old, was trending. The tally of likes climbed rapidly, and comments multiplied by the hundreds or thousands with each refresh. Some viewers exclaimed that with the second round opening, it might finally be their turn to enter the game, or others said that seeing the streamer had truly made them want to play, and that this was their chance. One person declared that if they could get into He Shenhua, they would abandon all other games. Others warned to be realistic. Reservations used a lottery you had to draw to obtain qualification, and the official count already showed hundreds of thousands of reservations, while only 100 game slots would be issued. Some argued that the odds were still much better than the lottery, and certainly preferable to games that required paying for privileged access. A boisterous commenter crowed that those 100 slots could fetch tens or hundreds of thousands on resale, and urged everyone to rush. He bragged that he had used IDs for his wife's son, parents-in-law, his 89-year-old grandfather, and his 107-year-old great-grandfather to reserve. Others urged everyone to swell the denominator, while another pleaded emotionally to be let in. He was severely paralyzed with only one functioning hand and longed to feel standing once more. Amid the banter, someone darkly quipped that Hawking had died too early. Under the influence of these factors, reservations for He Shenhua's second test shot upward like a torrent. In just over an hour, the number of reservations broke past 2 million. Qin Tian, who sat within the journey to the West World, clicked his tongue in astonishment at the figure. He muttered that he had underestimated the allure of virtual games. If only his world source were greater, he reflected, he could recruit millions of players to serve him, and within months sweep the journey to the West Realm. Then not even Sun Wukong, let alone the Celestial Court, would stand in his way. He also realized that Duya Dewang would by now have learned of Wild Dog Ridge's defeat. The king might attack tomorrow, so Qin Tian resolved to prepare and strengthen himself. After the player's afternoon exertions, his world source rose by 200 points, ample to give his power a substantial boost. He casually opened his personal information panel and clicked the plus sign beside his cultivation level, pouring 50 world source points directly into his cultivation. The instant the world source flowed in, he felt a vast pure energy well up inside him, frantically converting into his demonic power. In the blink of an eye, his demonic power doubled, or with the explosive rise of that force, his attributes swelled as well: strength, defense, speed, and even the intensity of his spiritual sense. When he came to his senses, he was delighted to find his realm had surged from refining Essence Chi Layer 3 to Layer 4. Under normal circumstances, such a breakthrough would have taken at least 2 more years of cultivation. Now it had been achieved in an instant. Feeling the mighty force and the roaring demonic power within him, Qin Tian could not help but cry out with delight that the sensation of cheating was exhilarating. He cried for another 50 points and without hesitation poured an additional 50 world source into his cultivation level. As expected, his cultivation leapt again, directly breaching the barrier into the 5th layer of refining essence Qi. It was no exaggeration to say that at the 5th layer, he could easily crush his former 3rd layer self. Even if he ventured to Shichuoling Yaozhai, he could pass as a mere patrolling demon soldier. He reasoned that Duya Dewang himself likely only possessed power around the 4th or 5th layer, but that alone was not entirely safe. The king nonetheless wielded a fairly potent magical artifact. Regretfully, Qin Tian had no artifact of his own, and was unsure how to defend against such a weapon. Even after breaking into the 5th layer, Qin Tian did not grow arrogant. He knew his might remained modest within the entire journey to the West World, still only at a karma level standing. After a moment's thought, his gaze fell on the thick-backed great blade nearby. He recalled that world source could be used to enhance weapons and magical treasures, and wondered if he might elevate the blade into a genuine artifact. He lifted the thick-backed great blade and located its information in the weapons section of his personal panel. Thick-backed great blade, grade superior mundane weapon. Attack 25, special effect armor piercing. A fine weapon forged by a mortal master craftsman. It can be strengthened by investing world source or enhancement, may raise the weapon's quality and grant chances to obtain special effects. Consuming 50 world source points allows advancement to the next stage. Seeing the plus sign, Qin Tian wasted no hesitation and invested 50 world source. The next moment, the thick-backed great blade in his hand was shrouded in a streak of white light. When the glow faded, the blade had undergone a dramatic transformation from its former state. The previous thick-backed broadsword was forged by a mortal blacksmith using ordinary iron, and its only advantages were its exceptional sharpness and sturdiness, appearing quite ordinary on the outside. However, after Qin Tian infused it with 50 points of world essence, not only did its appearance become cold and dazzling, but mysterious patterns also appeared on the blade, with a golden tiger lying on its back. Its overall shape appeared even more majestic and imposing than before. What surprised Qin Tian was that the thick-backed broadsword not only changed shape, but also more than doubled in weight. It now weighed at least 300 jin, making it impossible for ordinary small demons to even lift it. Why did my weapon undergo such a significant transformation after enhancement while others did not? Is this some sort of special treatment from the system? Right, let's see what quality it is now and whether it has turned into a magical artifact. As expected, the attributes of the thick-backed broadsword were completely different from before. Tiger-back broadsword. Quality low-grade magical artifact. Attack power 100 points. Special effect 1, armor breaking special effect 2, spell breaking special effect 3, heavy strike. A magical artifact forged by the king of Langlang Mountain, Qingtian Great Sage, with remarkable power. Can be infused with world essence for enhancement, improving weapon quality and possibly granting special effects. To advance to the next stage requires 100 points of world essence. Looking at the equipment attributes, Qin Tian's tiger-like eyes immediately sparkled with brilliance. It actually evolved into a magical artifact. How wonderful! I finally have a magical artifact of my own. In the world of journey to the West, personal cultivation is undoubtedly important, but having a good magical artifact is equally crucial. Even the mighty Sun Wukong often fled in disgrace from those demons possessing powerful treasures. Just like the diamond cutter of the Green Bull demon, the golden bell of the Yellow Brow King, the human species bag, and the Yin Yang Qi bottle of the Golden Winged Rock, those wild demons without roots are weak, partly due to their low cultivation and partly because they lack notable magical treasures. After all, wild demons are not adept at refining magical artifacts. At most, they can only practice with some part of their own body. The previous life was lost due to the lack of a magical artifact, having been schemed against by the Poison Tooth King. In his excitement, Qin Tian lifted the tiger-back broadsword and struck it down towards a nearby stone table. The granite stone table was instantly cleaved in two, the cut smooth and flawless, while the blade showed not even a tiny chip. Good sword. With this blade in hand, if I encounter the Poison Tooth King again, I can surely split him in half with one strike. Next, I should enhance my armor. After all, both attack and defense need to be bolstered. He then found the brass armor he was wearing on the system panel. Brass armor. Quality upper grade ordinary artifact. Defense power 20 points. Special effect none. Armor specially crafted by a mortal blacksmith for the Qingtian Great Sage with average defensive capabilities. Can be infused with world essence for enhancement, improving quality and possibly granting special effects. To advance to the next stage requires 50 points of world essence. Just like the thick-backed broadsword, the brass armor was also enveloped in a strong white light. When the white light dissipated, its form underwent a tremendous transformation, just like the thick-backed broadsword. The original brass armor was plain and unremarkable, but now it sported a roaring tiger head on the chest plate with numerous tiger elements appearing on the shoulder guards, gauntlets, and skirt armor. More importantly, a red cloak mysteriously appeared on his back, embroidered with a ferocious descending black tiger. Even Qin Tian himself was stunned by the appearance of this new armor. The system has a good sense of aesthetics. This armor is too stylish, although it is a bit too flashy and dazzling. I wonder what its attributes are like. Tiger King Armor. Quality low-grade magical artifact. Physical defense 50 points, magical defense 20 points. Special effect 1 Eye Tiger Might Special effect 2 or Enemy Control Special effect 3 Agility. A magical artifact refined by the king of Langlang Mountain Qingtian Great Sage with a stylish appearance and extraordinary defensive power. To advance to the next stage requires 100 points of world essence. Excellent. With this set of armor and my tiger-back broadsword, I wonder how the Poison Tooth King will stand a chance against me. Once I deal with the Wild Dog Ridge, I will sweep away all other demon villages within a 50-kilometer radius. What a pity there is no mirror to see how I look in full. With his equipment and strength enhanced, the only thing he lacked now was magic. Some demons with otherworldly bloodlines are born with supernatural powers, while ordinary creatures like him, who accidentally gain enlightenment, do not enjoy such privileges. Magic is also an integral part of a demon's overall strength. I wonder if enhancing my bloodline will awaken some magical abilities or divine powers. It should be possible, right? After pondering for a while, he clicked the plus sign next to the bloodline. In the blink of an eye, 50 points of world essence vanished, and the line of text regarding the bloodline changed accordingly. Bloodline Chongqi Bloodline 001. Seeing this line of text, Qin Tian immediately felt his breath quicken. Chongqi. Wow, I've hit the jackpot. He knew very well who Chongqi was, one of the 4 fiends of antiquity alongside Chaos Tao and Taoye appearing in various myths and legends. It was no exaggeration to say he was famous, resembling a tiger, but with wings on his back, and he specialized in eating humans. If he could fully inherit the Chongqi bloodline, even Sun Wukong would have to behave in his presence. Just as Qin Tian was filled with excitement, he suddenly felt the world spin around him, and his body felt as if it were on fire, becoming extremely hot. A surge of violent energy akin to a volcanic eruption erupted and surged through his body. Wherever this energy flowed, his muscles and bones were torn apart, and his blood boiled as if being cooked. Such a strong reaction caused Qin Tian to fall into unconsciousness. While he was unconscious, his body expanded significantly, growing from 3 meters to 3.5 meters tall, and his tiger claws became larger than car tires. His fangs grew longer and his claws became sharper. The most obvious change was the color of his fur. The previously yellow fur now resembled flames, and the black stripes became even darker and more profound. The former Qin Tian exuded the aura of a dignified king, but now he carried a hint of ferocity. Even lying down, he would instill fear. After about 10 minutes of unconsciousness, Qin Tian gradually awakened, revealing a pair of golden yellow pupils upon opening his eyes. Once awake, he immediately noticed the changes in himself. I seem to be taller and more robust than before. Fortunately, this set of armor has transformed into a magical artifact and can adjust to my body size. Otherwise, I might have burst out of it. It must have been the awakening of the Chongqi bloodline within me. I didn't expect the power to be this immense. Name Qingtian Great Sage King of Langlang Mountain. Race Demon, Clan Tiger Demon. Bloodline Chongqi Bloodline. Purification to the next stage requires 500 points of world origin. Age 180 years. Cultivation level Refining Qi 5th layer requires 100 points of world origin to advance to the next stage. Equipment Tiger King's Armor Low-Grade Magical Artifact Tiger Back Great Sword Low-Grade Magical Artifact. Techniques Basic Breathing Technique 3rd Layer Gale Blade Technique Evolution Return to Origin Technique Evolution Rock Solid Technique Evolution. Ability 1. Control Wind Ability 2. Fierce Roar. Demonic Art 100 Punishments Tier Demonic Art 2. Qianqi's Devour. World Origin 589 points. World Origin can be used to evolve techniques, refine magical artifacts, create pills, enhance cultivation, summon players. Each point of World Origin can summon 1 player. After activating the Chongqi bloodline within his body, he directly obtained 2 abilities and 2 demonic arts. Upon seeing these powers, Qin Tian was instantly overjoyed. It is known that even a typical high-level demon would only possess 1 or 2 abilities or demonic arts, yet he had mastered 4 at once. Just 1 ability is enough to cause a qualitative change in his strength. With 4, he couldn't even imagine how powerful he had become. Perhaps he could fight beyond his rank now. If he had to choose 1 ability he valued the most, it would undoubtedly be Control Wind. This ability not only granted him the power to manipulate wind, but also allowed him to fly with it. Now he no longer had to run on his legs. Chongqi bloodline truly lives up to its name. The only downside is the excessive consumption of world origin for purification. However, for now it's sufficient. As long as I don't provoke the 3 demons of Hefeng Mountain, I should be able to roam freely within 100 miles. After saying this, he continued to grin as he admired his handsome appearance. Meanwhile, over 20 miles away in the Wild Dog Ridge Demon stronghold, a gloomy atmosphere prevailed. The defeated General Hundred Legs and General Golden Tooth were anxiously pacing in front of a cave. Why hasn't the king emerged yet? If he doesn't come out soon, what will we do if the Langlang Mountain people take the opportunity to attack? Indeed, it's only been a few days, yet Langlang Mountain has suddenly gained so many demon soldiers, and each one is fearless. This time we've suffered heavy losses. Once the king comes out, he will surely blame us. We should think about how to explain to him when he does. Just as the 2 demons were lamenting, the stone door of the cave suddenly began to slowly open, revealing a tall figure behind it. This figure had the head of a serpent and the body of a human, with a long serpent tail trailing behind. Holding an unusual spear, his triangular eyes glowed with a green light in the darkness. The most striking feature was the pair of curved fangs by his mouth. Upon seeing this figure, General Hundred Legs and General Golden Tooth immediately knelt down. We pay our respects to the king and congratulate him on his emergence. Undoubtedly, the one emerging from the cave was the leader of the Wild Dog Ridge Demons, King Poison Tooth. Having cultivated for over 300 years, he commanded great respect among the demons of Wild Dog Ridge. Upon seeing General Hundred Legs and General Golden Tooth kneeling at the cave entrance, a hint of confusion appeared in the emerald eyes of King Poison Tooth. Why are you 2 here? Were you not ordered to prepare for an assault to wipe out the nearby demon strongholds? As soon as King Poison Tooth spoke, the faces of General Hundred Legs and General Golden Tooth instantly revealed a look of guilt. My king! What? King Poison Tooth approached the 2, his triangular eyes fixed intensely on General Hundred Legs and General Golden Tooth. At the moment their gazes met, General Golden Tooth shivered in fright and hurriedly recounted how they had attacked Langlang Mountain but suffered heavy losses. Forgive me, my king. I never expected that Langlang Mountain would suddenly have so many demon soldiers, as if they could never be killed. Yes. Though those demon soldiers are not strong, they fight fiercely and fearlessly, completely reckless. But rest assured, my king, although we suffered heavy losses this time, Langlang Mountain cannot be in a much better state. We have at least slain 200 demon soldiers from Langlang Mountain, and their vitality must be severely weakened, especially with their king injured by you. Taking Langlang Mountain should be just a matter of time. After saying this, General Golden Tooth secretly raised his head to observe King Poison Tooth's expression. However, the next moment King Poison Tooth suddenly grabbed him, his sharp fangs pressing against General Golden Tooth's neck. You dare to deceive me? Where did those 200 demon soldiers from Langlang Mountain come from? The demon clans within 100 miles have either submitted to other strongholds or have been taken under my command. Tell me, where did these 200 demon soldiers come from? Did they spring up from the ground? As he spoke, King Poison Tooth flicked his bright red tongue, almost brushing against General Golden Tooth's face. General Golden Tooth was almost scared to faint with a round object rolling under him. Please spare me, my king. Spare my life. Next time I will definitely wipe out Langlang Mountain. Please give me another chance. At this moment, General Hundred Legs hastily explained. My king, please see. The demon soldiers of Langlang Mountain are indeed less than 200. But while attacking Langlang Mountain, I discovered a secret. Secret? King Poison Tooth turned to look at General Hundred Legs, still holding on to General Golden Tooth. Yes. I found that the demon soldiers of Langlang Mountain seemed to be able to resurrect. I remember clearly that I had slain several of their demon soldiers, yet not long after they appeared before me again. At first I thought they just resembled the previous demon soldiers, but later I realized they were indeed the ones I had previously slain. Now that I think about it, this is probably why they are so fearless. They can come back to life after dying. As soon as this was said, King Poison Tooth immediately tossed General Golden Tooth to the ground and approached General Hundred Legs, staring intently at him, while a powerful aura enveloped General Hundred Legs. Resurrected from the dead. How is that possible? Even a powerful demon king or demon saint cannot be resurrected from the dead. How could these newly formed little demons come back to life? If you are lying to me, you know the consequences. I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare to deceive the king. What I said is all true. Seeing that General Hundred Legs didn't seem to be lying, King Poison Tooth's expression changed. By the way, my king, those resurrected little demons seem to have emerged from the valley behind Langlang Mountain. Perhaps the secret lies within that valley. The valley behind Langlang Mountain. After murmuring to himself, King Poison Tooth's gaze turned towards Langlang Mountain. I want to see what secret lies there. My king, should I sneak over to investigate? General Hundred Legs asked quietly. No, I will go personally. In the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom, the night was already deep, and it was almost midnight, yet a large number of people were unable to sleep. These individuals had all reserved their game qualifications on the official website of Black Myth. The official website stated that the lottery results would be announced at midnight, and these people could hardly wait sitting in front of their computers since 10 p.m. Inside a well-known high-end internet cafe in Jinghai City, a large group of men, who did not seem particularly trustworthy, were sitting in front of their computers. The computer screens were all displaying the official page of Black Myth. Meanwhile, in the rest area next to the internet zone, a middle-aged man dressed in a suit exuding an elegant yet slightly ruthless aura was sitting there sipping tea. The middle-aged man's name was Wang Shangtian. This name seemed ordinary, but in Jinghai it was anything but. It is not an exaggeration to say that 1 in every 10 people in Jinghai had heard of Wang Shangtian. He had started in the building materials wholesale business in his early years, later transitioning to real estate, where he founded Shangtian Real Estate. With the real estate industry in Dragon Kingdom booming, his fortune skyrocketed to over 100 billion. In addition to being a well-known entrepreneur, he held another identity as the president of the famous gaming guild, the War God Hall. 20 years ago, he led the War God Hall to dominate the entire legend. Even after becoming a millionaire and then a billionaire, he still found time to play games every day. He had played games like Magic, Domain, Dragon Conquest, and Warcraft, investing at least a few million in each. However, in recent years, he gradually lost interest in gaming as he got older. Of course, age was not the main reason. The primary reason was that he could not feel excitement or thrill in the games where an entire server catered to him, making it utterly meaningless. After finishing a cup of tea, Wang Shangtian glanced at his watch, which was worth several million. There are just 2 minutes until midnight. Everyone keep your eyes glued to the screen. If anyone draws the qualification for the Black Myth second test, notify me immediately, and I will reward that person with 1 million. Don't worry, Brother Shang, no matter what, we will at least secure a game qualification for you today, said a middle-aged man, sitting closest to Wang Shangtian, patting his chest. So confident. Of course, this time we've activated everyone we could. Those from the real estate company, security company, and loan company. Every one of the 23000 employees of the Shangtian Group has made a reservation. In addition, everyone who has taken out a loan with us has been asked to reserve on the official Black Myth website. As long as they make a reservation, we will waive 1 month's interest for them. Hearing the report from the middle-aged man, Wang Shangtian nodded with satisfaction. Very good. After all these years, you old Lu are still the most reliable when it comes to handling matters. Brother Shang, I don't quite understand. Isn't this just a game? Is it worth all this effort? You don't understand, this game is completely different from the ones we played before. Once we secure a game qualification, I'll get you a helmet. You'll see for yourself. I want our War God Hall's name to resonate in Black Myth. Sure, I'll follow you, Brother Shang. We'll fight PK battles and guild wars together, dominating the server. Alright, no more talking. Keep your eyes on the screen, the results are about to be announced. As soon as Wang Shangtian finished speaking, the time struck midnight. At the moment the countdown on the Black Myth official website hit 0, all those who had reserved the second internal test qualifications received notifications. Most people's notifications read, "We regret to inform you that you did not obtain a qualification for this second internal test. Please look forward to the next round." Upon seeing this notification, disappointment immediately washed over the faces of these individuals. I didn't draw. Damn it. What a waste. I created 5 accounts and none were successful. Why didn't I draw? I really want to play. I knew it all along, or with nearly 10 million reservations and only 100 spots, the odds are disheartening. We can only wait for the next time. I hope it won't be too long, and I also hope the Black Myth officials can release more spots. What a trash game, only so few spots for the internal test. If you can't provide more, don't bother. I won't play. Even if you beg me later, I won't touch it. I stand by this. No way. I have to go to the forum and berate the game officials. Of course, among those who didn't get selected, there were naturally those who did. Back in the internet cafe where Wang Shangtian was an employee from the Shangtian Group security company, suddenly stood up excitedly from his chair. I got it. I got it. Haha, I drew the qualification for the second round of testing. As soon as he said this, everyone present immediately focused their gaze on him, and Wang Shangtian, who had been leisurely sipping tea, quickly got up and ran to his side. Sure enough, the notification on this employee's computer screen was completely different from that of others. Congratulations. You have successfully obtained the qualification for the second internal test of Black Myth. Please click the link to fill in your personal information. We will arrange for staff to deliver the game helmet to you shortly. Seeing this notification, Wang Shangtian was overjoyed. You really got it. You're lucky, kid. I keep my word. Later you can find finance and collect your 1 million reward. The employee who drew the game qualification was ecstatic. Thank you, President Wang. Thank you, President Wang. The other employees present all showed envious expressions. At that moment another employee suddenly stood up excitedly. I also have an account that drew. Ha ha ha, finally good fortune has come to me. President Wang, I won. I won. Upon hearing this, Wang Qingtian was taken aback for a moment, then rushed to the employee's side as quickly as possible. After glancing at his computer screen, he could no longer contain himself and burst into hearty laughter. Great, great. Now with the helmet I've got 3 game helmets. Once I bring in 2 trusted aides into the game, my advantage over other players will be even greater. Hurry! Fill in your information immediately. Let's get the game helmets first. Yes, President Wang. After giving instructions to this employee, Wang Qingtian turned his gaze to the people behind him. Old Lu, old Ba, once the game helmets arrive you two will join me in the game. I'll help you familiarize yourselves with it first, and then we brothers can fight side by side in the game. As for the other brothers, I'll find a way to help you exchange for helmets in the game. I won't talk to you anymore. I have to log in. I set traps on the back mountain, and if I log in late the prey might be stolen by some bastard. And I have to check if the territory I painstakingly opened up has been harmed by wild boars. After saying this, Wang Qingtian hurriedly ran into his luxurious private room and put on the Black Myth game helmet. At the same time, in the Jinbang Martial Arts School, although it was already deep into the night, the school was brightly lit. A crowd of Chun family members, regardless of gender, were all gathered together, their eyes fixated on their mobile phone screens, ranging from the elderly aged 90 to children who had just started primary school. When notifications popped up on their screens, various sounds began to rise and fall. What bad luck, I didn't win. I didn't win either. I waited all this time for nothing. Did anyone win? Cousin, did you win? As everyone wore expressions of helplessness, Chen Henian hurriedly took out a pair of reading glasses from his pocket and put them on. After looking several times, his expression suddenly changed, seemingly uncertain. He then spotted Chen Zhua not far away. "Ao Zhua, can you help Grandpa check if I've won?" Upon hearing his grandfather's words, Chen Zhua immediately took the phone. When he saw the notification on Chen Henian's screen, disbelief spread across his face. "This? Grandpa, you really won. What luck you have." Upon hearing this, the other members of the Chen family were also somewhat taken aback. "I didn't expect that among so many of us it was the old man who won. Looks like the old man has good luck. Grandpa, why don't you give this qualification to me? At your age, why play games? Get out of here. Who says I can't play games just because of my age? This game doesn't even need a mouse and keyboard. You just wear a headset and you can play. Who knows, I might play better than you young people." Chen Henian said defiantly. "Ajwa, hurry and help me get in. I want to check it out quickly." "Okay, Grandpa, I'll help you fill in the information. The game headset should arrive soon." After saying this, Chen Zhua helped Chen Henian fill out the relevant information and the headset's shipping address. Just as he said, less than 5 minutes after he finished filling out the information, a cardboard box appeared at the door of the martial arts school. In front of all the Chen family members, Chen Zhua opened the box to reveal the Black Myth game headset inside. Under Chen Zhua's guidance, Chen Henian quickly put on the headset and lay down on a massage chair that had been prepared in advance. "Grandpa, once you enter the game, just do as I say. They'll be waiting for you at the spawn point. My ID is crazy/down the street." "Alright, Grandpa, I'm going into the game now. Also, I've started a live broadcast on Douyin. The rest of you can watch and learn. I feel that in the future you should also be able to get a game headset, so it's good to understand the game in advance." After saying this, Chen Zhua was the first to enter the world of Black Myth under the watchful eyes of the Chen family. Chen Henian followed closely behind. At the same time, a live broadcast room appeared on the large television nearby, which was Chen Zhua's Douyin livestream. Through this livestream, the Chen family could watch Chen Zhua's real-time gameplay. The Chen family members immediately watched with great interest. Since they didn't have headsets, this was the only way for them to experience the globally unique virtual game Black Myth. What they didn't expect was that the live stream that Chen Zhua specially opened for the Chen family was suddenly flooded with a large number of viewers. The online count surged rapidly and the bullet comments flew across the screen. "Those who didn't grab the Black Myth second test qualification, gather here. Didn't grab one. Is there anyone who got one? I'm willing to buy a game headset at a high price." "What are you joking about? If someone got the game headset, who would still be here at this time?" "Exactly. If someone got the game headset, they would probably have entered the game by now. I heard that once you get the qualification, the headset is delivered right to your door. I wonder how they do that. I can't sleep tonight. I need to see what this Black Myth is all about. I searched for a long time. Why is he the only one streaming Black Myth online? Need I even ask? Other people didn't get the qualifications. In just a few minutes, over 100,000 viewers flooded into Chun's live stream, all clearly those who did not get the second test qualifications. At the same time, in the valley behind Langlang Mountain, a flash of white light appeared, and a small demon resembling an ape slowly materialized. The small demon was dressed in simple clothes with the words Pine and Crane Longevity on its head, and a green health bar above it. Clearly it was a player. So this is the game world of Black Myth. Just as Xiaozhu was said, it is completely indistinguishable from the real world. And my body feels like I'm back at 20 years old. As he spoke, the ape demon performed several difficult moves such as backflips, handstands, and splits, each done with ease. After completing these moves, he became even more excited. He was already 89 years old in the real world. Although his body was much better than his peers due to years of martial arts training, he was still aging and his movements were not as nimble as before. Not to mention intense exercise. Even walking for a long time would tire him out. But at this moment he felt as if he had returned to his youth. How could he not be excited? Not just him, but some new players who had just entered the game were also visibly excited. One player was so thrilled that he kneeled on the ground and cried loudly, "I can stand up! I can finally stand up! That's great, boo-hoo!" The ape demon player couldn't help but show a look of emotion upon seeing this scene. This game is truly magical. It's not an exaggeration to say it allows people to live again. Just then, a somewhat uncertain voice came from nearby. "Is that you, Grandpa?" Hearing this voice, the ape demon quickly turned to look and soon saw a wolf demon with a long knife on its back and wearing simple armor staring at him with curiosity. Upon seeing the words "crazy" slash down the street above the wolf demon's head, he suddenly understood. "You are Ajwa." "Yes, it's me, Grandpa." "Why did you choose an ape?" "What ape? This is a monkey." Chun Henian exclaimed with wide eyes. "I forgot to tell you, Grandpa, different races have different bonuses. For example, bear demons and pig demons have greater strength while stone demons and tree demons have stronger defense." "Oh well, I've already chosen, so it doesn't matter. Grandpa, let me take you around and introduce how to play this game." As he spoke, Chunjua prepared to lead Chun Henian in the direction of the demon village. At this moment, suddenly a new player who had just entered the game pointed to the sky not far away and exclaimed, "Look over there. What is that thing?" The other players in the spawn area immediately looked up in the direction he pointed. They saw a dark cloud approaching them in the clear sky with two green lights faintly visible within the cloud. Before they could react, the dark cloud plummeted straight towards the ground. When the cloud dissipated, the Poison Fang King with a snake's head and a human body, wielding a snake spear, appeared in the valley behind Langlang Mountain, accompanied by two small leaders. His pair of green glowing triangular eyes scanned the crowd of new players before he coldly declared, "Indeed, something is amiss. As the designated birth point set by Qin Tian, all players entering the Black Myth will be born in this valley. At this moment, it coincides with the arrival of a batch of second test players, so from time to time one or two little demons dressed in coarse cloth will pop up in the valley. In addition to them, there are also veteran players like the King of Building Materials and Ling Huchong taking the opportunity to recruit people here. Thus, nearly 100 players gathered in the valley, all of whom focused their attention on the Poison Tooth King. To be precise, it was the scarlet health bar above the Poison Tooth King's head, and his name, which was dark red. Leader Poison Tooth King Danger. Upon seeing the name above the Poison Tooth King, the players were momentarily stunned, then immediately erupted in excitement. "Holy shit! A boss! Could this be the boss from Wild Dog Ridge? I saw him in the official dungeon information. Goodness, this damn boss spawned right at the birth point. This game is indeed different from other games. Where else does a boss spawn at a player's birth point? If we kill him, we should be able to drop a lot of good stuff. Needless to say, that's guaranteed. According to the official website, killing him not only drops a game helmet redemption code, but also a guild establishment order. Should we go for it? It looks like we can't win. Just look at how dark red his name is. What's there to be afraid of? Based on my years of gaming experience, birth points are generally safe zones. We should be invulnerable, he can't kill us. Exactly, I feel this should be a part of the storyline, there shouldn't be any combat involved. Who cares about that? Let's just go and hit him once first." As they spoke, a player boldly walked towards the Poison Tooth King brandishing his weapon, and after getting close enough he attacked without hesitation. Other players, fearing they might miss something, shouted, "Go, go, go! Let's steal the boss! Don't let this guy take advantage of us! This game is so exhilarating! We start off battling a boss right after birth. Charge!" Looking at the group of weak little demons daring to attack him, the Poison Tooth King was first puzzled, then enraged. "Seeking death." As soon as the words left his mouth, he swept his serpent spear horizontally, and a green light shot out. Wherever the green light passed, all players instantly transformed into white light. With just one move he had killed over 30 players. The remaining players were left in shock. Holy crap! This game's birth point isn't invulnerable. What the hell? This is unscientific. You don't know anything, this is how it really is. This boss is way too powerful. One move killed dozens of people. Is this really the boss that new players should face? In other games players farm monsters. How come this game reverses it with the boss coming to our birth point to farm players? We can't win, run. While the players were frightened by the Poison Tooth King, he was puzzled. Why are these little demons not afraid of this king? They even dared to attack me. Why do they leave no corpses after dying, just turning into white light? Just as he was confused, General Centipede beside him suddenly pointed into the distance. My king, look quickly, those little demons you just killed are coming back out. Hearing General Centipede's words, the Poison Tooth King immediately looked over. Indeed, as General Centipede said, the players he had just eliminated were reappearing one after another. Seeing this scene, the Poison Tooth King was not only surprised, but also became even more interested in the players. They can truly be reborn. No wonder they fear me not at all. Is it that there is something wrong with them, or is there something wrong with this land? I must understand this matter. If I can grasp the mystery, perhaps I can also become immortal like them. As he spoke, a glint of light flickered in the Poison Tooth King's heart. The next second, he moved his body towards the players, preparing to capture two to ask for clarity. However, just at that moment, a tiger's roar suddenly echoed through the valley, followed by a thunderous shout. Bold! Daring to act recklessly in my Langlang Mountain, do you not place this king in your eyes? As soon as the words fell, a handsome large blade descended from the sky. Clang! The large blade fell directly in front of the Poison Tooth King, with nearly half of it embedded in the rock, sending shattered stones flying. Faced with this sudden scene, the Poison Tooth King halted, turning his triangular eyes towards the top of the nearby cliff. There, on the 100-meter-high cliff, a majestic figure stood quietly, his golden armor shining brilliantly under the sunlight. His red cape billowed in the wind. As the Poison Tooth King looked at this figure, the players also raised their heads to glance at the cliff. It's the king. Who is this? Don't you know? He is the king of Langlang Mountain, nicknamed the Great Sage of Heaven. Of course, you can also think of him as the village chief of the Novice Village. This NPC is really cool. This game has even made the modeling of Novice Village NPCs so well. I must say, I feel like the modeling of the Great Sage of Heaven has upgraded. It wasn't this handsome before. Indeed, not only does he look better than before, but it seems his equipment has also been updated. This isn't a treatment a Novice Village NPC should have. Could it be that the official has upgraded him to a main character? His armor is really stylish. I wonder if they will open up crafting later. If I could wear something like that, I would be incredibly cool. I knew it. This must be part of the game's storyline. Otherwise, why would the Poison Tooth King show up at our birth point for no reason? This is definitely the storyline before the Wild Dog Ridge dungeon opens. The Wild Dog Ridge boss comes to provoke us, and the subsequent storyline is that the king of Langlang Mountain sends troops to attack Wild Dog Ridge, starting the siege battle. Most games do it this way. That's what I thought. I dare to guess that the Poison Tooth King is a bit too strong. Under normal circumstances, new players like us shouldn't be his match. Perhaps soon the Great Sage of Heaven will step in and injure him, lowering the dungeon to a normal difficulty, which is a scripted kill. While the players were discussing excitedly, the Poison Tooth King suddenly spoke. You actually survived being hit by my soul-ending nail. Humph. Speaking of which, we also need to settle old scores. Originally, I was going to find you, but since you've come to me today, let's settle it here. After saying this, Qin Tian, standing on the cliff, directly jumped down from the 100-meter-high cliff. Soon the battle between him and the Poison Tooth King officially commenced before the eyes of over 100 players. One was the Lord of the Yego Ling Demon Stronghold, the other the Lord of the Langlang Shan Demon Encampment. Both commanded hundreds of fiends and reigned as local overlords. Their power exceeded that of ordinary lesser demons by more than 100-fold, so their clash naturally riveted the players, especially the newcomers to the second beta, whose faces brimmed with excitement. So thrilling. Right after logging in and already witnessing a boss battle, the game's modeling is impeccable. Whether Duya Dawang or Qingtian Dasheng, neither feels like a novice NPC. They project an overwhelming presence that would make them endgame bosses in any other title. I wonder which of them will prevail. No question. It must be Qingtian Dasheng, or otherwise how would the storyline move forward? Quick, record this segment. Under the eager gaze of the players, Qin Tian, who had just descended from the cliff, rose and lifted his tigerback great blade onto his shoulder, then beckoned with a finger toward Duya Dawang. You ambushed me before. Today see how many of my blows you can withstand, he declared, and Duya Dawang gave a light snort. Arrogant. With that cry he twisted his body and surged toward Qin Tian so swiftly the players barely had time to react. A clang rang out. By the time the players recovered, the snake spear in Duya's hand had already struck Qin Tian's tigerback great blade. The impact was so fierce it hurt the players' eardrums. Come then! Qin Tian roared and his blade shuddered mightily. After driving the snake spear aside, he unleashed his gale blade technique, assailing Duya with a storm of relentless strikes. Duya had barely borne a few moves before faltering. He retreated dozens of meters, his hands trembling non-stop and his expression turning grave. How did this stupid tiger grow so much stronger, and when did he learn blade techniques? He wondered. No, I cannot continue trading techniques with him. If this goes on, I will surely lose. After a brief hesitation, Duya swallowed the snake spear, and then shifted his form into a colossal azure-scaled python 10 zhang in length. Once transformed, he threw open his gaping maw and spewed forth vast clouds of green poisonous mist. Several onlooking players were carelessly tainted by the miasma. Their health bars plunged, and in less than 2 seconds their bars were emptied. Over 100 players simultaneously turned to white light and returned to the spawn. The poisonous fog quickly crept toward Qin Tian. Had this been earlier, he might have been helpless against it, but now things were different. Facing the advancing green miasma, Qin Tian flung open his enormous jaws and unleashed a thunderous tiger roar. At the instant of the roar, a gale manifested from nowhere. Sand and stones whipped through the valley as the encroaching poison clouds were scattered by the wind. Trifling tricks. Dare you show off? Today this great king will cleave you. After dispersing the fog, Qin Tian leapt at Duya Dawang, his tigerback great blade, cleaving toward the serpent's massive body. As the blade descended, the spectral visage of a feral beast materialized upon its edge, and the entire blade was suffused in sanguine light. Confronted with such a fearsome strike, a dire omen surged in Duya's heart. He felt with chilling certainty that if Qin Tian's blade struck him, he would die. Without time to think, he poured his demonic power into a protective barrier, and a black scale from his vital spot shot forth, transmuting into a shield that shrouded him. In the next instant, the feral apparition on the tigerback blade lashed out with a claw that fused with the blade's light to form an irresistible force. A tremendous clang resounded as the terrifying power wrapped within the blade struck the shield, which began to crack. Under Duya's horrified gaze, the shield wrought from his protective scale began to fracture inch by inch. When it shattered completely, the blade's light struck his body, and the barrier of concentrated demonic power collapsed. With the sickening rasp of steel slicing flesh, searing pain erupted from his chest. When Duya registered it, a ghastly wound, nearly bisecting him at the waist, gaped open. Crimson blood gushed forth in torrents. Qin Tian had grievously wounded him with a single stroke. In that instant, Duya's heart was flooded with utter terror. He could not fathom how Qin Tian, who not long ago had been a defeated underling, had grown so fearsome in just a few days. No, he could not continue to fight him head-on. If he did, he would surely meet his end here. Acting on that thought, Duya quickly deployed a demonic technique to put distance between them, then opened his maw and spat a jet of black light that, in an instant, hurtled toward Qin Tian's face. Qin Tian had long anticipated such a move. After all, in his previous life, he had been undone by such treachery. It's time to try my signature demonic art, he resolved. He opened his mouth and a tremendous suction roared forth, drawing the black light aimed at his face straight into his maw. This was the innate demonic art he had gained upon awakening the Qiongqi bloodline. Qiongqi Zhishir, Devourer of Qiongqi. A technique that could devour not only enemies but also incoming attacks, consuming spells, cultivations, spiritual arts, and enchanted implements alike. When Duya saw his own implement swallowed by Qin Tian, he was struck to the core. My Duanhuan Ding! What demon art is this? This is bad. Today I truly fear I will be undone. My life ends here. In that instant, Duya was seized by remorse. Just as he expected Qin Tian to kill him, Qin Tian suddenly paused. It seems I cannot finish him yet. If I do, who will serve as the boss in the Yegoling dungeon for me? Right? Cannot kill him, at least not now. Seeing Qin Tian dazed, Duya dared not hesitate. He turned and fled, dissolving into a swirl of black mist toward Yegoling. As he fled, he kept glancing back toward Qin Tian, fearing pursuit. To his puzzlement, Qin Tian made no move to chase and simply let him go. Though bewildered, he thought little further. His only concern now was to save his life. At his flight, Baizu Jiangjun and Jinya Jiangjun likewise turned and ran. Qin Tian did not pursue them either. They would serve nicely as gatekeeper minibosses for the Yegoling dungeon. When his glance landed on the gathered players, he quickly put on an air of helplessness. Alas! I was careless to let Duya Dawang escape. If he flees back to Yegoling, he will not emerge again. If he is not eliminated, he will become a serious menace to Langlang Shan. Having said that, he shouldered his great blade and stepped before the players. People of destiny, would you assist this great king in sweeping Yego Ling clean? Fear not, Duya Dawang has been grievously wounded and is far weaker now. Should any of you slay him, generous reward shall be granted. At those words, a system notification arrived for all players. Ding. Qingtian Dasheng has issued a special quest. Slay Duya Dawang. Completion yields a mysterious reward. The notice continued: the assault on Yego Ling has officially begun. Players may go alone or form parties to venture there. Upon receiving it, the players erupted into an uproar. The earlier prophetic player smiled smugly and proclaimed, "See, I knew this was the dungeon's introductory plot." At this very moment, both the first and second batches of closed beta testers wore expressions of exhilaration. Despite having been slain repeatedly by the venomous Fang King, especially those who had just entered the game as part of the second wave. This game is utterly extraordinary. I've never encountered a boss that ambushes players right at the spawn point. Indeed, it's unlike anything else. While other games feel rigidly scripted, every moment in Black Myth brims with unpredictability. The battle between the boss and the heaven-supporting Great Sage was nothing short of breathtaking. Comparatively, combat in other games seems laughably feeble. You're telling me that thing was the beginner village boss? One strike wiped us all out. It's more than worthy of being dubbed a world-tier adversary. No wonder this is called the Wild Dog Ridge Assault. I suspect a standard raid would require at least 100 players. 100-player raid? Preposterous. Even 1,000 fresh players might not stand a chance. But that's precisely what makes this boss truly formidable. Then it'll take hours to defeat him. Hours. Try days. Right now I'm trembling with excitement. The heaven-supporting Great Sage is genuinely awe-inspiring. Should a mere village NPC possess such overwhelming might? Just how elevated is the martial power threshold in this world? I suspect the heaven-supporting Great Sage could have slain the venomous Fang King outright, if not for narrative constraints. His sole purpose was to forcibly deplete the boss's vitality before vanishing. Online reviews weren't exaggerating. The moment I experienced Black Myth, every other game lost its allure. Where's the first recharge gift pack? I want to make my initial top-up. Is there an in-game store? I need a stylish outfit. I can't bear looking at my character's current appearance. Find me a beautiful female master to guide me. Why is there no auto-navigation? Where's the map? Brother, your weapon is stunning. Where did you get it? I'd love one too. I read the online guides. This game demands quest progression first. Come on, let's start grinding. Merely moments after entering the game, these newcomers were already profoundly captivated by its depth and richness. Meanwhile, viewers watching the live stream of Chan Zhua, who had just witnessed that spectacle, were once again struck with envy. Many slammed their thighs in frustration. Damn it! Why am I so unlucky? Why couldn't I secure a game access slot? No one warned me the game's quality would be this exceptional. The modeling, the combat choreography, the visual effects, the sheer ingenuity of its design utterly eclipses every title on Terra. Path of Exile just lost all appeal. I've already sunk 3,000 credits into it. Setting aside gameplay entirely, the game's near-perfect fidelity to reality alone renders every existing title obsolete. The more I watch, the angrier I get. Why did they land access while I failed? I'm done watching. I'll keep refreshing the official site waiting for the third closed beta. At this precise moment, the sentiment among those livestream viewers could be distilled into a single word: envy. Simultaneously, inside the Langlang Mountain Demon Fortress, Wang Zong, the CEO of AAA Construction, was guiding his two newly minted subordinates through the fundamentals of gameplay. He was no longer known as Wang Zong of AAA Construction, having exchanged his military merits for a name change scroll and rechristened himself Wang Zong of the War God Temple. Likewise, his two underlings adopted the prefix War God Temple. One became Lone Wolf of the War God Temple, the other Lu Zi of the War God Temple. Brother, when are we finally going to hunt monsters and level up? Why linger endlessly in this starter village? Asked Lone Wolf of the War God Temple, bewildered. Grind monsters? Do you think this is Diablo? Wielding a white rarity weapon and charging solo into the wild. Step outside now and you'll respawn within 2 minutes. Wang Zong scoffed. You have no idea how brutally difficult even common enemies are here. I died twice to low-tier mobs during my first hour in the game. What? Are even regular monsters this fearsome? I assumed only bosses were this strong. Why don't you top up, brother? A decent gear set would solve everything. Top up? You'd need a payment interface first. If not grinding, then what do we do? We farm resources, nothing else. Without reputation, you're powerless to undertake anything. So saying, Wang Zong led them straight to a construction site deep within the demon fortress. Back in life, our trio began as laborers on construction sites, and rose from there. In Black Myth, we begin anew exactly the same way. It wasn't only Wang Zong. Every new player, no matter how accomplished in reality, had to start humbly hauling bricks, felling trees, tilling soil. Players voiced no complaints. Rather, they embraced the labor with infectious zeal, though not all chose this path. On a sun-dappled slope west of the Langlang Mountain demon fortress Ling Huchong, clad as a wandering swordsman, long sword slung across his back, wide-brimmed hat shading his face, led a wolf demon player named Lang Qingtian across the terrain. Dad, didn't I tell you? This game mirrors reality itself. I'm certain it will evolve into humanity's second world. Seize this opportunity and our Lin family may ascend beyond all imagination. Hearing these words, Lang Qingtian remained silent for a long while, then knelt and scooped a handful of earth from the ground. Puzzled Ling Huchong asked, Dad, what are you doing? Oh, nothing much. I just noticed how rich this soil is. Look, it's pure black earth. To leave it fallow would be a tragic waste. Dad, you know farming too? Of course. 3 generations back, our Lin family tilled the land for survival. Only after passing the university entrance exam did I leave home for MO due to pursue my ambitions. 30 years have slipped by like mist. And sometimes under crushing pressure, I wonder, had I never passed that exam, never left the soil, would life today be less burdensome? As he spoke, a wistful tenderness softened Lang Qingtian's features. Once I wanted to carve out a vegetable patch in our villa's courtyard, but your mother insisted on flowers instead. Now at last I can cultivate the land, in this game. Son, let's clear this entire slope today. I'll savor every moment of it. Wait, what? I brought you into this game to forge a legacy together, not to farm. Besides, that neural interface headset cost 2 million credits. At this, Lang Qingtian shot his son a sharp, reproachful glance. My money, my choice. And farming is a quest clearing fields grants reputation. Didn't you say reputation is vital in this world? Enough talk. Let's begin. With that, Lang Qingtian eagerly seized the hoe issued by the demon fortress and plunged into cultivating the barren slope. In that instant, he finally understood why his son could lose himself in this game for entire days. This game is absolutely electrifying. All players entering the realm of Black Myth have found the joy they seek within. Some farm, some mine, some build houses, some fish, and others chop down trees. There is always a game that suits you, breaking free from the constraints of traditional gaming, where you can only follow the main storyline or hunt monsters in the wild. Among the more than 100 players, one with the ID Liege stood out from the rest. While others were fervently engaged in various quests, he wandered about as if leisurely shopping, glancing here and there. He would occasionally take on farming tasks and then switch to tree chopping, only completing the first step of each task. He even made a point to venture into the woods outside the monster camp to engage in combat with the beasts inside, only to be sent back to the respawn point by them. After several hours of such activity, he finally logged off and returned to reality. It was now 4 o'clock in the morning in Longhua, a time when he would normally be asleep. Yet he was too excited to sleep, his mind filled with the experiences he had just had in the game. It took quite a while for his emotions to gradually settle down. Once calmed, he opened his work computer and connected his gaming headset to it. Before long, the videos he recorded in the game were all imported into his computer. After exporting the videos, he made minimal edits, simply adding some subtitles and voiceovers, knowing that the game content did not require extensive editing. After completing the video editing, he took out his camera and pointed the lens at himself. Hello to all the gaming enthusiasts out there, I am Liege. I haven't updated my gaming videos much lately. As you all know, I have become thoroughly disappointed with certain games. As for why I am updating today, it's because I played a new game. That's right, this game is the recently popular Black Myth, which I believe you have all heard of. Earlier today, I thought I would give it a try, and made a reservation on the official website of Black Myth initially, without high hopes, but unexpectedly I was selected. I played this game for 4 hours straight, and I want to share my gaming experience and thoughts about this game with you all. For this gaming experience, I can only describe it with one word: exhilarating. It is exhilarating in every aspect, and if I had to use one term to describe it, it would be freedom. Absolute freedom. This game completely overturned my perception of gaming. It lacks pervasive pay-to-win points and unbalanced matchmaking, catering simultaneously to combat players, PK enthusiasts, casual gamers, scenery lovers, and even fishing aficionados. If you want to excel at this game, I suggest you don't treat it as a mere game once you enter. Instead, think of yourself as having crossed into another world, experiencing a brand new realm as a traveler. No matter what you do in the real world in this game, you can gain a completely fresh start. Come to Black Myth and realize the dreams you cannot achieve in reality. Life cannot be relived, but Black Myth can. Of course this game is not without its flaws. Its only downside is that getting a game qualification is extremely difficult. I wish for everyone to secure their qualification for Black Myth. Alright, after saying so much, I should get back online. My game ID is also Liege, so you can find me in Black Myth to play together or meet up. After saying this, he ended the recording. After some editing and post-processing, he published those gaming videos along with his latest content on his social media accounts across different platforms. He also set up a dedicated album for Black Myth. After completing this task, he casually uninstalled several other games from his computer screen and a few from his phone. Partly because he had lost interest in those games and partly because he realized that only Black Myth could bring him traffic now. In the future, game creators may only fall into two categories, those for Black Myth and those for other games. The video content is done now, it's time to truly experience Black Myth. Rubbing his hands together, he picked up the Black Myth gaming headset from the table and put it back on. Seconds later, he returned once again to the world of Black Myth. As soon as he logged on, he heard players shouting, "Those coming to farm monkeys in the back mountain, don't come if you haven't unlocked skills, and don't come without weapons. Those who have unlocked the first skill Guiyuan Gong also shouldn't come. Monkey demon players should stay away. I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it. Looking to buy high-grade iron or for real money? Is there anyone who has mined it? I need just 3 more to complete the standard suit. The War God Hall is recruiting. It's a 20-year-old guild with excellent benefits. If you can guarantee 12 hours of gaming time every day, come join. There are benefits for overtime work on dungeons. Which bastard poisoned my fishing spot while I was offline for a meal? I worked hard to set it up, or just wait until I catch you. I'll send you back to the respawn point. Is anyone selling Lingyun? 10 yuan for 1 Lingyun. I'll take as many as you have. I'll offer 30. Clearly most players had begun to get the hang of it. Seeing this, Liege hurriedly started to get busy, needing to make up for the 4 hours of progress he lost filming videos. Otherwise, when the Wild Dog Ridge siege begins, he feared he wouldn't even qualify to join the group. Grandpa, as expected, the old ginger is spicier. You just took down a wild monster in 1 hit. In the forest behind Langlang Mountain, Qin Henan and his grandson were standing next to the corpse of a wild wolf. Chen Zhua held a long knife while Qin Henan had a wooden stick. What's this? I'm not afraid to tell you, when I was young I killed plenty of wild animals. Bears, wolves, leopards, I've dealt with them all. Back then they weren't even protected species. Hearing his grandson's flattery, Qin Henan looked quite pleased. So is there any difference between the wolves in this game and the ones in real life? There's basically no difference. Their habits and attack motions are exactly the same as in reality. I really don't know how they made this game. Qin Henan shook his head. Grandpa, you're already so powerful with just a white account. Once you learn skills and wear equipment later on, you'll be incredibly strong. I originally said I'd help you, but it seems you'll be the one to help me now. Ha ha ha, no problem. You're my grandson, who else would I bring along? Qin Henan laughed heartily. Let's go, Grandpa will take you to hunt monsters. It's almost dawn. Don't you usually go find your grandpa to play chess in the morning? Not going at chess is pointless. This Black Myth is way more fun. I remember there was a wild boar over there. Let's see if Grandpa can take it on. Saying this, Qin Henan swaggered into the forest with Chen Zhua showing no signs of his 89 years in the real world. Time passed slowly, and before long the sky over Langlang Mountain's monster camp darkened, while the real world was the complete opposite. At 8 o'clock in Longhua, when most people were heading to work or school, the streets were bustling, and the internet was equally lively. Early in the morning, a plethora of news related to the game Black Myth surged to the top of Douyin's trending list. Discussions about Black Myth dominated Weibo and the topic rankings. The most popular news headline was, "Mysterious game Black Myth enters its second internal test with over 10 million netizens reserving it, and the game headset selling for a staggering price of 5 million. As of now, the view count for this news has already surpassed 50 million, and it continues to rise at an exaggerated pace. The numbers for likes, comments, and shares are also explosive. Countless netizens have begun discussing in the comments section. I want a game qualification. I want a game headset. Why is everyone discussing this game early in the morning, but I don't know a single person playing it? Does this game really exist? Managing a game that doesn't exist must be exhausting. Even I, someone who doesn't play games, know about this game. Why is it so popular? Which company made it, the Pig Factory or the Goose Factory? 10 million reservations, what a brag. It's true, because I am one of those 10 million. Damn it, why didn't I get a qualification? I couldn't sleep all night because of my anger. Is this game really that fun? Not just fun, it's ridiculously fun. Have you ever seen a game where you can do whatever you want? Have you ever seen a game that you can play while lying down? I am willing to pay 100,000 for an unactivated game headset. What a dreamer. How about 10 million? If I can get one piece of equipment in this game, I can sell it for tens of thousands. 100 million will be snatched up and you're still thinking of 10 million. I've heard that getting an item in this game is worth tens of thousands and you can recoup your investment within just a few days. There can't be a fool selling their game headset for money because I wouldn't sell it if it were me. This game is certainly going to create a new craze as many people still don't realize how impressive it is. Being able to do anything in the game means you can do everything you can in reality, and even things you can't do in reality like risky experiments. That's right, I thought I was the only one who realized this. I've heard that wearing the game headset is like entering deep sleep. Playing all night means you won't feel tired the next day. This means Black Myth players have twice the time of normal people. What an unbelievable thing. I have a channel to get a Black Myth game headset. Those interested can message me. The price is absolutely reasonable. Don't believe the person above. He's a scammer. By noon, a Black Myth had already reached the top of the most anticipated game rankings in Dragon Country, and its popularity soared into the top 5. Even though there are only 150 players currently, it does not affect its popularity at all. Countless players who want to play but can't flood into the Black Myth game's official website and forum. With only 150 players, the total number of registered users in the forum has astonishingly reached over 7 million. The number of posts is extraordinarily high. More than half of the posts are requesting game qualifications and game headsets, while the other half includes many discussions. Of course, there are also some valuable threads, such as what newcomers should do when entering Black Myth for the first time. What race should newcomers choose when creating a character? What advantages do different races have? Quick reputation farming fishing guide. How should newcomers choose their first skill? A detailed analysis of the strengths and weaknesses of the Guiyuan Gong Pancher Gong and Quangfing knife technique. Newcomers must avoid entering Black Myth, as doing so would cost at least several hundred Ling Yun. Speculation about whether this game is an official secret experiment or alien technology. The character profile of Black Myth's protagonist, the heaven-lifting great sage. Those cloud players who cannot enter the game can only participate by reading these posts. However, while countless netizens yearn to experience Black Myth, without qualifications in a cheap rental room somewhere in the capital, a player dressed very ordinarily is staring blankly at a cardboard box in front of him. The box prominently displays the words Black Myth, and through the open lid one can see a Black Myth game headset quietly lying inside. The young man's name is Zhang Hao, a worker who has been drifting in the capital for 5 years. For 5 years, he has been in a state of barely surviving but unable to save money. After seeing the news about Black Myth on Douyin yesterday, he also rushed to the official website to make a reservation. He originally had little hope, but to his surprise, he was actually selected and received the game headset in the early morning. This enormous surprise kept him awake all night. He had imagined countless times wearing the game headset and entering this legendary virtual game to take a look. Yet he ultimately resisted, as he had read online that once the game headset is used, it binds to the user and others cannot use it. If that were the case, he couldn't sell the headset for money. He had seen someone say that this game headset could sell for 1 million. So the entire night he was troubled by one question: should he sell the Black Myth game headset? If he could successfully sell it, he would instantly have at least 1 million. However, he had also seen someone online say that those who received the Black Myth game headset were favored by the heavens. Whether to farm gold in the game or create content as an internal tester, it could change one's destiny, its value far exceeding 1 million. Because of this, he struggled all night and couldn't make a decision. His Douyin search history was all about how much the Black Myth game headset could sell for. He also followed the Black Myth game forum, and he had read every post requesting to buy the Black Myth game headset, with the highest bid already reaching 6 million. If he could get that 6 million, he could easily return to his hometown and live a laid-back life without worries for the rest of his life. Should I contact this person? Just as Zhang Hao was at a loss on how to handle the headset in front of him, there was a sudden knock on his door. Hearing the knock, he instinctively shoved the cardboard box containing the game headset under his bed, before finally opening the door. As soon as he opened the door, he froze, for standing outside were 2 men in police uniforms and 2 others in plain clothes. Are you Zhang Hao? We are from the National Security Bureau. Don't worry, we are not here to arrest you. We just want to confirm something with you. Did you win the Black Myth game headset? Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao was taken aback. How did you know? You don't need to worry about how we know. I have a question for you. Are you selling the headset? If you choose to sell it, we can offer you 1 million in cash, a 120 square meter commercial apartment in your hometown, and a formal job in your locality with the benefits of a deputy level position. This? Hearing the conditions proposed, Zhang Hao was utterly stunned. Half an hour later, he personally saw the guests off and they left with a cardboard box. Once they left, he began packing his bags, preparing to return to his hometown. While packing, he couldn't help but smile. Whether playing Black Myth could change his fate, he didn't know, but his fate had already been rewritten. Shortly after his game headset was taken away, it was sent to the Dragon Country Academy of Sciences. Clearly, Black Myth had attracted national-level attention. However, they were destined to discover nothing. At the same time that the virtual game Black Myth suddenly stirred the reality world, Qin Tian was also preparing for the upcoming battle of Wild Dog Ridge in the journey to the West World. In fact, with his current strength, he could easily pacify Wild Dog Ridge by himself, but this would not help him in training the players. Therefore, this time he fully intended to refrain from intervening unless the players truly could not handle the situation. However, he also knew that, even if he severely injured King Poison Fang, it was not something the players could manage, especially since not long ago King Poison Fang had killed over 100 players with a single breath of poisonous mist. With the equipment and skills ready, enhancing their strength further would require approaching it from other aspects. Should he set up a pet system for them? No, there are no pets to give them. Magic tools and treasures. Too expensive. He had just begun using magic tools. Then it can only be pills. If the players had detoxification pills, they wouldn't need to worry about the poison from King Poison Fang, greatly reducing the threat he posed to them. After some contemplation, Qin Tian turned towards the private collection of the Great Sage Heaven's Pillar. After sifting through a pile of junk, he finally unearthed an old book. The cover of the book had a few large characters, Introduction to Alchemy, and in the bottom right corner were smaller characters, written by Heavenly Treasure Taoist composed in the Cloud Mountains Forgetting Dust Cave. If he remembered correctly, this book was something he had looted from some unfortunate soul. That person was presumably a Qi refiner, but he had perished at the hands of the Great Sage, and apart from this book he had nothing else on him. Although he knew this book was used by Qi refiners to concoct pills, the Great Sage's less-than-bright mind couldn't comprehend it, so it was carelessly discarded. In fact, it wasn't just the Great Sage, most of the demon race were incapable of alchemy. The only one Qin Tian knew who could was Ling Shuzi from Hefeng Mountain. Before opening the book, he was worried that he might not understand its contents, but soon he realized he had worried unnecessarily. After merely glancing through the book, an alchemy skill appeared in his skill bar. Seeing this suddenly acquired alchemy skill, he couldn't help but sigh in wonder. This system is truly useful. It seems I am not a genius, but rather a feature of the system. Without a moment's hesitation, he directly upgraded the alchemy skill to the maximum level by investing the world's essence. In an instant, a wealth of memories related to pill concoction flooded his mind. Through these memories, he learned that the pills in the journey to the Westworld were divided into 9 different grades from the 1st to the 9th. The 1st grade was the lowest and the 9th grade was the most powerful. With his current alchemy skill, he could only concoct pills of up to the 3rd grade with over 10 different varieties. These included those for healing injuries, restoring mana, detoxification, water avoidance, and temporarily enhancing one's strength. Upon discovering the detoxification pills among these, Qin Tian couldn't help but feel overjoyed. This is great. With the detoxification pills, the players won't have to worry about being instantly killed by King Poison Fang's poisonous mist. As long as they aren't killed instantly, they'll have room to deal damage. Having said that, he prepared to start concocting pills. But soon he realized a problem. While he had mastered the method of alchemy, he lacked the medicinal materials for it. Without materials, no matter how skilled he was at alchemy, he couldn't produce any pills. This is a troublesome matter. Should I issue a quest for players to find the required materials for alchemy? Or perhaps I should teach them the alchemy skill and let them figure it out themselves. Surely some players would be willing to explore and study alchemy. With that, he tossed the alchemy skill into the player's skill module. Players would only need to spend 200 points of Langlang Mountain reputation to unlock this life skill, and he believed there would be players willing to unlock it. The actual situation turned out to be much like he had anticipated. Just after he had placed the alchemy skill into the skill module, a player named Tianbian Xiaoyu, who had recently entered the game, discovered this. This player was a female named Tianbian Xiaoyu, who, like Li Ningning, was also a rabbit demon. After entering the game, she had been working on construction tasks, and had finally accumulated enough reputation to unlock a skill. After seeing the strategy posts on the forum, she had originally planned to choose the Stormblade technique, an offensive skill like most players. However, when she opened the skills interface, she was surprised to find that an additional skill seemed to have appeared. Wasn't it said on the forum that only 3 skills could be chosen? How did an extra one show up? Alchemy. What kind of skill is this? Curious, Tianbian Xiaoyu began checking the skill description. Alchemy, a life skill. After learning, one can master the art of pill concoction. The pills created can be listed in the auction house or traded with others and provide certain benefits. Requires 200 points of Langlang Mountain reputation to unlock. After reading the skill description, Tianbian Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel enlightened. So it's a life skill and the pills I concoct can be sold for money. After realizing this, her eyes lit up immediately. After some tinkering, Tianbian Xiaoyu quickly refined her first batch of pills. A slightly flawed blood qi pill, a first-tier elixir that can moderately restore some health when consumed, crafted by Tianbian Xiaoyu, can be put up for auction. Unexpectedly, refining pills was so easy, but can this actually make money? Just as Tianbian Xiaoyu looked skeptically at the pill in her hand, a voice suddenly came from the side. Hey, what do you have there? Is it a medicine? Hearing this, Tianbian Xiaoyu instinctively looked up only to find a group of animal heads nearby. What the heck? Why are there so many people? What do they want? Miss, don't misunderstand, we're just curious about what you have in your hand. Yeah, we saw you messing with it just now. Seeing that everyone was indeed just curious, Tianbian Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief and displayed the blood qi pill to the crowd. After examining the properties of the blood qi pill, everyone suddenly understood. So it is a medicine. I thought there were no red and blue potions in this game. This is a good thing. Having one during a critical moment could save your life and spare you from running back to your corpse. Indeed, it's troublesome without healing items. If I had been able to recover a bit of health earlier, I could have dealt with that wild wolf. It seems she made this herself. How could she refine pills? Miss, are you selling this? I want as many as you have. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Soon after, General Wang from the War God Hall pushed through the crowd with two of his underlings. Judging by the wounds on his body and the blood bar above his head, he had just been through a battle. And indeed that was the case. However, they were not actively engaged in battle, but rather passively involved. Half an hour ago, he and his few subordinates were in a bamboo forest at the foot of Langlang Mountain, catching bamboo rats to farm spiritual resonance. Everything was going well until three large black bears suddenly appeared out of nowhere and chased them away. Not only did they lose all the bamboo rats they caught, but they also ended up in a sorry state. On the way back to the demon village, he became more and more furious. At this moment, seeing the healing pill in Tianbian Xiaoyu's hand immediately lifted his spirits. Seeing Tianbian Xiaoyu in a daze, General Wang hurriedly continued, how about $50 each? Tianbian Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback. If 50 doesn't work, then how about 100? I want all the ones you have. We can trade right now, but I want to exchange for spiritual resonance. Tianbian Xiaoyu thought for a moment. Spiritual resonance? That won't work. I can't spare any for you. How about this? I'll add a bit more. 200 each. How does that sound? 200. Upon hearing that number, Tianbian Xiaoyu's round bright eyes widened in shock. As a recent graduate, she didn't even earn 200 in a day. Now a single pill she casually refined in the game could sell for 200. If she sold all 10 she would earn 2,000, enough to cover 2 months of rent. I'll sell. Alright, you tell me your wealth account or green bubble account and I'll arrange for someone to transfer the money to you right now. After exchanging contact information, they both logged off simultaneously. When they logged back in, Tianbian Xiaoyu had a big smile on her face. Thank you, boss, for your support. These 10 blood qi pills are now yours. Saying this, she promptly handed the pills to General Wang. Without hesitation, General Wang popped one of the pills into his mouth. In the next second, his health bar rose by about 1/5. The immediate effect filled him with joy. With this blood qi pill, I can definitely take down those 3 stinky bears. Brothers, let's head back and make sure to kill them this time. Little you keep refining pills. I'll continue to buy from you when I return. With that, General Wang led his underlings down the mountain with great momentum. As soon as he left, the other players immediately surrounded Tianbian Xiaoyu tightly. Hey, oh no, little sister, how did you make this pill? Yeah, where did you learn to refine pills? Teach us, please. Looking at the expectant faces around her, Tianbian Xiaoyu initially didn't want to tell them, as this was a rare opportunity for profit. However, she understood that she couldn't keep this a secret for long. Players would soon discover the existence of alchemy in the skill panel. Thinking of this, she immediately informed everyone present that they could learn alchemy in the skill interface. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately opened their skill panels. It really is here. When did this get added? It must have been included in the recent update. If I learn this, can I refine pills myself? I definitely need to learn this. As they spoke, the players present eagerly began to learn alchemy. They initially thought that learning alchemy would allow them to refine pills immediately, but soon they realized they were mistaken. Why do we still need medicinal materials? What else would you need for alchemy? Where can I find these materials? Does anyone know where to find blood vitality grass? After realizing this problem, their gazes unconsciously turned toward Tianbian Xiaoyu. Tianbian Xiaoyu shook her head repeatedly. Don't look at me. I'm also a new player. I just happened to find those medicinal materials earlier. If you want to find them, go gather them yourselves. This game is different from others. Crafting materials respawn in fixed locations, and whether you can find them depends on luck. Telling you the locations won't help. Everyone felt that this made a lot of sense. During their gaming experience they had also noticed this issue, whether it was monsters or crafting materials. Once they were gone, they were gone. They wouldn't respawn like in other games after some time. Just like in the real world. Let's go gather herbs. I happen to be unsure of what else to do. What if we could plant them ourselves? For example, if I find the herbs, I could cultivate them. Wouldn't that allow for mass harvesting? What you said makes sense, but do you know how to cultivate them manually? Do you know what I do in the real world? I'm a graduate of a prestigious agricultural university, and I've spent 4 years farming. As long as I find those herbs, I'm confident I can grow them. A player with the ID Shinlong Chong Baizao said confidently. Wow, I almost forgot that real-world skills can also be used in the game. Big shot, if you really manage to grow the herbs you'll get rich. Please take care of me then. Aha, you bet. In just a minute, the players who had been surrounding Tian Bien, Xiaoyu dispersed in a rush, each going out to look for alchemical materials. Clearly they were tempted after seeing Tian Bien, Xiaoyu sell a single pill for 200. Tian Bien Xiaoyu was no exception. She was filled with enthusiasm, not only because the pills could be sold for money, but also because she discovered the joy of gathering herbs and refining pills. With a small basket on her back and a hoe in hand, she bounced down the mountain. However, not all players went to gather herbs. A player with the ID Qianlong, Wu Yong, logged off shortly after learning alchemy. At the same time, in a military base in the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, a young man dressed in military attire and wearing a gaming helmet slowly opened his eyes. Major Lung Feng, did you encounter something unusual in the game? As the young man in military uniform opened his eyes, a group of researchers clad in white lab coats immediately surrounded him. In addition to the researchers, there were numerous men and women in military and civilian clothing, all gazing intently at the young military officer, their demeanor indicating they were not ordinary individuals. In fact, they were indeed extraordinary. They were elite personnel drawn from various departments of the Dragon Kingdom. Among them were academicians from the Academy of Sciences, fellows from the Academy of Engineering, and top medical experts from major military hospitals. Their sole purpose for gathering here was to study the Black Mythology game helmet that had just been delivered a few hours ago. They initially believed that with so many top talents they could successfully analyze the principles behind the Black Mythology game helmet. However, after several hours of research they had made no progress whatsoever. They couldn't even figure out how to disassemble the helmet. The entire game helmet was a seamless entity, and even using force could not pry it open. Reluctantly they had to settle for a compromise and appointed a representative to use the helmet to enter the game. That representative was the young officer before them named Lung Feng, a major, the chief instructor of the Aero Special Forces, an international sniping competition champion, and a first-class meritorious service awardee in anti-terrorism operations, as well as a 3-time champion in military combat competitions, making him a true king among warriors. As everyone's gaze turned to Lung Feng, he removed the game helmet and approached a middle-aged man in military uniform who bore 2 gold stars and a pine branch on his shoulders. Report, sir, I just made a new discovery in the game. Upon hearing this, the audience immediately became interested. Oh, what discovery? Just now I learned a skill from the Black Mythology called alchemy, which allows for the creation of various types of pills. After acquiring this skill, a wealth of memories related to alchemy flooded my mind, including knowledge of various herbs and several recipes. I believe these memories might be applicable in reality, similar to the previous wind blade technique. His words stirred excitement among the attendees. An elderly man with grizzled hair and beard quickly walked up to Lung Feng. Major Lung Feng, could you please transcribe those pill recipes for me to see? Upon hearing the elder's request, Lung Feng nodded and immediately began transcribing the recipe for the basic Qi blood pill on a nearby table. As soon as he finished writing, the elder eagerly took it and started reading. His expression changed as he went through it. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Who developed this recipe? Old Lu, come take a look. At the elder's call, another elderly man quickly approached. After reading the recipe for the Qi blood pill, he slapped his thigh in astonishment. Why didn't I think of this? If this recipe is used for making medicine, it would definitely have an immediate effect on ordinary internal and external injuries. No, I must try it out. After saying this, the elder found a staff member on site and gave him a few instructions, prompting the staff member to leave in haste. As soon as the staff member left, the middle-aged general with 2 gold stars approached the elder. Elder Wu, Elder Lu, based on your reactions, could it be that the recipes in this game are real? Of course they are real, they couldn't be more real. The elder replied without hesitation. After saying this, he ignored the general and returned to Lung Feng's side. Major Lung Feng, would it be convenient for you to transcribe the other recipes as well? Facing the elder's request, Lung Feng immediately nodded and quickly transcribed the other recipes from the beginner alchemy skill. including the Qi Nourishing Pill, Bone Strengthening Pill, Poison Avoidance Pill, Strength Pill, and Lightness Powder. Each pill has its unique uses and effects. After finishing, Langfeng handed the recipes to the two elders. Upon reviewing these recipes, their excitement only grew. At that moment, the staff member who had left earlier returned to the laboratory specifically designated for studying the Black Mythology game helmet. Elder Wu, I have contacted your family as you instructed, and they will soon send over what you need. Thank you for your hard work. Elder Wu nodded. The middle-aged general couldn't help but curiously ask, Elder Wu, what are you planning? Alchemy. I will create pills according to these recipes brought out from the game. Half an hour later, a variety of Chinese medicinal materials were delivered to the laboratory along with some tools for processing the herbs. After receiving these items, Elder Wu and Elder Lu immediately prepared to start making pills. However, at that moment, Langfeng took the initiative to step forward. Elder Wu, Elder Lu, may I give it a try? Major Langfeng, have you studied medicine? Not really. Langfeng shook his head. But I feel that I should be able to refine these pills. Upon hearing this, Elder Wu and Elder Lu exchanged glances and nodded. Then go ahead and try. With their approval, Langfeng began selecting the necessary herbs from the variety of materials before him. To everyone's surprise, despite having never learned traditional Chinese medicine and having no knowledge of herbal medicine, Langfeng appeared as though he were a seasoned practitioner, skillfully and accurately selecting the herbs he needed from those that ordinary people couldn't even name. After gathering the herbs, he began his first attempt at alchemy. From processing the materials to mixing the proportions and finally starting the alchemy process, every step flowed seamlessly. Before long, the laboratory was filled with the fragrance of herbs. In front of dozens of witnesses, Langfeng retrieved several red pills the size of peanuts from the medicine furnace. Seeing this scene, everyone present couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. If I hadn't known Langfeng beforehand, I might have doubted that he had studied medicine. This black mythology is truly astonishing. It can directly instill a skill into a person's mind. Such technology is unheard of. Given the current technological level of Blue Star, it might take another 100 years to achieve something like this. Indeed, the previous wind blade technique was enough to amaze me, but I never expected that other skills from the game could also be applied in reality. I just wonder if these pills will have the same efficacy as the ones in the game. We'll find out when we try. Amidst the discussions of the crowd, Langfeng began to introduce the pills he had refined. This pill is called the Strength Pill in the game. According to the game's information, it can significantly enhance a person's strength for a short period. After saying this, he directly tossed a strength pill into his mouth. As soon as he swallowed the pill, his entire body turned bright red, resembling a boiled shrimp with veins bulging on his arms, neck, and forehead. Seeing this, everyone present gasped in shock. Major Langfeng, are you all right? Major Langfeng, do you feel unwell? In response to the concerned inquiries, Langfeng took a deep breath, a glint of sharp light flashing in his eyes. The next moment he strode towards a nearby sandbag. Before all present, he threw a punch at the sandbag. Bang! With a muffled sound, the sandbag burst open, and a large amount of fine sand poured out, covering the ground. Witnessing this scene, everyone fell silent. Under normal circumstances, Langfeng would never be able to punch through the sandbag before him. Even as an elite special forces soldier, he was still an ordinary person. Yet now he had burst the sandbag with a single punch, undoubtedly demonstrating the effect of the strength pill he had just consumed. The thought that a pill made with a recipe from the game could have such miraculous effects stirred a tumult of emotions among everyone present. After several seconds of silence, the laboratory erupted into an uproar. Is this life pill truly so miraculous? How could Major Langfeng's strength have increased so dramatically? To burst a sandbag with a single punch requires at least 500 kilograms of force, yet Major Langfeng's previous punch was measured at 240 kilograms, now it has doubled. The elixirs from the game Black Myth can actually take effect in the real world. Is Black Myth truly just a game? At this moment, the same question arose in everyone's mind. It was already common knowledge that skills from the Black Myth game could be applied in reality. Many players had come forward to validate this, and there were even videos uploaded by players to prove it. And now even the elixirs from the game could function in the real world, which left everyone doubting whether Black Myth was really just a game or perhaps a creation from a higher civilization or even a game from the future. The Dragon Country officials had traced the origins of the Black Myth game, but neither the official website nor the forums yielded any clues. Not even an IP address could be found. The appearance of the gaming headsets was also a mystery. To this day, no one had seen how the headsets were delivered to their doorsteps, not even captured by the cameras installed at the entrances. The atmosphere on the scene fell silent once more. After about half a minute, a serious-looking general approached Major Langfeng. Major Langfeng, thank you for bringing us such important intelligence. Given the current situation, the impact of the Black Myth game on reality is likely to grow. Until we understand who or what organization created this game, we need to continue gathering intelligence about it. This matter can only rely on you. Your task from now on is singular: to fully immerse yourself in the role of a Black Myth player. I have a feeling that it won't be long before Black Myth fully influences the real world. Hearing the general's words, Langfeng nodded earnestly. Rest assured, Commander, I will accomplish the task. If possible, I hope you can find a way to obtain more gaming headsets. I saw online that one can exchange for headsets in the Black Myth game. Not to mention, if our soldiers could enter this game, they could develop their combat skills and practical experience in-game. If they can master the battle skills within the game, wouldn't that be akin to producing a group of super soldiers? The moment the general said this, the eyes of everyone present brightened. Indeed, General Li makes a valid point. Wasn't it said that Black Myth almost perfectly replicates reality? Then the combat awareness developed in the game could also influence real life. In the real world, soldiers don't have the chance to battle ferocious beasts and monsters. I read in the news that a player who was just an ordinary shootin' in real life subdued 2 would-be attackers while out after playing Black Myth. Not only that, have you considered that if our soldiers all had a Black Myth gaming headset, they could conduct military exercises in the Black Myth world, and they would be real exercises without the risk of casualties? In theory, yes, but the issue is that we can't bring firearms into the game. A soldier in uniform interjected. Then let's create them. Other games might not allow for weapon crafting, but Black Myth surely does. While we can't bring weapons into Black Myth, we can bring the knowledge in our heads. Within a year at most, we could spark an industrial revolution in Black Myth, raising our industrial level to that of World War I, and in 5 years we could reach the level of World War II. By then, not to mention firearms, we might even be able to create nuclear weapons in Black Myth. When a weapons expert stated this with conviction, everyone was left in shock. Create nuclear weapons in the game. The general leading the research project suddenly took a deep breath. He has a point, but whether it can be done needs further verification. Our primary task now is to gather more information about Black Myth. Major Langfeng, enter the game. Yes, Commander. After speaking, Langfeng donned the gaming headset once more and entered the world of Black Myth under the watchful eyes of everyone present. Not long after, a large screen nearby lit up, displaying Langfeng's situation in the game. Clearly, Langfeng was live streaming, but only a select few had the privilege to watch his stream. After entering the game, Langfeng, like other players, did his assigned tasks and earned reputation. Once he had enough reputation, he planned to hunt a couple of wild monsters to gather enough spiritual essence for crafting weapons. Before entering the game, he had already reviewed the guides published by players. Around Langlang Mountain, there were several areas rich in wild monsters, including the wild boar forest at the back of Langlang Mountain, the bamboo sea at the front, and the monkey mountain on the east side. Of course, these names were given by the players themselves. The wild boar forest was particularly abundant in wild boars, with players estimating that one wild boar could provide about 200 to 300 points of spiritual essence. It posed a certain level of difficulty, as it was generally hard for an average person to take down a wild boar alone. In contrast, the bamboo sea consisted mainly of bamboo rats, various snakes, and small animals. A bamboo rat could provide 40 to 50 points of spiritual essence. The difficulty was lower, and one could easily hunt bamboo rats by setting traps. However, one might encounter hidden monsters like black bears, and if that happened, the only option would be to flee. The Monkey Mountain, as the name suggests, was filled with monkeys, and due to their large numbers, it was currently a primary spawning point for players. The difficulty was high, making it impossible to farm alone. Teamwork was essential. Of course, there were other less common ways to farm monsters, such as fishing or boiling water to scald ant nests or poke wasp nests. These methods were time-consuming, and the rewards did not justify the time invested, making them unsuitable for anyone who wasn't a hardcore enthusiast, especially fishing. Players who enjoyed fishing expressed their disappointment after trying it out, as they found themselves, except for the initial new player gift pack, still without any spiritual essence by the end of the day, having only stepped on 2 crabs. After weighing his options, Langfeng quickly chose the bamboo sea. After all, although he was a king of soldiers in reality, he was just a novice in the game, lacking skills and equipment. Resolute in his decision, he set off towards the bamboo sea under the cover of night. However, as he passed through a patch of woods, he suddenly halted, his gaze fixed on a small tree and some nearby vines. After more than 20 minutes, he had crafted a composite bow using simple materials and made over 10 arrows from bamboo, each arrowhead coated with the juice of a poisonous plant. With these preparations complete, he resumed his journey towards the bamboo sea. The series of operations by Langfeng was presented live to everyone in the laboratory. When they saw him crafting a composite bow, they could not help but start discussing. It seems just as the internet said, in the world of Black Myth, anything is possible. If bows can be crafted, then firearms must also be possible. Exactly. If we can obtain extra game helmets, we can arrange for a few engineers to go in. An academic from the Dragon National Engineering Institute nodded in agreement. I wonder if the climate and ecology in this game are fully simulated like reality. Another academic from the Dragon National Academy of Sciences looked curious. General Lee, if we can get extra game helmets, I hope they can be prioritized for our Academy of Sciences. Why should it be? They should go to our Engineering Institute first, so we can study it first. I believe our Medical Academy should be given priority. If we can find more recipes in the Black Myth game world, we might solve some current medical challenges, and even discover ways to enhance the physical capabilities of the populace. Seeing the many big shots arguing, Lieutenant General Li Dingguo, responsible for the project, quickly intervened. Everyone, please don't rush. Given the current situation, I think the game helmets should be prioritized for our military. Only by training more gaming experts can we exchange for more game helmets in the game. And soldiers in our military undoubtedly have an advantage in the game. I hope you can understand this. But rest assured, we will continue to find ways to obtain more game helmets. Alright, let's continue watching the live broadcast. After diverting the topic, Li Dingguo's gaze turned to the large screen nearby. At this moment, Lung Feng had already entered a vast bamboo forest. It was still night in the Black Myth game world, and a gentle night breeze rustled the bamboo leaves, accompanied by the occasional sounds of small animals. As soon as Lung Feng stepped into the bamboo forest, the light dimmed. Fortunately, he had chosen the wolf demon race, which also possessed night vision abilities. The dim light had no impact on him. Upon hearing a rustling sound, he immediately nocked an arrow. With a swoosh, the arrow in his hand shot out. Thud! A plump bamboo rat was instantly pierced by the arrow, squeaking twice before dropping dead. Ding! You have hunted a common beast and gained 45 points of spiritual essence. After easily dispatching a bamboo rat, Lung Feng became a bamboo rat hunter, shooting an arrow at every sound of bamboo rats he heard. Ding! You have hunted a common beast and gained 42 points of spiritual essence. After hunting countless bamboo rats, 3 different notification sounds echoed in his mind. Ding! Because you have consecutively killed 50 bamboo rats, you have unlocked the achievement Bamboo Rat Slayer, gaining 1 achievement point. Ding! Because you have completed 51 hit kills consecutively, you have unlocked the achievement The Grim Reaper Approaches, gaining 5 achievement points. Achievement points can be used to exchange for items in the achievement point store. Listening to these 3 notifications, Lung Feng found it quite amusing. He had initially entered Black Myth due to a task and orders from his superiors, but now he discovered the joys of the game. I have enough spiritual essence now. I should learn some skills and also craft a set of game equipment. Saying this, Lung Feng prepared to open the skill panel. However, at that moment, a roar of a beast suddenly came from the nearby forest, and he could faintly hear human voices. Positioning, quickly position. Don't let that stinky bear get close. Lao Lu, go take the damage. Draw its aggro. Boss, I can't hold it. This bear is only after you. Taunt it. Stinky bear, you can't do it. Who told you to taunt like that? Hearing this commotion, Lung Feng immediately became curious, picked up his bow and arrow, and walked towards the direction of the sound. Before long, he witnessed a rather unexpected scene. A group of people was surrounding and attacking a large black bear. The bear was almost the size of a large SUV, and when it ran, the bamboo forest trembled. The group attacking the black bear were clearly players, as they not only had health bars above their heads but also IDs. War Gods Hall, Wang Zong War Gods Hall, Lone Wolf War Gods Hall, Lao Lu War Gods Hall, Invincible Tyrannosaurus War Gods Hall, Pretty Boy. Seeing the IDs above the 5 of them, Lung Feng couldn't help but be taken aback. So it's them. They really came here to hunt bears. But looking at their current situation, they seem to be struggling a bit. Just as Lung Feng finished speaking, the black bear swatted War Gods Hall, Pretty Boy away, instantly emptying the health bar above his head. After eliminating War Gods Hall, Pretty Boy, the black bear pounced on War Gods Hall Lao Lu, knocking him to the ground, and biting him into a beam of white light. With 2 people suddenly gone, the remaining 3 were no match for the large black bear. Seeing this scene, Lung Feng began to contemplate. These people are clearly a team, and they probably entered the game before me. If I can establish a connection with them, I might learn more about Black Myth. With this in mind, he made a decision. In the next second, he nocked an arrow and aimed for the right eye of the rampaging black bear. Swoosh! The arrow, propelled with tremendous force, accurately struck the right eye of the black bear, causing blood to gush from its eye socket. The black bear let out a painful roar. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Wang Zong and the others were momentarily stunned. Until Lung Feng's voice came from the side. What are you waiting for? Run! Upon hearing this, Wang Zong and the other 3 ran away without a second thought. The severely injured black bear was completely enraged and let out an angry roar before fiercely pursuing them. Seizing this opportunity, Langfeng shot off 2 more arrows, one aimed at the black bear's left eye and the other at its neck. The arrow aimed at the left eye struck true, but the arrow aimed at the neck was blocked by its thick fur. Seeing this, Langfeng casually dropped the crafted bow and arrow on the ground and opened the equipment crafting interface. Before long, a standard dagger from Langlang Mountain appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, he charged towards the black bear. 10 minutes later, he was covered in blood and panting heavily, while the once large black bear lay dead beside him, a massive wound on its neck bleeding profusely. Looking at the dead black bear, Langfeng, gasping for breath, felt an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. After years of being in the background, he felt as if he had returned to the time when he first joined the Aero Special Forces. Indeed, this is the life I want. If only my retired brothers could come to Black Myth, they would surely love this life too. But first I need to obtain a game helmet. If I remember correctly, the boss in the Wild Dog Ridge assault will drop a helmet exchange code. It seems I must take it down. Meanwhile, Wang Zong from War Gods Hall looked at Langfeng with shining eyes. A master! This is a true master. If such a master can join our War Gods Hall, becoming the #1 guild in Black Myth will be just around the corner. Perhaps he can even help us achieve the first clear and first kill in the Wild Dog Ridge assault. As he thought of this, Wang Zong became excited. After the excitement, Mr. Wang from the War God Hall came directly to Langfeng's side. This brother truly possesses remarkable skills. Just now several of us couldn't handle that big black bear, yet you single-handedly took it down. You must not be an ordinary person in the real world, right? Hearing Mr. Wang's question, Langfeng neither confirmed nor denied it. After glancing at Mr. Wang and the others, he spoke up. Are you all from the same guild? That's right. These are all members of my guild. You must have heard of the War God Hall, right? No, Langfeng directly shook his head. I haven't played games much before. Haha, I can understand. Someone like you wouldn't waste time on games. After some pleasantries, Mr. Wang got straight to the point. Master, I wonder if you have considered joining our guild. I believe you can see the potential of the game Black Myth. It is highly likely to become a global-level game. If you can achieve something in the game, it will greatly benefit you in reality. At this point, Mr. Wang suddenly lowered his voice. Master, let me secretly tell you a secret. It might not be long before Black Myth will fully impact reality. Don't be fooled by the fact that you can only bring game skills into reality. In the future, you might even be able to bring game items into the real world. Moreover, I have a bold guess. Hearing this, Langfeng suddenly became interested. What guess? I speculate that in the future Black Myth will integrate with the real world, or rather invade it. Upon hearing this from Mr. Wang, Langfeng was momentarily stunned. At the same time, the group in the laboratory in the capital also changed their expressions drastically. Seeing Langfeng stunned by his words, Mr. Wang couldn't help but show a hint of smugness. Recovering quickly, Langfeng hurriedly asked, How do you know all this? Have you discovered something? No, I haven't discovered anything at all. Then how could you have such a guess? Langfeng frowned. I read about it on Tomato Novel. There are many stories like that where games descend into reality, leading to a nationwide class transition and a high martial arts era digitalization of the real world. Langfeng. The others in the capital laboratory were equally speechless. I thought this person had discovered something. Turns out he just got obsessed with reading novels. How could games possibly merge with reality? However, what he said does have some merit. Imagine if in the future martial arts skills or even cultivation techniques from games appeared in Blue Star. The landscape of Blue Star will surely change. Isn't this another form of game invading reality? Perhaps when that time comes, firearms will be less effective than martial arts, considering that there are deities in the promotional CG of Black Myth. If that's the case, we should arrange for more warriors to enter the Black Myth game and gain an advantage in it. Master, join our guild. As long as you come, you'll be the vice president of our War God Hall. He'll pay you a salary every month, and any equipment or items we obtain will be prioritized for you. If you want to achieve something in Black Myth, going solo won't work. Moreover, the Wild Dog Ridge siege battle is about to start. You will definitely need to team up to earn more merit. Mr. Wang from the War God Hall earnestly persuaded Langfeng. While Langfeng had shown little interest earlier, a hint of intrigue appeared on his face when he heard about the Wild Dog Ridge siege battle. After some hesitation, he spoke. Teaming up is fine, but joining the guild is out of the question. I'm used to going solo. Mr. Wang initially looked somewhat disappointed but quickly wore a smile again. Since that's the case, I won't push you, Master. We plan to head to Wild Dog Ridge at dawn to test the waters. I wonder if you would like to join us. Langfeng nodded. Sure. Alright, let's head back to the guild's base and discuss strategies for the upcoming siege battle together. Does your guild have a base? Yes, we do. Half an hour later, Mr. Wang led Lung Feng to a thatched house located on the side of the Langlang Mountain monster lair. Around the thatched house, a wooden fence was built, and at the gate hung a wooden sign with the words War God Hall written in charcoal. Is this your guild's base? Looking at the thatched house and small yard in front of him, Lung Feng asked uncertainly. We're just getting started. The conditions are limited. Don't look down on our humble base. It's already considered a luxurious residence in this Langlang Mountain monster lair, Mr. Wang said with an awkward smile. And the important thing is not this house but the land it stands on. I have bought this piece of land, that piece over there, and the one next to it from General White Wolf. Once the number of players increases, the land price here will surely rise rapidly. This is my instinct from decades in real estate. Can you really do real estate in the game? Lung Feng was somewhat puzzled. You can. Unlike other games, Black Myth is different. In other games, characters don't need shelter, but everything in Black Myth is just like reality. You need a place to stay, right? The wilderness isn't safe. Lung Feng suddenly felt that Mr. Wang's words made some sense. I've thought it through. I can build individual rooms on that piece of land and sell them to players who log in later. I can build independent courtyards on that side and sell them to the big shots. This will surely bring in a lot of spiritual energy. Real estate in the real world is a sunset industry, but real estate in Black Myth is a sunrise industry. As he said this, Mr. Wang's eyes were already shining. Alright, let's talk about the Wild Dog Ridge siege battle. Lao Lu, go call everyone over. Got it, boss. Not long after, Lao Lu from the War God Hall brought 7 or 8 players to the War God Hall base. With Mr. Wang and a few of his underlings, there were a total of 12 people, and the ID above each person's head was prefixed with the words War God Hall. Seeing these people, Lung Feng was somewhat surprised. After all, although Black Myth had gone through 2 closed beta tests, there were only a little over 100 players up to this point, which was something everyone knew. Mr. Wang being able to pull a 12-person team from just over 100 players was quite impressive. Master, everyone here is an elite of our War God Hall. They will be joining me to challenge the Wild Dog Ridge siege battle. Now that you have joined us, we are even more confident. Let me introduce you to this one. This is Liuzi, who specializes in rock skill. After our guild's training, he has already mastered rock skill to the 3rd level, and he will be the main tank during the siege. This one is Bombcat, our main DPS for this siege. Of course, I've decided to let you take on this role, Master. As soon as dawn breaks, we will set off for Wild Dog Ridge. The night passed quickly, and soon the horizon began to lighten with dawn. As the sun rose, the Langlang Mountain Demon Village became lively. Players who had been online all night were now filled with energy, as if they had been injected with adrenaline. The Wild Dog Ridge siege battle has started. The first wave is just a test come on those who can reach the 2nd tier with skills. 51. We need 1 ranged DPS who can use a bow and arrow. Those who have practiced archery in the real world will be prioritized. Does anyone want a perfect vitality pill? It's 100 spirit essence, each only 5 available, first come, first served. We need someone skilled in the boulder technique who has reached the 3rd tier. Those looking to gain battle merits, join the group. Becoming rich overnight starts today. At this moment, all players had only one goal: to head to the Wild Dog Ridge siege battle and test their skills regardless of whether they could succeed or not. What if they could achieve the first completion or the first kill? That would be a windfall. However, they also knew that the Wild Dog Ridge siege battle could not be completed by a single person, so they began searching for teammates in the open space of the Demon Village. In addition to those looking for teammates, game streamers, such as Li Ningning and Brother Lei, took the opportunity to announce their live broadcasts. Dear viewers, the first raid dungeon of Black Myth, the Wild Dog Ridge siege battle, is about to begin, and this time we will face the Wild Dog Ridge Boss King Venomfang and his demon soldiers. It can be imagined that this will be an exceptionally intense confrontation. Please lock onto my stream. I will broadcast the entire process of the Wild Dog Ridge siege battle at 8:30 p.m. Dragon Country time. Dear fans, as you can see, Brother Lei has successfully played Black Myth, the world's first virtual game. After a night of effort, Brother Lei unilaterally declares that Black Myth is the most fun game in the world. In the recent videos I posted, I have analyzed this game from various angles. Now let's experience the boss battle of this game and see if the combat mechanics of Black Myth are as outstanding as its other aspects. Soon Brother Lei will start the live broadcast, taking everyone to experience the first raid dungeon, the Wild Dog Ridge siege battle, from a first-person perspective. I have a feeling that today's battle will be spectacular. Meanwhile, while players in the world of Black Myth were preparing for the upcoming Wild Dog Ridge siege battle, some players had yet to log in. In a high-end restaurant in Jiang City Dragon Country, a young man nervously glanced at his watch while looking toward the entrance. From time to time he also checked his phone screen. Why hasn't she come yet? The Wild Dog Ridge siege battle is about to start, and if I miss the opening my game progress will definitely fall behind. If she doesn't arrive soon I won't wait any longer. Just as he finished speaking, a beautifully dressed young girl entered the restaurant and walked straight to the young man. After sitting down, the girl looked at the boy with an air of arrogance. Why do you seem so impatient? The young man forced a smile on his face upon hearing this. Not at all, Shanshan, how could I be impatient? Here's the menu, take a look at what you want to eat. After all this time together, don't you know what I like? Ah, see, you really don't care about me, just like Qian said. The girl rolled her eyes. I was wrong, you order first. What to order? Don't you remember what day it is today? What day? The young man looked bewildered. Humph, you don't remember what day it is? I truly don't know, the young man replied innocently and confusedly. Can't you tell that I'm not happy? Ah, this. Just then the young man's phone vibrated. After glancing at the message on the screen, he suddenly stood up. Shanshan, I'm sorry, I have to go home for a bit. Order something you like, I'll transfer you the money later. After saying this, the young man hurriedly attempted to leave. The girl immediately panicked. He Chong, if you dare to leave, it's over for us. Shanshan, I really have something important to attend to, the young man explained. Is anything more important than me? Forget it, I can't explain it clearly, I really have to go or the siege battle will start. After saying this, the young man walked out the door without looking back. He Chong, come back. Stop right there. If you dare to walk out, we're breaking up. Hearing this, the young man finally stopped in his tracks. Just as the girl thought she had him under control, he suddenly turned around and said, If we're breaking up, then let's break up. I have to log in to my account, I don't have time to deal with you. Moreover, you really aren't more important than Black Myth, don't take yourself too seriously. After saying this, he left the restaurant as quickly as possible, hailing a taxi and heading home. Once home, he immediately put on the Black Myth game helmet. At the same time, in the office of Lin Corporation's president Lin Ziyuan was holding an important meeting with the company's executives. Just then his phone suddenly vibrated. Picking it up, he realized it was a message from his son Lin Xiaotian. Dad, where are you? Hurry and log in, the Wild Dog Ridge siege battle is about to start, and the main team will set off soon. Seeing this message, Lin Ziyuan was first taken aback, then he slapped his forehead. In the next second, he stood up from his seat and addressed the company executives. I'm so sorry, I just got word from home that my son's condition has worsened, I need to go home for a while. Everyone understands, Mr. Lin, please hurry home, the health of your child is most important. The company will manage without you. Yes, Mr. Lin Xiaotian needs you the most right now. Then I'll take my leave. After saying this, Lin Ziyuan hurriedly left the office. Seeing his hurried figure, the executives of Lin Corporation couldn't help but sigh, Ah, Mr. Lin is truly a good father. After leaving the company, Lin Ziyuan urged the driver to take him home as quickly as possible. Once home, he immediately found his game helmet and entered the world of Black Myth. The same thing was happening in other places as well. At this moment, Black Myth players, regardless of what they were doing in the real world, chose to put everything down and log into the game. With all 150 players gathered, they received the Wild Dog Ridge siege mission from Qin Tian, and then set off vigorously towards Wild Dog Ridge. Watching the players leave, Qin Tian couldn't help but feel a tinge of curiosity. I wonder if they can really handle it. I hope King Venomfang doesn't disappoint. It would be best to give the players a hard time. After all, players are masochists. The more they are tortured by the bosses, the more excited they become. At the same time, King Venomfang, who was healing in his cave, suddenly had a bad feeling. What's going on? Could it be that the tiger demon from Langlang Mountain is attacking? Little did he know his nightmare was about to descend. On the mountain path from Langlang Mountain to Wild Dog Ridge, 150 players split into small teams, advancing with expressions of excitement, their moods reminiscent of elementary school students on a spring outing. Especially as they gazed upon the surrounding mountain scenery and landscapes. I must say the scenery in the world of Black Myth is quite impressive. That mountain ahead would be a 5A scenic spot in Longwa. Indeed, the game excels in every aspect, including the scenery. Just look at how beautiful that mountain is. The scenery enthusiasts are ecstatic. If you ask me, we can save on travel expenses in the future. Why go out for trips when we can just come play in the game? That's true. I even think we could bring our children to play, experiencing the beauty of nature without leaving home. Once Black Myth enters public testing, there will surely be a wave of scenery enthusiasts. The game is great in every way, but the map is just too large. We've been walking for ages and still haven't reached Wild Dog Ridge. What do you know? This is realism. Do you think this is like those trash games on the market where you can finish a map in no time? Said a dog demon player sticking out his tongue. Exactly, this journey is quite interesting, said a cow demon player nonchalantly. You're a cow, you have good stamina. I'm a dog. I can't walk the mountain paths. I should have picked a different race. Can I create a new character? Or get an item to change my race? That's not a problem. Have you considered that if we die and have to run back, it would be such a waste of time? When a player raised this question, others furrowed their brows in agreement. Just then, another player with the ID Liege offered a different perspective. What do you understand? Haven't you noticed that the monsters in Black Myth don't regenerate health? Even if you disengage from combat, they won't heal. This means that even if you run for an hour and come back, the monsters will still have the same health. If they were to revive you on the spot, what difficulty would the game even have? Thus, I believe the developers aim to minimize players' deaths during boss challenges, ideally allowing for a clear with just one life. If you lack that capability, it's fine. You can take your time to run back and grind. Upon hearing this, the players present felt as if they had been enlightened. That makes sense. Indeed, the monsters in Black Myth do not regenerate health. I've noticed that long ago, but this makes it more realistic, Liege said again. Besides this point, I've made another significant discovery. The game has an instant kill mechanism. If you can hit a monster's vital point in one strike, no matter how thick its health bar is, it will be emptied immediately. Conversely, even if a monster has a thin health bar, if you can't hit its vital point, it will take a considerable amount of time to kill it. This also aligns very well with real-world rules. Hearing this, the players nodded in unison, evidently recognizing this fact. So I think when we tackle the challenge at Wild Dog Ridge, we can utilize this point and focus on targeting vital areas. This brother makes a valid point. By the way, your ID looks familiar. You can't possibly be Liege, can you? Liege nodded in response. It's me. Wow, Liege, you're also here in Black Myth. I thought someone was impersonating you. It turns out the real deal is here. Liege, as expected, you jumped right into research as soon as you entered Black Myth. The Black Myth development team is trembling in fear. Not really. So far, I haven't encountered any bugs in this game. Liege chuckled and shook his head. Just then, a player walking ahead pointed to a nearby mountain peak and said, "It seems like we're almost at Wild Dog Ridge." Upon hearing this, the players instantly perked up. Looking up, they saw a mountain peak resembling a dog's fang towering high with at least over 1,000 meters. Brothers, get ready to form a team. With that, the players quickened their pace. Before long, they arrived at the foot of Wild Dog Ridge. Before approaching, they spotted a dilapidated demon stronghold on the mountaintop similar to the one at Langlang Mountain. In addition, they noticed a winding mountain path leading directly to the summit. At this moment, the players were strangely unanimous. Not a single player rushed forward. Over 100 players chose to hide in the dense forest at the foot of Wild Dog Ridge. After all, no one knew what the situation was at Wild Dog Ridge, whether there were demon soldiers guarding it or if there were hidden sentries. The squad led by Zandiandian's Wang Zong was no exception. They were currently hiding behind a large rock, occasionally peeking toward Wild Dog Ridge. "Big brother, what do we do now? Should we head up the mountain?" Zandiandian's Lu Zi whispered. Wang Zong glared at him. "In the game, call me the president." "All right, president. Are you out of your mind or what? No one knows the situation of the Wild Dog Ridge dungeon. If we rush in, do you want to die quickly? Then let's just wait forever. No rush, someone will eventually lose patience." Not long after Wang Zong said this, sure enough, some impatient players stealthily made their way toward Wild Dog Ridge. Among them, a cat demon player was the quickest, taking advantage of his small size and swift movements. He soon reached the mountain path, making not a sound along the way. However, just as he stepped onto the path, several arrows flew out from the nearby forest. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fortunately, this cat demon player reacted swiftly, evading the arrows and quickly climbing a tree, escaping after a series of leaps. A pangolin player who followed him, although not as agile, managed to curl into a ball at the moment the arrows shot out and rolled away safely. Only one pig demon player was unfortunate. He turned into a hedgehog on the spot, but luckily his health was robust, allowing him to escape with a sliver of life. Upon returning, he pulled out arrows from his back while cursing. "Damn! There are archers lying in ambush up on that mountain. I estimate there are quite a few. They almost sent me back. Everyone be careful." Hearing this, the other players immediately frowned. "What should we do? We won't even be able to enter the dungeon." Everyone brainstorm. "We need to solve these small monsters at the dungeon entrance before we can tackle the boss. Otherwise, we'll waste all our time at the dungeon's entrance. I think we can have the players with high health like cow demons and pig demons, along with those who have learned the rock-solid skill, take the lead. As long as we rush up the mountain path, we can deal with those archers." "No way, who knows how many archers are up there? Even if our defense is high, we can't withstand it. Indeed, if we rush up and our people die off, what kind of team will we have left? The biggest problem now is the dense forest on both sides of the mountain path. If their archers hide in there, we'll be like living targets. What if we clear the forest on both sides of the mountain path? Suddenly Liege spoke up. You mean to chop down these trees? At the moment when Brother Lei suggested setting the mountain on fire, the players present were clearly taken aback. Once they reacted, they immediately erupted in excitement. Wow, I didn't know it could be done like this. Brother Lei truly lives up to his name. This is incredibly ruthless. Using fire attacks damages the heavens, but since it's a game, it doesn't matter. Goodness, setting the mountain ablaze, this act that violates the laws of reality feels surprisingly thrilling. If you did this in real life, you'd be looking at spending the new year in prison. Wow, how come I didn't think of doing it this way? It's the traditional gaming mindset that traps us. But wouldn't this be too cruel to the small animals on the mountain? A female player said, feeling a bit reluctant. Right? There are small animals on the mountain. I wonder if they will give us spiritual essence if they burn to death, and how would that work? They probably will, right? Then we definitely have to burn it. It's a pity that Wild Dog Ridge is on the mountain. If it were in the valley or on the plains, we could also look for a nearby river or lake and then stage a water flood against the enemy. Now is indeed a great time. There happens to be a valley between Wild Dog Ridge and the mountain next door, and the valley wind is strongest in the morning, blowing uphill. If we set fire at the base of the mountain, the flames will quickly spread towards the summit. As he spoke, the player plucked a tuft of hair from his body. With a gust of strong wind, the hair flew toward the peak of Wild Dog Ridge. At the same time, Qin Tian, who was hiding in the shadows, observing the players, couldn't help but change expression upon hearing their conversation. Wow, when it comes to ruthlessness, these players are the most ruthless of all. When attacking Langlang Mountain, no one even thought about setting it ablaze. These guys come in and immediately think of fire. However, it makes sense. If the beings of this world commit such evil acts, they will surely be cursed by karma and face divine retribution in the future. But players are not beings of this world, so they don't have to worry about that. If they want to set it ablaze, let them do it. Once the fire spreads, the Poison Tooth King and the demon soldiers of Wild Dog Ridge will probably all be forced out. Without further ado, over 100 players quickly sprang into action, soon igniting fires all around Wild Dog Ridge. A gust of wind blew, causing the flames to rapidly grow larger and spread up the mountain. In an instant, a large number of wild animals fled down from Wild Dog Ridge, and the archers stationed along the mountain path had no choice but to reveal themselves. Some rushed to report to the demon village on the mountain, while others ran down the mountain. Seeing the group of demon soldiers running down the mountain, the players hiding in the forest immediately charged out in a swarm. Let's go start the fight. Charge. Tanks in the front, DPS a little behind. Don't steal the kills, this one is ours. What do you mean ours? Whoever gets the kill owns it. In the astonished eyes of the demon soldiers from Wild Dog Ridge, over 100 players rushed toward them in a chaotic mess. With more than 100 players against a dozen demon soldiers, each soldier faced over 10 players. Before they could react, various attacks came crashing down. Let me take a swing. Let me take a swing, you bastard. One hit per person, that way everyone gets spiritual essence. Don't aim for the vital spots. If you kill it, only you will get the essence. How can you be so selfish? In the despairing gaze of the demon soldiers, the players chopped them into pieces. The members of the War God Temple, due to their numbers, were fortunate enough to take down one demon soldier. After depleting the health bar of the demon soldier, Wang Zong from the War God Temple personally stripped it of all its belongings. This included a set of leather armor, a curved blade, and a large bow. After inspecting the attributes, he kept the curved blade for himself, while the leather armor was distributed to the tank in the team. After taking a look at the large bow, he directly handed it to Lung Feng. Expert brother, I saw you shooting arrows accurately before. You must have practiced in the real world. This equipment can only reach its maximum value in your hands. Upon hearing Wang Zong's words, Lung Feng hesitated for only a few seconds before accepting the large bow obtained from the archer of Wild Dog Ridge. After trying it out a couple of times in his hands, he nodded. Good bow. Thanks. No need to thank me. We'll still need you for damage output later. Other players in the team also completed their loot distributions. Some players obtained equipment, while others, although they didn't get equipment, still received some money, and all the players wore excited expressions. At the same time, in the demon village of Wild Dog Ridge, a patrolling demon soldier rushed in a panic. Not good, not good. There's a fire down the mountain. Quickly report to the king. As soon as the patrolling soldier finished speaking, a demon general with a pig's head and a human body covered in black fur and with green fangs appeared before him. What's going on? Where's the fire? Down the mountain, there's a fire down the mountain. How could it possibly catch fire for no reason? The wild boar demon asked in confusion. A group of little demons from who knows where set it ablaze. I saw them with my own eyes. The patrolling demon hastily explained. Little demons? How many? About over 100. What audacity! They dared to intrude into Wild Dog Ridge and even set the mountain on fire. Today I must chop them to pieces. After saying this, the wild boar demon shouted to a group of demon soldiers nearby. You all follow me down the mountain to deal with those little demons. The rest of you go put out the fire. Should we notify the king? No need, the king is currently in seclusion to heal. Such trivial matters do not require the king's attention. Having said that, the wild boar demon picked up a giant axe from a nearby weapon rack and led dozens of demon soldiers down the mountain. By the time he reached the foot of the mountain, the entire base of Wild Dog Ridge had turned into a sea of flames. Relying on his tough skin and flesh along with the protection of demon power, the wild boar demon forcibly cleared a path. Soon he spotted the players at the foot of the mountain. The players also saw him and his health bar overhead. Boss Steel Fang General Danger. In an instant all the players became excited and thrilled. It's a mini-boss. I didn't expect a boss to appear so soon. Under normal circumstances we should have encountered him while climbing the mountain. This fire has driven the boss down. I didn't expect the first boss of the Wild Dog Ridge assault to be a wild boar demon. I wonder how strong this guy is. Should we go straight in, or should we clear the small monsters first? If he's with the small monsters, it might be hard to fight him. I wonder if he has any special mechanisms. Why are we talking so much? Let's just go in and fight. We'll know the mechanism once we start fighting. I'm feeling a bit nervous. This is our first time fighting a boss. What are you afraid of? Just watch how I operate him later. He should drop good loot, right? As the players felt both excited and nervous, the scene was also broadcasted live in various streaming rooms across Blue Star through several streamers' cameras. The already high enthusiasm surged again the moment Steel Fang General made his entrance. Since the Black mythology has frequently topped the trending charts, its popularity has been on the rise, with any video related to it easily garnering significant attention. The live broadcasts are even more impressive. There are hardly any streamers for Black mythology across the internet, yet any player who goes live during this time, even without a prior fanbase, finds tens of thousands of viewers in their stream. As of now, the most popular Black mythology streamer remains Li Ningning. After all, she was among the first to start broadcasting. With content related to Black mythology games, she gained over 1 million followers in less than 2 days. This time during the Wild Dog Ridge assault, she naturally kept her stream running throughout. When players proposed a fire attack, the live stream had already reached a small climax. As General Steel Fang and his minions made their appearance, the audience in the stream immediately developed a strong anticipation for the upcoming boss battle. This is the boss in Black mythology. Even a minor boss exudes such an intimidating presence. It feels like whether it's a boss or a minor monster, the modeling in Black mythology is exceptionally refined. I suspect that so many of them won't be able to take down this minor boss. How is that possible? Over 100 people can't defeat a minor gatekeeper boss. They could wear him down eventually. Let me handle it. I alone can take him down. I can solo the extreme behemoth in under 10 minutes while wearing starter gear without taking damage. Black Soul players are ecstatic. If I go in, this boss won't even touch the hem of my clothes. How strong can a beginner Dungeons Guardian boss be? He'll be pushed down in 5 minutes at most. What are you thinking? Black mythology doesn't have keyboards or mice for you to control. Everything relies on your own awareness and physical reactions, and there are no invincibility frames. I suspect clearing it will still be somewhat challenging. It looks like they're about to start fighting. Where did these rodents come from, daring to be so brazen in my Wild Dog Ridge? And they dare to set the mountain ablaze. Today I will have your corpses shattered to pieces. All of you charge. With a massive axe in hand, standing nearly 3 meters tall, General Steel Fang let out a roar before personally leading his demon soldiers into the fray against the players. The players reacted in various ways. Some dodged to the side, while others boldly moved forward. Some players, under the captain's command, methodically formed a formation. For example, the over 10 players led by Wong from the God of War Guild. This boss clearly has high attack and defense with low evasion. Everyone remember to keep moving, don't be greedy for damage, and watch for his initial actions. If you can attack from a distance, do so. First try to clear the minions. Everyone spread out. With Wong's command, the members of the God of War Guild, including Lung Feng, immediately entered combat mode. Lung Feng was the first to charge, picking up the bow and arrows he had just acquired to shoot at a demon soldier running at the front. With a whoosh, the sharp arrow pierced through the demon soldier's throat, instantly depleting its health bar. Meanwhile, another player with the ID God of War Bomb Cat took a homemade earth bomb from his bag, lit the fuse, and threw it forcefully. As soon as the earth bomb landed, it exploded with a loud bang, instantly killing several demon soldiers from Wild Dog Ridge. Haha, refreshing. Let me show you what explosive art looks like. After a thrilling shout, God of War Bomb Cat lit a second earth bomb and tossed it out. Seeing this, Wong couldn't help but scold. Little brat, save some for later, who don't use all the bombs to clear minions. What will we use against the boss later? Don't worry, guild leader, I've specially prepared dozens of them this time. I spent all night making bombs last night. As he spoke, God of War Bomb Cat lifted his clothing to reveal dozens of fist-sized homemade bombs hanging inside. All these were materials he collected and crafted within the Wild Wolf Mountain demon lair. Although they were just ordinary earth bombs with not particularly strong power, they were still sufficient to deal with the regular demon soldiers of Wild Dog Ridge. While the members of the God of War Guild were clearing the minions, General Steelfang charged into the player crowd, swinging his massive axe in a sweeping motion. Fortunately, the players were already prepared as some players crouched and rolled while others stepped back. They narrowly avoided General Steelfang's deadly strike. A cat demon player, after rolling, executed a sideways flip to come to General Steelfang's feet. Without a word, he drew his dagger and stabbed towards General Steelfang's thigh. After landing a stab, he didn't greedily pursue damage and immediately rolled on the spot. Brothers, watch how I fix the boss feat. However, in the next second, a large hand reached out towards him, giving him no chance to react before snapping his neck. Humph! Overestimating yourself. Just as the words fell, General Steelfang's axe swung towards the players again. With a whoosh, in just one hit, 5 players who hadn't managed to dodge were sent back to the resurrection point. Then General Steelfang rampaged through the player crowd like a god of slaughter. The players' attacks felt like mere tickles to him, with his health bar not moving at all. Various gaming skills that would work in other games lost their effectiveness in front of General Steelfang. Being struck by his attacks meant instant death. In just a few minutes, around 30 to 40 players had been sent back to Wild Wolf Mountain. Watching the rampaging General Steelfang, not only the players present were dumbfounded, but the viewers in the stream were also left in shock. Goodness, isn't this the minor boss from the beginner village dungeon? Why is he so fierce? How can we fight this? Every hit is a one-shot kill. There's no way to stand firm, not even to fix our feet. There's no way. This boss is not only high attack and high defense, but it seems he has a bit of intelligence too. His attacks have no discernible pattern. I've been playing games for over 20 years, tried various types from Sekiro to Dark Souls, Elden Ring, Monster Hunter. I've faced all sorts of challenging bosses, but I've never encountered one like this boss. Is he trying to wipe out all the players? The boss treats players like minor monsters. Now that's what I call a challenge. I think the problem isn't with the game, but that the player's mindset hasn't shifted. They're still using traditional game combat methods. Just when the players were being beaten down by General Steelfang and had no way to retaliate, a player wielding a long knife and dressed in simple clothing approached General Steelfang. With a long knife dancing like a gust of wind, he nimbly dodged General Steelfang's slash and quickly maneuvered to his back, delivering a strike to the back of General Steelfang. After that strike, the ape demon player agilely climbed onto General Steelfang, seizing the moment when General Steelfang had not reacted to stab at his neck again. After landing that strike, the ape demon player did not linger. He jumped down from General Steelfang and left gracefully. After he had struck twice, General Steelfang's health bar finally decreased a little. The players who witnessed this were left dumbfounded. Wow, there are still experts out there. This ape monster player is naturally Chen Zhuo's grandfather, Chen Henyang. As a martial arts practitioner in reality, he found himself in his element after entering the world of black myth. Not only is his physical condition better than when he was younger, but his martial arts insights and techniques honed since childhood are also perfectly executed in the game. After learning the Gale Blade technique, while others merely followed the routine to execute the moves, he had already developed his own understanding. Seeing General Steel Tooth wreak havoc, he could no longer suppress his inner impulse and charged forward with his blade in hand. With his martial arts skills, he landed 2 solid strikes on General Steel Tooth. These 2 strikes thoroughly enraged General Steel Tooth. You damned monkey, you're seeking death. In the next moment, General Steel Tooth charged towards Chen Henyang like an armored vehicle. As he advanced halfway, he transformed into a black wild boar over 4 meters tall and 6 meters long with sharp tusks exposed. After transforming into the wild boar form, his speed immediately increased by more than half compared to before. Seeing this, Chen Henyang dared not be careless. Just as General Steel Tooth was about to collide with him, he suddenly performed a bridge pose while lifting his long knife high. Swoosh! Before the watchful eyes of many, General Steel Tooth's belly collided with the blade of Chen Henyang's long knife. However, the anticipated scene of gutting did not occur. Chen Heniang's long knife barely grazed the black fur on General Steeltooth's belly, leaving only a shallow white mark. It was evident that General Steeltooth's defensive capabilities had also been enhanced in his wild boar form. Seeing this, Chen Heniang remained unfazed. As General Steeltooth crossed over him, he swiftly grabbed General Steeltooth's tail and flipped onto his back. This series of fluid movements once again left the players exclaiming in admiration. Chen Zhuo couldn't help but shout, "Grandpa is amazing." Hearing his words, the nearby players glanced over in surprise. "Dude, even if he's really impressive, you don't have to call him Grandpa, do you?" "Yeah, that's not how you flatter someone." "What are you talking about?" "He really is my grandpa, my real grandpa," Chen Zhuo explained. "No way your grandpa is that amazing." "Of course, my grandpa has been practicing martial arts since he was young, and it's been over 80 years now," Chen Zhuo replied proudly. "Can martial arts skills from reality be used in the game?" "Naturally. The skills in the game can be transferred to the real world, so why can't martial arts techniques from reality be used in the game?" As soon as Chen Zhuo spoke these words, the players present suddenly realized. It turns out that if you understand some combat or martial arts skills in the real world, your combat power in the game will also be enhanced. So if you want to improve your combat skills, consider learning some combat or martial arts techniques in reality. Our family runs a martial arts school called Xinbang Martial Arts School. Everyone is welcome to come and learn. In front of everyone, Chen Zhuo just advertised his family's martial arts school. Surprisingly, after he said this, many players showed expressions of interest. "Alright, I need to help my grandpa now." "Don't worry, Grandpa. Your grandson is here to help you." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Zhuo rushed towards General Steeltooth with his weapon in hand. Although his martial arts skills are not as good as his grandpa's, he is still a practitioner. With his grandpa distracting General Steeltooth from above, he provided support from below. The grandfather and grandson duo fought fiercely against General Steeltooth. Meanwhile, the demon soldiers that General Steeltooth had summoned were mostly cleared by the players, with the majority being taken out by the members of the War God Temple. After slaying the last demon soldier, Wang, from the War God Temple, turned his gaze towards General Steeltooth. "The boss has entered the second phase. Brothers, it's time to make a name for our War God Temple. Everyone listen to my commands. I've thought of a way to take this guy down." With that, he looked at Lung Feng. "Expert brother, shoot that wild boar and find a way to draw its aggro to yourself." Upon hearing this, Lung Feng nodded. In the next moment, he drew his bow, and as General Steeltooth turned, he shot an arrow that struck the large bells behind General Steeltooth. Though General Steeltooth was impervious to attacks elsewhere, his vulnerable spots were still relatively weak. The arrow shot by Lung Feng lodged directly into one of his vulnerable spots. The intense pain made General Steeltooth let out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Originally focused on Chen Heniang, he immediately began searching for the source of the attack on his vulnerable spot. Upon spotting Lung Feng holding the bow and arrow, his eyes turned blood-red. Without a second thought, he charged towards Lung Feng. "Expert brother, run quickly. Head towards the forest over there, lead him in circles, and when I call for you, remember to bring him back." Upon hearing Wang's words, Lung Feng immediately turned and ran into the side forest, while the enraged General Steeltooth pursued him, intent on tearing Lung Feng apart. Once Lung Feng led General Steeltooth away, Wang from the War God Temple turned to the nearby guild members and said, "Quickly dig a pit here, the bigger the better. You over there, the pangolin, come help. And you, the groundhog, and those two rabbits over there, don't just stand around." Hearing Wang's instructions, a pangolin player hesitated for a moment, then immediately rushed to the spot Wang pointed and began digging with its small front claws. Another groundhog player and 3 rabbit players quickly joined in. Although they lacked combat power, they were indeed skilled at digging. In no time, they dug a large pit. Once the pit was ready, Wang from the War God Temple turned his gaze to Bombcat. "Bombcat, it's up to you now. Remember to use that move. If this works out, I'll gift you the latest model of the Fruit Phone 17 tomorrow." "Don't worry, President, I'll handle it. Also about that long-legged girl you promised me. I'll send you her contact information later. Sworn to be loyal to the War God Temple. Everyone else, take your positions. Just wait to deal the finishing blows." At this point, the players had already guessed what Wang from the War God Temple was planning, and they all nodded excitedly. After briefing everyone, Wang shouted towards the direction of the forest. "Expert brother, bring that stinky pig over here." As soon as he finished shouting, Lung Feng dashed out from the side forest with General Steeltooth closely following behind. Everything in their path was smashed to pieces of trees as thick as a person's waist had been snapped countless times. At this moment, Lung Feng also spotted the large pit dug by the players, but he did not directly lead General Steeltooth towards the pit. Instead, he turned around and shot another arrow at General Steeltooth's other vulnerable spot. Whoosh! The sharp arrow lodged directly into General Steeltooth's other vulnerable spot. The male players present couldn't help but grin. Wow, he's really ruthless. Now the aggro is definitely secured. Quick take notes. In the future we can target the weaknesses of male monsters. That's how you know this game is realistic. From now on, no foot maintenance, just maintenance of vulnerable spots. Just as the players had remarked after the second arrow hit, General Steeltooth was completely enraged, fixated on one thought: to eliminate Langlang Mountain. Everyone else was completely ignored by him. Under such circumstances, Langlang Mountain smoothly led General Steeltooth to the large pit. When they reached the edge of the pit, Langlang Mountain turned back and taunted General Steeltooth before executing a sideways roll. Without any surprises, the high-speed moving General Steeltooth fell directly into the pit, landing on his back. Before he could struggle to get up, Wong from the War God Temple, standing at the edge of the pit, jabbed his spear into General Steeltooth's vulnerable spot. The intense pain caused General Steeltooth to instinctively open his mouth wide and scream, "Bombcat, now's the time." The prepared Bombcat immediately lifted his clothes, revealing that all the dirt bombs he had previously hung on himself were now ignited. As a cat demon, he precisely jumped into General Steeltooth's wide-open mouth. "President, my mission is complete. Don't forget my fruit phone 17. And the long-legged girl." As soon as Bombcat finished speaking, the bombs on him exploded with a bang. Boom! More than a dozen dirt bombs detonated inside General Steeltooth's mouth. In an instant, the pit was filled with smoke and flames. Witnessing this scene, not only were the players present stunned, but the audience in the online streaming room, including Qin Tian and Lan Xing, were also in shock. "Wow, I didn't know you could fight the boss like this. This game is incredibly interesting." The players' actions directly sent the viewers in Li Ningning's livestream into a state of excitement. Whether it was Langlang Mountain using arrows to draw aggro from General Steeltooth, or the people from the War God Hall, including Wong, creating traps to forcefully contain General Steeltooth, all of it left them in. When the Bombcat, strapped with explosives, voluntarily jumped into the gaping maw of General Steeltooth, leading to their mutual destruction, the viewers in the livestream could no longer contain their excitement. The barrage of comments flew out like snowflakes. "Damn, the freedom in this game is just too high. Talent. These people are all talents. Wow, with pit digging and bomb setting, is there anything that can't be done in Black Myth?" 666. Which means that as long as you can think of it, it can be done in Black Myth. You just have to say, how can the games on the market compare to Black Myth? Other games are filled with invisible walls, while Black Myth can freely destroy terrain and create bombs. I can't imagine how many gameplay options can be developed later on. This game suits my taste perfectly. The only downside is that I can't get a game qualification. Is the official watching? Hurry up and start the next round of testing. Exactly, quickly open the next round of testing, or just go for a public test. Looking for game helmets willing to pay high prices. While excited, the viewers were increasingly eager to enter the world of Black Myth. Old 6, go check if the boss is dead yet. Under the Wild Dog Ridge in the world of Black Myth. With the explosion of the Bombcat, dust and smoke filled the air. Once the dust settled, Wong from the War God Hall immediately patted the side of Liuzi. Liuzi from the War God Hall didn't hesitate, or after brushing off the dust on his body, he leaned over the edge of the pit to take a look inside. In just one glance, he saw General Steeltooth in his wild boar form lying pitifully at the bottom of the deep pit. The explosion had left his head mangled, with most of his face missing, revealing the skull inside. One eye and one ear were also missing, and a large amount of blood continuously flowed out, staining the surrounding soil red, presenting a scene of shallow breath, with only a sliver of health remaining on the blood bar above. Clearly his internal defenses were not as strong as his exterior. The Bombcat's self-detonation had inflicted massive damage on him. Seeing this, excitement immediately appeared on Liu's face. "President, the boss has just a sliver of health left, it's about to go down." Upon hearing this, Wong from the War God Hall rushed to the edge of the pit, and so did the other players present. When they saw the barely alive General Steeltooth at the bottom of the pit, smiles appeared on their faces. After all, General Steeltooth had nearly wiped them all out. It's really been a tough battle. Yeah, who could have imagined that a boss in a beginner dungeon could be so strong? Normally, even with over 100 of us attacking together, we might not be able to defeat him. That's why in Black Myth, breaking the conventional gaming mindset is essential. As long as the mindset is right, the game becomes simple. Next, we should take down the boss and collect our rewards. I wonder if this boss will drop anything. Just as the players were preparing to finish off General Steeltooth, Lei Guo from the game suddenly spoke up. "Wait, I think we shouldn't kill him just yet. He still has some use." "What use?" Wong from the War God Hall asked with a puzzled expression. "I have an idea. What if we find someone to impersonate the demon soldiers of Wild Dog Ridge? and sneak up the mountain to inform the boss there, luring them down for an ambush. As for this boss, we can place some explosives beside and beneath his body. When monsters approach, we can throw torches into the pit to ignite the surrounding explosives, catching them off guard. When Lei Gu shared this idea, the players present all looked astonished. Of course, in addition to that, we can also dig more traps next to this pit, inserting sharpened bamboo at the bottom of the traps. Even if we can't kill the boss, we can at least clear out the minions. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but gasp. That's a bit ruthless, isn't it? But I like it. TSK Tiskets Lei Gu, who's already starting to conduct research so quickly. Not to mention, this is indeed somewhat feasible. The question is, who do we find to impersonate the demon soldiers of Wild Dog Ridge to lure the monsters up there? As they spoke, everyone looked at each other. At that moment, a player with the ID Shuangmian Fiangyang suddenly stepped forward. Let me do it. I'm a short drama actor with 68 performances in the last 6 months, and my acting skills are definitely up to par. However, I have one condition: if I get exposed and die heroically, you all have to give me some compensation. No problem. Wong from the War God Hall nodded without hesitation. If you accidentally die, we'll each give you 10 points of spiritual resonance as compensation. Is that all right? No problem. Shuangmian Fiangyang exclaimed joyfully. All right, I'll go now. Saying that, he found a corpse of a Wild Dog Ridge demon soldier and stripped off its clothes to wear. Feeling that this wasn't enough, he took his knife and stabbed himself twice. After doing all this, he rushed towards the Wild Dog Ridge demon village. Once he left, everyone immediately sprang into action. The rabbit demon players, pangolin demon players, groundhog players, and pig demon players were responsible for digging pits. The others found a nearby bamboo grove and cut down a large amount of bamboo to make traps. At this time, the players who had previously died returned, including the bombcat from the War God Hall. Wong from the War God Hall had contacted him in advance, so this time he brought all the landmines he had saved up. In addition, he also brought something else. President, guess what I found on my way back from running corpses? Looking at the excited bombcat, Wong from the War God Hall couldn't help but show curiosity. What? This thing? As he said this, the bombcat proudly took out a bamboo tube. Seeing the bamboo tube, Wong from the War God Hall's confusion deepened. What's inside? He prepared to open the lid of the bamboo tube, but was stopped by the bombcat. Don't touch it. This contains lethal poison. Poison? Yes, on my way here, I passed a small hillside and found a patch of arrow poison wood. I collected some of its sap, which requires no processing and is a potent poison. Just a little can kill an adult. Although monsters are physically stronger than humans, if the dosage is increased, I believe it can kill them just the same. The bombcat said excitedly. If we smear this sap on the bamboo in the traps, or on our weapons, it would be like enchanting them. The bombcat's words immediately enlightened everyone present. Let's go. Take us to the place where you found the arrow poison wood. The knowledge of reality once again played a crucial role in the black myth. At the same time that General Wong from the God of War Hall led his men to collect the juice of the arrow poison tree, the double-faced Fiangyang rushed to the Wild Dog Ridge monster stronghold amidst the raging forest fire. At this moment, the forest fire had already reached halfway up the mountain and was about to engulf the entire Wild Dog Ridge. A large number of Wild Dog Ridge monster soldiers were trying to extinguish the fire under the leadership of several minor captains. Unfortunately, these monster soldiers were simply too weak. Most of them didn't even know any monster spells, so how could they extinguish such a raging fire? As soon as he approached the monster stronghold, the double-faced Fiangyang cried out loudly, "Not good, not good. The people from Langlang Mountain are attacking. General Steeltooth has been severely injured and all the brothers have died." His loud cry immediately attracted the attention of many monster soldiers and generals. General Baizhu, who had previously led an attack on Langlang Mountain, rushed over to him immediately. What did you say? The people from Langlang Mountain are attacking? Yes, General, this fire was set by them. Just now General Steeltooth led us to intercept the people from Langlang Mountain, but he ended up severely injured and all the brothers were killed. Fortunately, I ran fast and saved half my life. Perhaps it was due to the pitiful appearance of double-faced Fiangyang, or perhaps General Baizu's attention was completely drawn to the words Langlang Mountain. He did not realize that double-faced Fiangyang was not from Wild Dog Ridge. Seeing that he had deceived General Baizhu, double-faced Fiangyang continued. He even boasted about wanting to wipe out the entire Wild Dog Ridge monster stronghold. By the way, he also mentioned you, General. Mentioned me? General Baizhu asked with a puzzled expression. What did they mention about me? They said that last time they let you escape, but this time they are determined to capture you alive, and will chop off your legs and stuff your head into your backside. As soon as double-faced Fiangyang finished speaking, General Baizhu was immediately furious. I'm so angry, so angry. At that moment, General Jin Ye, holding a steel fork, also approached. Second brother, what happened to make you so angry? Those people from Langlang Mountain are bullying monsters too much. Not only have they set fire to the mountain, but they also dare to humiliate me. Saying this, General Bai Zhu angrily swung his knife and split a nearby boulder in half. I can't stand this. I'm going to lead my men down to teach them a lesson. Second brother, don't act impulsively. The people from Langlang Mountain set the fire but did not attack. I suspect they want to lure us down the mountain. Who knows how many people they have ambushed at the bottom? General Jin Ye hurriedly advised. Upon hearing this, double-faced Fianjiang's heart sank. It's over, I've encountered someone with a brain. He quickly turned his eyes and said, by the way, they said that in the entire Wild Dog Ridge only General Jin Ye could be regarded by them. Not only is he strong, but he is also resourceful. Now that the king is severely injured, Wild Dog Ridge must follow General Jin Ye's command. What? Did they really say that? General Baizu's expression changed dramatically. If I lie about even half a word, I am a dog born from a bitch. Double-faced Fiangyang swore earnestly. Wow, they actually think so little of me. I can't take it anymore. All of you follow me down the mountain and wipe out those guys from Langlang Mountain. After saying this, General Baizhu disregarded General Jin Ye's advice and led his monster soldiers down the mountain. Although General Jin Ye felt something was off, he ultimately chose to stay and guard the monster stronghold. At that moment, double-faced Fiangyang, who was initially prepared to follow General Bai Zhu down the mountain, suddenly had a flash of inspiration. The next second, he walked up to General Jin Ye. General, a true man living between heaven and earth cannot remain oppressed for long. Now that the situation of Wild Dog Ridge is dire, even King Poison Tooth has been severely injured. It's only a matter of time before Langlang Mountain captures it. If we wait until Wild Dog Ridge is attacked, wouldn't you be left with a fate of dismemberment? General, why not abandon the darkness for the light? With your abilities, if you go to Langlang Mountain, you will surely be treated well by the king. As he spoke these words, double-faced Fiangyang was already prepared to be killed by General Jin Ye. However, to his surprise, after he finished speaking, General Jin Ye did not get angry, but instead showed a thoughtful expression. Humph, I've seen that something was off about you for a long time. You are indeed from Langlang Mountain. However, what you said makes sense. Wild Dog Ridge is likely to collapse soon, and I should plan for myself. Tell me, what should I do? After a moment of hesitation, double-faced Fiangyang gritted his teeth. If the general really wants to join Langlang Mountain, you must first submit a letter of allegiance. Just do as I say. Okay, I'll do whatever you say. Seeing that General Jin Ye agreed readily, double-faced Fiangyang was stunned again. Wow, can this game really be played this way? Did I just manage to turn the boss to my side? With rage, General Baizhu directly led dozens of monster soldiers to charge down to the foot of Wild Dog Ridge. After surveying the surroundings, he shouted angrily, "You rodent scum from Langlang Mountain, come out." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw General Steeltooth lying in a pit barely alive. Seeing General Steeltooth, he instinctively prepared to go check on him, but soon a cold smile appeared on his face. Do they really think I'm a fool, trying to lure me over like this? At that moment, a faint sound suddenly came from the dense forest on his right side. He could vaguely see shadows moving inside. Seeing this, General Baizhu could not help but snort coldly. Humph! As expected, they must have set a trap over there. In reality, they are ambushing from the side. Do they think I'm so easy to deceive? All of you charge forward. After saying this, he waved the 6 long knives in his hand and moved towards the forest on the side. The monster soldiers under him naturally followed closely behind. However, they had barely walked a few dozen meters when the ground beneath them collapsed. Caught completely off guard, General Baizhu and the monster soldiers all fell into the trap. General Baizhu, being powerful and armored, was not harmed by the bamboo in the trap. But the group of weak little soldiers under him were not so lucky. Many little monsters were skewered and turned into sugar-coated haws, directly meeting their demise. Even those who fortunately survived soon began to foam at the mouth and struggled for a while before perishing in the trap. In the blink of an eye, the monster soldiers led by General Baizhu were annihilated. The only survivor, General Baizhu, nearly fainted upon witnessing this scene. Damn it, you all deserve to die. After angrily shouting these words, a pair of cicada wings suddenly popped out from behind General Baizhu. After a few flaps, he soared into the air above the dense forest. The players hiding within were immediately exposed to his eyes. When the players saw General Baizhu flying in the air, they were also stunned. What the heck? How did this boss enter the second phase without even being defeated? It's over, the boss can fly, the plan has changed. Amidst the terrified gazes of the players, the centipede general swooped down towards them. With a swift stroke of his blade, several players were carried away on the spot. However, the players' attacks could not penetrate the armor covering the centipede general's body. As an arthropod, his defense was significantly stronger than that of the Steel Fang General. The players had no choice but to keep dodging the Centipede General's attacks. Even Chun Henny dared not confront the Centipede General Hedon at this moment. Cold Blade attempted to shoot arrows at the Centipede General several times, but they were all blocked by his armor. Faced with the flying Centipede General, who was fully armored, the players found themselves in a passive state. A true boss battle had begun, and all players focused their energy. Despite this, the players were unusually excited, especially those who loved combat, who exclaimed, "Awesome! This is the game a real man should play. I didn't perform well against the previous boss this time. I will unleash my true strength. Come on!" Just as he finished speaking, this player was cut down by the Centipede General in a flash of white light. On the other side, General Wang of the Battle God Palace took on the role of the battlefield commander. Tank players move to the front, watch out for the blades, don't get one-shotted. Other players flank from behind. The boss's weakness should be the gaps between his armor. Find a way to attack those gaps. Run over there, the terrain is complex, and the boss is relatively long, which can limit his movement. Old 8 stop saving potions. Use that perfect vitality pill. Bombcat, go up that slope and try to blow that big rock down to see if it can hit the boss. Physical attacks are ineffective. Let's try some other methods. Old 6, prepare the poison and find a way to throw it into the boss's mouth. The boss's mouth is too small to fit anything in. Then why not eat the poison first and let the boss eat you? I'll give it a try. Damn, the potion's effect kicked in too quickly. Just as he finished speaking, Battle God Palace's 6th son poisoned himself. At that moment, hundreds of players were fiercely engaged in battle with the Centipede General. However, the figure of the Steel Fang General appeared at the foot of the mountain. Upon seeing the Steel Fang General, the players immediately cried out in alarm. It's over. How did another boss show up? How are we supposed to deal with 2 bosses? There can't possibly be some special bond between them, right? Yet the next scene unfolded in a way that surprised all players. The Steel Fang General dashed straight towards the Centipede General after descending the mountain. Don't panic, second brother. I'm here to assist you. The Centipede General was overjoyed to hear this. Good, my brother, let's exterminate these pesky mountain rats together. After saying this, the Centipede General turned a fierce gaze towards the players present, completely unaware that the Steel Fang General had already arrived behind him. Third brother, you go there. Before the Centipede General could finish his sentence, a steel fork pierced through his chest. Turning his head, he saw the Steel Fang General standing behind him with a sinister expression. This sudden turn of events left all players dumbfounded. What the hell? What's happening here? Do bosses attack each other? I've been playing games for so many years. This is the first time I've seen something like this. Wait, look at the top of that boss's head. After a player shouted this, all players immediately looked up at the Steel Fang General's head. Leader Steel Fang General in rebellion. Not only did his name have 2 extra words, but even his health bar changed from red to yellow. Upon seeing this, the players were even more bewildered. In rebellion, bosses can rebel. This game is full of surprises. Other game designers couldn't even dream of such a brilliant design. The creators of Black Myth are amazing. I said, how could the boss in the novice village be so tough? It turns out there's a follow-up story. Another wave of plot twists is coming. Just as the players were filled with emotion, the Centipede General looked at the Steel Fang General with disbelief. Third brother, you. What do you mean? The Wild Dog Ridge is about to fall. I naturally have to consider my own interests. I have cultivated for over 200 years to achieve today. I don't want to die. I'm preparing to join the Langlang Mountain, and you are my letter of allegiance. Die! However, the Centipede General was not so easily killed. His strength was not inferior to that of the Steel Fang General, and being heavily injured only ignited his ferocity. In the next moment, the 2 monsters began to fight in front of the players. The battle was so spectacular that the players could only gasp in amazement, while viewers in the live stream exclaimed in, "The Black Myth development team is truly dedicated. Designing such a plot has already surprised me. The fight between the 2 minor bosses is also so thrilling. Indeed, the combat scenes in Black Myth surpass all current games and anime. I can't even imagine how powerful the NPCs and monsters that appear later will be." At this moment, the two-faced Fei Yongyang returned to the players. As soon as he returned, the players couldn't help but ask, "What's going on? Why are the 2 bosses fighting?" Hearing this question, a proud expression appeared on the face of the two-faced Fei Yongyang. "Hee, I seduced that boss. It was me who made him come to kill the other boss." "What? You seduced him? Isn't that how the plot was originally supposed to go?" "No, I persuaded him to surrender. That's why he surrendered. I originally just wanted to give it a try, but I didn't expect it to actually work. The freedom in this game is beyond what we imagined. Upon hearing this result, the players were all astonished. Meanwhile, the battle between the Centipede General and the Steel Fang General was nearing its end. The Centipede General was already in a severely injured state, and after being sent flying by the Steel Fang General, he suddenly spat out a beam of golden light. Swish! The golden light flashed and a terrifying wound appeared on the Centipede General's neck, and his already dwindling health bar was on the verge of depletion. With a thud, the Centipede General fell from the sky right before the players. Upon seeing this, the players were momentarily stunned before quickly reacting. Quick, finish him off. The boss is about to die. Hurry, hurry, if we don't finish him off the spiritual energy will be gone. One at a time, take turns, don't be greedy, everyone should get a share. As they spoke, all the players lined up to finish off the Centipede General, trying their best to prevent him from dying. After all the players had taken their turn, the two-faced Fei Yongyang, who had made the most contributions, dealt the final blow to the Centipede General. As soon as the Centipede General died, all players who had dealt damage received system notifications. Ding! You participated in the defeat of a level 2 spirit evolving monster and gained 180 spiritual energy. Ding! You earned 300 battle points. Ding! You gained 300 reputation points for Langlang Mountain. All players received similar notifications, and upon hearing these 3 notification sounds, their faces lit up with unprecedented excitement. Wow, the rewards from this boss are so generous. I got so much spiritual energy just from touching him. Another 300 battle points in the bag, one step closer to the game helmet. This game is really fun. By the way, isn't there supposed to be physical rewards for defeating a boss? Right? Aren't there any drops? As Qin Tian, who had been secretly observing the players, heard their discussion, he slapped his forehead. I almost forgot about that. After saying this, he hurriedly opened the system back end and began operating inside. Before long, the players saw a light sphere suddenly emerge from the Centipede General's corpse, eventually condensing into the shape of a black iron treasure chest. Clearly, this black iron treasure chest was a drop item specially designed by Qin Tian for the players. In his design, there was a chance of drops whenever an elite monster or boss was defeated. The rewards inside included spiritual energy equipment, enhancement vouchers, reputation, battle point skills, and equipment along with the destiny token. He planned to disclose these rewards on the official website later. This way, players would be more eager to challenge bosses. In the future, as long as he added a special drop to any mountain Demon King, that Demon King would be waiting to be harassed by countless players. Even the 3 demons of Shizhua Ridge were no exception. Originally, he had only placed some ordinary items inside, with the most valuable being the basic breathing technique. But after thinking about it, he added a destiny token that could be exchanged for a game helmet, though the chance of obtaining the destiny token was only 0.1. Hee, don't you want rewards? Then go open it yourself. As Qin Tian chuckled to himself, the players had already begun to argue over the ownership of the treasure chest. If defeating a boss is the most exhilarating moment, then opening a treasure chest is the most thrilling moment for players. No one knows what can be found inside the chest. It is precisely this uncertainty that heightens the anticipation. However, there are over 100 players present, yet there is only one treasure chest. Soon the players began to gather around the corpse of the 100-legged general. As the commander of this battle, Wang from the War God Palace, cleared his throat and said loudly, everyone has seen that there is only one treasure chest, yet we have so many people here. Those who have played games know that in such situations there are typically 2 solutions. One is to roll the dice and the other is a fair auction. Rolling the dice relies purely on luck. If you're fortunate, you might get something good, but if you're unlucky, you'll just have to accept your misfortune. As for a fair auction, it depends on who has more strength. Even if you can't win the bid, you can still share the spoils. These are the 2 methods I've proposed. The choice is up to everyone. Upon hearing this, the players exchanged glances. Ultimately, they chose to go for a fair auction, as not everyone could guarantee they would be the lucky one. With a fair auction, even if you didn't win anything, you could still receive some money. Alright, since everyone has chosen a fair auction, let's prepare to open the chest. Who wants to open it? I won't do it or am not lucky. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to hesitate. If the chest yielded a bunch of trash, although no one would say anything, there would inevitably be some discontent. At that moment, Shuangmi and Fiangyang stepped forward. Let me do it. I've always had good luck. I won 5,000 yuan from a scratch card yesterday, and my record for buying beetle nuts is 10 consecutive wins. Then it's you. Don't feel pressured, or whatever you get is what you get. Wang from the War God Palace encouraged, giving Shuangmi and Fiangyang a glance. Shuangmi and Fiangyang then approached the treasure chest, rubbed his hands, and suddenly knelt down. OGM, please grant me something good, I bow to you. After bowing, he took a deep breath and under the watchful eyes of everyone reached toward the treasure chest. Crack! With a soft sound the treasure chest immediately opened, and then it gradually vanished revealing 5 items floating before Shuangmian Fiangyang. As soon as these 5 items appeared all eyes were drawn to them. Oh, there are 5 items. Quick, let's see what they are. Yes, let's check the attributes. Under the urging of the crowd Shuangmian Fiangyang quickly examined the 5 items before him. The first item was 3 equipment enhancement coupons, the second was 500 battle merit exchange coupons, the third was a small win token, the fourth was the basic breathing technique, and the fifth was the destiny token. When the players present saw these rewards their breaths quickened, especially when they spotted the 5th item. Their eyes nearly sparkled with excitement. After a moment of silence the scene erupted into chaos. What the hell? A destiny token? Did I see wrong? A small boss actually dropped a destiny token. Goodness, what kind of luck is this? Are you sure there's no mistake? Is this the destiny token that requires 10,000 battle merits to exchange? Can the game really have 2 items with the same name? Doesn't this mean that a game helmet has been dropped directly? I thought only ultimate bosses would drop it, turns out small bosses have a chance as well. A game helmet can sell for several million in the real world. We won big this time. Not only is there a destiny token, but there's also the basic breathing technique. I remember that it isn't cheap in the battle merit shop, right? What is a small win token? I don't know, but it must be something good. The equipment enhancement coupons aren't cheap either. He's really a lucky one. From now on let him open the chests. As the players were filled with excitement and thrill, Qin Tian, who was secretly observing the players, was also baffled. What kind of outrageous luck does this person have? I stuffed so much trash in there, yet he keeps pulling out the good stuff. He even pulled out the destiny token, which only has a 0.1 chance of dropping. Is he really that lucky? It seems every game has these lucky players. It's truly infuriating. In a military laboratory in the real world, the various big shots watching the game livestream through Lung Feng's perspective lit up upon seeing the game helmet exchange code come out of the treasure chest. Can this thing really be exchanged for a game helmet? According to the information on the official website of the Black Myth game, it should be true. The official wouldn't lie. Great, I was worried about where to get a second game helmet and didn't expect an opportunity to come so soon. Hurry and contact Major Lung Feng. Let him do everything possible to secure that helmet. Understood. As they spoke, a researcher in the lab sent a message in Lung Feng's live stream. Major Lung Feng, please spare no effort to obtain the destiny token. Upon seeing this message, Lung Feng's gaze turned toward the destiny token. Not just him, but the eyes of most people present were focused on the destiny token, including Wang from the War God Palace, Qin Tian, and his grandson, and Lin Ziyuan and his son. 1 destiny token is equivalent to 1 game helmet, and 1 game helmet can pull a player into Black Myth. This player can be their relatives or friends or someone they trust the most. Such a person could help them quickly gain an advantage in the early stages of the game. After a full minute, Wang from the War God Palace spoke again. Everyone, the treasure chest has been opened. Next let's auction according to what we discussed earlier. After saying this, he walked over to a large stone nearby and casually picked up a wooden stick. Let me clarify, considering that everyone's spirit energy is tight in the early stages of the game, we will use real currency for the auction. Everyone okay with that? As soon as Wang from the War God Palace finished speaking, the crowd shook their heads in agreement. Just as he said, spirit energy is indeed very tight at the moment, as it can only be obtained by killing monsters, and most players are incapable of defeating strong monsters, only able to take down ants or poke at wasp nests. Whether leveling up skills or crafting equipment, spirit energy is required, so even if someone offers a high price for spirit energy with real currency, very few are willing to sell. Since no one has any objections, we will auction these 3 equipment enhancement coupons, first starting at 500 yuan each with a minimum raise of 100 yuan. After finishing his words, he struck the large stone next to him with the wooden stick. In the next moment, a player immediately made a bid. I offer 600. I offer 700. 800. Before long, the first equipment enhancement coupon was auctioned off for 1,500 yuan by a pig demon player. In just 2 minutes, all 3 equipment enhancement vouchers were snapped up. The lowest one went for 1,500 yuan, while the highest fetched a surprising 3,000 yuan, exceeding the expectations of most players. After the auction, General Wang from the War God Hall added, "Later, I'll create a large group for everyone, and those who won can just send red envelopes in the group. The same goes for the next items. Alright, let's continue with the next auction." With that, he began auctioning the second item, a 500-point military merit exchange voucher, which was ultimately sold for 2,500 yuan. Essentially, it meant spending 2,500 yuan to buy 500 points of military merit. Some players felt it was worth it while others disagreed. When the third item was set to go on auction, players immediately perked up. As the only skill currently requiring purchase from the military merit shop to activate, they were eager to learn the attributes of the basic breathing technique. However, it required 1,000 points of military merit for exchange, which no player had been able to afford so far. This time it was unexpectedly revealed by the General of the 100 Feet. Though the attributes were unknown, everyone could guess that this skill was certainly different from the three basic skills, such as the Gale Blade technique, and might greatly enhance their strength. Next up for bidding is the basic breathing technique. The starting price is 1,000 yuan, and each bid must increase by no less than 100 yuan. As soon as General Wang from the War God Hall finished speaking, Ling Huchong was the first to bid 5,000. His bidding shocked all the players present. Wow, that's bold. He just multiplied the price by 5 in one go. Is this what a wealthy player looks like? It seems he is determined to win it. Can't this thing just be exchanged with more military merit later? After Ling Huchong quoted 5,000, no one dared to bid for quite some time. Clearly most players felt that the basic breathing technique was not worth 5,000 yuan at this moment. After all, no one knew what the skill's attributes were, and if it turned out to be a useless skill, they would be at a loss. Even General Wang from the War God Hall gave up bidding after some consideration. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? If not, the basic breathing technique will be his. Going once at 5,000, going twice at 5,000, going thrice at 5,000. Sold. In the end, Ling Huchong successfully acquired the basic breathing technique for 5,000 yuan, a skill whose attributes were unknown to anyone. After the auction for the third item concluded, it was time for the fourth item, the Little Whirlwind token. Before the auction, everyone finally understood the specific function of this item. The Little Whirlwind token is a special item that when used grants the title of Little Whirlwind and allows the bearer to promote to Little Whirlwind of Langlang Mountain, commanding 5 monster soldiers and having the ability to deploy and nurture them. What a good item! With this, it's like having 5 more helpers. Although those monster soldiers aren't too strong, they're definitely better than us. Not only can they join dungeons, but they can also assist with tasks. Indeed, and they can be nurtured similar to pets in other games. By the way, does Little Whirlwind imply a squad leader? With this token, wouldn't that mean becoming an officer in the Langlang Mountain Monster Village, gaining a position? You can't say that you really can't. Is there also a General Whirlwind token or a small chief token? Could there be a chance to command even more monster soldiers in the future, leading hundreds or even thousands of them? Let's not get ahead of ourselves. This item has nothing to do with us. Those big shots will definitely fight for it. As this player pointed out, upon learning of the Little Whirlwind token's function, several wealthy players, including General Wang from the War God Hall, immediately became interested. After General Wang announced the starting price, bids began to pour in. The price skyrocketed from the initial 3,000 yuan to 3,000 yuan. Ultimately, General Wang from the War God Hall secured the item for 1,500 yuan. Although he took the item, it was the other players who were truly happy. Because that 1,500 yuan was shared among all the players who participated in the raid, each person could receive around 1,000 yuan. For the vast majority, this 1,000 yuan felt like free money. Who wouldn't be happy about that? Meanwhile, the live stream audience who witnessed the scene felt utterly envious. What the heck, are game items in Black Myth really that valuable? Each item casually sells for thousands or tens of thousands. How could they not be valuable? Game qualifications are already so rare, so naturally the value of game items is high. The game's positioning determines the value of its items, and even during the early phases of other games, prices are usually at their highest. Why not wait for the price to drop before buying? I just can't understand that. Waiting for the price to drop is a mindset for ordinary players. For big shots, it's all about enjoying early purchases and flaunting their wealth. I have better gear than you, so I can tackle higher difficulty dungeons first, acquire valuable items earlier, and take the lead. In the end, it snowballs, monopolizing all high-level resources in the game. Players who invest heavily at the start can profit significantly from these high-value resources. Most games operate this way, and I believe Black Myth does too. Indeed, in a game I'm currently playing, I've already recouped my earlier investments just by leading gold runs. Damn it, I can't earn 1,000 even after working hard for weeks, while they effortlessly make it just by joining a dungeon. I'm so anxious I could stomp my feet at home. At this rate, I feel that Black Myth might even influence the real-world economic system. The spiritual essence in Black Myth might replace the US dollar as a global currency, provided that Black Myth conducts a comprehensive public test. This item has already reached 1,500 yuan. I can't imagine what astronomical price the Destiny token will reach later. I have a feeling that this Destiny token might also be won by General Wang, as he currently seems to be the most powerful player in the auction. As the auction for the Little Whirlwind token concluded the bidding for the last item, the Destiny token was about to begin. Undoubtedly, the value of the Destiny token had already surpassed the total of the previous 4 items. Therefore, when General Wang from the War God Hall announced the start of the auction for the Destiny token, everyone was fully alert. Next, we will auction the Destiny token. I'm sure everyone knows its function. This token can be exchanged for a game helmet on the official website. And I need not elaborate on the rarity of the Black Myth game helmet. General Wang paused for a moment as he spoke. Due to the special nature of this item, I believe everyone should have a chance. Therefore, the starting bid for the Destiny token is 1 yuan. And there is no limit on the bidding amount. Let the auction begin. As soon as he finished speaking, a chorus of bids erupted in the room. Although most people knew the Destiny token was beyond their reach, they still wanted to give it a try. While all players were placing bids, Ling Huchong quoted a price of 1 million yuan. General Wang swiftly followed, raising it to 2 million. Ling Huchong then increased the bid to 3 million. At this point, everyone felt certain that the Destiny token would ultimately belong to one of these two. However, what no one expected was that when Ling Huchong called out 3 million, a voice suddenly rose from the crowd. I bid 8 million. The moment this was said, all players present couldn't help but show expressions of shock, their gazes instinctively turning towards the speaker. In just one glance, they saw a figure holding a large bow and a quiver on his back with the game ID of Qianlong Wuyong, known as Leng Feng. No one expected him to quote such a sky-high price. The viewers in the real world watching the live stream were even more taken aback. Everyone knew that the game helmet of Black Myth was valuable, but no one expected it to be worth this much. Moreover, no one anticipated that Leng Feng would directly raise the bidding price to 8 million. The audience in the live stream erupted in shock. Did I just hear wrong? Did he really shout 8 million? Oh my god. Are you sure this 8 million is in Longua currency? Not game currency. Of course it's in Longua currency. According to the current currency ratio in Black Myth, a single Ling Yuan can sell for 10 yuan. And that's if you can even get it. 666. I could work my entire life without eating or drinking, and still wouldn't be able to save up 8 million. Are you crazy? Is there really someone who would spend 8 million on a gaming device? It's unbelievable that there are so many wealthy players in Black Myth. This is something I never expected. 8 million. If he really walks away with it, wouldn't all the players who participated in the Wild Dog Ridge assault earn several tens of thousands of yuan each? Damn these people, what's the difference between this and making money while lying down? Looking at it this way, spending a few million to buy a Black Myth game helmet really isn't a loss. A few more dungeon runs and you'll earn it back. If a Destiny token drops, you'll definitely recoup your investment right there. Damn it, seeing them make money while I lose makes me uncomfortable. By the way, who is this player called Qianlong Wuyong? How could they be willing to spend 8 million on a game helmet? They must be a big boss in the real world. A player who can fork out 8 million at once could support an entire server in other games. I have a feeling that there will be more wealthy bosses in Black Myth in the future. Who knows, perhaps someone will invest real assets into the game. Sigh, it's both fun and profitable, yet I can't even get into the game. Is the Black Myth official watching the live stream? Hurry up and release another wave of game qualifications, I'm begging you. As the audience grew increasingly anxious, the players on site were equally restless. Dad, should we keep raising the bid? Lin Xiaotian turned to ask Lin Ziyuan for his opinion. Lin Ziyuan shook his head. No more bidding. 8 million is too expensive and not worth it. This game helmet of mine only cost 3 million. Since this small boss has a chance to drop a Destiny token, it indicates that the output of Destiny tokens is far beyond just the military achievements shop and the final boss. Let's wait a bit longer. The value of game items in this game has truly opened my eyes. I think we can start implementing the idea you proposed earlier. Let's start with medicinal materials. Medicinal materials. Yes, medicinal materials. My intuition tells me that the demand for pills and the materials to refine them will definitely become a necessity for players. Lin Ziyuan's eyes were deep as he spoke. President, should we continue to raise the bid? Next to Wang Zong from the War God Hall, Gulong quietly inquired. Upon hearing this, a hint of hesitation appeared on Wang Zong's face. After a moment, he shook his head. No more bidding. Why not? Although this price is a bit high, it's not unacceptable. Moreover, if we can secure this Destiny token, we can also boost the reputation of our War God Hall. With the current popularity of Black Myth, this matter will definitely trend. Gulong looked puzzled. The price isn't the issue. 8 million isn't much to me, but if I continue to raise the bid now, I might offend this expert brother. What do you have to fear by offending a casual player? You're mistaken. This expert brother is not an ordinary person, Wang Zong said meaningfully. At first I was a bit uncertain, but now am 90 sure that this expert brother has official backing. Upon hearing this, Galong's expression changed. Official backing. Exactly. Think about it, what kind of person in real life could possess skills like this expert brother? A soldier. Gulong said uncertainly. Exactly, and not just any soldier, but likely a special forces type. I should have guessed it. Given the unique nature of black myth, the officials would definitely intervene. So he represents the officials. Galong's expression turned serious. That should be the case. However, this is also good. If the officials are involved, it indicates that the importance of black myth far exceeds our imagination. Let's just give this destiny token to him, consider it doing a favor for the officials. After making this decision, Wang Zong directly gave up on the bidding. With his withdrawal, naturally no one else contested with Lung Feng for the destiny token, and in the end Lung Feng successfully acquired the token for the high price of 8 million. The players present immediately broke into smiles. Although they did not obtain the destiny token, they would still share the profits. If 8 million were split evenly, everyone present could get several tens of thousands, which was simply delightful. Hehe, black myth is so much fun, I love it. This feels great. I knew my decision to quit my job was the right one. If I had chosen to work, I definitely wouldn't have been able to log in for today's assault, and I would have missed out on the money. I've said it before, if you draw a black myth game qualification and continue working, you're just a big fool. Who says playing games has no future? I've decided that from now on, apart from 3 meals and bathroom breaks, I'll stay in black myth all the time. Still eating normal food. Just drink glucose. And then get some adult diapers, so you won't need to log out for the entire day. After all, once you enter the game, your body enters a deep sleep state, consuming very little. Speaking of which, I think I should get a black myth game helmet for my second uncle too. What's up? Does your second uncle love playing games? Not really. My second uncle has been a vegetable for over 30 years, but it's said that he is conscious. He is simply a born black myth saint body. The players were happy, and Lung Feng was also pleased, because he successfully completed the task assigned by his superiors. Soon he obtained the destiny token. Destiny token. A peculiar item inscribed with the destiny symbol inside. Using it allows you to view it. Without hesitation, Lung Feng chose to use it. Soon a string of 15 alphanumeric redemption codes appeared in his mind. Upon receiving the redemption code, he immediately chose to log out. When he opened his eyes again, he had returned to the military laboratory. Major Lung Feng, did you obtain the redemption code for the game helmet? Lieutenant General Li Dinghua asked eagerly. Yes, I got it. Great, proceed with the redemption immediately. I want to see how the game helmet is delivered. A few minutes later, a cardboard box with the 3 large characters of black myth appeared out of nowhere at the laboratory door. Faced with this bizarre scene, everyone monitoring the screen fell into silence. Who on earth created this game? After the shock, they quickly began to discuss the ownership of this second game helmet. While the big shots were fiercely debating, Lung Feng suddenly spoke up. Chief, I have a candidate. I believe he is more suitable to enter black myth than anyone else. Who? Li Dinghua asked curiously. After recommending candidates to his superior, Lung Feng immediately returned to the black myth, without a moment's delay, knowing that they were about to face the final boss, the venomous Tooth King. As soon as he logged in, he saw a large crowd gathered around the big pit where General Steel Tooth had been lying. General Steel Tooth, already gravely injured and on the brink of death, had been lying in the pit for so long that he was left with barely a trace of blood, ready to perish at any moment. At that moment, the players were discussing who would deal the final blow, as that last strike would come with an additional resonance bonus. After much deliberation, the task was eventually handed over to the War God Temple Bombcat, since General Steel Tooth had been defeated due to his own self-detonation. However, just as Bombcat prepared to finish off General Steel Tooth, the general lying in the pit suddenly spoke. Wait, please spare my life, and I can offer a treasure in exchange. As General Steel Tooth weakly uttered these words, the players were momentarily stunned. What's going on? Why is the boss begging for mercy? Yeah, it's my first time encountering such a situation in a game. Could it be some hidden storyline or quest? There's a possibility that this boss needs to be left with a sliver of health in order to trigger this hidden storyline without being killed. So should we kill him or not? The hesitant Bombcat looked towards Wang, the leader of the War God Temple. President, what should we do now? Should we kill him? Let's hold off on that. Let's talk to him and see if we can trigger a hidden quest. I feel it shouldn't be that simple. How do we talk to him? Never mind, let me handle it. With that, Wang stepped forward to General Steel Tooth. What treasure are you talking about? Tell me first so I can determine if it's worth exchanging for your life. It's a map that records the lair of an ancient great demon. With this map, you can reach the lair of that ancient great demon, which surely holds a wealth of treasures. General Steeltooth said, straining to catch his breath. Wong from the War God Temple was somewhat taken aback after hearing this. What do you mean? The lair of an ancient great demon. At the same time, Qin Tian, who was hiding nearby, also heard the words of General Steeltooth. The lair of an ancient great demon. What luck! If we can find techniques, magical tools, and treasures, we could have it all. This is something we must acquire. Thinking of this, he immediately opened the system backend and issued a separate quest to Wong from the War God Temple. Ding! Triggered a hidden quest, the plea of General Steeltooth. After agreeing to his plea, you will receive a special quest item, a map of the lair of the ancient great demon. Submitting this map to the Great Sage will trigger the subsequent quest, the lair of the ancient great demon, and you will also receive a special reward from the Great Sage. Note, this quest is related to the opening of future gameplay in the game. If you abandon this quest or do not submit the quest item, subsequent gameplay will not be unlocked. Just as he issued the quest, Wong's expression suddenly changed. I knew it. There must be a hidden quest. Good thing we didn't kill him. What's wrong, President? What hidden quest? The others asked curiously. I just received a task prompt that tells me to submit the map mentioned by General Steeltooth to the Great Sage. Not only is there a reward, but it will also unlock some subsequent gameplay. Then it seems we really can't kill him. Here's the deal, I'll take this quest. I don't know what the reward is yet, but if it's something particularly valuable, I'll share the profits based on its value. What do you all think? Wong from the War God Temple said seriously to the other players. The other players hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. All right then, I'll take the quest. With that, Wong accepted the quest and turned his gaze back to General Steeltooth. I agree to your request. We won't kill you, but you must hand over the item first. That's not acceptable. What if I give you the item and you still kill me? General Steeltooth said with a wary expression. Then I swear it's fine. If I still want to kill you, I'll be struck by lightning. Wong casually replied. To his surprise, as soon as he finished speaking, General Steeltooth spat out something from his mouth. This is the map that records the exact location of the lair of the ancient great demon. Seeing what General Steeltooth had spit out, Wong immediately jumped into the pit and picked it up from the ground. Map of the lair of the ancient great demon quest item. Submit this to the Great Sage to receive a special reward. Looks like you didn't deceive me. Wong from the War God Temple nodded with satisfaction. After putting away the map, he looked at Bombcat beside him. The item is secured. Let's send him on his way. Ha! Do we still need to kill him? Bombcat looked bewildered. Of course. His health bar is still there. As long as the health bar exists, it means he can be killed. If he couldn't be killed, the system would have removed his health bar and made him untouchable. What you said is somewhat reasonable, but didn't you just agree not to kill him? I said I wouldn't kill him, which is why I asked you to do it. Stop hesitating. We're waiting to open the chest. In the next moment, under the fearful and furious gaze of General Steeltooth, Bombcat jumped into the pit and stabbed a knife into his neck. In an instant, blood gushed forth and General Steeltooth's remaining health bar was quickly emptied. As soon as General Steeltooth died, all players received notifications of the kill and rewards. Instantly, the players were overjoyed. Soon, a black iron treasure chest appeared over General Steeltooth's corpse. Seeing the treasure chest, the players became even more excited. Meanwhile, standing not far away and witnessing all of this, General Golden Tooth felt an inexplicable chill run down his back. In his eyes, the players had transformed into ruthless, bloodthirsty beings. Even the little demons from Wild Dog Ridge would never stand beside a corpse laughing maniacally, nor would they breach their oaths, turning their backs immediately after swearing. Where on earth did Langlang Mountain find such a group of seemingly abnormal and fearless little demons? Don't they fear the punishment of the heavens when they casually swear oaths? At this moment, he even felt fortunate for choosing to betray Wild Dog Ridge and surrender to Langlang Mountain. He couldn't shake the feeling that the players occasionally glanced at him, or rather at the top of his head. Although he was confident that he could easily eliminate that group of players, he still felt somewhat uneasy deep down. Quick, open the treasure chest. Let's see what we can find this time. After the appearance of General Steeltooth's treasure chest, all players focused their attention on it. After all, the previous chest had yielded a destiny token worth 8 million. At this moment, everyone was eager to find another destiny token. Perhaps due to the impressive performance of Double-Sided Fiery Sheep earlier, they entrusted the treasure opening task to him again. Double-Sided Fiery Sheep rubbed his hands excitedly and immediately opened the treasure chest. With a flash of light, 3 items appeared before the players. Upon seeing that there were no tokens among the items, the players couldn't help but feel disappointed. However, they soon discovered that one of the rewards was a particularly special item. Shard of Divine Ability Wind Control 3. Collect 10 shards of Divine Ability Wind Control to exchange for the Divine Ability Wind Control at the Great Sage, and unlock the Divine Ability module to significantly enhance your combat power. Seeing the attributes of this item, the players immediately became very interested. This item was naturally tailored for the players by Qin Tian, who had transformed his divine abilities into a special skill through the system's skill module. Originally, he intended to open this for free to the players, but upon reconsideration, he felt it would not encourage the players' efforts, so the Shard of Divine Ability was born. Any level of treasure chest has an opportunity to yield shards of divine abilities. He just didn't expect the players to obtain it so quickly. Although the players didn't know what divine abilities were, they understood that this item must be very valuable. Ultimately, this Shard of Divine Ability was acquired by Wang from the War God Temple for the high price of 50000. The other two items were also bought by other players for 3000 and 5000 respectively. Once the auction ended, the players turned their gazes toward the peak of Wild Dog Ridge. At this moment, the wildfire was about to reach the demon village of Wild Dog Ridge. Suddenly, a furious roar echoed from the direction of the demon village. Who dares to set fire and invade my demon village? Following that, a massive figure soared into the sky from the demon village, which was none other than a green-scaled python over several dozens of meters long. Seeing this green-scaled python, the players were instantly thrilled and excited. The final boss has appeared. Brothers, prepare for battle. Perhaps the commotion caused by the players was too great, or perhaps the Poison Tooth King sensed something amiss. He could no longer suppress his urge and broke through his seclusion. When his massive figure appeared above the Wild Dog Ridge monster den, the players were filled with excitement, their eyes nearly shining with glee. General Golden Tooth, witnessing this scene, was utterly perplexed. Have these little demons gone mad? Are they really planning to attack the Poison Tooth King? As soon as he finished speaking, the players had already taken their positions, preparing to engage in a fierce battle with the Poison Tooth King. In their eyes, the Poison Tooth King was no longer a formidable monster, but rather a walking treasure chest, a bounty of 8 million. Meanwhile, the Poison Tooth King, flying in midair, also noticed the presence of the players at the foot of the mountain. He had sensed something was off while in his cave and thus abandoned his healing to emerge early. As soon as he exited, he saw the wildfire spreading across Wild Dog Ridge and the monster den about to be engulfed. Fury surged within him. Seeing the players, he instantly understood what was happening. A tide of murderous intent surged in his bright green eyes. It is you, ants. You destroyed my monster den and killed my demon soldiers. Today this king will ensure you have no place to rest in death. The Poison Tooth King's roar echoed throughout the Wild Dog Ridge. The players who heard his words responded differently. The boss is furious, but that line is not great. Enough, what do you expect from a monster? Who cares about the dialogue as long as the drop rate is high? To be honest, he does exude a strong sense of pressure. I have a feeling this boss might be quite tough to defeat. Tough or not, we have to fight. That's the nature of high difficulty. The higher the challenge, the better the drop rate. He will definitely drop the destiny token, and then it's an easy score of several $1,000, isn't that great? Exactly, and he is just a boss from a novice village instance. No matter how strong he is, there must be a way to defeat him. If we can't win, it just means we haven't found the method yet. Enough talk. The boss seems to be charging at us. As the players spoke, the Poison Tooth King, having revealed his true form, charged furiously down the mountain. His massive body swiftly maneuvered through the mountains, and before long he reached the foot of the mountain. Without any warning or prelude, he launched an attack on the players. With a wide-open mouth, a large amount of foul-smelling dark green venom spewed forth, transforming into a cloud of green toxic mist. Having suffered once from the toxic mist on Langlang Mountain, the players dared not linger and immediately sprinted towards the outskirts of the poisonous fog, fearing even the slightest contact. However, some players were inevitably slower and accidentally got a bit of the toxic mist on them. In an instant, the health bars of those hit by the toxic mist plummeted rapidly, and in the blink of an eye they were emptied, their bodies turning into white light. In a single encounter, over 10 players were eliminated by the Poison Tooth King's poisonous mist. The viewers watching the live stream couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. This boss is incredibly fierce, starting off with such a group elimination skill. It seems this boss is not as easy to handle as the previous two. Let me go in and face him. Run. Everyone run. Don't think about dealing damage, surviving is the priority. At the foot of Wild Dog Ridge, Wang Zong of the War God Hall shouted loudly, while sprinting as fast as he could. Only when they had run out of the green toxic mist's range did they finally stop. Before they could catch their breath, the Poison Tooth King charged at them again, his massive body twisting and crossing dozens of meters to open his mouth towards the area with the most players. With a whoosh, a torrent of dark green venom shot out like water arrows. The speed of the water arrows far surpassed that of the toxic mist, leaving the players no time to react. Only a few managed to evade this attack by rolling, while the remaining players were drenched in venom from head to toe. Instantly, the health bars of these players were emptied and over 20 more players were eliminated from the scene. These players didn't fail to react due to their bodies, but rather because their brains couldn't keep up, as most of them were just ordinary people in reality. A few minutes later, the number of players present dwindled to 30 or 40, while the others had already been taken out by the Poison Tooth King's mist and venom attacks. At this moment, the remaining players could no longer laugh and joke as they had before the battle began. Almost everyone was fully alert, ready to respond to the Poison Tooth King's attacks. Damn! This boss is too overpowered, just touching it means death. How are we supposed to fight? The difficulty of the first two bosses is on a completely different level from this one. Hasn't he been weakened already? How is he still so fierce? No, this shouldn't be how it is. There must be something we've overlooked. At this rate, we can't even hit him. We can only passively dodge his skills with no room for output. Just as the remaining players lamented, one of the surviving players, Qin Tian, suddenly charged towards the Poison Tooth King with his sword drawn. Not only was he incredibly fast, but he was also remarkably agile, dodging the Poison Tooth King's venom attacks multiple times through rolls and evasive maneuvers. Before long, he had approached the Poison Tooth King. His bold move drew admiration from the players present. Impressive, this guy. Isn't he the one who just faced General Steel Tooth Hedon? I remember he practices martial arts in reality. It seems indeed necessary to learn some combat skills. I wonder if he can take on this boss solo. Let's not talk too much. We need to find a way to draw the boss's attention, so he can output damage. Wang Zong of the War God Hall shouted, and then turned to the surviving player Lu Zi, saying, Lu Zi, you brat with your foul mouth and low-quality insult this boss to draw its aggro to you. All right. After agreeing enthusiastically, Lu Zi shouted at the Poison Tooth King. Look at you, you green-eyed monster, your head looks like a girl's bun. All you do is spit everywhere. What's the matter? Did you have a big feast last night? Your saliva stinks worse than a latrine. You bastard with no father or mother. Those who know you think you're a snake, and those who don't think you're some sort of spirit from a latrine. What are you staring at? Those two big eyeballs look like they belong on a freaking egg. You call yourself a king. You should be called a turtle. Don't think just because you took off your disguise you can pretend to be a snake. You're nothing but a freak. By the way, your grandma shouldn't have legs. With Lu Zi's barrage of insults, the Poison Tooth King's aggro was successfully drawn to him. This scene left the viewers watching the live stream in shock. Wow, you can aggro like this in this game. The actions of the sixth child in the War God Hall once again showcased the extraordinary freedom of the game Black Myth. After all, no other game allows players to provoke a boss through insults to draw its aggro. After cursing the Poison Fang King, the sixth child took off running. Qin Tian seized the opportunity to approach the Poison Fang King, leaping lightly onto its back, wielding his long knife without hesitation. Clang! The sharp blade created sparks as it met the scales of the Poison Fang King, leaving not even a scratch. Clearly his attack was insufficient to breach the Poison Fang King's defenses. Undaunted by his failure, he shifted his gaze to the enormous wound inflicted on the boss's chest by Qin Tian. With a swift motion, he prepared to climb towards the wound. However, before he could get close, a pair of eerie green eyes appeared before him. Upon seeing those eyes, Qin Tian immediately sensed danger. Just as he prepared to flee, darkness enveloped him, and he found himself back at Langlang Mountain. It was evident that he had been defeated in an instant. On the other side, Chen Zhuo, witnessing his grandfather being swallowed by the Poison Fang King, couldn't help but change his expression dramatically. Grandpa, you bastard, I will avenge my grandfather. He declared, preparing to charge at the Poison Fang King with his long knife, but was fortunately restrained by other players nearby. Brother, don't be impulsive. Your grandfather isn't truly dead. He should be recovering right now. If you rush in now, it'll be pointless. Right, I see. Chen Zhuo quickly calmed down. It seems we can't take this boss down for now. Perhaps we should retreat. Just retreat like this? I feel a bit reluctant. What else can we do? We can't even get close, and even if we do, we can't break its defenses. There must be something wrong, or otherwise there is no reason for this situation. The remaining players also realized that they couldn't defeat the Poison Fang King. We can't just withdraw like this. Do you think the boss will let us leave? In Black Myth, monsters don't have a hate distance limit. In the War God Hall, Wang, looking calm, added, Also, I remember that snakes need time to produce venom just like human tadpoles. It takes time to recover after use. Even if we want to leave, we have to drain its venom. The next time we come back, there shouldn't be as much venom left. And how slow would it be to run back? It's better to deliver ourselves to the boss and return to the city directly. That makes sense. The crowd suddenly brightened with the idea. In the next moment, a player yelled as he ran towards the Poison Fang King. "You filthy beast, come here and die." Just after he shouted, the Poison Fang King unleashed a spray of venom, instantly taking him down. Following him, the remaining players rushed in to offer themselves to the boss. Before long, all the remaining players were wiped out. Thus, the group of players attempting to conquer the Wild Dog Ridge was completely annihilated. No one expected such an outcome. Over 100 people came to fight a BOSS only to be completely wiped out, and it was just a new village boss. In other games, such a scenario would be unimaginable. If it were another game, players would have complained and quit after venting their frustrations, as everyone plays games to relax, not to seek out hardship. However, Black Myth was evidently different. After all players were wiped out and sent back to Langlang Mountain, their first reaction was not to complain about the game, but to reflect on their own shortcomings. In the demon village at Langlang Mountain, a group of players gathered in the small square at the center of the village, reviewing the recent assault. Wong from the War God Hall, as the initiator of this review, spoke first. "Brothers and sisters, we were wiped out in the recent assault on Wild Dog Ridge. I believe we need to analyze the reasons for our defeat, or otherwise we'll face the same result next time. Let's each share our thoughts. I'll go first. I think the reason we were wiped out this time is that we didn't understand this boss well enough and were unclear about its skill mechanics. Of course, the main reason is that our preparation was insufficient." As soon as he finished speaking, other players started to voice their opinions. "I think we still haven't adapted to the gameplay of Black Myth. The boss's skills can obviously be dodged, yet I stood there dazed, causing me to die in the first wave. Indeed, our combat style is too rigid, lacking flexibility. We also used our skills very mechanically. Our combat awareness is insufficient. We fought too chaotically without clear roles. We were still stuck in the past MMO model. In past MMOs, if you couldn't defeat something, it was usually because you hadn't spent enough money. Spending money could solve 90% of the problems. Black Myth doesn't have a payment system, and I'm really not used to it. This is how a game should be played, thinking critically about how to clear challenges. Defeating such a boss feels more rewarding. I feel like we haven't fully utilized our current capabilities. Simply leveling up skills does not determine your combat power. Just like that old man earlier, his combat power was clearly stronger than ours." "Exactly. Perhaps we could consult that old man and ask him to guide us." After a discussion, the players successfully summarized the reasons for their failure in this assault on Wild Dog Ridge. That is, they were simply not skilled enough. It wasn't that the game was unplayable. If you're inexperienced, practice more. I think I understand why the Black Myth team set the first new village boss's difficulty so high. At this moment, Lei Gu, who had been mostly silent, suddenly spoke up. "I seriously suspect that the Poison Fang King is actually a teaching boss set by the Black Myth developers for us players, aimed at cultivating our combat awareness and experience. The Black Myth team never intended for us to clear it in one go. Rather, they hope we gradually shed our old gaming mindsets while fighting the Poison Fang King and improve our combat experience. If we can't even get past the Poison Fang King, the subsequent dungeons will probably be harder." Upon hearing Lei Gu's words, the players suddenly came to a realization. So that's how it is. I always thought a new village boss's difficulty shouldn't be this high. Now that I think about it, everything makes sense. The Poison Fang King's role is to hone us. Since that's the case, what are we waiting for? I'm going to challenge him again right now. Me too. This time I aim to last 1 minute in his hands. As they spoke, groups of players excitedly ran towards Wild Dog Ridge. This time they lacked the determination to clear the dungeon, only holding a firm belief to improve their gaming skills. Before long, the first group of players arrived at Wild Dog Ridge and reached the demon village, now a charred wasteland. Upon arriving at the village entrance, they shouted loudly, "Poison Fang King, come out and die." Just back in his lair, upon hearing the players' shouts, the Poison Fang King immediately felt rage rising within him. How dare they come back, seeking death? In the next moment, he charged out of his lair and engaged the players in combat. Before long, this group of players was sent back. Overestimating themselves. Just as he turned to head back to his lair, another group of players appeared. "Stinky eel, come fight your grandpa." Upon hearing this, a glint of cold light flashed in the Poison Fang King's serpentine eyes. He continued to kill in waves as players rushed in one after another. Truth be told, after dying a few more times, the players' combat awareness indeed improved significantly. At least they no longer fell after a single encounter. Not only their combat awareness, but even their application of skills became more proficient, leading to a significant increase in overall strength. Upon realizing this, the players couldn't help but exclaim, "The development team of Black Myth truly put in a lot of effort." Meanwhile, as players continued to challenge, the Poison Fang King Wang from the War God Hall arrived at Qin Tian's lair, with an ancient demon lair map obtained from General Steelfang. It was clear he was ready to submit a quest, eager to know what kind of follow-up gameplay would be unlocked after completing this task. While Wang Zong of the War God Hall paced outside the cave residence within its depths, General Jinya, who had recently defected from the Wild Dog Ridge, knelt before Qin Tian, his expression steeped in reverence. "Your Majesty, I pledge my utmost loyalty to Langlang Mountain and earnestly wish to serve you. Please accept me into your fold. I vow to charge into battle at your command." As he spoke, a flicker of anxiety crossed his eyes. He feared Qin Tian might refuse his plea. After all, he had already betrayed the Wild Dog Ridge and its sovereign Lord Duya. Should Qin Tian reject him, Lord Duya would surely show no mercy. Though grievously wounded, Lord Duya remained more than capable of crushing him. "It is not impossible for this sovereign to accept you, but Langlang Mountain harbors no idle hands. You must prove your worth. Only then shall I grant you a place among us." Seated upon the stone throne at the cavern's apex, Qin Tian sat with regal authority, his tiger-like gaze appraising General Jinya. Upon hearing these words, the general hastened to reply, "Your Majesty, I am a master of artifact forging. I can refine magical artifacts." At this declaration, a trace of genuine surprise flitted across Qin Tian's eyes. "Oh, do you speak truly? Can you genuinely forge magical artifacts? To my knowledge, most Yao clans possess little aptitude for such craft. How then did you acquire this skill?" "I learned it in secret. Originally, both Lord Duya and I were spirit beasts kept by a Qi refinement cultivator, one whose greatest mastery lay in artifact forging. Once, when he departed to gather rare materials, we seized the chance to flee. He took one completed artifact. I stole a slender manual, the treatise on artifact forging." General Jinya recounted truthfully. Fearing disbelief, he immediately expelled a golden radiance from his mouth, its brilliance carving a deep gash into the nearby stone wall. "This artifact was forged from my own incisor, a low-tier magical artifact, yet even thus it enables me to slay Yao of equal cultivation with ease." No sooner had he spoken than the golden light settled into his palm, transforming into a gleaming metallic incisor. Witnessing this, Qin Tian knew the general spoke no falsehood. "You have not deceived this sovereign. Then tell me, do you carry that treatise with you?" "Yes, Your Majesty. I have kept it close at all times and today offer it to you as tribute." So saying, General Jinya produced a thread-bound volume and presented it reverently before Qin Tian, who accepted it casually and began to peruse its pages. True to the general's word, the unassuming manual contained meticulous instructions for forging magical artifacts, and profound insights gleaned from years of practice. Beyond artifacts, it even detailed the forging methods for 5 distinct magical treasures, an unexpected boon that stirred quiet elation within Qin Tian. "With this, I may upgrade the player's equipment, and perhaps even teach them the art of artifact forging itself. Their strength shall surge exponentially." At once, he secured the manual, resolving to later transmute its knowledge into a learnable skill, and update the equipment crafting interface with newly manufacturable weapons and armor. "Excellent. This treatise pleases this sovereign greatly. Henceforth you are one of Langlang Mountain. Provisionally appointed as commander, should Langlang Mountain expand its dominion, I shall grant you your own mountain peak." "Many thanks, Your Majesty. Rise now, you may withdraw. And should you require anything within the stronghold, command any of the lesser Yao outside. They shall attend to your every need." Though still uncertain of the meaning behind those words, General Jinya nodded respectfully, then turned and departed from Qin Tian's cave residence. Scarcely had he left when a Yao sentry guarding the entrance entered and announced, "Your Majesty, a lesser Yao seeks audience. He claims to bear an offering for you." "Oh, bring him in." Moments later, Wang Zong of the War God Hall was ushered into the cavern. Upon seeing Qin Tian, Wang Zong prostrated himself instantly. "This humble servant bows before Your Majesty. Rise. What offering do you bring this sovereign?" "During today's assault upon the Wild Dog Ridge, I seized a treasure from one of their lieutenants. Deeming it potentially valuable to Your Majesty, I brought it here without delay." So saying, Wang Zong produced the ancient map, the topographic chart of a primordial Yao sovereign's lair. As he handed it over, Qin Tian instantly adopted an expression of theatrical astonishment. "Indeed, it is this very chart. Wang Zong of the War God Hall. You truly are an elite of Langlang Mountain. Your deed is most commendable. Ding! You have earned the praise of Sovereign Qishengsheng. The sovereign's favor toward you increases by 10 points. Ding! Quest completed. You have gained 1000 Langlang Mountain reputation points, and the special title Confidant of Sovereign Qishengsheng. Hearing these chimes, Wang Zong's heart soared with exultation. At that moment Qin Tian continued, "By the laws of our stronghold, merit demands reward. This shall be yours." As he spoke, a small object appeared in his hand, the iron nail he had previously confiscated from Lord Duya, a palm-length artifact. Wang Zong's eyes lit up at the sight, for he could clearly perceive its attributes. Soul-severing nail, magical treasure tier, low-rank magical artifact, spell attack power 30, special effect, soul severance requirements, cultivation level. Refining essence into Qi stage 1 or higher. Each activation consumes no less than 5 units of spiritual energy or Yao essence. Full ritual refinement required. A magical treasure. Is this what they meant by special gameplay? And what precisely does refining essence into Qi stage 1 signify? Some kind of level system? Though uncertain of the details, Wang Zong sensed unmistakably that this was a treasure of extraordinary value. With reverent care he accepted the soul-severing nail from Qin Tian's hand and tucked it securely into his inner robe. Then, eyes alight with anticipation, he gazed at Qin Tian, well aware the system had hinted at follow-up quests. Qin Tian, reading his thoughts, at once spoke gravely. "Though you recovered the map, the ancient Yao sovereign's lair teems with peril. Entry demands thorough preparation. Should you procure the necessary materials, I shall forge for you artifacts and treasures far surpassing those you wield today." Thereupon he recited in rapid succession every rare material listed in the manual. Simultaneously, Wang Zong received a cascade of new quests. Not he alone, but all players received the same prompt: ding. Daily quests of the stronghold activated. Daily quest: Iron Essence. Locate and submit Iron Essence. Reward upon completion: 100 Langlang Mountain reputation points, 10 stronghold contribution points, redeemable for unique items at the contribution shop. Daily quest: 2 Black Gold Iron. Locate and submit Black Gold Iron. Reward upon completion. Daily quests may be repeated infinitely. Complete 10 times to unlock the new gameplay system, Magical Treasures. At this announcement, every player, including Wang Zong, burst into fervent excitement. Another major update. Just as expected. Let's go. Hunt for quest materials. Hold on. Let's set aside material gathering for now. Anyone brave enough to challenge Lord Duya? Aim to last 5 minutes this time. Show off some dazzling footwork. Lately Lord Duya seems reluctant to emerge. Needs especially vicious taunts to stir him. Then let's unleash a truly scathing barrage. High price purchase wolf toxin grass. Any brothers who've gathered it? Sell it to me. I'll buy all you have. Brother, what do you need it for? Don't you know? It refines into poison-resisting pills. Potions that mitigate toxic damage. Whoa. Why didn't you say so earlier? With those pills, facing Lord Duya becomes child's play. I'll brew 2. Then test my luck against him again. Clearly, even as players embraced the new quests, they showed no sign of abandoning their relentless campaign against Lord Duya. Within the Wild Dog Ridge Yao stronghold, Lord Duya, having just repelled another wave of players, heard fresh torrents of vile invective erupting beyond his cavern entrance. The insults were so grotesquely offensive that though he'd resolved to ignore the players entirely, he could no longer contain his fury. "Arg! I will slaughter them. Slaughter them all." In the next instant he whirled and charged out of the cavern. While players busied themselves fulfilling Qin Tian's commissions and honing their skills against Lord Duya, Qin Tian himself had already begun deep study deciphering the artifact forging manual and analyzing the ancient Yao sovereign's topographic map. Due to the existence of the system, Qin Tian merely glanced at the booklet detailing the path of weapon forging, and the system panel automatically unlocked the forging technique. A plethora of memories related to weapon forging also appeared in his mind. He then spent some world origin directly to max out the level of the forging technique, instantly transforming from a novice clueless about forging into a master with abundant experience. Although he didn't have any particularly good materials, he did possess some basic ones. With the materials ready, he found an empty chamber in his cave and began his first forging. He formed hand seals, silently mobilizing the demonic energy within his body. As he slowly opened his blood-red mouth, a strand of eerie green flame was expelled. This strand of eerie green flame was the key to forging, known as True Spirit Flame. It is the most basic form of true fire that any cultivator or demon with some cultivation can invoke, and it can only be used for forging and alchemy, not for harming others. This was also something Qin Tian mastered only after learning the forging technique. Once the True Spirit Flame appeared, he threw all the prepared forging materials into it at once. Before long, these ordinary forging materials were burned down to liquid by the True Spirit Flame, and under Qin Tian's control they gradually took shape. Soon a stylish long sword appeared in his hand. Looking at the long sword that was taking shape, Qin Tian inscribed a series of symbols onto it. The moment the symbols formed, a faint shimmering white light glowed on the sword's surface. As the sword emitted white light, he immediately withdrew the true spirit flame. The moment he grasped the sword, its attributes unfolded before him. Unnamed. Quality superior ordinary weapon. Physical attack power 30 points. Creator Qingtian Great Sage. Special effect sharp metal. Can be enhanced using equipment enhancement coupons up to the level of inferior magical artifacts. Seeing the equipment attributes before him, Qin Tian couldn't help but show a hint of regret. It seems that the materials used for forging equipment are still too poor, barely reaching the level of inferior magical artifacts. However, this should still be considered superior equipment for players. Saying this, he casually named the sword long sword of the commander of Langlang Mountain and prepared to list it in the shop. But just then he suddenly thought of a question. Right system, I remember there's a function in the equipment module that can analyze the weapons and equipment of this world and then replicate them using world origin, right? As soon as he finished speaking, the system responded. Yes, host. Not only weapons and equipment, but any item in the current world can be analyzed and replicated using world origin, because theoretically the essence of this world is world origin and the essence of any item is also world origin. Then analyze this piece of equipment for me. Alright, host. 2 seconds later. Analysis complete. Give me a perfect copy of it. Qin Tian commanded again. After analysis, replicating this equipment will cost 12 points of world origin. Would you like to proceed? Yes. Before long, in Qin Tian's astonished gaze, a sword identical to the one in his hand appeared out of thin air. Both its appearance and attributes were exactly the same as the weapon in his hand. Impressive. This way I don't need to forge equipment specifically for players. I just need to forge one and the rest can be copied. However, even copying has its complications. I still have to operate it when players make purchases. The host can delegate this function, and the system AI will handle it automatically. At this moment, the AI assistant chimed in again. So intelligent, Qin Tian said in slight surprise. Then let's do this. I'll list this equipment in the shop, and if a player buys it, you can copy another one for me. Alright, host. The copying price is 12 points of world origin, which is 1200 Lingyun. So I'll sell it for 2400 Lingyun. A superior ordinary weapon at 2400 Lingyun shouldn't be too expensive. As he spoke, Qin Tian listed the weapon in the player shop. After putting this item on the shelf, he continued to forge several other pieces of equipment of the same level and placed them in the shop for players to purchase. In addition, he did not forget to update the equipment in the equipment crafting interface. Before long, a batch of advanced equipment appeared in the player's crafting interface. These were items that players could craft themselves by collecting materials possessing attributes stronger than the previous standard equipment but weaker than what was sold in the shop. After completing this operation, he directly issued an update announcement to all players, and then he paid it no further mind. However, upon receiving the update notification, the players immediately became excited. Another update. This time, a lot of equipment has been added. Wow, this equipment looks so cool and its attributes are amazing. 2400 Lingyun. How many monsters do I have to kill to gather that? Forget it, I need to keep grinding for new equipment. Group up to grind in bamboo. See, well, keep at it until tomorrow morning. Stable players only. Grinding small monsters is still too slow. It would be great if I could defeat the Poison Fang King. Let's go continue grinding the Poison Fang King. For the sake of these newly updated equipment, the players were all energized as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Qin Tian, of course, was unaware of the players' reactions. After mastering the forging technique and successfully updating the equipment for the players, he focused his attention on the ancient Great Demon Cave's terrain map. In his view, the value of this terrain map far surpassed that of the forging technique. After studying the terrain map, he quickly determined the approximate location of the ancient Great Demon Cave. Why does it have to be in this location? This is a bit troublesome. Looking at the marked location on the map, Qin Tian couldn't help but frown slightly. Because according to the map, the ancient Great Demon Cave was located less than 10 miles from the Black Wind Mountain. That is right at the doorstep of the Black Wind King. The Black Wind King was certainly not someone he could provoke at his current level. Although the original text didn't detail the Black Wind King's strength, the fact that he survived against Sun Wukong already speaks volumes. He was undoubtedly a powerful demon. No wonder General Jinya obtained the terrain map but didn't venture into that cave to seek treasure. He must also know that it's the Black Wind Mountain's territory. However, as long as I don't actively provoke the Black Wind King, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. I just need to quietly take away the items inside the Great Demon Cave. If all else fails, I can let the players go. They can be revived if they die. In a couple of days, I'll recruit a new batch of players. If the quality isn't good, I'll just increase the numbers. After some contemplation, he decided to assign the task of exploring the ancient Great Demon Cave to the players. Players should be very willing to undertake this task. Speaking of which, what are the players doing right now? They can't defeat the Poison Fang King, so they should be quite bored. With a hint of curiosity, Qin Tian stepped out of the cave. The moment he exited, he realized that the players were not as bored as he had imagined. At this moment, all the players were busy with various activities. Some were working on basic construction tasks, others were refining pills, while some were trading with other players for items they had gathered outside. There were even players diligently studying martial arts, striving to improve their combat skills. Everyone was occupied with their own affairs, enjoying the game immensely. Seeing this scene, Qin Tian couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. It seems that the first two batches of players have already found their enjoyment in the game. Just in time, the world origin has also accumulated quite a bit. They'll start the third round of internal testing tomorrow. This time, I can set it for about 500 people. Later, it'll need to expand the demon village. Otherwise, there won't be enough space for so many players. It should be dawn in the real world by now. Having made up his mind, he turned back into the cave to prepare the announcement and related promotional information for the third round of internal testing. Meanwhile, on the internet of Blue Star, another wave of black myth fervor was sweeping through, all thanks to a series of news related to black myth. In the magical city of Lin family, Lin Xiaoyan, with his golden hair, was quietly sitting cross-legged on the floor of his room. His eyes were tightly closed, and a special energy was being drawn into his body with every breath. After an indeterminate amount of time, he suddenly opened his eyes. The first thing he did after opening his eyes was to check the condition of his body. Upon sensing the thin flow of qi within him, he couldn't help but shout out loud, "I have cultivated magical power. I can't believe I've truly cultivated magical power in the real world. The foundation breathing technique is indeed a cultivation method." With that, he laughed heartily. Perhaps due to the loud laughter, his door was soon knocked on. "Xiaoyan, what's wrong? Is everything all right?" Hearing this voice, Lin Xiaotian quickly responded, "I'm fine, not just fine, wait a moment, I'll come out and talk to you." Not long after, he dressed and stepped out of the room. His parents were standing outside with concerned expressions. "Xiaoyan, is there something wrong with the foundation breathing technique?" Lin Ziyuan, who had also become a player of the game Black Myth, looked curious. "Yes, Dad, you're right. There is indeed something wrong with the foundation breathing technique, and it's not just a minor issue." "What do you mean?" Lin Ziyuan asked with growing curiosity. "I strongly suspect that the foundation breathing technique is a cultivation method." "A cultivation method?" "Yes. According to the cultivation methods recorded in the foundation breathing technique, I tried it out, and just now a strand of magical power was born within me. Although it's very little, it truly exists." To prove this point, he casually picked up a can of cola from the side. In front of Lin Ziyuan, he exerted a gentle force. With a pop, he effortlessly crushed the unopened can of cola. Seeing this, Lin Ziyuan's eyes widened in disbelief. This? Lin Xiaoshan's situation was very clear to him. Since childhood, he had suffered from a serious illness, and his physique had always been weaker than his peers. Sometimes he couldn't even open a bottle cap. And yet now I crushed a can of cola with my bare hands. Surprised, right? The reason I could crush this can of cola is that I just channeled the magical power within me. With the enhancement of magical power, my strength has increased tremendously. Not only that, but I feel that after completing the process of drawing qi into my body, my overall physical condition is vastly different from before. At this point, Lin Xiaoshan's face was filled with excitement. That's why I say the foundation breathing technique is a genuine cultivation method. After a long silence, Lin Ziyuan, who had been speechless, took a deep breath. "It seems you were right before. One day Black Myth will profoundly affect the real world. You shouldn't tell anyone about this for now." As soon as Lin Ziyuan finished speaking, Lin Xiaotian shook his head. "Even if we could keep it under wraps with the current game progress, it won't be long before other players gather enough military achievements to exchange for the foundation breathing technique. They will certainly discover this secret. Even if we can hide it, I think we shouldn't. Not only should we not hide it, but we should also promote it widely." "Oh, what are you thinking?" Lin Ziyuan looked curious. "My thought is that the mere fact that the cultivation methods in Black Myth can be practiced in the real world is enough to place Black Myth on the throne as the world's #1 game. Once Black Myth goes into full public beta, no one will play other games. Therefore, I believe we should shift the focus of the company's development entirely to Black Myth, establish a gaming guild belonging to our Lin family, and recruit a group of professional players." Gaming guild? Professional players? Lin Ziyuan was increasingly confused. "Exactly, but when I say professional players, I don't mean those who are just good at playing games. I mean masters of combat techniques and martial arts in the real world. The player named Songhe Yanian is a prime example. Those with strong fighting capabilities in reality will have a significant advantage in Black Myth." We will hire a group of such individuals at high salaries and I will teach them game martial arts like the Gale Blade technique and the Rock Solid technique in advance. When they officially enter Black Myth, their combat power will far exceed that of ordinary players. After Lin Xiaotian thoroughly explained his thoughts, a look of contemplation appeared on Lin Ziyuan's face. After a while, a smile suddenly appeared on his face. Xiaoyan, it seems I haven't paid enough attention to you. I didn't expect my son to have such a mind. I fully support your idea and I will find someone to spread this news. Then we will publicly announce that our Lin group is fully entering Black Myth and establish a Black Myth division recruiting martial arts experts from all over the country. Thank you, Dad. By the way, those pill formulas we obtained from Black Myth. Before Lin Xiaotian could finish, Lin Ziyuan's expression suddenly turned exceptionally excited. I was just about to tell you about this. I have already had people produce several samples based on those formulas. After testing, we found that although these pills are not as effective as they are in the game, they each have extraordinary medicinal properties, especially the blood chi pill, which has remarkable effects in treating injuries. It seems my guess was correct. Since that's the case, let's announce this matter as well. I have a feeling that tomorrow our Lin Group stock price will definitely soar. As they spoke, the father and son exchanged smiles. Half an hour later, as a leading enterprise in the pharmaceutical industry in Longhua, Lin Group proudly announced that they had developed several special medicines through research on the formulas from the game Black Myth, and that they had passed clinical trials. In addition, they announced that Lin Ziyuan's son Lin Xiaoyan successfully cured his congenital disease through practicing the foundation breathing technique obtained from Black Myth. For this reason, Lin Group will establish a Black Myth division, fully enter Black Myth, and hire martial arts experts with rich combat experience to join their gaming guild at high salaries. Once they join the gaming guild under Lin Group, they will not only receive a salary of 1 million a year, but also have the opportunity to practice the high-end martial arts and cultivation methods like the foundation breathing technique obtained from Black Myth. Furthermore, Lin Group guarantees that if they obtain the Black Myth game helmet, guild members will be prioritized. As soon as this news broke, the entire internet was in an uproar and Lin Group's stock price soared. As the first company to openly recruit players for the game Black Myth, with an annual salary of 1 million, the move by the Lin Group is hard not to astonish netizens. However, even more unbelievable for many netizens is that Lin Xiaoyan through cultivation has brought forth a technique from Black Myth that cured congenital diseases. Regarding this matter, some felt shocked while others expressed doubt. As people from Long Nation, they are naturally familiar with the concept of cultivation. It is not an exaggeration to say that everyone harbors a dream of becoming a cultivator. Yet, obtaining a cultivation technique from a game still seems far too extraordinary, leading many netizens to harbor suspicions. Nevertheless, the Lin Group anticipated this skepticism and soon held an online press conference after announcing the news. At the press conference, Lin Xiaoyan, as a player of Black Myth, demonstrated his cultivation achievements in front of numerous reporters, including the basic breathing technique and the third level of the Gale Blade technique he had unlocked. Holding a long knife, he consumed a vitality pill and infused the only wisp of magical power within him into the knife. With a single slash, he effortlessly cut through 3 whole pigs in front of him. This scene immediately left many viewers watching the Lin Group's online conference in awe. What the hell? Is this something a human can do? If that blade were to strike a person, they would probably be cut in half on the spot. Forget about one person, even 2 standing side by side would also be sliced in 2. Isn't this just a matter of having a bit more strength and a sharper blade? Based on my experience watching dozens of knife-making competitions, even if you have a sharp knife, an ordinary person wouldn't necessarily be able to split a pig. It's highly likely you'd get stuck in the bone. To slice through 3 whole pigs in one strike is beyond human capability. If you look closely and pause the video, you can see that the blade he wielded seemed to glow. And not to mention, the blade truly is glowing. I actually believe it. Wasn't there news a couple of years ago about the Lin Group's CEO spending 80 million to have a heart transplant for his son in a foreign country? If someone needs a heart transplant to survive, then, without having cultivated to a certain level, let alone slicing through 3 pigs, any significant movement would be unbearable for their body. So did he really reverse his fate by cultivating the techniques from Black Myth? If the martial arts manuals from Black Myth can be real, why can't the cultivation techniques be real? If that's the case, wouldn't Black Myth be a game where one can cultivate? I have been reincarnated, reborn before the public beta of Black Myth. While others see this as an ordinary game, only I know that Black Myth hides a secret capable of rewriting the fate of all humanity. I advise you to uninstall it. With the press conference held, the voices of doubt online rapidly decreased as people began to believe that Black Myth indeed contained cultivation techniques. That day, numerous martial arts experts sent registration information to the Lin Group, hoping to join the Black Myth Guild under the Lin Group. If all goes well, these martial arts experts will become players of Black Myth and enter the world of Black Myth to battle. The Lin Group's bold move has also pushed the hype surrounding the mysterious virtual game Black Myth to a new peak. Discussions about Black Myth and related game videos are ubiquitous on platforms like Douyin. A casual video related to Black Myth can easily garner over 100,000 likes or even millions. For Black Myth players, starting a social media account is as easy as eating and drinking. Originally a game streamer, Lei Guest channel has surged by over 1 million followers in a single day thanks to his updates on Black Myth. In his latest video, less than 3 hours after its release, the likes were on the verge of breaking 1 million. In this episode, he showcased the entire process of players strategizing against the Wild Dog Ridge siege, from defeating the first boss General Steelfang to the final boss King Poison Fang. The players' flashy maneuvers left netizens in disbelief, while King Poison Fang's might had them exclaiming in astonishment. At the end of the video, Lei Gu added a remark. Black Myth is simply the most fun game in the world bar none. Don't contact me any more glory for fear that Black Myth might misunderstand. Do you want to experience exhilarating battles? Come to Black Myth. Want to experience extreme freedom? Come to Black Myth. Want to enjoy breathtaking scenery? Come to Black Myth. Forget it, you can't come because you don't have a gaming helmet, hehe. No helmet. That's fine. Follow Lei Gu. He will share the latest news about Black Myth daily at random times. Just as Black Myth was exploding in popularity, across the Long Nation's internet, an unexpected guest arrived at the Yangcheng Zhenbang Martial Arts School. At the entrance of the martial arts school, a young man dressed in a black windbreaker with a fierce appearance and a menacing scar on his face was staring blankly at the plaque overhead that read Zhenbang Martial Arts School. In the next moment, he suddenly leapt into the air without warning, easily taking down the plaque after using the nearby column for leverage. After removing the plaque, he hoisted it onto his shoulder and swaggered into the martial arts school. As he walked in with the plaque on his shoulder, the apprentices inside the martial arts school immediately noticed him and the plaque he was carrying. In an instant, the apprentices in the martial arts school were furious. Who are you? Why did you take down our school's sign? It's obvious he's here to challenge us. Challenge us? Is he that arrogant? Quick, notify the schoolmaster and the elder. While the students in the martial arts school were discussing, an older-looking young apprentice in a sports t-shirt stepped forward to confront the scar-faced young man. Who are you? If you're here to challenge us, I advise you to leave early, or otherwise I won't go easy on you. As soon as the young apprentice finished speaking, the scar-faced youth revealed a cold smile and casually tossed the plaque of Zhenbang Martial Arts School onto the ground. Seeing this, the young apprentice's face changed instantly. I see you're looking for a beating. As he spoke, he swung his fist at the scar-faced youth. But before he could get close, the scar-faced youth kicked him several meters away. The young apprentice from Zhenbang Martial Arts School lay on the ground for a long time without getting up. Humph! With such a level you dare to attack me? Call your schoolmaster out, the scar-faced youth said coldly. Just after he said this, Chun Zhua, who had just logged off from Black Myth, walked out from the martial arts school. Seeing the apprentice lying on the ground along with the plaque, Chun Zhua's expression immediately turned grim. He then turned his gaze towards the young man in the black windbreaker with a scarred face and said coldly, What do you mean by this? Nothing much, just came here specifically to challenge you. After saying this expressionlessly, the scar-faced youth cupped his hands towards Chun Zhua. You must be the schoolmaster of Zhenbang Martial Arts School. I am Feng Yuxiu here today to seek your guidance. After saying this, he assumed a combat stance while provocatively staring at Chun Zhua. In response, a faint smile involuntarily appeared on Chun Zhua's lips. He had just upgraded the Gale Blade technique to the 3rd level in the world of Black Myth, and after a whole day of battling with King Poison Fang, he was able to withstand 3 minutes against him. This time offline, he intended to comprehend his gains from the game. Since that's the case, it's just right to use him to test my current strength. Before long, the two began to fight in the open space in the martial arts school. After more than 10 minutes, Feng Yuxiu lay on the ground beaten to a pulp. Looking at Chun Zhua, who appeared calm and unbothered, Feng Yuxiu's face was filled with unwillingness and confusion. What kind of skill are you using and where did you learn it? Do you want to know? If you agree to one thing, I will tell you. A smile suddenly appeared on Chun Zhua's face. Such a martial arts talent, if he could enter Black Myth, he would surely become a top player in the game. Meanwhile, in a bar in a small city of Long Nation, Langfeng had also found a tall, resolute-looking young man. Xiao Zhuang, long time no see. As time passed, another day went by and the news and trending topics surrounding Black Myth continued to ferment, showing no signs of waning, but rather escalating. In particular, the notion that Black Myth allows players to cultivate immortality overshadowed every other trending news item of the past 2 days, reflecting the fervor of the people of Long Kingdom towards the concept of immortality cultivation. The most direct consequence of this was a sharp increase in the number of visits to the official Douyin account of Black Myth, its official website, and its forums. Some were eager to grasp the news of the game qualification release for Black Myth, while others sought to gather as much information as possible about the game before entering. The former group was numerous and the latter was not small either, leading to the registration numbers on the official forum of Black Myth reaching a new high of 50 million. Almost every minute a wave of posts emerged. It was at this moment that the appearance of a new post ignited the entire forum. The title of the post was, "The third internal test is about to commence with qualification reservations opening at 6 p.m. and a brand new expansion pack set to launch." Perhaps due to its eye-catching title, anyone who saw it couldn't help but click to take a look. Once they finished reading the content of the post and the publisher's information, they immediately lost their composure. Hello dear players of Black Myth and all the fans of this game, thank you for your support and love for Black Myth during this time. Due to the positive feedback and acclaim received from the first 2 internal tests, we have decided to open the third internal test today at 6 p.m., releasing a total of 500 slots. You can participate in the lottery for the internal test qualification by making a reservation on the official website and submitting your personal information. Those who obtain the qualification will receive a game helmet from the Black Myth team. Additionally, the new expansion pack, Treasure Hunting in Secret Realms, is about to launch. In this version, we will add a channel for exchanging destiny tokens, allowing more fans of Black Myth to join the world of Black Myth. Moreover, there will be fun gameplay elements such as the martial arts tournament and the Venomous Fang King challenge. More related content can be found on the official website of Black Myth. What is this? The third internal test is finally opening. Wow, it's only been a few days since the second internal test, and now the third test is coming so quickly. This is great. This is great. Finally, I have a chance to play Black Myth. God knows how I've been getting through these days, only able to watch others' game streams. What? The third test is finally starting. Wow, this news is too explosive. Every day I see people making money in Black Myth. I'm really anxious and hoping I can win this time. I must win. Black Myth's planners, I bow to you. I also want to go to Black Myth to gather resources. I also want to challenge the Venomous Fang King. I also want to cultivate the immortality techniques in Black Myth. I want to become a martial arts master. Why are there only 500 slots? 500 slots are so insufficient. Can I really grab one? With my luck, even 5000 wouldn't guarantee me a spot. 500. Who do you think you're looking down on? If the foreigners saw this, they would think we can't even handle a test for Black Myth. I say 5 million slots. Forget the internal test, just go for public testing. Even if there are bugs, it doesn't matter. With the quality of Black Myth, even if there are bugs, I would still praise how good the game is. If I don't get selected this time, even if you give me a helmet in the future, I want it, I mean it. At this moment, not only was it the game forum of Black Myth, but the official Douyin account also synchronized this news. In less than a few hours, the news that Black Myth was about to start its third internal test spread throughout the entire Long Kingdom internet and quickly climbed the trending list. The response this time directly exceeded that of the previous second internal test. Within the Nanshan Penguin building, as the largest game company in the Long Kingdom, the Penguin Group had always held the position of a leader in the gaming industry, with the revenue from even a single game in a month rivaling that of a publicly listed company. Penguin Group occupied 3 of the top 5 positions in the gaming revenue rankings, and the hottest games were consistently dominated by titles from Penguin Group. However, in recent days, the status of Penguin Group as the gaming industry leader has begun to waver. A certain 4-character game which had always topped the gaming popularity rankings was directly pushed to second place in recent days, with both its popularity and discussion rate plummeting. The reason for this was the emergence of Black Myth. Before yesterday, the Penguin Group did not take this matter to heart, as they believed no one could shake their position as the leader in the gaming industry, neither now nor in the future. However, after Lin Group announced its full-scale entry into Black Myth, Penguin could finally no longer sit idly. I'm not sure if everyone has seen a statement online in the past 2 days, where many people claim that once Black Myth fully launches, other games on Blue Star will perish. What do you think about this statement? At the high-level meeting of the Penguin Gaming Department, Su Tianlong, the big boss of the gaming department, banged on the table while directing his gaze towards the attendees. Everyone present in this conference room was a high-ranking member of the Penguin Gaming Department, each a significant figure in their own right. Upon hearing Su Tianlong's question, their expressions varied. After a while, a young man who appeared to be just over 30 years old took the initiative to speak. "Su, I think this statement, while somewhat exaggerated, does have its merits. Black Myth's advantages over other games on Blue Star are simply too great. The concept of a virtual game alone outshines any existing game on the market. Not to mention that the skills in Black Myth can also be applied in reality. I really can't imagine what other games could use to compete with Black Myth if it fully launches, though perhaps I am being too pessimistic and there might still be players who prefer traditional games. Upon hearing the young man's response, Su Tianlong nodded. You make a valid point. The advantages of Black Myth over other games on Blue Star are indeed not trivial. Other games might survive if Black Myth fully launches, but they certainly won't last long. Because as far as I know, in Black Myth you can do anything. Farming, fishing, hunting, building houses, socializing. Every gaming attribute is maximized. In summary, if we cannot create a virtual game of our own, our gaming business is basically doomed. Of course, I also know that with our current technology, it's nearly impossible to create a virtual game comparable to Black Myth. It's not possible now, and it won't be possible in the next 50 or even 100 years. So we have only one path to choose. That is to join Black Myth. We must also march into Black Myth like Lin Group to cultivate our own gaming guild within it. Shortly after the decision was made by the Emperor Penguin Group's gaming division, the corporation publicly announced the establishment of the Black Myth business unit and launched a recruitment drive for elite gamers across the nation and indeed worldwide. Unlike Lin Group, Emperor Penguin did not limit its search to real-world martial arts masters alone, or it also sought gamers possessing unparalleled mastery of game mechanics and lightning-fast reflexes. Its offer was no less generous than Lin Group's. Most astonishingly, Emperor Penguin even proposed an annual salary of 1 million yuan to recruit existing players of Black Myth. Any player currently holding official Black Myth access credentials could immediately apply to join the gaming guild established by Emperor Penguin and receive the million yuan annual salary. The moment this move was unveiled, the entire internet erupted in astonishment. Within 2 hours of the announcement, Gangyi Group, another titan of Longgua's gaming industry, released its own blockbuster statement. Its message mirrored Emperor Penguin's almost exactly: a global recruitment campaign for full-time Black Myth players, offering the same yuan annual salary to current players. Its objective too was identical: to build its own elite Black Myth team. The sole distinction lay in Gangyi's slightly higher remuneration. When Gangyi formally issued its official notice, netizens, who had thus far watched the spectacle with detached amusement, could no longer contain themselves. Wait, have they lost their minds? Any player with a Black Myth headset qualifies instantly for a million yuan salary. Then what was the point of my 10 years of grueling study to enter Tsinghua or Peking University? I'm genuinely envious. I mean, they're already having so much fun inside the game, and now they earn a million yuan annually just playing. Unbelievable. Black Myth players must be rarer than rare talents. Damn it. I should have sold my house back when someone offered a Black Myth headset for 1 million yuan. I'd have recouped the cost in a single year. Viewed this way, spending 8 million yuan on a Destiny token inside the game doesn't seem exorbitant at all. After all, that million is merely the base salary. There must be additional bonuses and benefits. The elite tech firms I couldn't crack open. They walk right in while lying down. Dear heavens, please let me win just once today. I long to play Black Myth too. So many major enterprises are investing heavily in Black Myth. Clearly they've all glimpsed its extraordinary potential. Nonsense. Even a fool can see it. The cultivation techniques within the game enable genuine spiritual cultivation, and the pills refined therein produce tangible effects in reality. Tell me, is this truly just an ordinary game? Just as netizens were reeling from the simultaneous entry of Emperor Penguin and Gangyi into the Black Myth arena, another seismic announcement detonated. This revelation came from the Longhua Military Command, which extended formal invitations to all players who had already secured official Black Myth access credentials. They were invited to join a newly formed, highly specialized military unit dedicated exclusively to Black Myth. The unit's sole mission: to explore the world of Black Myth, survey its terrain, and collect its myriad resources. Any existing Black Myth player who joined this elite unit would not only be granted official military status, but also awarded a formal rank and entitled to full national benefits. Though it offered no million yuan salary, this proposition held equal, if not greater, appeal for most citizens. The military's intervention instantly propelled Black Myth's popularity to unprecedented heights. Under these circumstances, the pre-registration for this round of Black Myth's closed beta reached an all-time historic peak. Precisely at 6:00 p.m. Longhua Standard Time, millions of eager users, already poised before their computers and smartphones, frenziedly hammered the registration button and entered their personal information. Most registered not once but repeatedly, first submitting their own details, then adding those of their newborn children. After registering their children, they proceeded to input the personal data of their octogenarian and nonagenarian grandparents and great-grandparents. If the previous round had drawn only hardcore gaming enthusiasts, this wave spanned infants mere days old to centenarians, an enrollment truly representative of the entire populace. Within an hour, registrations surged past 100 million and continued climbing at a staggering pace. When Qin Tian reviewed the back-end analytics, he was utterly stunned. What in the world is happening? Why has registration spiked so dramatically? Hundreds of millions of applicants. That's utterly absurd. Pity we lack sufficient world essence. Otherwise, recruiting all those hundreds of millions would turn the journey to the West Realm upside down. Of course, Qin Tian spoke only in jest. Given the present circumstances, even if he possessed the capacity to recruit 100 million players, he would never dare to do so. Recruiting players consumed not only world essence at the moment of enlistment, but sustaining them demanded continuous investment as well. Even among his current 100-odd players, not all reliably generated world essence. Take the fishing enthusiasts for instance seated beside a river for an entire day catching not a single fish, yielding 0 world essence. And should one accidentally drown while angling, Qin Tian himself would suffer a net loss of world essence. He could only onboard new players once the current cohort consistently produced a stable daily yield of world essence. After midnight, the third batch of 500 players should begin arriving in the journey to the West Realm. Beyond basic construction tasks, I must assign them meaningful activities. Lately, wild boars around Langlang Mountain have noticeably dwindled. At this thought, Qin Tian immediately summoned General Bai Lang to his cave residence. General Bai Lang, tell me where nearby are living creatures most abundant. Bai Lang paused, momentarily bewildered. Then his face lit up with excitement. Why, the kingdom of Hami 300 li east of here. Though small, it boasts 3 million subjects. 1,000 li further east lies the great Tang of the eastern land. A land teeming with countless people. Before Bai Lang could finish, Qin Tian hastily interrupted. Stop, stop, stop. I did not ask about humans. My lord, isn't your plan to raid human villages and seize blood offerings? Bai Lang gazed at him puzzled. Who said I intended to raid human villages? Besides, even if I did, would you seriously dare target the great Tang of the eastern land? I asked about other living creatures. Any creature capable of movement qualifies. Ah, I see. In that case, 100 li east of Langlang Mountain lies snake-coiling mountain, home to vast numbers of serpents. Legend speaks of a 10,000 snake pit atop its summit wherein dwells a millennium-old serpent demon. Snake-coiling mountain. At the name, Qin Tian's eyes gleamed with sudden intensity. Does a place called Eagle Sorrow Gorge lie beneath Snake-coiling Mountain? It does, I believe, Bai Lang replied after a moment's reflection. Very well. You may withdraw. I shall summon you when needed. Yes, your majesty. After Bai Lang departed, Qin Tian's gaze drifted eastward, toward Langlang Mountain's eastern horizon. I wonder, would encountering Xiao Bailong, a pivotal figure in the journey to the west, yield a substantial influx of world essence? No use dwelling on it. He is the third prince of the Western Sea Dragon King, a celestial scion, while I am but an insignificant minor Yao. He'd scarcely deign to glance my way. Better to let the players level up steadily at Snake-coiling Mountain. Indeed, his lengthy interrogation of General Bai Lang had served only one purpose: to secure a stable, sustainable training ground for his players. He could not allow them to ravage Langlang Mountain alone. Manageable now with few players, but soon unsustainable with growing numbers. Not even an ant would survive. Snake-coiling Mountain thus emerged as his optimal choice. Yet suddenly another concern struck him. 100 li. Isn't that too far? They'll wear their legs to stumps. 1 minute fighting monsters. 2 hours running between zones. The issue of running back to the respawn point after each death has always existed. This problem was most evident during the Wild Dog Ridge assault, where players had to run over 10 kilometers. Fortunately, they were all from the demon race with better stamina than ordinary humans. Otherwise, the running alone would have exhausted them. Players have raised this issue on the forums, but there wasn't much complaint, as they felt that this was the only way to ensure realism. However, while the players had no objections, Qin Tian felt that this was wasting his time. He had recruited players to help him work, and wasting time on commuting naturally reduced the efficiency of producing the world's essence. I need to find a way to solve this problem, but how can it be solved? The best way to solve the commuting problem would undoubtedly be through teleportation arrays. If he could set up a teleportation array between Langlang Mountain and other locations, the commuting issue would be resolved instantly. But it was clear that Qin Tian did not have the ability to do that. Apart from teleportation arrays, he also thought of mounts. Running on foot would certainly be slow, but if players had mounts, their efficiency in traversing the map would increase dramatically. Obtaining mounts was significantly less challenging than setting up teleportation arrays. It seems that getting mounts is a must, he said as he walked towards his refining room. At that moment, the refining room had a lot more refining materials than before. These materials were gathered by players from various places, including some higher-level refining materials. Randomly selecting a few items, Qin Tian began his second round of refining. Not long after, a circular artifact appeared in his hand. Beast Taming Ring Artifact, Grade Low-Grade Artifact, Attack Power 0, Special Effects, Beast Taming Spirit Affinity, a special artifact forged by the great sage Qingtian, It has a certain probability of capturing wild beasts or spirit beasts as pets or mounts, and it can store them in the beast taming ring after capture. As its name suggests, its function is solely to capture mounts or spirit pets. There are no other uses. Since it was only a low-grade artifact, it could only capture ordinary-level wild or demon beasts, but it was sufficient for the players. After refining the beast taming ring, he immediately had the system make a copy. Copying a beast taming ring required 20 points of world essence, equivalent to 2,000 points of spiritual resonance. Originally, Qin Tian intended to sell it at a higher price, but upon reconsideration he decided against it, as improving the player's efficiency in traversing the map would also benefit him. Then let's set it at 2,500 spiritual resonance. I'm really being generous here. After saying this, he listed the beast taming ring in the shop. After listing the beast taming ring, he did not stop but continued refining. About half an hour later, another artifact appeared in his hand. This time it was a pocket-like artifact. When Qin Tian looked at it, its relevant attributes appeared before him. Storage bag artifact, grade low-grade artifact, attack power, 0 special effects, storage, a special artifact personally crafted by the great sage Qingtian. It has a certain size storage space inside, allowing items to be stored within. Indeed, this seemingly unremarkable cloth bag in his hand was the famous storage bag. Its sole function is for storage. This artifact is also extremely important for players. Currently, players need to carry back task items for any mission, which is very inconvenient. Weapons and equipment must also be carried at all times. Although the system automatically recovers players' clothing and weapons upon death, if the weapons are dropped during death, there is nothing to be done. With the storage bag, these issues would be easily resolved even if this low-grade artifact's capacity is not large. Like the beast taming ring, Qin Tian also had the system create a copy of the storage bag. It only required 20 points of world essence for the copy. Ultimately, the storage bag was listed in the shop at the price of 2,500 spiritual resonance. After listing these two items, Qin Tian made sure to release a system announcement. Just as he sent out the system announcement, players received a system prompt on their end. Ding! The maintenance update has ended and the update content is as follows: new items added to the system shop. Beast taming ring storage bag. Relevant item information can be viewed independently. Hearing this prompt, the players busy with various tasks were momentarily stunned. Ha! Another update. The efficiency of Black Myth is indeed high. They update without requiring players to log off or download new content, and the server is exceptionally stable. What new products have been listed this time? New equipment. Let's hurry and see what it is. After the players, filled with curiosity, checked the newly listed items, the player community instantly erupted. Especially when they saw the storage bag. Wow! Is this the backpack from Black Myth? Great! Finally a portable backpack. I wondered why this game didn't have a backpack. It turns out it needed to be purchased separately. Finally, I don't have to carry heavy bags around anymore. Realism aside, not having a system backpack is truly uncomfortable. The officials must have seen our feedback on the forums, which is why they listed this item. But the price is a bit high. It's not that the item is expensive. You should think about whether you've been diligently farming spiritual resonance or playing the game well. I think 2,500 spiritual resonance is reasonable. It's just about killing 25 wild boars. This beast taming ring feels like a pokeball. Does Black Myth intend to introduce pet gameplay? Pet lovers rejoice. I love catching pets. If only the beast taming ring were spherical. This game is so much fun. Can we tame the Poison Fang King as a pet? Enough talk. I need to farm spiritual resonance. I want both the beast taming ring and the storage bag. Buying spiritual resonance at a high price, 15 yuan for 1 spiritual resonance. Pay. First get spiritual resonance, later take as much as you need. At 1150 AM, the entire Langwa had over hundreds of millions of people doing the same thing, opening the official website of Black Myth and focusing intently on the reservation interface. Even though they all knew that the chances of being selected this time were extremely slim, they all harbored the same thought in their hearts: what if they were chosen? If they were to obtain the qualification for the 3rd internal test of Black Myth and receive the game helmet, it would be no exaggeration to say they could turn their destiny around. Whether selling it or entering the game themselves as a player of Black Myth, it would be enough to ensure a worry-free life for the rest of their days. However, after various companies announced they would spend high salaries to recruit Black Myth players, the vast majority of people wouldn't be foolish enough to sell their game helmets. Selling the helmet is a one-time deal, while choosing to become a professional player of Black Myth holds infinite possibilities. The incident of a Destiny token being auctioned for 8 million is still fresh in memory. Who can guarantee that they wouldn't have such incredible luck in the game? In the Jinbong Martial Arts School of Yangqing, the Chun family members continued to gather together, as before, all holding their phones clearly, having reserved their qualifications for the third internal test of Black Myth. The difference this time is that their mood is even more tense. Last time their understanding of the game Black Myth was limited to the fact that martial arts learned in the game could be brought back to reality, which was the only point that attracted them. However, after being bombarded with various online information about Black Myth over the past few days, they have gained some new insights about the game. For instance, in Black Myth, one can engage in fierce battles with various fierce beasts and demons without reservation to enhance their martial arts skills. This was validated in Chen Zhuo's case. Originally not prominent among the younger generation of the Chen family, after playing Black Myth for a few days, he surprisingly defeated the martial arts prodigy Feng Yuxiu, who had dominated 3 provinces and defeated numerous martial arts masters. Such a feat would have been absolutely impossible before. Of course, the main reason is the existence of cultivation techniques in Black Myth that can be practiced in reality. While martial arts can strengthen the body and enhance physical fitness, how can it compare to cultivation? Zhuo, can't you help Third Grandpa find a way to get a destiny token? Third Grandpa also wants to take a look at that Black Myth. You were the favorite of Third Grandpa when you were little. An elderly man with gray hair somewhat resembling Chen Hinyang spoke to Chen Zhuo while looking at an old mobile phone. Hearing this, a bitter smile appeared on Chen Zhuo's face. Third Grandpa, how easy do you think it is to get a destiny token? If it were that easy, it wouldn't be sold for 8 million. I saw someone online say that the Poison Fang King drops this item. You just need to kill the Poison Fang King and you'll have it. This? Third Grandpa, you're making it too hard for me. I can barely last 5 minutes under the Poison Fang King's attacks. Then you need to try harder and strive to kill it sooner. Okay, Third Grandpa, I'll do my best. Just as Chen Zhuo finished dealing with his third grandpa, the battered Feng Yuxiu approached him. Are you sure you didn't deceive me? Your skills really were trained in that Black Myth. Why would I lie to you? You can check it online. You don't know about Black Myth? I don't know. Feng Yuxiu shook his head. You don't know that? Don't you usually go online? I don't go online. Again, I don't go online. Feng Yuxiu shook his head once more. Then did you reserve a spot for the third internal test of Black Myth that I asked you to? I don't know how. Never mind, just give me your phone. Alright. Saying this, Feng Yuxiu took out a black and white screen phone from his pocket. Seeing this black and white phone, Chen Zhuo was left speechless. But thinking about it, he understood, as a martial arts enthusiast, Feng Yuxiu must have devoted all his energy and time to practicing martial arts, leaving the internet with no appeal for him. Perhaps the world of Black Myth is the most suitable world for him. After a slight sigh, he found a computer and quickly made a reservation on the official website of Black Myth, using Feng Yuxiu's personal information. After submitting, he turned to Feng Yuxiu and said, "Alright, I've reserved it for you, but I can't guarantee that you'll be selected." After all, the number of people who reserved the qualifications for the third internal test of Black Myth has exceeded 800 million, and only 500 people can qualify. I estimate the chances are slim. But don't worry, even if you don't get selected this time, I'll find a way to get you a game helmet, but you have to remember what you said before. Hearing Chen Zhuo's words, Feng Yuxiu nodded. After glancing at the computer screen, he continued to ask, what does it mean to be selected? You don't need to worry about that for now. With doubts and curiosity, Feng Yuxiu obediently sat in front of the computer, staring intently at the screen. Before long, midnight arrived. As soon as the clock struck 12, everyone who had completed the reservation received a pop-up notification from the Black Myth official website. Instantly, the Jinbong Martial Arts School was filled with voices of resignation. Didn't get selected again. Me too, I knew it wouldn't be that easy. 800 million people competing for 500 spots. Those who got in are truly the chosen ones. After waiting so long, the qualification for Black Myth is really hard to snatch. If I had money, I would definitely buy one. I feel like the difficulty of getting a Black Myth game qualification is higher than winning a 5 million lottery. Forget it, let's wait for the next time. With the current speed of Black Myth's open testing, who knows, the fourth internal test might open in a few days and there should be more spots next time. Without a doubt, none of the Chen family members present were selected for the third test qualification. Seeing the sighing crowd, a trace of relief appeared on Chen Zhuo's face. Fortunately, I clicked on that advertisement back then, otherwise I would probably be like them now. Just as he finished speaking, he felt someone patting his shoulder from behind. Turning around, he saw Feng Yuxiu looking at him expressionlessly. Seeing this, he hurriedly comforted him. It's fine. The probability of being selected is originally very low. It's normal not to get selected. At worst, we just wait a few more days. Just as he finished speaking, Feng Yuxiu pointed at the computer screen beside him. Can you help me check if this message means I've been selected for the internal test qualification? I'm a bit confused. With a hint of doubt, Chen Zhuo walked over to the computer that Feng Yuxiu had used. He saw a prompt clearly displayed on the screen. Congratulations. You have successfully obtained the qualification for the third round of internal testing for Black Myth. Please click the link to fill in your personal information. We will arrange for staff to deliver the game helmet to you shortly. Seeing this prompt, Chen Zhuo was stunned on the spot. Damn, what kind of incredible luck do you have? Chen Zhuo never expected that so many members of the Chen family had made reservations, but were not selected, while Feng Yuxiu, who couldn't even use a smartphone before, was chosen immediately. With a complex expression, Chen Zhuo glanced at the bewildered Feng Yuxiu behind him, feeling a bit conflicted inside. He could easily take Feng Yuxiu's gaming qualification without him knowing. Even if he did, Feng Yuxiu probably wouldn't know. But upon reflection, he abandoned this idea, or on one hand, his conscience wouldn't allow it, and on the other hand, he felt that no one was more suited to enter the world of Black Myth than Feng Yuxiu. Congratulations, you have been selected. All you need to do next is fill in your address, and the official Black Myth team will send you the game helmet. Then you can become a player of Black Myth just like me. Upon hearing this, Feng Yuxiu didn't show much surprise on his face. He seemed unaware of what it meant to become a player of Black Myth. Seeing this, Chen Zhuo hurriedly added, "Once you enter the game, don't wander off on your own. Just listen to me, understand?" Feng Yuxiu nodded in response. "Great, let me help you fill in the address." Saying this, Chen Zhuo assisted Feng Yuxiu in completing the remaining steps. Only a few minutes passed and a brand new Black Myth game helmet was delivered to Feng Yuxiu. Looking at the helmet in his hands, his expression remained largely unchanged. "So after putting on this helmet, I can truly enter a world filled with countless powerful beings. Of course, the strong in Black Myth surpass your understanding. There are even gods and demons. Not to mention these divine beings, there's a boss called the Poison Fang King who could easily kill me." Upon hearing this, a slight change appeared on Feng Yuxiu's otherwise calm face. Poison Fang King. I hope he really is as strong as they say. After muttering to himself, he put the game helmet on his head. Since Chen Zhuo had taught him how to create a character earlier, he quickly completed the character creation. He did not choose the currently most popular wolf demon, nor the most agile leopard demon, or the strongest bull demon, but instead opted for the dog demon, which held no advantages. As for his nickname, he didn't think too much and simply used his real name. After everything was completed, his figure appeared at the novice spawn point next to the Langlang Mountain demon village. When he saw the scene before him, his expression was no different from other first-time players entering Black Myth. He was shocked yet filled with a hint of joy. Is this the world of Black Myth? What difference is there from the real world? And my legs? He then looked at his left leg. As someone born with a disability, his left leg was shorter than his right, causing him to limp while walking. Although he had overcome this through effort, it still could not compare to a healthy body. Now, after entering the world of Black Myth, he was astonished to find that his leg issues had vanished. Thinking of the possibility of practicing martial arts in a healthy body, his body began to slightly tremble. In the next moment, he clenched his fists. He was right. This world is the most suitable world for me. I will pursue the limits of martial arts in this world. Just as he made this resolution, Chen Zhuo's voice came from beside him. Why did you choose a dog-headed person? Even dogs don't choose dog-headed people. Forget it, it's done, let's go. I'll take you to accept a quest. Hearing Chen Zhuo's voice, Feng Yuxiu turned to look aside and quickly saw Chen Zhuo, who was dressed in leather armor with a long knife at his waist, wearing a hat and a cape draped over his back. Looking at Chen Zhuo's handsome outfit, then at his own worn-out clothes, Feng Yuxiu couldn't help but ask, "Where did you get that outfit? Get me one too." "What do you mean? This gear cost me over 2,000 spiritual resonance to make, and the fashion was exchanged with reputation points. You think I can just get you one? Then tell me where I can learn the martial arts of this world." "Forget about learning martial arts for now. Just follow me to gather some reputation points first. Oh, later, I'll take you to hunt wild boars." "Why do we need to gather bricks? Without gathering bricks, how will you earn reputation? Without reputation, how can you unlock skills and gear? You won't even be wanted if you just go hunting bamboo rats empty-handed. Let's go." After saying this, Chen Zhuo led Feng Yuxiu towards the demon village. At the same time, beams of white light appeared one after another in the Novice Valley, each beam representing a new player from the third test. As the third test players descended, a large number of first and second test players also rushed over. Soon the Novice Valley was bustling with activity. Naturally, the first and second test players were not there just to watch the excitement. They came with a purpose. Their sole aim was recruitment. The War God Hall Guild is recruiting, the #1 guild in Black Myth. Join now to receive a novice weapon, and our guild's veterans will regularly help newcomers grind monsters, assisting you in quickly passing the novice stage. You can even receive a monthly salary. The Linghu Guild under the Lin Group is recruiting, a new emerging guild with many opportunities. A yearly salary of 1 million is not a dream. The Penguin Corps under the Emperor Penguin Group is recruiting. With a strong corporate background, joining the guild grants you the benefits of a mid-level management position in the Emperor Penguin Group. The General's Order Guild under the Gongi Group is recruiting. No requirements needed. Joining the guild allows you to sign a labor contract with Gongi Group, starting at a yearly salary of 1 million. The Dodi Guild under the Zifu Group is recruiting. In just a few days, over 100 first and second test players had formed several factions. Despite entering the scene later, major real-world companies like Emperor Penguin and Gongi quickly formed their own guilds by recruiting some players from the first and second tests. The third test players logged in, and naturally they sought ways to entice as many of the third test players as possible to join their guilds. The Novice Valley had turned into a large recruitment fair. In reality, one would struggle to get into major corporations, but now it was easy to enter. This left the newly entered third test players in a state of confusion followed by excitement. However, not all novice players reacted this way. Among the numerous third test players, there were a few whose behavior was entirely different. Upon entering the game, they did not look around like other players with excitement. Instead, they carefully observed their surroundings, their eyes always vigilant. Additionally, they shared a notable characteristic: they all chose the wolf demon. One of the wolf demons stood there with sharp eyes like a spear, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. As these 5 wolf demon players stood still, a wolf demon player named Langlang Mountain, dressed in leather armor, carrying a large bow on his back with a quiver at his waist and a short sword strapped to his leg, approached them. This player, Langlang Mountain, represented the Dragon Country's military Cold Edge. Upon seeing Cold Edge, the 5 wolf demon players immediately stood at attention and saluted. Special Assault Team Lone Wolf's Assault Soldier Zhuang Yan reporting to you. Wolf Fang Special Operations Brigade's Red Cell Action Group, Observer Wang Yanbing reporting to you. Wolf Fang Special Operations Brigade's Red Cell Action Group Sniper, He Cheng Wang reporting to you. Current Cheetah Assault Team's Assault Soldier Yen Poyu reporting to you. Current Flood Dragon Assault Team member Yang Rue reporting to you. Looking at the 5 in front of him, Cold Edge rarely showed a smile on his otherwise expressionless face. Welcome to Black Myth. With the arrival of 500 third phase testers, the already bustling Yaosai Mountain, Langlang Shan, burst into even greater commotion. Players swarmed across the vast encampment, their figures visible everywhere. Having thoroughly studied guides and forum posts from veteran players, these newcomers understood one immutable truth: to survive the game's early stages, they must undertake the Yaosai construction quests. No matter how formidable one might be in the real world, here one must humbly lay bricks and mortar. This soon gave rise to a pressing dilemma. The Yaosai simply lacked enough construction tasks to assign to all the new arrivals. My lord, a fresh wave of minor demons has suddenly appeared in the rear mountains. They entered the Yaosai and immediately demanded assignments. But we have neither need for so many hands nor sufficient land for them to build dwellings. General Bai Lang spoke with evident distress. He both cherished and dreaded these sudden surges of new demons, cherished because every task could be entrusted to them, and under their labor the Yaosai grew visibly stronger day by day. Once forced to sleep in crude hovels or directly upon the earth, the demons now dwelled in sturdy wooden huts and thatched cottages. And recently players had even fired blue bricks and gray tiles to erect elegant tiled roof buildings throughout the Yaosai. Timber and stone piled high and used, and abundant food supplies overflowed beyond measure. So much so that surplus provisions were cured into dried meats and salted fish for preservation. The Yaosai's standard of living soared. Even the veteran demon soldiers had noticeably gained weight. He dreaded, however, being relentlessly pursued by players seeking tasks. So much so that even while squatting in the latrine, a player might suddenly emerge and hand him a leaf as if it were an official dispatch. A casual remark would send players sprinting over breathless with questions about hidden quests. Now even his dreams were haunted. Players bursting from beneath his quilt clamoring for assignments. Hearing General Bai Lang's lament, Qin Tian paused only briefly before delivering a solution. It's simple. Expand the Yaosai. More demon clans will join Langlang Shan, and our current encampment can no longer accommodate them all. Transform this Yaosai into a full-fledged demon city. A demon city? Would that not overwhelm these minor demons? Not at all. These demons hail from a land famed as the realm of relentless builders. Constructing a demon city poses no challenge whatsoever for them. Enough said. I'll issue the tasks myself. So saying, Qin Tian opened the system's administrative interface and added a series of new assignments within the quest module. Once finalized, he pushed the entire batch to all players. Simultaneously, more than 600 players received identical system notifications. Ding! Temporary update complete. This patch introduces the all-new Citadel construction gameplay system. Players may contribute to Langlang Shan Yaosai's growth, by accepting Citadel construction quests. Completion yields substantial Langlang Shan Yaosai reputation, exclusive titles, and special rewards such as Langlang Shan deeds. Available quests: 1. City Wall Construction, 2. Lord's Manor Construction, 3. Blacksmith Forge Construction. At the chime of the notification, players paused mid-labor and began murmuring among themselves, another update. Black Myth's release cadence is astonishing. Citadel Construction, that's just building houses. Civil engineering enthusiasts rejoice. We knew Black Myth offered rich gameplay but never imagined such a distinctive mechanic. I'd assumed leaving the starter village meant journeying to the game's central metropolis. But apparently there is no fixed capital city. Instead, the starter village evolves alongside its players. What a brilliantly conceived design. Lord Qingtian Dasheng himself must be a dynamic NPC, shaped and propelled by player action. Suddenly, I find myself eagerly anticipating what unfolds next. Bricklaying, onward with the bricklaying. Players swiftly embraced these newly introduced quests and reveled in them. For newcomers especially, every facet of Black Myth felt wondrously fresh. Among them was Feng Yuxiu. Unlike other novices, after completing 10 consecutive construction quests to amass sufficient reputation for skill unlocking, he immediately clamored to hunt monsters and harvest Lingyun essence. Chunjua pondered a moment, then nodded. Very well. But be prepared, the monsters in Black Myth are exceptionally formidable. So saying, he led Feng Yuxiu toward the rear mountains of Langlang Shan. He intended first to slay 2 wild boars for quick Lingyun, but upon arriving discovered the mountains teemed with players far outnumbering the boars. No sooner had a boar emerged from the brush than it was felled by over a dozen players. After hours of fruitless waiting, Chunjua turned and guided Feng Yuxiu to another monster spawn point. Yet the scene remained unchanged. 30-odd players, several from Phase 1 and 2 plus numerous third-phase newcomers, had already claimed the area. Large beasts were nowhere to be found. Even a single rabbit triggered a collective chase by a dozen players. A wasp nest had become a prized, reliable farming spot. With no choice, Chunjua steered Feng Yuxiu toward bamboo rat hunting, only to find the bamboo groves at Langlang Shan's foot already packed with players bearing the prefix Zhanshen Dian War God Hall. Under the leadership of a player named Zhanshen Dian Yiwang, Wild King of War God Hall, they methodically located bamboo rat burrows, then stuffed each entrance with earthen explosives. Upon detonation, plump bamboo rats erupted from their tunnels. Within minutes, dozens lay dead. Seeing this, Chunjua knew all hope was lost. The surrounding monster zones were fully occupied. Let's push farther out. They walked over 10 li, finally leaving Langlang Shan's boundaries entirely. Only then did they encounter no other players. As they walked, a mountain path came into view. While scanning for wild creatures, they heard voices and the rhythmic clop-clop of hooves echoing down the path. Chunjua instantly turned to Feng Yuxiu. Someone approaches. Let's conceal ourselves and observe. Perhaps we've stumbled upon a hidden quest. Hidden quest? What's that? Feng Yuxiu asked, puzzled. A quest concealed from plain sight. Hush now. As the two crouched silently in roadside grass, a band of martial artists rode into view, mounted on tall steeds armed with an array of blades and polearms. Behind them stretched a caravan of 20 to 30 horse-drawn carts, each bearing a banner emblazoned with 4 bold characters, 1 Bao Shanghui, 10,000 Treasure Guild. Chunjua's eyes lit up. So humans exist in this world. I'd assumed it held only demons. These must be NPCs, and if they appear here, there must be purpose behind it. Perhaps truly hidden quests await. At that very moment, Feng Yuxiu snapped alert, his gaze locking intently onto the martial artists. But in the next instant, the middle-aged man leading the group reined in his mount and raised his long sword high. The procession and caravan halted instantly. Friends in the woods, you've come, so there's no need to hide. Step forth. Chunjua's heart lurched. Are these NPCs truly this perceptive? Just as he prepared to emerge, over 100 figures burst from the dense forest flanking the path, weapons drawn, fury blazing, surrounding the caravan in tight formation. Chunjua stared, stunned. What in the world is happening? Is this a hidden narrative sequence? Realizing its significance, he immediately activated the built-in recording function of his neural interface headset to capture this serendipitous, player-triggered storyline. The middle-aged swordsman looked calmly at the group of martial artists surrounding the convoy and spoke. You heroes must be here for the goods behind me, right? As soon as he finished speaking, a one-eyed man dressed in a tiger-skin skirt and wielding a 9-ring broadsword stepped forward. Since you know we are here for those things, why not just get lost? If you leave now, I might spare your lives. If you don't, you'll be nothing but corpses under my blade. As soon as he finished speaking, the one-eyed man unleashed a blade aura over a meter long towards the side. The blade aura flew out over 10 meters, slicing through several thick trees. After delivering that strike, the one-eyed man looked provocatively at the middle-aged swordsman. To his surprise, the middle-aged swordsman remained completely unfazed, his expression still calm and composed. Good sword technique, but my longsword is equally formidable. As soon as he finished speaking, the long sword in the middle-aged swordsman's hand unsheathed on its own, and he leapt into the air, flying towards the one-eyed man. Swish, swish, swish. The long sword in his hand moved continuously, sending arcs of silver sword light towards the one-eyed man. The two immediately engaged in combat. Before long, the middle-aged swordsman, utilizing his superb swordsmanship, completely suppressed the one-eyed man. In the end, he even pierced the wrist of the one-eyed man holding the knife. In pain, the ninering broadsword slipped from the one-eyed man's grasp and fell to the ground. The one-eyed man crawled away with a look of resentment towards the middle-aged swordsman, then shouted loudly to the group he brought, "Charge! All of you attack! Kill them all! Males into minced meat, females back to the mountain stronghold!" As soon as he finished speaking, over 100 of his men rushed towards the convoy. In the next second, chaos erupted. This group of martial artists, suspected to be bandits, were all skilled in martial arts with robust vitality. The group responsible for protecting the convoy was no pushover either. Both sides fought fiercely, neither giving an inch. However, with the middle-aged swordsman, a super expert on their side, none of the bandits could match him. He single-handedly defeated over 10 men with just his long sword. Chen Zhua and Feng Yuxiu, who were watching from the side, were stunned. This NPC is amazing. A martial artist like him could probably take on the Poison Fang King alone. If he were in Blue Star with that longsword, he could easily take down hundreds or even thousands of people. Even with a gun, they might not beat him. After saying this, he turned his gaze to Feng Yuxiu. "So what do you think? I told you there are many martial arts masters in the Black Myth world. Do you want to challenge him?" Not interested, Feng Yuxiu shook his head directly. "Oh, aren't you the one who loves challenging strong opponents? I couldn't withstand even one of his moves. Challenging him would be like sending myself to die." "You have a point. His combat power is likely the strongest among the NPCs currently appearing, aside from the giant divine sage. This group is certainly no match for him." Just as Chen Zhua finished speaking, the situation on the battlefield took a complete turn. A flash of sword light suddenly appeared from the nearby dense forest. The sword light was extremely fast, heading straight for the middle-aged swordsman's face. Upon noticing the sword light, he immediately dodged, but ultimately it pierced through one side of his shoulder. When the sword light came to a stop, a flying sword emitting a faint white light hovered in midair. Following that, a middle-aged Taoist in a robe and sporting a goatee flew out from the nearby forest. Upon his appearance, the flying sword flew back to his side. "I am the Taoist Zhang Xingzi, honored to meet you fellow practitioners. The goods in this convoy are fated to be with me. If you do not wish to lose your lives here today, please leave quickly. I do not wish to cause more bloodshed." The goateed Taoist looked coldly at the middle-aged swordsman after appearing, his tone filled with an air of superiority. While covering his shoulder wound, the middle-aged swordsman frowned and said, "Since when have Qi refiners fallen to the level of associating with bandits?" "What of Qi refiners? They are still human. Wealth, methods, partners, and land are all necessary. It is not easy for you to reach this level in martial arts. Who knows, with some more time you might enter the Tao through martial arts. Would it not be a pity to lose your life in vain?" The goateed Taoist continued. "Moreover, there are many monsters in this mountain. There is a tiger demon nearby that likes to rob travelers. Even if these goods are not taken by me, they will surely be seized by that tiger demon. Why not hand them over to me and return the way you came?" In response to his persuasion, the middle-aged swordsman remained unmoved. "There is no need for further discussion. Let our skills speak for themselves. Even if you are a Qi refiner, you may not be able to defeat my longsword." As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged swordsman charged towards Zhang Xingzi. With just his longsword in hand, he managed to block Zhang Xingzi's flying sword. The two, one a martial artist and the other a Qi refiner, exchanged blows back and forth. Meanwhile, Chen Zhua and Feng Yuxiu, who were watching from the side, became conflicted. This must be some hidden side quest. But how can we trigger it? Just now he seemed to mention a tiger demon. The tiger demon he spoke of must be the giant divine sage. Perhaps we need to find the giant divine sage to trigger this quest. Thinking of this, Chen Zhua immediately said to Feng Yuxiu beside him, "You stay here and don't move. I'm going to return to the demon stronghold and see if I can trigger the quest." After saying this, he drew a long knife and placed it against his own neck. Seeing this, Feng Yuxiu hurriedly asked, "What are you doing?" "I'm going back to town quickly. You wouldn't understand." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Zhua directly slit his own throat. In the next second, he transformed into a white light and flew back to the demon stronghold of Langlang Mountain. After spending some spiritual essence to resurrect, he rushed towards Qin Tian's cave residence at the fastest speed. After speaking to the demon soldiers guarding the cave, he was brought into Qin Tian's cave and saw Qin Tian. Upon seeing Qin Tian, Chen Zhua immediately knelt and paid his respects. "I pay my respects to the king. Rise. What matter do you seek from this king?" "It's like this." Chen Zhua recounted everything he had seen down the mountain before Qin Tian. After listening to his account, Qin Tian immediately became interested. "A merchant convoy. There must be quite a few good items inside just in time for a new wave of store items. And there is a qi refiner. Perhaps we can obtain advanced cultivation techniques from him." After pondering for a moment, he said to Chen Zhua, "Your performance has been commendable." As soon as he finished speaking, a system notification echoed in Chen Zhua's mind. "Ding! The giant divine sage's favorability towards you has increased by 2 points." Hearing this notification, Chen Zhua was overjoyed. However, at that moment, Qin Tian suddenly stood up from his stone chair. "Kill them all. Quickly gather enough men for this king. This king wants to see who dares to rob my business on my territory." As he spoke, he picked up his tigerback broadsword from the weapon rack. In the next second, a new notification tone rang in Chen Zhua's mind. "Ding! You have triggered a regional hidden quest, the merchant convoy from afar. A convoy from the Eastern Tang dynasty laden with goods is en route to a foreign land and is ambushed by bandits at Langlang Mountain. Please help this convoy through this crisis. Quest completion reward 500 points of Langlang Mountain reputation. Completing this quest will unlock subsequent storyline quests. This quest is of high difficulty. It is recommended to form a team to go. All participating players will receive quest rewards." Upon hearing the notification, Chen Zhua immediately became energized. "I knew it. This is definitely a hidden quest." After the excitement, he immediately ran out of the cave and stood in the square at the center of the Langlang Mountain demon stronghold, shouting loudly, "Those who want to take on the hidden quest, come join the group. Those who join can earn 500 points of reputation. Hurry up or you'll miss your chance." As soon as he said this, the players in the stronghold rushed towards him in droves. Not to mention the 500 points of reputation reward, just the prospect of a hidden quest was enough to entice all the players. "President, stop farming bamboo rats. Someone has just accepted a hidden quest. Completing it guarantees 500 reputation points as a base reward." Deep within the sea of bamboo beneath Langlang Mountain, Wang Zong of the Zhan Shindian Guild led his guild members in a frenzied slaughter of bamboo rats. At that moment, another player bearing the prefix Zhan Shindian dashed breathlessly into the bamboo grove. Upon hearing his words, Wang Zong instantly halted all action. "A hidden quest. Who accepted it?" "It's Quang Kan Tiaojia." He emerged straight from the Qingtian Dasheng's cavernous abode, then immediately began rallying others. This hidden quest must be extraordinary, or otherwise he'd never have disclosed it to anyone else. "We must go at once. Many players have already accepted it." Hearing this, Wang Zong paused only briefly before nodding firmly. "Let's go back to the mountain." With those words, he led the entire Zhan Shindian guild back to the Langlang Mountain Yaosai at top speed. Upon arrival, he found the Yaosai far more bustling than he had imagined. Nearly every existing player had converged upon a single location. Then suddenly Qin Tian's towering figure appeared before the crowd. The moment players laid eyes on him, excitement surged through the throng. "It's Qingtian Dasheng. The hidden quest must truly be formidable. After all, he didn't even appear during the last assault on Yego Ridge. A new chapter of the story is about to unfold." Amidst the players' eager gazes, Qin Tian, clad in gleaming armor, shouldering a massive broadsword and standing over 10 feet tall, spoke in a deep, resonant voice, "My loyal underlings. Just now I received word some daredevil has dared to poach business from our Langlang Mountain domain. Shall we permit such an affront?" No sooner had the words left his lips than the thrill-seeking players erupted in raucous cheers. "No, we shall not permit it. Then follow me down the mountain and let the world know. Langlang Mountain belongs to us." As soon as he spoke, Qin Tian threw open his enormous blood-red maw. Instantly, every player felt an overwhelming suction force emanating from his direction. Caught utterly unprepared, the frontmost group of players was drawn helplessly into his mouth. The rest stared dumbfounded. What in the blazes is that? Did Qingtian Dasheng just devour them? Surely not. Before they could fathom Qin Tian's intent, their own bodies were wrenched uncontrollably toward his gaping maw. In the blink of an eye, every player present vanished into Qin Tian's belly. Having swallowed them whole, he activated his wind-riding art, transforming into a whirlwind of demonic energy, as he descended Langlang Mountain. Meanwhile, fierce combat still raged along the mountain path below. Guards of the Wan Bao trading consortium clashed fiercely with a band of mountain bandits. The middle-aged swordsman fought evenly against Zhai Xingzi. Though Zhai Xingzi could command a flying sword for ranged assaults, the swordsman denied him any such opportunity, unleashing one exquisite sword technique after another, forcing Zhai Xingzi into desperate defense. Seeing that he could not subdue this mere martial artist even after prolonged effort, Zhai Xingzi's fury flared. "Very well. Since you refuse the cup of courtesy, you shall drink the cup of punishment. Today I shall show you the true might of my cultivation arts." With that, he drew a yellow talisman from his sleeve. Chanting an incantation, the talisman ignited spontaneously, then transformed into a bolt of lightning that streaked toward the swordsman. Crack! The lightning moved with blinding speed. The swordsman barely dodged it. Before he could catch his breath, Zhai Xingzi unleashed yet another talisman. Another lightning bolt struck downward. After several near misses, the swordsman finally faltered. Struck squarely by a bolt, he collapsed grievously, his long sword shattered into fragments. Had he not possessed profound martial cultivation, an ordinary man would have perished instantly beneath that thunderous strike. Seeing the swordsman fall motionless, Zhai Xingzi's face curled into a disdainful smirk. "Humph! Even the strongest martial artist remains but a mortal. How could he possibly withstand my divine arts? I had intended to spare your life, but now you are no longer worthy of mercy." With those words, Zhai Xingzi prepared to summon his flying sword and end the swordsman's life. Once he fell, the Wan Bao Trading Consortium's cargo would fall into the bandits' hands. Yet precisely then, a violent gale erupted from nowhere across the mountainside. As the wind howled, the surrounding forests roared and rustled, and dust swirled thickly along the mountain path. The horses hauling the carriages, sensing some primal threat, broke into frantic neighs, pawing the earth wildly. A clear sign of mounting terror. This sudden phenomenon compelled both combatants to cease fighting instinctively. Zhai Xingzi himself stood, rigid eyes sharply scanning the periphery. The next instant, a deafening tiger roar split the heavens. At its sound, everyone instinctively raised their heads skyward. Gazing upward, their eyes widened in awe. There, soaring across the heavens on a gust of wind, loomed a magnificent striped tiger. Majestic, fearsome, and undeniably real. A tiger! It's a tiger! An enormous tiger! It flies, but it has no wings. How is this possible? It's a Yao! A demon has arrived! Panic erupted instantly. But these were no ordinary folk. Each bore martial prowess, and common Yao posed little threat. Calm quickly reasserted itself. Then the striped tiger descended from the sky, riding the gale directly onto the mountain path. And upon landing, it shifted seamlessly into human form Qin Tian. Though they had just regained composure, the sight of Qin Tian's ferocious visage sent tension surging anew, especially as they felt the palpable aura of savage dominance radiating from him. Even Zhai Xingzi, a cultivator, was not immune. His gaze swept over Qin Tian once, then narrowed with grave intensity. So this is the Tiger Yao of Langlang Mountain, yet he bears no resemblance to the legends. Was he not said to be merely an ordinary tiger who attained enlightenment? From his vantage, Qin Tian resembled a peerless beast of slaughter, poised to devour any who crossed his path. So terrifying that if told Qin Tian could devour 100 men in one sitting, Zhai Xingzi would have believed it without hesitation. As Zhai Xingzi scrutinized him, Qin Tian studied him with equal curiosity, his eyes gleaming brightly upon spotting the flying sword hovering beside Zhai Xingzi. A flying sword, truly a fine treasure, perfect as mounts for the players. With that silent musing, he opened his blood-red maw once more. In the next instant, figures tumbled forth from his belly. Soon the mountain path was carpeted with players. When hundreds of players appeared on the mountain path, both the members of the Wanbao Merchant Guild and the mountain bandits allied with Zhai Xingzi showed expressions of shock. For a moment, they even began to doubt whether they were seeing things. However, compared to them, the players were even more curious. Earlier, they had been inexplicably absorbed into Qin Tian's body, and then they found themselves in a strange space. Before they could figure out where exactly they had been taken by Qin Tian, they discovered they had arrived on a mountain road surrounded by endless mountains and forests. Have we come out? Where have we ended up? We were just at the Langlang Mountain Demon Den. How did we suddenly get here? Needless to say, it must be the great sage Qingtian who used his powers to bring us here. Incredible. I didn't expect he had such skills. That place we just were couldn't possibly be inside the great sage's belly, right? Never mind that look over there. There are so many people. Are there still people in this world? As they spoke, the players discovered the presence of the Wanbao Merchant Guild and the group of mountain bandits. Recalling what Chen Zhua had said not long ago, they immediately realized that these people must be the NPCs related to this hidden quest. It seems this task is indeed extraordinary. So many NPCs have appeared. Not to mention even the background NPCs seem so fleshed out they look just like real people. Indeed, if it were any other game, those background NPCs would probably all share the same face. In Black Myth, I haven't seen repeated models so far. How do we trigger the quest? Do we need to talk to those NPCs? I feel like we shouldn't have to. Just as the players were discussing, Qin Tian thrust his large tigerback knife into the ground, his fierce tiger eyes fixated on Zhai Xingzi. Who gave you the audacity to rob on my territory? Don't you know that everything within a 50-mile radius of Langlang Mountain belongs to me? As soon as Qin Tian finished speaking, Zhai Xingzi was taken aback for a moment, then hurriedly lowered his voice and said, I truly didn't know this was your territory, my lord. If I had known, I certainly wouldn't have dared to act recklessly. Now that you know, why don't you get lost? This? A hint of hesitation appeared on Zhai Xingzi's face. Qin Tian's gaze grew even fiercer. At the moment Zhai Xingzi met Qin Tian's eyes, he broke out in a cold sweat, already harboring thoughts of retreat. But thinking of the coveted items in that convoy, he ultimately gritted his teeth. My lord, I can give you everything in that convoy, but there is one item I must take with me. Wasn't what I said clear enough? Everything within this 50-mile radius belongs to me, including all the items in that convoy, as well as your weapons and possessions. Leave them all for me. When Qin Tian boldly declared this, the players behind him couldn't help but cheer. Wow, I didn't expect the great sage Qin Tian to be this domineering. So we're here to rob today, huh? Interesting. Just thinking about what we're going to do next makes me excited. I told you Black Myth is fun. We're actually robbing now. The players were all excited while Zhai Xingzi's expression turned extremely ugly. It seems this lord is sincerely trying to make things difficult for us. You're right, today I'm going to rob you all together, Qin Tian said coldly. Then don't blame me for being unreasonable. With that, Zhai Xingzi activated his flying sword, while several talismans flew out from his sleeves. Kill these monsters. As soon as he finished speaking the mountain bandits, he rushed forward, weapons drawn towards Qin Tian. Facing this aggressive group of mountain bandits, Qin Tian chose not to act himself, but coldly instructed the players behind him, you little ones, kill them all for me. The players, already itching for a fight, charged forward, without a second thought, each one more excited than the last. In their eyes, those mountain bandits were mere moving experience points. Tanks to the front, archers provide cover from a distance. We'll take those over there. No one is allowed to steal from us. Humanoid monsters definitely drop gear. Who knows, there might be other good stuff too. Drop what? Let me tell you, in Black Myth, there's no such thing as gear drops. Whatever gear a monster has, once you kill it, that gear is yours. What you see is what you get. Not only gear, but their clothes are the same. Strip them off and they're yours. Exactly, I've got my eye on that weapon in that guy's hand. I need to go take him out. That kid's hat looks nice, I'll go take it from him. As expected, the world of Black Myth suits me better. If I kill someone in the real world, I'd be wanted, but in the game, I don't have to consider that. Among the players, the martial enthusiast Feng Yuxiu was particularly excited. Once he charged into the group of bandits, he engaged in a fight with a bandit lackey. After a struggle, he ultimately twisted the bandit lackey's neck. After taking out this bandit, he charged towards the next one like a wild beast unleashed. Xiao Zhuang, there's a bandit archer at 3 o'clock. Take him out for me. With a command from Lung Fengzhuang, Yen, wielding a large bow, drew an arrow. In the next second, a sharp arrow flew toward the bandit lackey and accurately struck the head of a bandit archer, instantly depleting his health bar. After easily taking out the bandit archer, a rare smile appeared on Zhuang Yan's face. Too bad this game doesn't have guns. Bows and arrows ultimately lack that feeling. Just as he finished speaking, Lung Feng, who had just used a dagger to eliminate a bandit lackey, casually responded, if there are no guns, we'll find a way to make them. In the world of Black Myth, anything is possible. Experts in firearms and machinery processing, as well as metal smelting, have already been found. Once the new batch of game helmets is ready, they'll enter Black Myth. I believe with their help, we'll quickly be able to create firearms in the game. As soon as Lung Feng said this, not only did Zhuang Yan's eyes light up, but the other 4 members of the Battle Wolf team also perked up. Don't get your hopes up too high. In the world of Black Myth, firearms may not be more effective than cold weapons. Firearms are only suitable for taking down ordinary monsters unless they are modified. Moreover, there are existences in this world that surpass the power of firearms. As he spoke, Lung Feng's gaze shifted to a nearby scene. At that moment, Zhai Xingzi was already engaged in combat with Qin Tian. Zhai Xingzi wielded a flying sword in one hand, while throwing talismans with the other. Both the flying sword and the talismans were far more powerful than the players could imagine. especially the talismans. The fireballs or lightning strikes from a single talisman were comparable to high-explosive grenades. Initially, Qin Tian avoided Zhai Xingzi's attacks, but after dodging a few times he stopped. As he watched the flying sword come towards him, he opened his mouth wide. In an instant, a powerful suction force emanated from his mouth, and under Zhai Xingzi's terrified gaze, his flying sword was sucked into Qin Tian's belly, cutting off the connection between them. Before Zhai Xingzi could figure out what was happening, Qin Tian let out a mighty tiger roar. The earth-shattering roar mixed with a terrifying ferocity spread in all directions. As the sound wave passed, everyone felt a jolt of fear, and in a daze they saw a massive black tiger with wings on its back emanating a terrifying black aura, opening its bloody maw to swallow them whole. In an instant they lost control of their fear, and Zhai Xingzi was no exception. At the moment his will faltered, a flash of blade light swept across his neck. Immediately after, a severed head rolled to the ground. Thud! The body without a head collapsed straight to the ground. An Erki cultivator is nothing more than this. Qin Tian, casually shouldering his blood-stained tigerback knife, looked coldly at Zhai Xingzi's corpse on the ground. At this moment, the onlookers finally regained their senses from the sound of his tiger roar. Seeing Zhai Xingzi now a corpse, the players couldn't help but feel elated. In contrast, the mountain bandits were nearly pissing themselves. Lacking the courage to continue fighting, they turned to flee into the nearby forest. But how could the players let these humanoid monsters with gear escape? They rushed after them, and soon the fleeing bandits were all taken down by the players. After defeating these bandits, the players quickly stripped them of their weapons, armor, personal belongings, and even their clothes and shoes. While rummaging through the corpses, the players wore expressions of immense excitement. The members of the Wanbao Merchant Guild who witnessed all of this had never seen such brutal and vicious monsters before. All were trembling and occasionally glanced at Qin Tian, because these ferocious and perverse monsters were brought by the tiger demon before them. However, Qin Tian paid no attention to the members of the Wanbao Merchant Guild and started searching through Zhai Xingzi's body. Before long, he found a storage bag on Zhai Xingzi. Upon opening it, a pile of items immediately fell to the ground. After picking through the items, Qin Tian found the things he was most interested in. Several book stacks of talisman paper, a few magical artifacts, and some miscellaneous pills. One of the books clearly had the word sword control technique written on it. Clutching the slender manual inscribed with the characters sword flying art, Qin Tian knew instantly that this journey had not been in vain. Once he mastered this art, he could integrate it as a game skill into players' ability panels. After a brief glance, he stowed the manual away and turned his gaze towards several other items nearby, whereupon his eyes gleamed anew. Following his line of sight, one found him holding a volume titled True Compendium of Talismans, foundational volume. Upon opening its first page, bold, vigorous calligraphy greeted him. Talismans are covenants with heaven and earth. The brush serves as the bridge, ink the medium. Through it, chi is channeled into the talisman, bridging the mundane and the profound. To master talismanic arts demands sincerity and stillness. Heart united with brush, spirit fused with sigil. Undoubtedly, this was a treatise on talismanic craft. A guide to drawing and empowering talismans. No wonder that Taoist earlier produced so many talismans at will. He must have inscribed them himself. Excellent. Truly excellent. With this, players shall soon wield talismans in combat, vastly amplifying their battlefield prowess. So saying, he tucked the True Compendium of Talismans into his robe. Qin Tian had assumed the remaining slim manuals were cultivation manuals, but upon closer inspection he realized he had overestimated their significance. They proved to be mere Taoist scriptures and regional gazetteers, devoid of any esoteric cultivation techniques. Yet Qin Tian felt no disappointment. The sword-flying art and the True Compendium of Talismans alone had already exceeded his expectations. He cast the scriptures and gazetteers aside onto the ground and began examining the pile of talismans and pills before him. Dozens of talismans lay there, each serving a distinct function. Among them were offensive talismans, thunder talismans, flame talismans, and sword chi talismans, defensive ones, vajra talismans and body protection talismans, and functional talismans, sweet rain talismans, demon exorcising talismans, ghost repelling talismans, and spirit stride talismans. He resolved to list all these talismans in the in-game shop later. His system, after all, possessed the capability to fully analyze and mass-produce them. The pills, too, came in several varieties, though none were of exceptional quality. He planned to distribute them as rewards to players. Likewise, the magical artifacts were all low-grade, unremarkable, with no distinguishing features. Having finished reviewing the spoils taken from Zhang Xingzi, Qin Tian shifted his gaze toward the members of the Wanbao Guild. His tiger-like eyes swept across the group before settling upon the middle-aged swordsman who had previously battled Zhang Xingzi. From high above he had witnessed their duel firsthand, and thus understood the swordsman's formidable martial prowess. He knew full well had he not acquired the system and undergone such a dramatic surge in strength, the former Qingtian great sage would never have stood a chance against this man. To have cultivated martial arts to such an apex, this man's talent transcended even the word prodigy. At that moment an idea stirred within Qin Tian. Players' combat proficiency remains abysmal. If we invite him to train them, their battlefield competence might rise exponentially. Once the thought surfaced, it struck him as eminently feasible. The vast majority of players were ordinary mortals. Even after acquiring skills, their combat awareness and practical experience remained woefully deficient. This deficiency had been glaringly evident during the Wild Dog Ridge raid. Most players' tactical instincts were not merely poor, they were catastrophic. As Qin Tian scrutinized the wounded swordsman, the injured man, and the rest of the Wanbao Guild members trembled inwardly, panic seizing their hearts. Even when Zhang Xingzi and his bandits had surrounded them earlier, they had not felt such paralyzing tension or dread. It was unavoidable. Qin Tian's fearsome visage, his overwhelming combat power, and the savage demon soldiers under his command had left an indelible impression. Just as despair swallowed the Wanbao Guild whole, pitch black and absolute, Qin Tian, gripping his blood-stained greatsword, strode slowly toward the wounded swordsman. Before all witnesses, he seized the man with his massive palm-sized tiger paw. The swordsman braced himself for his grim fate. Yet to his astonishment, Qin Tian did not devour him. Instead, he withdrew a healing pill retrieved earlier from Zhang Xingzi. Before the swordsman could react, Qin Tian forced the pill into his mouth. Its potency surged instantly through his veins. Though it did not restore him fully, his condition improved markedly. You are exceptional. I, the Great King, hold you in high regard. I offer you a chance. Tell me your name. With a low, resonant growl issuing from his cavernous maw, Qin Tian fixed the man with a piercing gaze. The swordsman hesitated, then replied weakly, I am Yan Nanfei. Yan Nanfei, excellent name. Will you accompany me back to my mountain? I happen to require a martial instructor. Yan Nanfei faltered mid-sentence, meeting Qin Tian's ferocious demon-slaying glare. I accept. What he'd nearly spoken vanished down his throat. He harbored no doubt refusal would earn him a swift, bloody decapitation. Well said. You possess keen judgment. Rest assured. Serve me faithfully, and I shall reward you handsomely. So saying, Qin Tian set Yan Nanfei gently upon the earth and tossed him a vial of healing pills. Recover your strength. I have questions for you. Yan Nanfei accepted the vial and immediately began cultivating to mend his wounds. Meanwhile, the Wanbao Guild members stood frozen, motionless. Even though dense forest loomed just beyond, not a single soul dared flee, not while those tiger eyes held them in their unblinking gaze. At the same time, the victorious players watched the scene unfold with rapt curiosity. Is this a cut scene? I'm utterly lost. Same here. Have we completed this hidden quest yet? Unlikely. As most players murmured among themselves, Lei Guyoshi suddenly bellowed, gather round. I've made a discovery. Hearing this, the board players rushed over, only to find Lei Guyoshi holding several books in his hands. Whoa! Where'd you get these? Qingtian Great Sage dropped them over there. I figured they'd be useful, so I picked them up. Lei Guyoshi explained. So, what do they contain? The crowd asked eagerly. The secret. No, a cosmic secret. These may well document the world-building of black myth, and from what I've glimpsed, its lore dwarfs all imagination. As he spoke, Lei Guyoshi opened a volume titled Gazetteer of the Four Seas. Typically, games will release information about their background and worldview on their official websites. However, black myth is different. Players still do not quite understand what kind of world they are currently in. The only way for them to gain some understanding of this world is through the initial game CG released by Black Myth. I initially thought that Black Myth did not provide a game background setting, but it seems that the officials encourage us players to explore this world ourselves. This book is the evidence. While saying this, Lei Gu opened the Sihai Fengwuzi in his hands and spoke to the other players present. According to the records in this book, the world of Black Myth is vast, mainly divided into three realms: the celestial realm, the human realm, and the underworld. The celestial realm is the abode of the immortals ruled by the Jade Emperor, whose heavenly court serves as the center of power. This Jade Emperor is also the ruler of the three realms. Upon hearing this, the players immediately associated it with the content of the opening CG. Thus, the ones aboard the flying ship in that CG should be from the celestial court. So who are they battling against? Isn't the celestial court the center of power in this world? Hold on, let me take a closer look. Saying this, Lei Gu continued to flip through the Sihai Fengwuzi in his hands. This book also mentions that the human realm is divided into four major continents: Dongshang, Shenzhou, Nanjian, Buzhou, Xinyo, Hezhou, and Beiju, Luzhou. It seems we are in Nanjianbuzhou, and according to the descriptions in this book, even birds would take years of non-stop flying to cross Nanjianbuzhou. Wow, the map of this world must be enormous. It can't be bigger than the entire blue star, right? That's for sure. A large map makes for great fun. I love exploring. Quiet down, let's listen to Lei Gu talk about what else is interesting in this world. With the eager eyes of the crowd on him, Lei Gu continued. The book mentions that apart from the 3 realms and 4 continents, there are also some special places such as the underworld's Inchao Difu managed by the 10 Yama kings responsible for the cycle of life and death. All living beings' lifespans are recorded in a book called the Book of Life and Death. There's also a place called Ling Mountain which has a temple named Dalian Temple, a sacred site of Buddhism, located in Xinyo where the Buddha and many bodhisattvas and arhats reside. In addition, there is also the Sihai Longgong and various blessed lands. These blessed lands either house immortals or reside with monsters. As Lei Gu spoke, a grand and mysterious worldview unfolded in the players' minds. Listening intently, the players could not help but show expressions of shock. Heavens, is the worldview of black myth really this complex? Now there's plenty to explore. The Langlang Mountain we are in must just be a tiny place. Just thinking about it is intriguing. When the day comes that I leave Langlang Mountain, I will definitely go to other places and see for myself. By the way, will the Celestial Court a Dragon Palace and Underworld be dungeons we need to conquer later on? It's possible. Think about it, we are all monsters, and the opening CG clearly shows a battle between the Monster Clan and the Celestial Court. Is our ultimate goal to attack the Celestial Court? Now that sounds a bit fun. No wonder Black Myth officials didn't directly release the background setting of this world. They want us to explore and solve the mysteries ourselves. Lei Gu, does it mention anything about that incident in the opening CG? I want to know who that person was at the end of the CG. Hearing this question, all the players' attention once again focused on Lei Gu. He quickly flipped through the Sihai Fengwuzi, and as he did so his eyes brightened. Yes, this section here seems to mention this matter. The book states that about 400 years ago, a powerful member of the Monster Clan was dissatisfied with the rule of the Celestial Court. So he raised a banner calling himself the Great Sage Equal to Heaven, and even attacked the Celestial Palace but was ultimately suppressed by the Celestial Court. I boldly speculate that the character who appeared at the end of the opening CG should be this Great Sage Equal to Heaven, though this is merely my speculation as the book contains only a few lines. Upon receiving this answer, the players could not help but show slight disappointment on their faces. Then what do the other books you have say? Wait a minute, let me take a look. Saying this, Lei Gu carefully put away the Sihai Fengwuzi and opened another book titled Ancient Secrets. As he looked, his expression changed. Brothers, the things recorded in this book are even more exciting. I can't explain it properly right now. How about this? I'll make a video about these 2 books later and I'll slowly explain everything in the video. I can give you a heads up, the background story of Black Myth is far more than just what I've mentioned. Those who enjoy the story can look forward to it. Seeing Lei Gu starting to tease them, the players were about to urge him when one player pointed towards Qin Tian and said, it seems the plot over there is about to begin. Upon hearing this, all players immediately shifted their attention to Qin Tian. At this moment, Yan Nanfeng had finished healing. Although not fully recovered, his injuries were significantly better. After expressing his gratitude to Qin Tian, he respectfully said, my lord, feel free to ask any questions. As long as I know, I will answer truthfully. Without further ado, Qin Tian directly inquired, where are you headed this time, and what business are you conducting? To report to the king, our destination this time is the western regions including, but not limited to the Zhuzi Kingdom, Wujiguo and Jisai Kingdom. The caravan carries rare treasures from Chang'an. Oh, you are going to such a distant place? Aren't you afraid of the monsters on the road? Qin Tian asked, a bit surprised. Afraid? How could we not be afraid? But a common porcelain item in the Tang dynasty can exchange for 100 taels of gold in the western regions. With such a profit, just making one deal can ensure a prosperous life for the rest of our days. Who could refuse that? I see. Qin Tian nodded in understanding. By the way, could you specify what goods your caravan is carrying? Is there a list or something? If possible, you don't have to go to the western regions. I will buy all your goods. What? When Qin Tian said this, Yan Nanfeng's expression changed immediately. My lord, could you leave us some, even just a little? The Merchant Association has many people relying on this deal to support their families. I think you misunderstood. This king intends to buy all your goods, not rob you. Does this king look like someone who buys things without paying? This left Yan Nanfeng even more shocked. Who would believe that a fierce and terrifying monster would say they wanted to buy all their goods? Although shocked due to Qin Tian's fierce presence, Yan Nanfeng ultimately brought forth the list of goods from the Wanbao Merchant Association. On the list were densely packed items numbering over 100, ranging from daily necessities to various rare treasures. There were even some divine weapons and armors forged by renowned artisans of the Tang dynasty, including both mundane items and some heavenly materials and treasures. For example, the last few items on the list. One was a celestial fruit obtained from a celestial mountain, which grants various supernatural abilities. When eaten, it is said to come from Fenglin continent, but the side effect is that strange things may grow on one's body. Another was a pill named Dingyan Dan, which can change one's appearance. It is said to have been created by a certain immortal. A celestial herb named Juicy Huanhuan Chao, which can bring back to life as long as the death time does not exceed the time of a stick of incense, provided the soul has not been taken by the underworld and the lifespan is not exhausted, originating from Juku continent. Finally, there was a treasure called Diling Zhu, which can be used to perform earth escape techniques. After seeing the descriptions of these extraordinary items, Qin Tian couldn't help but express his awe. Yuanbao Merchant Association is quite capable. You can obtain such things. You have quite a boldness, as well as such precious treasures are entrusted to you mortals for transport. That's natural. Our Wanbao Merchant Association is the largest merchant association in all of Nanzhan Buzhou. As for why we are the ones transporting these treasures, it's because no one else knows that these goods contain such treasures. Letting us mortals transport them minimizes the target. Yan Nanfeng explained. I see. As I mentioned earlier, I will buy all your goods. Take these things and follow me up the mountain. Rest assured, I will definitely not let you suffer any losses. Seeing that Qin Tian did not seem to be joking, Yan Nanfeng could only nod in agreement. Just then, Qin Tian casually sent a message to all players. Ding! Hidden Quest Merchant Caravan from afar completed. You have gained 500 points of Langlang Mountain reputation. At the same time, you have received a special reward Wanbao Merchant Association discount coupon, with which you can purchase various items from Wanbao Merchant Association at a 10 discount. Limited time event Wanbao Merchant Association is about to commence. During this period, players can purchase desired items from Wanbao Merchant Association, including cool costumes, face sculpting items, powerful supernatural abilities, and divine weapons. For event details, please check the official website. Furthermore, to meet the needs of players wanting to grind monsters, a new map, Shipan Mountain, is about to open with a wealth of spiritual resonance waiting for you to claim. Upon hearing this news, the players' eyes lit up in excitement. So this is what the hidden plot was all about. It looks like there are plenty of good things to buy. Let's hurry back and take a look. Is a new map opening again? Now we don't have to worry about competing for monsters. The Langlang Mountain Demon Village originally had no roads. Players created paths by gathering resources from the trees. As the players would say, a day without harvesting trees leaves them feeling restless. After walking for about an hour on the mountain path, the caravan of the Wanbao merchants arrived at the Langlang Mountain Demon Village. Throughout the journey, the members of the Wanbao merchants were filled with trepidation, especially with a group of peculiar-looking players accompanying them. Before entering the demon village, they had all mentally prepared themselves, believing that Langlang Mountain Demon Village would surely be in a dilapidated state. However, upon entering the village, they discovered that Langlang Mountain Demon Village was quite different from their expectations. Although it could not compare to human towns, it was thriving. Everything within the village was orderly. They could see neatly arranged houses, including thatched cottages, wooden houses, and brick buildings. Each had its own architectural style. In the adjacent open space, there were large piles of wood, stone, and heaps of meat being dried. This place resembled a human town more than a filthy demon village. The demons here seem a bit different from the legends. Just as the members of the Wanbao merchants were puzzled, Qin Tian pointed to several brick houses that the players had built not long ago. You can rest here today. If you need anything, just let them know and they will assist you. All right, my lord. By the way, move all your goods into my cave, and I will settle them for you one by one. After saying this, Qin Tian turned and walked towards his cave. Soon Yan Nanfeng instructed the merchants to unload all the goods from the caravan and carry them into Qin Tian's cave. Fortunately, Qin Tian's cave was spacious enough to accommodate dozens of carts of goods. So how do you plan to settle this? What do you want to exchange for? Inside the cave, Qin Tian sat high in his giant stone chair, looking down at the members of the Wanbao merchants. As the person in charge, Yan Nanfeng thought for a moment before responding, in theory we accept anything. Gold, jade, rare treasures. As long as the value is equivalent. I see, then let's settle this with gold. As he spoke, Qin Tian picked up a bag of gold he had found earlier in the Qingtian Great Sage's treasury. Upon seeing this, a bitter smile appeared on Yan Nanfeng's face. My lord, this. Before he could finish, Qin Tian interrupted him. Rest assured, I won't engage in any coercive transactions. After saying this, he called upon the system in his mind. System, can I exchange the world's origin for gold? As soon as he finished speaking, the system responded. Of course you can. How much gold can you get for a bit of the world's origin? 1 point of the world's origin can be exchanged for 1 ton of gold. Wait, what? 1 pound of gold? No, it's 1 ton, the system emphasized again. Is gold really that worthless? A wild boar can contribute 2 to 3 points of the world's origin. Can a wild boar really be exchanged for several tons of gold? That doesn't seem right. Inanimate objects cannot be compared to living ones. The world's origin required to create a living being is far greater than for inanimate objects. Living beings possess infinite potential. A wild boar could one day attain enlightenment and become immortal. That does make sense. Qin Tian reluctantly accepted the system's explanation. Moreover, this was the journey to the Westworld where gold indeed seemed to hold little value. In that case, please copy 10 tons of gold for me. Understood, host. Shortly after Qin Tian's words, a massive gold ingot appeared out of thin air before him. The moment the gold ingot appeared, the entire cave was bathed in a golden glow. The members of the Wanbao merchants, including Yan Nanfeng, could not help but widen their eyes. This is gold. Indeed, this is gold. This should be around 200,000 taels. Do you think it can buy all your goods? If that's not enough, I can give you another 200,000 taels. After saying this, Qin Tian had the system copy another gold ingot of the same size. At this point, Yan Nanfeng and the others were completely stunned. They stared blankly for a while before cautiously approaching to inspect the 2 massive gold ingots. After confirming that the enormous objects before them were indeed made of pure gold, sheer joy spread across their faces. In both the Tang dynasty and other countries in the South Sea, gold was absolute hard currency. Especially in the Tang dynasty, 1 tael of gold could buy 8,000 jin of rice, enough to feed a family of 3 for 20 years. The 2 massive gold ingots in front of them were equivalent to the annual tax revenue of some affluent regions. After the excitement, Yan Nanfeng and the others quickly regained their composure. They recalled that some demons could produce gold and silver through sorcery, and in time those gold and silver would turn to stone. However, Qin Tian had already seen through their thoughts. You can rest assured this gold is absolutely genuine. If you don't believe me, you can stay in my village for a while longer. Moreover, I have no reason to deceive you. Even if I were to kill you, your goods would still belong to me. Upon hearing this, Yan Nanfeng was rendered speechless. My lord, it seems we underestimated your intentions. Since you sincerely wish to purchase our goods, let us calculate how much gold you should receive. No need, or just tell me if these 2 ingots of gold are enough to buy all your goods. If not, I will add more. That's more than enough. Completely sufficient with some left over, Yan Nanfeng responded repeatedly. The surplus will be considered a reward for you. Next time, feel free to bring any good items here for me. You may find it challenging to carry so much gold. I have a storage bag here which I will give to you as well. As he spoke, Qin Tian took out a storage bag, placed the 2 giant gold ingots inside, and handed the storage bag to Yan Nanfeng. What Qin Tian did not expect was that at this moment Yan Nanfeng looked at the storage bag with even more eagerness than when he had seen the gold. Is this the legendary storage bag? I never expected my lord to possess such a rare treasure. Is the storage bag really precious? Qin Tian asked, puzzled. Naturally, such treasures can only be held by qi refiners. It is said that crafting them is extremely complex, hence they rarely circulate. Our boss has one which he exchanged for a hefty price from a qi refiner. Since we have received so much gold from you, accepting this storage bag seems a bit inappropriate. After saying this, Yan Nanfeng gritted his teeth and tore open his clothing, revealing his upper body. Under Qin Tian's puzzled gaze, he pulled out a bloodied item from a wound on his abdomen. Our Wanbao merchants value integrity in business. Since my lord has bestowed upon us such a precious treasure, we cannot let you suffer loss. I offer this treasure to you of my own volition. What is this? This is a sword pill, a rare treasure said to have originated from Mount Shu. It can be used to refine flying swords. I believe the qi refiner who came earlier sought it out. Sword pill. In surprise, Qin Tian's gaze fell upon the bloodied metallic orb in Yan Nanfeng's hand. Under the system's data display feature, its information immediately appeared. Sword pellet, sword embryo, a unique artifact. A concealed blade sealed within a spherical form capable of instantaneous deployment across 1,000 li. For Shu Mountain sword cultivators, it is a life-bound companion forged from celestial iron and secret Shu Mountain techniques. When cultivated within the Dantian, it matures into a flying sword whose rank and power ascend in tandem with its master's cultivation level. Its appearance and attributes likewise evolve in resonance with its master's Tao heart. An extraordinary treasure. This is a self-evolving artifact. If every player possessed one, could they not all become sword immortals? Overcome with delight, Qin Tian extended his hand and accepted the sword pellet from Yan Nanfei, examined it closely, then swallowed it whole, guiding it into his inner spatial realm for cultivation. This item pleases this great king immensely. Very well. Since you are a martial practitioner, allow this great king to offer you some guidance. Hearing these words, Yan Nanfei's expression flickered with genuine surprise. Does your majesty practice martial arts as well? A modest familiarity, nothing more. Yet I wield the sword while your majesty wields the saber. Must a saber wielder be disqualified from instructing a swordsman? Write down your sword art for me to examine. After a moment's hesitation, Yan Nanfei complied, transcribing his entire sword art, including both the foundational cultivation manual and the combat forms. Your majesty, here it is. The art I cultivate is called the Nurturing Self Sword Art, learned in my youth from an enigmatic master. I have practiced it diligently for 38 years. As he handed the manuscript to Qin Tian, Yan Nanfei spoke softly. Qin Tian, without pause, scanned the text thoroughly. Instantly, the skill, Nurturing Self Sword Art, appeared upon his personal interface. Without hesitation, he expended world essence to elevate it to its supreme mastery level. In that instant, a torrent of knowledge and embodied memory flooded his consciousness, as though he had performed the art countless times over lifetimes. In the blink of an eye, he transformed from a complete novice ignorant of sword Tao into a peerless sword grandmaster. Like the whirlwind saber art returned to origin cultivation and immovable stone art, before it the perfected Nurturing Self Sword Art now bore the inscription Derivation. Derivation, invest 5 points of world essence to refine this martial art into an advanced martial art. I shall see precisely how an advanced martial art differs from its mundane counterpart. Muttering inwardly, Qin Tian immediately invested 5 points of world essence into the Nurturing Self Sword Art. In the next breath, the characters blurred, and a cascade of entirely new memories surged through his mind. Within those memories, he had first mastered the Nurturing Self Sword Art to its absolute zenith. Then, struck by sudden enlightenment during practice, he had transcended its foundations, forging an entirely new sword art upon its bedrock. Sacred Spirit Sword Art, first tier, an advanced martial art. Mastery enables the severing of immortal beings with a single stroke. Invest 50 points of world essence to advance to the next tier. Feeling the profound resonance of the Sacred Spirit Sword Art within his mind, and gazing upon its description on his interface, Qin Tian's expression subtly shifted. It seems martial cultivation in this world need not yield to chi refinement after all. The foundational arts, the whirlwind saber art return to origin cultivation, surely harbor similar potential when advanced. Thus players may choose between martial cultivation and spiritual cultivation, an alternative path of vocation if you will. With that, his gaze turned to Yan Nanfei. This great king has just studied your sword art, and been moved to create an entirely new one. Observe closely. No sooner had the words left his lips than Qin Tian extended his tiger claw toward a Wanbao Trading Guild guard. In the next instant, the guard's long sword emitted a resonant trembling hum, then leapt from its scabbard, soaring into Qin Tian's waiting palm. Before Yan Nanfei could even register the motion, Qin Tian began executing the newly mastered Sacred Spirit Sword Art. Right before his eyes. Instantly, the cavernous chamber blazed with crisscrossing sword light and searing sword chi. When the final stance settled, the sword in his hand shattered into dust, while deep, terrifying gashes scarred the cavern walls. Yan Nanfei, having witnessed every moment, stood utterly speechless, mouth agape, eyes wide with yet alight with dawning exhilaration. Only after a long silence did he regain his composure, and immediately asked, "Your Majesty, truly a genius of the sword Tao. May I inquire the name of this art?" The Sacred Spirit Sword Art. The Sacred Spirit Sword Art. What a magnificent name! At that moment, a thought struck Qin Tian. His gaze shifted toward the line of Wanbao Trading Guild guards standing behind Yan Nanfei. Very well. This great king shall see the matter through to completion. You are all martial practitioners, are you not? Write down your respective arts for me to review. I shall offer guidance where needed. At his words, the guards erupted in jubilation, and eagerly set to transcribing their arts one after another. Dozens of guards produced dozens of distinct martial arts, spanning swordsmanship, saber techniques, fist methods, staff arts, body refining disciplines, lightness skills, throwing knife arts, and archery. Qin Tian accepted them all without discrimination. Through the system's agency, each was converted into a skill, and subjected to derivation. Before long, he possessed dozens of foundational and advanced martial arts alike. He then casually offered each guard a few terse, incisive remarks. Brief as they were, they proved revelatory, shattering mental barriers and igniting profound insight. Yan Nanfei, standing nearby, could only stare in mute astonishment. This great king's comprehension is nothing short of heaven-defying. With dozens of skills secured, Qin Tian synthesized them all into skill manuals, intending to list everyone in his marketplace. Foundational martial arts were uniformly priced at 500 Langlang reputation points plus 500 Lingyun. Advanced derivatives commanded 5000 reputation points and 5000 Lingyun apiece. Purchase granted immediate unlocking of the skill within the player's interface. These martial arts vastly expanded player choice. The most ingenious among them would surely innovate, transforming standard techniques into dazzling, unprecedented expressions. Their combat prowess would thus surge exponentially. You may withdraw now to rest, or depart freely if you wish. Should any need arise, speak plainly. Yan Nanfei, you recall your vow to this great king. From this day forth you shall serve as the Langlang Demon Fortress's martial instructor, training my demon soldiers in the arts of war. I shall uphold this duty without fail. After receiving instruction in the sacred spirit sword art, Yan Nanfei's demeanor toward Qin Tian had grown markedly more reverent. Withdraw. Shortly thereafter, Yan Nanfei led the Wanbao trading guild delegation from Qin Tian's cavern abode. Once they departed, Qin Tian turned his attention to the goods they had brought. For each item he commanded the system to analyze its properties, then listed it in his marketplace. Upon purchase, the system would replicate it automatically. Pricing varied widely, from mere dozens to tens of thousands of Lingyun, tailored precisely to each article's rarity and function. The least expensive items were daily necessities, garments and such, though aesthetically refined attire carried a modest premium. The most costly naturally were the rare treasures. A celestial fruit from Fonglin continent 50000 Lingyun, a youth-preserving pill 10000 Lingyun, a 9 lives revival grass 50000 Lingyun, an earth spirit pearl 50000 Lingyun. After reflection, Qin Tian added the sword pellet flying sword art and true manual of spirit talismans foundational volume to the marketplace. The sword pellet 10000 Lingyun. The flying sword art 10000 Lingyun. The true manual of spirit talismans foundational volume 50000 Lingyun. Finally, he uploaded every newly acquired skill manual en masse. What had once been a sparsely stocked marketplace now overflowed with hundreds of items. In an instant, it assumed the full grandeur of a true system marketplace. Having completed the listings, Qin Tian updated the official Black Myth website and dispatched a system-wide notification to every player. Ding! The Wanbao Trading Guild event has officially commenced. As the guild has delivered countless rare treasures from the distant Tang dynasty of the Eastern Land, the system marketplace now features a vast array of new commodities. During the event period, all players enjoy a 10% discount. Prices will revert to standard levels upon conclusion. Detailed information on all items is available for review within the marketplace. Players who had long awaited this announcement rushed to open the marketplace the moment the notification appeared. Upon seeing its dazzling array of artifacts and potent tools, their eyes gleamed with unbridled excitement. Holy, flying sword art. Does mastering this grant aerial flight? Sword pellet. It transforms into a flying sword. My word, combine it with the flying sword art, and I'm instantly a sword immortal. 9 lives revival grass. It grants resurrection on the spot. And look, facet customization tools. I regret choosing a boar demon avatar. So hideous. Now at last I can craft a handsome visage. So many outfits. The Mingguang armor is absolutely stunning. I must acquire it. That dress is exquisite too. Countless martial manuals, sword arts included. Can we redistribute attribute points? I'd like to discard the whirlwind saber art and commit fully to the sword. Ugh. Why are these so expensive? My Lingyun reserves are utterly depleted. Indeed. Every item tempts me, yet my Lingyun is pitifully scarce. I beg the developers open an official top-up channel. I'd willingly pay up to 30 yuan per Lingyun point. 30 yuan. I'll buy as much as you've got. Anyone selling Lingyun? Exactly. Hurry and activate the top-up system, you fools. Let's all voice our demands on the official website and forum. Urge them to launch the top-up channel immediately and release a first OPUP gift pack. My expectations are modest, perhaps some equipment enhancement vouchers. When does the new map open? I'm desperate to farm Lingyun. Yes, the bamboo rats at the mountain's base are nearly extinct. What if we tried breeding bamboo rats? I raised them before. They're astonishingly easy to rear. Regulations forbade it later, but my expertise remains sharp. Whoa. Brother, that's brilliant. Not just bamboo rats. Could other creatures be bred too? Then you won't sell rodents. You'll sell Lingyun? Or even cash. Far more profitable than real-world livestock farming. Let's go. Capture bamboo rats. No, we must test Toxic Fang Great King again. His death will yield immense Lingyun. Secret spawn point. Those interested transfer 500 yuan to me. Guaranteed minimum, return 100 Lingyun per hour. Send funds first if you wish to join. Fishing expedition at the rear mountain pond. Tonight we strike big. At that moment players saw only Lingyun in every moving thing. Every creature, every rustling leaf, every glinting dewdrop. As the officially designated currency in the Black Myth, the role of Lingyun is beyond doubt. It is required to level up skills, to forge equipment, and to purchase items in the shop. However, acquiring Lingyun is extremely difficult for players. It can only be obtained by killing monsters. The current problem is not that players cannot defeat those monsters, but rather that they cannot find enough of them. Especially after the third test, the animals behind Langlang Mountain have almost been wiped out by the players, forcing them to gradually expand their hunting grounds. After new items were updated in the shop, a large number of players began rushing down Langlang Mountain to acquire more Lingyun. Some players continued to hunt bamboo rats in the bamboo sea, while others ran to the nearby valley to hunt monkey groups. Other players made their way directly to the waters surrounding Langlang Mountain. However, another group headed straight for Wild Dog Ridge, comprising over 100 players, most of whom were from the first and second tests. Among them were members of the Battle God Hall, led by Wang, the members of the Battle Wolf team, led by Lung Feng, and several other guilds. Their sole purpose in heading to Wild Dog Ridge was to tackle the tough opponent, the Poison Tooth King, and secure the first completion of the battle. Not only would they be able to receive the first completion rewards, but they would also gain a substantial amount of Lingyun. The group moved quickly and soon arrived at the foot of Wild Dog Ridge. Following the previous wildfire, Wild Dog Ridge had nearly turned into a wasteland, with only the demon stronghold still standing bare. Looking at the demon stronghold atop Wild Dog Ridge, the players did not rush to attack, but instead chose to set up camp at the foot of the mountain and establish a temporary command center. Everyone, I believe you're all very short on Lingyun right now. To be honest, I am too. After playing so many games, this is the first time I've worried about money in a game. As the initiator of this assault, Wang from the Battle God Hall began with a pre-battle rally. The strength of the Poison Tooth King is well known. It is universally acknowledged that the stronger the monster, the more Lingyun you can obtain by defeating it. If we can take down the Poison Tooth King, each person can easily earn hundreds to thousands of Lingyun along with completion rewards. I won't mention anything else. I'm sure everyone wants the Destiny token. Upon hearing this, the players' eyes lit up. The official Black Myth website stated that killing the Poison Tooth King would 100 drop a Destiny token. Destiny token 8 million Poison Tooth King. Destiny token Poison Tooth King 8 million. Chairman Wang, you don't need to say so much. Just tell us your thoughts. How confident are we today in defeating the Poison Tooth King? At this moment, Lung Feng, the leader of the Battle Wolf team, suddenly spoke up. 60%, no, I think we should have 70% confidence. Wang from the Battle God Hall replied after some thought. Chairman Wang has so much confidence. The crowd looked surprised upon hearing that Wang from the Battle God Hall was 70% confident in defeating the Poison Tooth King. I didn't have it before today, but after today's update I do. The key issue lies in the items updated in the shop today. Upon hearing this, the over 100 players present exchanged glances. Today, the official store updated hundreds of items, including many powerful tools that can significantly enhance our combat abilities, like this Sword Chi talisman priced at 200 Lingyun. As he spoke, a yellow talisman appeared in Wang's hand. After taking out the yellow talisman, he didn't forget to share its attributes with the crowd. Sword Chi Talisman. Low-grade talisman can release a sword chi causing significant damage to the target upon use. Price 200 Lingyun. Upon seeing the item, attributes, the players' faces showed surprise. The shop has this. There are so many new items that I didn't really pay attention. This thing is a one-time item, right? One for 200 Lingyun, that's really expensive. It is indeed a bit pricey. You must think this item is expensive, but I assure you it is simply worth more than its price. Wang from the Battle God Hall suddenly became excited. Saying this, a look of struggle appeared on his face. After gritting his teeth, he tore apart the Sword Chi talisman in his hand. In the next second, a cold gleam of Sword Chi shot from his hand, piercing directly towards a large rock nearby. Sizzle. The Sword Chi instantly penetrated the rock, leaving a thumb-sized hole above. This sudden scene made the players present gasp in awe. Wow! Is this thing really that powerful? Goodness, even the Barret can't have such terrifying power. It went straight through the rock. Even an elephant couldn't withstand that blow. If this hit me, it would send me straight back to the demon stronghold. I can't believe there are such good things in the shop that I didn't discover. From this perspective, selling this for 200 Lingyun is truly not expensive. See, I told you this item is worth more than its price. So what do you think? Is it worth it? Wang from the Battle God Hall said with a pained expression. With 200 Lingyun, one would need to kill 20 bamboo rats to gather enough, and just that one attack wasted his effort on 20 bamboo rats. The crowd nodded in agreement. Of course, I was just giving an example. There are far more powerful items in the shop. There are diamond talismans to temporarily enhance defense, swift talismans to increase speed, and invisibility talismans to conceal oneself. With these talismans, our strength can be significantly enhanced from the original. My idea is for everyone to pool together to buy some powerful items, and then use these items to take down the Poison Tooth King. There are a total of 123 players present. If each contributes 100 Lingyun, we will have 12300 Lingyun, which can buy over 60 Sword Chi talismans. However, we definitely cannot use all of it to buy Sword Chi talismans. I have a plan which is like this. A few minutes later, over 100 players marched confidently towards the direction of the Wild Dog Ridge Demon Stronghold. Due to the players' relentless assaults earlier, all the demon soldiers at Wild Dog Ridge had already perished at their hands. The vast demon stronghold was left with only the Poison Tooth King as the sole commander. After being harassed by players for several days, the Poison Tooth King had even become too lazy to come out. Even when players provoked and insulted him wildly, he acted as if he couldn't hear. The players had already prepared for this. Old Six, it's your turn to take action. Stay alert and don't embarrass us. Okay, Chairman, replied Lu Zi from the Battle God Hall, who was following Wang as he took out a homemade loudspeaker and shouted towards the direction of the Wild Dog Ridge Demon Stronghold. Poison Tooth King, I curse your grandmother. Your mother, your grandmother, your father, your grandfather. At that moment, Lu Zi from the Battle God Hall sounded as if he had opened a public restroom spewing filth. Hearing his curses, the players nearby couldn't take it anymore. This guy has such low quality. Exactly, he curses too badly. However, he does pay attention to gender equality. After cursing the female relatives, he curses the male relatives, evenly distributing the insults. Only in Black Myth would he be able to say such things without being muted for a month in other games. Wrong, these words can't even be uttered. Just as Lu Zi from the Battle God Hall continued to curse increasingly foully, a terrifying killing intent suddenly emanated from deep within the Wild Dog Ridge Demon Stronghold. Ah! I will slaughter all of you ants. Kill, kill, kill. Accompanied by a voice filled with resentment, the Poison Tooth King appeared before the players. At this moment, the Poison Tooth King had only one thought in his mind: to kill all the players in front of him, even though he knew they could die and come back. However, upon seeing the Poison Tooth King in this state, the players did not feel afraid. Instead, they displayed looks of joy. Finally, we've got him. After the Poison Tooth King emerged from his lair, he headed straight towards the players. At this moment, the players were no longer the same as before. They were all too familiar with the various tactics of the Poison Tooth King. Their combat awareness and skills had greatly improved. Therefore, under the first wave of attacks from the Poison Tooth King, all the players survived. After a bout with the Poison Tooth King, some players voluntarily retreated from the battlefield, leaving it to experts like Lung Feng and Chen Zhua. Having dodged a lethal strike from the Poison Tooth King, Lung Feng turned to those around him and said, "Use the Diamond Talisman and the Divine Movement Talisman." After saying this, he took out 2 yellow talismans from his pocket and tore them apart. In the next moment, 2 beams of white and gold light surged into his body. As the 2 beams of light entered his body, he was enveloped in a faint golden glow. With a single movement, he sprang over 10 meters away, his speed more than tripled. The others were equally decisive, activating both the Diamond Talisman and the Divine Movement Talisman. With the enhancement of these 2 talismans, the player's strength experienced a qualitative leap. Over 10 players continuously darted around the Poison Tooth King, occasionally landing a cut or shooting an arrow at him. Though the damage was minimal, it was highly insulting. The Poison Tooth King's eyes turned red at a visible rate, his anger gradually overcoming his rationality. He paid no heed to anything else and unleashed his full power to pursue the players. After enduring an attack from the Poison Tooth King, with the Diamond Talisman, Lung Feng suddenly shouted, "Xiao Zhuang, now's the time." As soon as he finished speaking, a steel arrow suddenly pierced the Poison Tooth King's right eye, the arrow's tail still attached to an invisibility talisman. Swoosh! The sharp arrow penetrated the Poison Tooth King's right eye without any hindrance. However, this was just the beginning. He Chun Guang, move now! In the next second, a person suddenly emerged from the ground beside the Poison Tooth King. It was He Chun Guang from the Battle Wolf Squad. He was also affixed with a yellow talisman known as the Breath Concealment Talisman. Taking advantage of the Poison Tooth King's unguarded state, He Chun Guang suddenly tore open a Sword Chi talisman. Whoosh! The sharp Sword Chi shot out instantly and accurately struck the Poison Tooth King's body, exploding into a spray of blood on his serpent form. With injuries to both his eye and torso, the Poison Tooth King completely lost his sanity. He turned and swung his massive tail toward He Chun Guang. Facing the incoming attack, He Chun Guang showed no intention of dodging. Just then, another figure leaped down from a nearby cliff. Precisely, this figure landed directly on the Poison Tooth King's head, knocking him down, while that person thrust a long knife fiercely into the Poison Tooth King's other eye. Once again suffering a severe blow, the Poison Tooth King could not help but open his mouth wide, letting out a painful howl. At that moment, 3 arrows affixed with talismans flew into his mouth. Boom! 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 Accompanied by 3 loud explosions, flames erupted from the Poison Tooth King's mouth. The violent blasts instantly destroyed the internal structure of his mouth and even injured his brain. Thud! Under the severe injury, the Poison Tooth King's massive serpentine body crashed heavily to the ground, and the already dwindling health bar had only a sliver left. Seeing this scene, the players who had just withdrawn from the battle rushed towards the Poison Tooth King like ants drawn to honey. Quick! Everyone take the opportunity to finish him off. Don't kill him with a single blow, just get the assist. Everyone line up orderly, 1 by 1 hit each. 5 minutes later, as the last player landed the finishing blow, the last sliver of health from the Poison Tooth King was completely depleted. The leader of the demon clan from the Wild Dog Ridge perished at the hands of a group of newly initiated cultivators. The moment the Poison Tooth King met his end, all players received a system notification. Ding! You participated in the kill of a level 4 demon beast and earned 720 spirit essence points. Ding! You gained 600 battle points. Ding! You earned 1,000 reputation points for the Langlang Mountain. Ding! The ultimate boss of the Wild Dog Ridge, the Poison Tooth King, has been defeated. You have successfully cleared the Wild Dog Ridge siege battle. You have received the first clear reward, which includes title, Conqueror of Wild Dog Ridge Special Achievement, Siege and Capture, and the equipment crafting interface for the Poison Tooth King series has been unlocked, including the following: Poison Tooth King's Serpent Spear, Poison Tooth King's Black Scale Armor. Unlocking this equipment requires submitting the Poison Tooth King's corpse to the Great Sage of the Sky. Hearing the prompt in their minds, over 100 players on the scene were ecstatic, more excited than if they had received a promotion. We finally cleared it. That was incredibly difficult. After playing games for so many years, this dungeon can be said to be the hardest, no exceptions. It took us several days altogether. Today is my 18th challenge against the Poison Tooth King. I thought I would never defeat it in my lifetime. Damn, we actually spent 5 hours this time. It's not just a matter of time, it's the psychological pressure. Other games have the screen as a barrier, but Black Myth is a direct confrontation with the boss. If even a novice village boss is this exceptionally strong, I can't imagine how difficult the later dungeons and bosses will be. Although it's hard, I am very excited, and nothing has ever given me such a strong sense of accomplishment. Difficult as it was, the clearing rewards are indeed plentiful. I have over 700 spirit essence points. And battle points? The Poison Tooth King actually contributed 600 battle points to me. Is it possible that this title is the most valuable? Based on my guess, with the death of the Poison Tooth King, the Wild Dog Ridge dungeon will cease to exist, and there won't be another boss named Poison Tooth King, so this title will be unique to us over 100 people. That makes sense. This alone would drive those who have a collecting obsession crazy. Not to mention, this title is quite cool. As he spoke, a player looked up at his head. Above him, 6 large characters glowing with a faint green light loomed, surrounded by a giant snake. Though the title had no attributes, being stylish was a lifelong affair. After the excitement, the players' gazes collectively turned towards the corpse of the Poison Tooth King. More precisely, towards the treasure chest that was forming next to the Poison Tooth King's body. Once the chest was fully formed, the eyes of the 100+ players revealed a hint of anticipation and excitement. According to the official website of Black Myth, the Poison Tooth King guaranteed a 100 drop of the Fate Token. Besides the Fate Token, they believed the Poison Tooth King would surely bring them other surprises. After some discussion, the players decided that the one who had opened the Fate Token last time, Shuangmian Feiyong, would open this treasure chest. Shuangmian Feiyong, just like last time, bowed to the treasure chest before starting to open it. As the chest opened, various items, sparkling with different glows, presented themselves before them. These included 2 tokens, 2 books, 2 pieces of equipment, and a magical artifact. Upon seeing these items, the players' eyes sparkled, and many players even trembled with excitement. Among those 2 tokens was one they had longed for, the Fate Token. The other token was also remarkable, named the Guild Establishment Token. In addition, the subsequent items were evidently valuable just by their names. We've struck it rich. This is truly a windfall. Although players were already aware that the Poison Fang King would definitely drop the Destiny Token before they strategized against him, when the Destiny Token actually appeared, the players present couldn't help but feel excited. They knew that they would soon be able to share the spoils, and based on the last auction price they could expect to get at least tens of thousands this time. Thinking of this, the players present turned their gazes towards the leaders of the War God Palace, including Wang Zong and Leng Feng. Among the players present, they were the most powerful, and the final ownership of the Destiny Token would surely belong to one of them. At this moment, Wang Zong from the War God Palace took the lead and said, "Everyone, just like before, we will determine the final ownership of these items through an auction. No objections, right? Since everyone agrees, then the bidding will begin. The first item up for auction is this Destiny Token. The function and value of the Destiny Token should need no further explanation from me. The starting price is 1 million with each increment no less than 1000000. Let the bidding commence." After saying this, he picked up a stick he found nearby and struck it hard on the head of the Poison Fang King. In the next second, the players began to place their bids. Unlike last time, when only a few people competed for the Destiny Token, this time, many more players participated in the bidding thanks to the entry of powerful players like the Emperor Penguin and Gang Yi into the Black Myth. 1. 8 million. 2. 5 million. 3 million. 5 million. 8 million. As before, Leng Feng directly raised the price to 8 million. However, the outcome was different this time. Not long after Leng Feng announced the 8 million bid, the president of the Penguin Legion under the Emperor Penguin reported 9 million. When he announced 9 million, Leng Feng's expression remained largely unchanged, but Wang Zong of the War God Palace showed a shocked expression. "What the hell, is this guy an idiot?" As soon as he finished this sentence, the leader of the General Order Guild under Gang Yi raised the price to 9.5 million. Clearly both sides were caught up in a fierce competition. "Two idiots," Wang Zong of the War God Palace muttered under his breath again. At the same time, in the real-world military research center for Black Myth in the imperial capital of the Dragon Kingdom, a group of big shots from various fields turned their attention to the large screen ahead. The large screen was currently broadcasting live footage from within the Black Myth game. When they saw the representatives of the Emperor Penguin and Gang Yi competing with Leng Feng for the Destiny Token, their expressions varied. Li Dingwa, the project leader, immediately said to a young man beside him who bore the insignia of a junior officer, "Contact the relevant leaders of the Emperor Penguin group and the Gang Yi group and inform them that the military intends to acquire this Destiny Token." "Yes, sir." After Li Dingwa issued this order, not long after, senior executives from the Emperor Penguin group and Gang Yi group received calls from the military of the Dragon Kingdom. They were immediately drenched in cold sweat upon hearing this. Soon after, the Penguin Legion and General Order Guild in the Black Myth world simultaneously announced their withdrawal from the auction for the Destiny Token. At this point, the price of the Destiny Token had already been raised to over 20 million by the two parties. However, due to their voluntary withdrawal, the second Destiny Token ultimately fell into Leng Feng's hands. Seeing this scene, the players present couldn't help but sigh repeatedly. Although 8 million was already a high price, who wouldn't want to share a little more? With the ownership of the Destiny Token now settled, everyone's attention shifted to the second auction item. At this moment, Wang Zong from the War God Palace had already displayed the information regarding this second item. Guild Establishment Order Special Item. Upon use, can establish a guild attracting like-minded players to join, unlocking guild gameplay, and can apply for a guild residence at Qingtian Dasheng, and can upgrade the guild residence to a guild city using the city construction order. Upon seeing the attributes of this item, many people's eyes in the audience began to burn with excitement. For ordinary players, this item might not have much significance. But for those who wanted to develop a guild force and enhance their influence within Black Myth, this item's value was no less than that of the Destiny Token. More importantly, this guild establishment order was currently the only one in the game. Whoever obtained it would be able to establish the number 1 guild. Now we will start the auction for this second item with the same starting price of 1 million, and each increment no less than 1000000. Let the bidding begin. Wang Zong from the War God Palace struck the gavel again, and a fierce battle officially commenced. The leaders of various guilds clearly received the communicated information from their superiors, and the prices they shouted were higher one after another. 3 million, 6 million, 9 million. In less than a minute, the price of the guild establishment order soared to 12 million and showed no signs of stopping. As soon as the president of the Penguin Group shouted 12 million, the president of the General Order Guild immediately called out 15 million. Next, the president of the Dodi Guild under the Character Group immediately shouted 18 million. The major forces competed fiercely, and soon the price of the guild establishment order reached an astonishing figure beyond everyone's imagination. "I bid 50 million. After a long silence, Wang Zong from the War God Palace finally made his move, and when he did, it was spectacular. When he called out the price of 50 million, the entire venue erupted. "What the hell? 50 million? Is this Dragon Kingdom currency? I don't even have this much in my poker game. I only see this amount when I visit my grandpa's grave. Are they all crazy? Spending so much money for a game item? Isn't it just a guild establishment order? Is it really worth that much? You don't understand. They're not just competing for a guild establishment order but for the number 1 guild. Whoever gets this guild establishment order can rightfully establish a guild in Black Myth, and it will be the first guild in Black Myth with countless benefits. Even so, it's not worth 50 million. You're still too young. This 50 million not only buys the title of the first guild in Black Myth but can also go viral. It goes without saying that this will definitely be trending on Douyin tomorrow. If all goes well, this guild establishment order will become the most valuable item in gaming history. Other games may not be worth it, but this is Black Myth. Based on its current performance, it is destined to become the number 1 game in Blue Star. The title of the first guild in the best game in Blue Star is worth 50 million in my opinion. While the players debated excitedly, the faces of leaders from several other guilds revealed signs of hesitation. Indeed, they were backed by large companies like Emperor Penguin and Gang E, but their identities were merely high-ranking employees, and a price of 50 million was beyond their decision-making capabilities. As for Lung Feng, he had not participated in the bidding for the guild establishment order from the beginning as it held no significance for him. He did not need the hollow title of the number 1 guild. Therefore, in the end, the guild establishment order was acquired by Wang Zong from the War God Palace for the exorbitant price of 50 million. Despite spending 50 million, Wang Zong's face was filled with excitement. In other games, our War God Palace is the top guild, and in Black Myth we must also be the top guild. Beside him, Lu Zi from the War God Palace said with a complex expression, "Big brother, is it worth it? That's 50 million. It's worth it. I have a feeling that this guild establishment order will create value far exceeding 50 million for me." In the War God Hall, after President Wang secured the guild building order for an astronomical sum of 50 million, all present were elated, especially those players who would receive a share of the money. Dividing 50 million among over 100 players means each person could receive several hundred thousand. In many places in Long Country, that amount could buy a house or a reasonably good car. The thought of making enough from playing a game to buy a house or a car only fueled their excitement further. Black Myth is my bread and butter. No, Black Myth is my biological father. Once I log off later, I'll uninstall all games from my phone and computer. I'm afraid Black Myth might misunderstand me. I've played games for over 10 years, and I've only ever spent money. This is my first time earning money from a game. Enough said. From now on, I plan to live in Black Myth 247. I'll stock up on glucose and adult diapers at home, and hire a caregiver to help me turn over and massage my muscles now and then. What's the difference between that and being a vegetable? Although your idea isn't bad. I absolutely love playing Black Myth. While everyone was excited, President Wang of the War God Hall picked up the third item dropped by the Poison Fang King. As per tradition, he showcased the attributes of this item to the crowd. Sword Control Technique, a sword cultivator skill that unlocks the sword control skill in the skill panel upon use, allowing remote control of flying swords for attacks. After reaching the second level, it unlocks sword control flight. Requirements for learning refining chi at the first level. To activate this skill, a flying sword is required. With just one glance, the gazes of all players present turned fervent. It is not an exaggeration to say that every person from Long Country has fantasized about flying with a sword soaring above the skies, and controlling a flying sword to behead someone from 1,000 miles away. Now, with such an opportunity to realize their sword-flying dreams right before them, how could they not be excited? Of course, if it were merely a game mechanic, they might not have been so thrilled. What truly thrilled them was that the skills learned in Black Myth could be translated into the real world. Mastering the sword control technique in the game meant they would also have it in reality. This meant that one day they could soar through the skies in the real world, flying with their swords. Just thinking about it felt absolutely exhilarating. Sword control technique. It's the latest addition to the shop. This guy is incredibly lucky. He actually uncovered the sword control technique. This thing sells for 100,000 Lingyun in the shop. I can only imagine how high the bidding will go. Damn it, just thinking about such an amazing skill slipping through my fingers makes my teeth itch with frustration. Think positively. Although you can't get the sword control technique, you will still receive some money. It's just 100,000 Lingyun. If you save up slowly, you will eventually get it. Sigh. While we are still in close combat with monsters, those damned Peidoan players will already be attacking them from a distance with flying swords. How frustrating is that? No way. I need to grind for Lingyun to gather 100,000 Lingyun to buy the sword control technique. The players' desire for the sword control technique had clearly surpassed their interest in the previous destiny token. President Wang of the War God Hall evidently noticed this. It seems everyone is eager for the sword control technique, so let's set the starting bid lower this time. Starting bid is 100,000 coins, and each subsequent bid must increase by at least 100. The auction begins. As soon as he finished speaking, almost all the players jumped into the bidding. The price of the sword control technique soared rapidly. In just half a minute it reached 1 million. However, 1 million was merely its starting point. 150,000,200,000,250,000,300,000. Before long it climbed to 5 million. No one continued to bid after this price. Unlike the Destiny token and guild building order, which cannot be purchased in the shop, the sword control technique can be bought with Lingyun. According to the current internal purchase price of Lingyun among Black Myth players, 100,000 Lingyun could theoretically be acquired for 3 million. Of course, this is just theoretical. In reality, most players would not sell their Lingyun since it is too scarce. 450000 once. 450000 twice. 450000 three times. Congratulations to Linghu Guild's President Linghu Chong for acquiring this sword control technique. As the envious gazes of the players surrounded him, President Wang of the War God Hall handed the sword control technique book to Linghu Chong, also known as Lin Xiaotian. At the moment he received the skill book, his hands trembled, revealing just how excited he was. He could already envision himself flying with a sword in the real world. Alright, next we will auction today's fourth item, which is also a skill book. As he spoke, President Wang of the War God Hall showcased the fourth item dropped by the Poison Fang King. True Explanation of Spirit Talisman's Basic Edition, a lifestyle auxiliary skill that upon use unlocks the auxiliary skill of drawing talismans in the skill interface. With the right talisman brush and paper, one can draw various talismans with different effects. The higher the skill level, the higher the success rate of drawing talismans and the more types of talismans unlocked. Previously, players would have no idea what this was for, but after experiencing the recent battle they had gained some understanding of talismans as special consumable items. To put it bluntly, if it weren't for the talismans bought with pooled Lingyun, they would not have easily defeated the Poison Fang King. So it turns out talismans can not only be bought from the shop, but they can also be drawn by oneself. Of course, in the future when everyone goes into dungeons and grinds monsters, they will definitely rely on talismans. Talismans are consumables. Whoever learns to draw them will be swimming in Lingyun. Life players are ecstatic. I'm saying I'll no longer learn skills. I'll just specialize in drawing talismans, stockpiling millions, or even tens of millions of talismans and activating them all at once. What boss could withstand that? Learning this is no different from printing money. I heard that some people have made a fortune from alchemy, but I don't have much talent for it. All the herbs I found were wasted. If I had known, I would have just sold the herbs I found. The starting bid for True Explanation of Spirit Talisman's Basic Edition is 100,000 coins. Each subsequent bid must increase by no less than 100. Everyone can start bidding now. As soon as President Wang of the War God Hall finished speaking, the players once again began a fierce bidding war. The price increase was no less vigorous than that of the previous sword control technique. Originally, Lung Feng did not plan to participate in the auction for True Explanation of Spirit Talisman's Basic Edition. However, at that moment, he suddenly saw a line of text floating in the sky. Major Lung Feng talismans may also have utility in the real world. Please be sure to acquire this True Explanation of Spirit Talismans for our research. Upon seeing this line, the previously quiet Lung Feng immediately raised his right hand. I bid 5 million. As soon as he spoke, all eyes in the room were drawn to him, as the last bid had only reached 800,000. Without any surprise, Lung Feng directly secured the True Explanation of Spirit Talismans at the high price of 5 million. He learned it immediately and then quietly logged off. As soon as he logged off, a crowd surrounded him, all of whom were big names in the field of science in Long Country. Their sole purpose in approaching him was to confirm whether the talismans in Black Myth could also function in the real world just like the previous pills. If previously the Longwa government had treated Black Myth merely as an extraordinary video game, its stance underwent a radical transformation once the martial arts techniques from Black Myth proved practicable in the real world, and once the elixirs depicted therein demonstrated genuine efficacy in reality. To this end, the Longwa government established a dedicated research team, expanding upon its original project group, specifically tasked with studying artifacts extracted from Black Myth. Within just 2 days, several eminent medical researchers from the Longwa Capital Medical University successfully formulated multiple highly effective pharmaceuticals using alchemical recipes brought forth by Colonel Lung Feng, achieving remarkable results in clinical trials. It was precisely for this reason that upon the emergence of the true scripture of spirit talisman, scientists at the Black Myth Research Center urgently instructed Lung Feng to secure it at all costs. Colonel Lung Feng, might we see what lies within the true scripture of spirit talismans? Asked an academician from the Langlang Academy of Sciences, speaking directly and without preamble. Lung Feng naturally complied without hesitation. I require a spirit brush, spirit paper, and cinnabar, preferably premium-grade cinnabar. The spirit paper must be yellow paper, not ordinary paper. The brush must be a fine goat hair brush. Immediately after Lung Feng voiced his requirements, personnel sprang into action. Within half an hour, every item he requested lay before him. Once preparations were complete, Lung Feng took a deep breath, lifted the spirit brush, dipped it into the cinnabar, and began meticulously inscribing talismanic sigils, following the precise instructions laid out in the true scripture of spirit talismans. As the brush traced intricate lines across the yellow paper, a subtle, inexplicable shift rippled through the surrounding heavens and earth. Yet even before this faint resonance could fully manifest, fissures began spiderwebbing across the yellow paper, as though it could no longer bear the weight of the celestial script upon it. Before he could complete even a single talisman, the yellow paper shattered into fragments. This astonishing spectacle left every onlooker utterly stunned. Lung Feng sighed helplessly. It appears ordinary paper from our world cannot withstand the Tao script of black myth. Upon hearing these words, those present exchanged varied expressions. Tao script? What is Tao script? Asked the same academician from the Langlang Academy of Sciences, curiosity alight upon his face. Tao script refers to a unique set of symbols, native to the black myth world. According to the true scripture of spirit talismans, these characters emerged spontaneously at the dawn of creation, the most primordial and harmonious expression of the Tao itself. Precisely because they resonate so profoundly with the Tao, talismans inscribed with Tao script unleash extraordinary effects. Having heard Lung Feng's explanation, the assembled scholars wore expressions caught between enlightenment and bewilderment. At that moment, another academician, this one specializing in material science at the Langlang Engineering Academy, spoke up. If yellow paper fails, why not test alternative substrates? Blue Planet possesses countless material varieties. Surely one must suffice. Should conventional materials prove inadequate, synthetic composites may succeed. There must exist a viable substitute. Indeed, alternatives exist, but their cost may be prohibitively high, replied Lung Feng, nodding thoughtfully. What material? Jade, premium quality jade. As recorded in the true scripture of spirit talismans, talismans inscribed upon fine jade yield greater potency and significantly higher success rates than those drawn on yellow paper. Having heard this, Li Dinghua immediately declared, Jade, I'll have someone procure it at once, and promptly placed a call. Half an hour later, an assortment of jade specimens, diverse in type, shape, and size, was delivered before Lung Feng. Hetian jade, jadeite shuyu dushan jade. Nearly every major variety native to Langlang. Among them were several massive pieces, each larger than an adult human head. Lung Feng selected a palm-sized slab of Hetian jade, examined it briefly, and resumed his talismanic inscription. This time, unlike before, he inscribed a full sequence of Tao script upon the jade with seamless fluency. At the completion of his final stroke, a brilliant white light flashed across its surface. The instant the light flared, everyone present sensed an undeniable yet indescribable change emanating from the jade. As all eyes remained fixed upon the Hetian jade in Lung Feng's hand, its surface etched with enigmatic sigils, a flicker of triumph lit his own expression. It succeeded. His declaration ignited a spark in every gaze. Hope and anticipation now shimmering in their eyes as they beheld the jade talisman. Colonel Lung Feng, what kind of talisman have you inscribed? And what effect does it produce? Upon hearing the question, Lung Feng offered a clear explanation. This is a low-tier talisman, the Vajra talisman. Once activated, it generates a magical barrier capable of shielding the user from physical harm. Oh, truly so extraordinary. Might we witness its activation firsthand? Certainly. After nodding his assent, Lung Feng bit open his fingertip before letting a single drop of blood fall onto the jade talisman. The moment the blood touched the talisman, radiant light blazed forth. Then a shimmering golden aura surged outward from within the jade, coalescing into a translucent golden-hued spherical shield enveloping Lung Feng's body. As the gilded barrier manifested around him, every observer widened their eyes in utter disbelief. This is simply beyond comprehension. Never imagined talismans from black myth could truly function in our world. Astonishing, utterly astonishing. How is this possible? What is the underlying principle? I suspect conventional science cannot explain it. It lies beyond science's very boundaries. Unfathomable that such a thing originated from a mere game. I grow increasingly convinced black myth did not originate on Blue Planet. Perhaps it is a creation of some advanced civilization. Indeed, Though we know not the intent behind its arrival on Blue Planet, one truth remains irrefutable: we must seize this opportunity with both hands. It is heaven's gift to Longwa. While the others voiced awe and speculation, Colonel Li Dingwa, still clad in uniform, stepped forward, seized a glass tumbler from the side, and hurled it toward Lung Feng with full force. Bang! Before the glass could make contact, it struck the seemingly delicate golden barrier encircling Lung Feng, and halted instantly. Clatter! The tumbler shattered upon impact with the floor. Observing this, Li Dingwa gave a curt nod, then strode out of the laboratory. When he returned moments later, he carried a rifle. Fixing the bayonet, he lunged forcefully at Lung Feng, only for the blade to meet the same golden resistance. Repeated thrusts yielded identical results. By now, the onlookers stood awestruck by the Vajra talisman's exceptional defensive power. Then, without warning, Li Dingwa drew his sidearm, aimed squarely at Lung Feng, and fired. A deafening crack echoed as a gleaming brass bullet shot forward at tremendous velocity. At the gunshot's report, everyone in the lab froze in shock, only to be rendered speechless by what followed. The bullet struck the golden barrier surrounding Lung Feng, and stopped dead in midair, then dropped soundlessly to the floor. At the moment the bullet clinked against the floor, every face in the room contorted in sheer uncomprehending astonishment, as if confronting the impossible. No one expected the performance of the Vajra talisman to reach such a level. Not only could it withstand cold weapon attacks, but it could also stop bullets from firearms. After the initial shock, the laboratory was in an uproar. What's going on? This thing can even block bullets. Incredible, truly incredible. The effect of the Vajra talisman is beyond my expectations. It seems that the items in Black Myth indeed cannot be explained by science. After decades in research, I suddenly realized that science may not be the only truth in this world. I wonder what the limits of this thing are. I think it should be able to block rifle bullets without issue. Perhaps even more than that. If we could apply this thing to our existing weaponry, it might unleash unexpected effects. I have the same thought. Tanks, fighter planes, aircraft carriers. If we could apply the Vajra talisman to these, we wouldn't need such heavy armor, greatly reducing their weight. Not just that, spacecraft and individual combat equipment, even civilian vehicles could also benefit from it. Perhaps we should change our research direction in the future. A gray-haired academician from the Long Kingdom Academy of Sciences said seriously. At that moment, Li Dingwa, the project leader of Black Myth, also showed a thoughtful expression. His military background led him to think of things completely different from those of the scientists present. In the next moment, he turned his gaze to Lung Feng. Major Lung Feng, I remember during the live broadcast, you mentioned a talisman called the Invisibility Talisman, right? Yes, Chief. Lung Feng nodded. Is there also one called the Godspeed Talisman? Exactly, Lung Feng nodded again. So if we could find a way to apply the Invisibility Talisman and Godspeed Talisman to missiles or aircraft carriers. Li Dingwa had not finished speaking when the eyes of everyone present lit up. However, Lung Feng showed an awkward expression at the mention. Report, Chief. My talisman creation skill hasn't been upgraded yet, so I haven't unlocked these two types of talismans. Then hurry up and log in to upgrade your talisman creation skill. Don't waste time in the real world. Li Dingwa urged. Understood, Chief. By the way, Chief, I just captured the Tianming token and Lingfu True Resolution for some money. I have arranged for someone to transfer the money to other players. In the future, if you encounter any game items you think are valuable, feel free to capture them without worrying about costs. Yes, Chief. After saying this, Lung Feng eagerly put on the Black Myth game helmet and entered the world of Black Myth. Since he had spent considerable time in the real world, when he logged in, the remaining items had already been auctioned off. Each item's final price was no less than 500,000. The players participating in this assault were truly reaping substantial rewards. When Lung Feng logged in, they were struggling to dismember the corpse of the Venomous Tooth King. After all, the system had previously mentioned that submitting the Venomous Tooth King's corpse to the Celestial Sage would unlock the related set. Fortunately, the Venomous Tooth King's body was large enough that even with more than 100 people, everyone received some scales, bones, and the like. Naturally, the newly logged in Lung Feng was no exception. After obtaining these materials from the Venomous Tooth King's corpse, the players joyfully headed towards the Wild Dog Ridge monster village. At this point, they still needed to complete one last task: searching the houses. Based on my years of gaming experience, I believe there must be good stuff in the Venomous Tooth King's lair. In the crowd, a player named Lei Gu, who had 2 scales on his back and a venomous tooth hanging from his waist, confidently spoke to others. I think so too. There might be unexpected surprises waiting for us. Then what are we waiting for? Let's move faster. As they spoke, the players quickened their pace. Before long, they arrived at the summit of Wild Dog Ridge. After a search, they found a cave at the top. Before entering the cave, they could already smell a strong stench. When they bravely walked in, they immediately saw heaps of bones piled up like small mountains. Among these bones were both animals and humans. From their appearance, it could be inferred that they had been devoured by the venomous Tooth King. Seeing this scene, the players couldn't help but frown. How disgusting! Only Black Myth would dare to portray such scenes. In other domestic games, they would be censored with mosaics. Ugh, can we turn off the sense of smell? I can't take it anymore, it stinks too much. By the way, how did Black Myth manage to make players experience smell in the game? Probably by releasing electrical signals from the game helmet to stimulate our brain nerves. Is that real? I'm just guessing, I have no idea. Just endure it, there must be good things in here. The group held their breath against the foul odor in the cave, taking steps forward. After passing through a series of narrow passages, they finally arrived at a relatively spacious underground space. Compared to the outside, this underground space wasn't as stinky, and they could even see some rudimentary stone furniture. Besides that, the most eye-catching sight were the giant white eggs, each larger than an ostrich egg. Numerous white giant eggs lay quietly in a large pit, contrasting sharply with the surrounding filthy environment. Seeing these giant eggs, the players couldn't help but have their eyes light up. Sure enough, there are indeed good things. These must be the eggs of the venomous Tooth King. They should be. No wonder he hasn't left here after being disturbed for so long. It turns out to be because of these eggs. Oh, what a great fatherly love. Let's help them reunite. Although they hadn't hatched yet, they should still provide spiritual resonance. Great idea. A family should be together. By the way, isn't the venomous Tooth King male? How did he lay eggs? Perhaps he is hermaphroditic. Just as everyone was preparing to go destroy those snake eggs, the god of war temples Wang Zong suddenly blocked their way. Wait a moment, don't be hasty. I think we don't have to break all these eggs. If they can hatch, wouldn't we have pets? His words immediately enlightened the other players present. That makes sense. Then let's each take one. That should be enough. Alright, one for each, let's take them back and see if we can hatch them. After saying this, everyone picked one of the white giant eggs to pack and take away. They didn't waste the extra ones, taking all of them. After collecting these white giant eggs, the players began rummaging through the venomous Tooth King's lair like bandits. Anything that appeared within their sight was searched thoroughly, especially boxes and water jars. They opened whatever could be opened and smashed whatever couldn't. After a thorough search, they indeed found some valuable items, including several weapons and armors collected by the venomous Tooth King, as well as some precious herbs. These items were eventually auctioned off by the players. After finding these items, the players didn't give up and continued exploring the cave, fearing they might miss any valuable items. While searching, one player suddenly shouted, come look, I found something good." Everyone gathered around him when they heard this. The player excitedly held up several letters. Upon seeing it was letters, the players couldn't help but feel disappointed. "Oh, just this. I thought it was something valuable. It's just a few letters, what's so good about this?" Seeing the disinterest on everyone's faces, the player who found the letters hurried to explain. "You guys don't understand. These are not ordinary letters. I suspect these letters are related to the game's subsequent plot. Don't believe me? Look at this letter." He then took out one of the letters to show everyone. The envelope read, "To the foolish brother," and the signature in the lower right corner was "Brother, White-Robed Scholar." I briefly glanced at it earlier, and the person who wrote this letter should be the brother of the venomous Tooth King named White-Robed Scholar. He claimed to have met two friends while cultivating on the Black Wind Mountain, one called Ling Shuzi, and the other called Black Wind King. In the letter, he also mentioned that Black Wind King commands over 1,000 monster soldiers, and is a regional overlord. Therefore, I have reason to suspect that Black Wind Mountain will appear in the upcoming plot, perhaps even as the next major dungeon. White-Robed Scholar Ling Shuzi and Black Wind King might be the bosses in the next dungeon. After hearing his analysis, the players present immediately perked up. A boss means rewards, which translates to a large amount of spiritual resonance. How could they not be excited? A group of players displayed exceptional excitement upon learning about the existence of Hafeng Mountain, eagerly urging the player who had found the letters to continue reading the other correspondence. Under the player's insistence, this player quickly read through all the letters. "I have finished reading. These letters are from the Bai Shosher to the Duvia King, primarily persuading him to accompany him to Hafeng Mountain, promising that once the Duvia King arrives, he will be made the commander of the demon soldiers at Hafeng Mountain." The letter also mentioned the general location of Hafeng Mountain, which should be over 100 miles west of Wild Dog Ridge. Moreover, it mentioned that on the upcoming full moon night, the Duvia King would hold a pill conference at Hafeng Mountain to share the elixirs he has refined, and all demon clans attending would have the chance to receive the precious pills bestowed by the Duvia King. As soon as the player finished speaking, the others immediately fell into deep contemplation. I am now increasingly convinced that these letters are special task items arranged by the planning team of Black Myth. That is certainly the case. This pill conference might just be a special event. Unfortunately, no specific date was mentioned. This is simple. Based on the moon phase from last night, the full moon night should be in about 4 days. Shall we go then? We must go. After some discussion, the players unanimously decided to visit Hafeng Mountain on the night of the full moon. After making this decision, the players once again searched through the Duvia King's cave. Confirming that there were no omissions, they finally departed. Leaving the Duvia King's cave, the players excitedly headed towards Langlang Mountain. Meanwhile, Qin Tian, who had just woken up from a nap, discovered a significant increase in his world origin. How did the world origin suddenly increase by so much? What have the players done? With this doubt, he immediately checked the system's back-end data. As he looked, a look of understanding appeared on his face. So that's how it is. They actually managed to kill the Duvia King. No wonder the world origin surged so much. Logically speaking, they shouldn't have been able to kill the Duvia King at their current level. Let me check Douyin. There must be someone who posted a video on how to defeat the Duvia King. He quickly opened Douyin through the system, typed in the 4 characters for Duvia King, and instantly a plethora of videos popped up, teaching on the skill mechanism of the Duvia King 3.0 version. Real men can withstand 3 minutes under the Duvia King. The latest record in the whole server was born 7 minutes and 23 seconds, teaching you how to toy with the Duvia King. The most oppressive boss ranking in online gaming history, the Duvia King ranks first. The War God Hall collaborates with multiple guilds to successfully conquer the Duvia King. The second Destiny token appears the highest transaction price item in gaming history, emerges valued at 50 million. Looking at the titles of these videos, Qin Tian realized that players had uploaded so many videos about the Duvia King. There were teaching videos, live recordings, and even various fan-made videos. Among them, the one with the highest popularity and views was the video of the Duvia King's defeat. The video was published by Lego Games. He recorded the entire process of players conquering the Duvia King from a first-person perspective, as well as the auction of the spoils afterward. After watching Lege's video, Qin Tian suddenly understood. So that's how they killed the Duvia King? It was thanks to the talismans. However, these players' skills are indeed impressive. They are likely not ordinary people in the real world. As he continued watching, he reached the final auction stage. When he saw a guild establishment token being auctioned off for a staggering 50 million, he was completely taken aback. What is this? This thing is worth 50 million. Are they crazy? It's a pity I can't go to Blue Star, otherwise my wealth would surpass that of Blue Star's richest person in no time. As he spoke, he opened the comments section of the video, wanting to see how Blue Star's netizens viewed this matter. Has this boss finally been killed? I've been seeing videos of Black Myth players challenging him every day lately. How many days has it been since he was finally defeated? The most oppressive boss in online gaming history deserves its title. After all, no other game's boss compares to this one. If I were to face such a giant in person, I would genuinely be afraid. What is this? The item called Guild Establishment Token sold for 50 million. Is that in real currency? I must be seeing things. What the hell? I know items in Black Myth are valuable, but 50 million is just too exaggerated. Sword control technique. Is it the kind of sword control technique I am thinking of? If skills from Black Myth can be used in the real world, wouldn't that mean sword control technique can also be used in reality? This 5 million is somewhat worth it. Tisk, I can understand the previous ones, but why can a skill called True Explanation of Talismans also sell for 5 million? Is there a possibility that the talismans in Black Myth can also function in the real world? If we can produce talismans in reality that are similar to those in the game, would you still think 5 million is expensive? Guild Establishment Token for 50 million, Destiny Token for 8 million, Sword Control Technique for 5 million, True Explanation of Talismans for 5 million plus the subsequent equipment. This is approaching 80 million. A boss drops props worth nearly 80 million. Even drug lords would weep. Defeating a boss in Black Myth is almost equivalent to the annual profit of some listed companies. So does that mean all players who participated in the conquest of the Duvia King can share this 80 million? Each person gets tens of thousands. Damn. I've worked hard for over 10 years and haven't even saved up 800,000. I am truly envious. I am a 24-year-old woman, 172 centimeters tall, weighing 98 kg with fair skin and beauty. If anyone can send me a Black Myth game helmet, I will not ask for a bride price to marry him. Without a doubt, the feelings of Blue Star's netizens were almost identical to Qin Tian's. No one expected that game items from Black Myth could be worth so much. If nothing unexpected happens, Lege's video will soon trend. Watching the videos of Blue Star's netizens yearning for the black myth game Helmet Qin Tian, couldn't help but mutter wait a bit longer. Once I gather enough world origin, I will pull you all over to work for me. He then opened the system panel to check his current world origin count. Thanks to the player's relentless efforts, his world origin had now reached an astonishing 8700 points. He now had two choices. One was to continue expanding the player base, and the other was to enhance his own strength. After some thought, he chose the latter as he suddenly experienced a sense of ominous premonition. He felt that the players were about to cause him some trouble. Last time Qin Tian spent the world's origin to elevate his cultivation level to the 5th layer of Qi refinement. This time, with more world origin at his disposal, he might even elevate himself to the level of transforming Qi into divinity. Without any hesitation, he opened his personal information panel and directly invested 100 points of world origin into his personal cultivation level. As soon as the world origin was invested, he felt a powerful force surge within him. This powerful force split into two parts upon entering his body. One part reinforced his physical form, while the other transformed into demonic power stored in his dantian. In the blink of an eye, his cultivation level broke through from the 5th layer of Qi refinement to the 6th layer. After breaking through to the 6th layer, he did not stop but instead invested another 200 points of world origin. After a few minutes, his cultivation level smoothly broke through to the 1st layer of Qi transformation. After this breakthrough, his overall strength had increased by an unknown number of times compared to before. Both the strength of his physical form and his demonic power were on completely different levels. Now crushing the King of Venomous Fangs was as easy as crushing an ant. Even in larger demon camps, he could easily become a small leader. After feeling the changes within himself, Qin Tian couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. I should be worthy of Sun Wukong swinging his golden staff at me now. Still need to keep working hard. After saying this, he glanced at the remaining amount of world origin. After the recent consumption, his world origin amount had sharply decreased to 2,400 points, which was no longer sufficient to elevate his cultivation level to the next stage. However, this did not mean that his strength could not continue to improve. In the world of Journey to the West, combat power was determined by more than just cultivation level. The next moment, his gaze shifted to another section of his personal information panel. Name: Qingtian Dasheng of Langlang Mountain, race Demon Tiger, Demon Bloodline, Chongqi Bloodline, 001. Requires 500 points of world origin to purify to the next stage. Age 180 years. Cultivation level Qi transformation 1st layer. Requires 6,400 points of world origin to elevate to the next stage. Equipment: Tiger King's Armor, low-grade magical artifact. Tiger Back Great Sword, low-grade magical artifact. Technique: Basic breathing technique 3rd layer. First, let's purify my bloodline. Determined, Qin Tian directly invested 500 points of world origin into his bloodline. In an instant, the number in parentheses changed from 001 to 01, increasing the concentration tenfold. The feedback from this change was even more intense than what he experienced when elevating his strength to Qi transformation. A terrifying power originating deep within his bloodline exploded like dynamite, making Qin Tian feel as if his blood was boiling. His muscles were torn apart inch by inch, and his bones shattered one after another. Blood oozed profusely from his fur, dripping to the ground like lava, creating pits on the cave floor. The temperature within the cave surged by more than 10 degrees. The intense pain caused Qin Tian to collapse to the ground, unable to maintain his human form and revealing his true self. The next second, he let out a tiger's roar. The immense sound of the tiger echoed throughout Langlang Mountain and spread to the surrounding peaks. The tiger's roar shook the heavens and earth, causing the surrounding forests to rustle, as if a fierce wind had swept through. The ground trembled slightly. At this moment, whether it was the players hunting monsters in Langlang Mountain or the animals residing nearby, they all felt a powerful pressure descend upon them, instinctively generating a thread of fear deep within their souls, causing their bodies to tremble uncontrollably. In a forest on the outskirts of Langlang Mountain, Langfeng was leading the Wolf Warriors team in hunting a full-grown tiger. Just a moment ago, that tiger had appeared fierce and aggressive, but the instant the tiger's roar echoed from the peak of Langlang Mountain, the adult tiger was immediately frightened into submission, trembling on the ground with terror evident in its eyes. Lung Feng and the others who were engaged in combat with the tiger were frozen in place, their fur standing on end. The instinct of the animals told them that the owner of that roar could easily kill them. It wasn't until the roar completely faded that they finally snapped back to reality. Even when they regained their senses, their hands and feet still trembled, and despite having ironclad wills, the fear from that roar bypassed their mental resolve, affecting their bodies. After swallowing hard, the members of the Wolf Warriors team exchanged glances. That direction is the demon camp of Langlang Mountain. It's the voice of Qingtian Dasheng. What's going on with him? Could it be a new task or a new storyline? Let's go check it out. What about this tiger? Let it go for now. Saying this, Langlang Mountain led the wolf warriors towards the direction of the demon camp at the fastest speed. Other players made the same decision. Meanwhile, within Qin Tian's cave, he had finally completed the fusion of his bloodline. At this moment, he was still in his tiger form, lying on the ground, completely soaked in blood. Under the high temperature, the blood had already begun to crust. However, this was not the main point. The key was that his size had once again dramatically increased. Without counting the tail, his body length had directly surpassed 10 meters, and his head was larger than an SUV. Suddenly, Qin Tian, lying on the ground, opened his eyes, revealing a pair of fiercely menacing scarlet eyes. He slowly stood up. Glancing at the thick blood crust on his body, he gently shook himself. In an instant, the blood crust fell off like rain. Once the blood crust fell away, his true form was revealed. At this moment, the fur on his body was longer than before, interspersed with red and platinum colors, while the black patterns had deepened, occasionally emitting black mist. There were mysterious cloud patterns on his shoulders and limbs. His claws and fangs were longer and sharper than before, especially the two fangs at the corners of his mouth, which resembled curved blades. The tips of his tail and the ends of his limbs had flames burning. In the middle of his back, crimson mane also burned with flames. At his shoulder blades, 2 bumps had formed. When Qin Tian saw his current appearance, he was momentarily dazzled. Wow, I look absolutely stunning. After admiring himself for a moment, he transformed back into human form. In human form, he did not differ much from before, except for some changes in the color of his fur, and his height and size had increased significantly. Previously he was just over 1 meter tall, but now he was almost 1.5 meters. Even the stone chair he had been sitting on felt a bit cramped. By the way, I wonder if there are any new mystical powers after the bloodline upgrade. Thinking of this, Qin Tian opened his personal information panel once more. At a glance, he noticed new entries in the section for mystical powers and demon techniques. Mystical Power 1 Wind Control, Mystical Power 2 Fierce Might Roar, Mystical Power 3 Fire Control, Demon Technique 100 Punishments, Tear, Demon Technique 2 Qianqi's Devour, Demon Technique 3 Heaven Swallowing, Earth Devour. Seeing these new mystical powers, Qin Tian's eyes lit up. Before long, he understood the functions of these 2 newly added mystical powers and demon techniques. The Fire Control Mystical Power, as the name suggests, allows him to command flames, whether mundane fire or true fire, greatly enhancing his ability to manipulate fire. It can be used for both attack and for alchemy or artifact refining. The Heaven Swallowing Earth Devour is an upgraded version of Qianqi's Devour. It can refine and assimilate whatever is swallowed into his stomach, turning it into his own. These include, but are not limited to, magical artifacts, treasures, and even humans and demons. If one day he could consume the golden staff, he would gain some of its attributes. For example, if he were to swallow Sun Wukong, he would likely directly acquire the 72 transformations or the fiery eyes. This demon technique is fantastic. This demon technique is absolutely marvelous. Just as Qin Tian was about to find something to test it out, a sudden voice from outside the cave announced the arrival of the guards. My lord, the messenger from the Black Wind Mountain demon camp has arrived. Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise appeared on Qin Tian's face. The messenger from the Black Wind Mountain demon camp. What's going on? Regarding Hefeng Mountain, Qin Tian has always maintained a cautious attitude. After all, the strength of the Black Wind King is evident, and he is not someone Qin Tian can provoke at this moment. However, he did not expect that before he could seek out the Black Wind King, the latter had already sent someone to find him. After a moment of contemplation, he said to the demon soldier who had come to inform him, let him in. Meanwhile, a large number of players were returning from the foot of the mountain to Langlang Mountain's demon stronghold. Upon entering the stronghold, they saw a bear demon clad in armor and wielding a spear standing at the entrance of Qin Tian's cave. Above the bear demon's head was a yellow name, Hefeng Mountain Patrol Flag. This person seems unfamiliar. He is not from our demon stronghold. Isn't it written above his head, Hefeng Mountain Patrol Flag? He must be from Hefeng Mountain. Indeed, our previous guess was correct. Hefeng Mountain is indeed related to the upcoming plot. He has entered. Under the watchful eyes of the players, the messenger from Hefeng Mountain was invited into the cave. Please, esteemed messenger, our lord has been waiting for you inside the cave. The demon soldier guarding the cave politely said to the bear demon as they walked. However, upon hearing this, the bear demon's face revealed a hint of displeasure. Your lord has quite an air. Whenever I visit other demon strongholds, they always come out personally to greet me. Does he not regard us at Hefeng Mountain with any respect? Esteemed messenger, you jest. How could that be? Within a radius of 500 miles. Who does not know about Hefeng Mountain and the Black Wind King? I want to see what kind of person your lord is that he requires me to personally go see him." As he spoke, the bear demon strode into the cave with an imposing demeanor. As he walked, he suddenly stopped, and his expression shifted through a series of changes. From anger to confusion and then to fear. Following his gaze deep within the cave, the damp air stagnated like glue, with only a few flickering glimmers of light barely penetrating the darkness, outlining the rough silhouette of a stone chair at the end. Sitting upon it was a deeper, more profound shadow. A tiger demon. The tiger demon's body was so large that it nearly filled the entire space. Its bulging muscles heaved under the dim light like a layer of flowing darkness. What was most chilling was the pair of eyes that slowly opened, igniting 2 points of cold red light in the gloom. The bear demon felt a chilling sensation all over from merely locking eyes with those scarlet orbs. He had only felt this sensation once before, when he was still an ordinary black bear and faced a fully grown fierce tiger. That was the closest he had ever been to death. At that moment, a sound suddenly echoed through the silent cave, causing one's teeth to ache. Clack! Clack! When the bear demon looked in the direction of the sound, he saw the tiger demon sitting on the stone chair, unconsciously tapping its sharp claws against the chair. With each tap, a deep scratch was left on the stone chair. Beside the chair, a long tail adorned with ring-like stripes that seemed to flicker like flames was rhythmically moving across the ground. Gulps. The bear demon instinctively swallowed. A moment later, a deep voice like muffled thunder emanated from the stone chair at the end of the cave. "You must be the messenger from Hafeng Mountain. Why do you stand at the entrance of the cave? If you have something to discuss, come in and speak with me." Upon hearing this, the bear demon could only muster his courage and walk deeper into the cave. When he reached within 10 meters of the stone chair, he stopped. Throughout the process, he did not dare to raise his head, only daring to glance at Qin Tian, sitting on the chair with his peripheral vision. "Please take a seat," Qin Tian said in a calm tone. "Your lord is too kind. I will finish my business and take my leave," the bear demon said tremulously. "What business does the messenger have?" "It is like this. I am here on the orders of the Black Wind King to invite you to Hafeng Mountain for the Elixir Conference hosted by our lord in 3 days. As he spoke, the bear demon took out an invitation from his bosom. The moment he presented the invitation, a force pulled it from his hand towards the direction of the stone chair. When he looked up, he found the invitation was already in Qin Tian's hand. After glancing at the content of the invitation, Qin Tian's mind began to churn. Elixir Conference. I almost forgot that the black bear spirit also practices alchemy. However, why would he hold an elixir conference and invite the leaders of all demon strongholds within a radius of 500 miles? Could it be a trap? No. According to the character of the black bear spirit in the original story, he wouldn't do such a thing. He likely gathered so many people just to show off. As one of the many demons encountered on the journey westward, the black bear spirit is notably different from the others. He has no background but has not been killed by Sun Wukong, instead becoming a guardian deity of Luojia Mountain, a privilege that other demons do not enjoy. While other demons wish to eat Tang Sanzang's flesh for immortality, he only seeks to steal Tang Sanzang's cassock, and even organized a Buddhist robe meeting inviting a bunch of friends including Elder Jin Shi. After recalling some information about the black bear spirit, Qin Tian's gaze turned to the bear demon sent by Hafeng Mountain. "Do you know why your lord is hosting this elixir conference?" Upon hearing Qin Tian's question, the bear demon answered without a second thought, "My lord has recently happened to refine a 7-transformation golden core, and is overjoyed, thus he wishes to invite the leaders of various demon strongholds to appreciate it." "I see. It seems to be as I thought." A hint of understanding appeared on Qin Tian's face. However, the fact that he can refine a 7-transformation golden core is indeed quite impressive. There are 9 transformations in pill refinement. The first 3 are mundane pills, the 4th to 6th can be called spirit pills, and those above the 7th transformation are classified as immortal pills. The black bear spirit's ability to refine a 7-transformation pill shows he has considerable skill in alchemy. This might also explain why he doesn't think about eating Tang Sanzang's flesh. If one day he can refine a 9-transformation golden core, what would Tang Sanzang's flesh count for? "Go back and tell your lord that I will definitely come in 3 days. After confirming that the Black Wind King did not intend to harm him, Qin Tian felt no further worries. "In that case, I will take my leave. I still need to go to Wild Dog Ridge to deliver an invitation to the Poison Tooth King there." As the bear demon prepared to turn and leave, upon hearing this, Qin Tian's heart skipped a beat, and the next moment he hurriedly called out to the bear demon. "Wait!" The bear demon, who had already turned halfway around, immediately froze in place, beads of sweat starting to appear on his forehead. Wild Dog Ridge has recently been burned by heavenly fire, and the demon stronghold there has been reduced to ashes. The Poison Tooth King is certainly not in that stronghold at this time. "In that case, you can give me the invitation for him, and when he returns I will help you pass it on to him." "Ah, this. That might not be appropriate. The bear demon looked hesitant. You need not worry. I share a bond of life and death with the Poison Tooth King, and my Langlang Mountain and Wild Dog Ridge are like family. Hand it to me and you can rest assured. Well then I will trouble you, my lord. With that, the bear demon took out another invitation from his bosom and handed it to Qin Tian. After handing over the invitation, he left Qin Tian's cave as quickly as possible, not daring to linger for a moment. However, when he exited the cave, he was shocked by the scene before him. Looking around, he found that the area outside the cave was almost filled with demon soldiers. There must be at least a few hundred of them. The bear demon could not help but be astonished. Langlang Mountain actually has so many demon soldiers. They are almost on par with my Hafeng Mountain. It seems Langlang Mountain is not ordinary, and that lord of Langlang Mountain. Recalling the scene when he first saw Qin Tian, the bear demon couldn't help but sigh with relief that he hadn't done anything outrageous earlier or otherwise. He worried whether he could leave Langlang Mountain alive.